Chapter 1. The Lin family's bastard son. Yinzhou Spirit Peach, Mountain Manor. Lin Jiang lowered his head, not daring to meet the gaze of the imposing man above. He felt guilty. This was the cultivation world, and he worried whether they would discover he was a fake, a borrowed soul. Lin Jiang, the sixth son of the Lin family, has been slack in his cultivation, making no progress in 3 years. By the order of the family head, his servants are to be taken away, and his salary suspended for 3 years. The imposing man looked at Lin Jiang and finally sighed, announcing the family head's punishment. 3 years had passed, and he was still at the first layer of qi cultivation, which was indeed unacceptable. He hoped this punishment would prompt the sixth young master to reform and work hard in his cultivation from now on. As soon as the words fell, over a dozen servants around them began to cry. They had followed the sixth young master for over 10 years, enjoying a carefree life in the manor, and they did not want to leave. However, the man's subordinates scolded them and ultimately took them away on a flying boat, departing from the manor. Stop looking, go back to what you were doing. Once everyone had left, Lin Jiang became lively again. There were still some onlookers pointing and whispering, but Lin Jiang waved his hand to dismiss them. The remaining people were the manor's laborers who farmed for him, no longer his servants. He walked into the most luxurious building in the manor and laid down on the big bed, feeling relieved that he had finally passed this first hurdle. 3 months ago, he was just an ordinary worker on Blue Star, working overtime every day and then collapsing from exhaustion, his soul drifting to this world. Coincidentally, the original owner, Lin Jiang, had died from a cultivation mishap, so he took over the body. Now, Lin Jiang was a young master of the Yinzhou Lin family, but he was a bastard son. 50 years ago, the family head, Lin Batian, established himself in Yinzhou, opened the mountain gate, gathered wives and concubines, and had 9 sons and 6 daughters. With his prowess and the powerful overlord spear, he seized a vast territory, becoming a well-known, new cultivation family in Yinzhou. Because the family's foundation was weak, Lin Batian had very high expectations for his children, measuring everything by their cultivation levels. Those who progressed quickly were favored, receiving abundant family assets and many servants, while those who did not excel would be sent to the corners. The original Lin Jiang was known for his poor talent, possessing a notoriously useless 5 spirit roots, requiring 3 to 5 times the spiritual energy of ordinary roots, leading to a very slow cultivation speed. Thus, he was sent to this Spirit Peach Mountain. Before crossing over, I worked 9 to 6 after crossing over, am still working 9 to 6. Was my crossing over for nothing? Lin Jiang recalled the original owner's life, which was truly miserable. Every day began with cultivation, and even dreams were about cultivating, leading to his death at the age of 17. So now, Lin Jiang decided to take it easy to hell with the 9 to 6. Ding dong, system warm reminder, the host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Damn, I almost forgot about this. Sign in. In a daze, Lin Jiang suddenly heard an electronic mechanical voice, instantly becoming alert and responding in his mind. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. Reward, 1 year of lifespan. Open the system page. Ding dong, system page opened. System name, lifespan signing in system. Host, Lin Jiang. Lifespan, 1,780. Lin Jiang looked at the numbers on the system and immediately smiled. He also had a golden finger, which was this system. It activated as soon as he crossed over. This lifespan signing in system did not grant him powerful talents, top-level cultivation techniques, or elixirs. It only had one function: to increase lifespan. Sign in for 1 day and receive 1 year of lifespan. Lin Jiang was very satisfied with this. According to the system's logic, as long as he continued to sign in, his lifespan would never run out, equivalent to immortality. Thinking about his cheap father, who had painstakingly cultivated for over 100 years and was only at the golden core stage, which could live for 500 years, was that long. After signing in for 10 months, he could reach that level. His current starting point was already a finish line that others could never catch up to in 10 lifetimes. All roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. How about it? Jealous? Lin Jiang chuckled and turned over to sleep again. For cultivation, 2 hours a day was about enough. The rest of the time was meant for sleeping. Sixth brother, why are you still sleeping? After an unknown amount of time, a petite girl climbed onto Lin Jiang's bed and tugged at his ear. Linning, how many times have I told you? You're already grown up, 13 years old. Stop climbing into my bed. Look at third sister, she doesn't even come into my room. Lin Jiang tossed the little girl off the bed and pointed at the doorway, where a cold girl in black stood, frowning as she watched the commotion between the two. Sixth brother, I'm your real sister. Is this how you treat me? He'll tell mother. I'm fed up with you. What are you here for this time? The spirit peaches on Spirit Peach Mountain are all gone. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes. He didn't want to see that cheap mother of his. Every time they met, she would brainwash him into working hard in cultivation and competing for favor with his cheap father, which was completely against his nature. I didn't come to eat peaches this time. I came to comfort you. Comfort me? Why do I need comfort? Aren't you punished by father? Your servants have been taken away, and your monthly allowance has been suspended for 3 years. Is that all? Sixth brother, isn't that serious? Linning was stunned. She felt her brother had changed a lot. A few years ago, he was furious when sent to this manor, but now he didn't even get angry after losing his allowance and servants. Come out and talk. Lin Dai, standing outside, was getting angry as the siblings continued their chatter. She couldn't just go, and she was an adult woman and shouldn't casually enter a man's room, even if he was her half-brother. Lin Jiang straightened his clothes and took Lin Ying to the hall. There were no servants left and no one served tea, so they just sat casually. Greetings, third sister. Sixth, what's wrong with you? Why are you still stuck at the first layer of qi cultivation? Ninth brother, who also has 5 spirit roots, reached the second layer last year. I don't know. I practiced and practiced, but there was no progress. Lin Jiang replied. The original owner was indeed diligent, but his cultivation did not increase. Isn't that strange? You really don't know what's good for you. The eldest brother's grandson has already been tested for spirit roots last month. Our Lin Jiang's 4th generation is about to start cultivating. Don't let it be that you can't even compare to the 4th generation. Then there will be no place for you in the Lin family. Then so be it. I have this spirit peach mountain that's enough for me. This spirit peach mountain is so small. How many spirit stones can you earn each year? Even if your mother really gives you the spirit peach mountain, what can you do? Lin Dai was furious upon hearing this. Among their generation, with over a dozen siblings, Lin Jiang had the lowest cultivation level. Even the 3rd generation was better than him, which was simply embarrassing. Third sister, stop scolding 6th brother. He'll support him in the future. Lin Ying quickly said, noticing Lin Dai was about to get angry and start scolding. Lin Jiang, you're not really going to wait for Lin Ying to protect you in the future, are you? Having my sister protect me doesn't seem impossible. Lin Dai was so angry she almost spat blood. She waved her sleeve and stood up to leave, unable to continue the conversation. A waste is just a waste. 6th brother, hey, take the spirit stone first. He'll go chase after 3rd sister. Lin Ying saw that Lin Dai was angry and quickly took out a handful of spirit stones and stuffed them into Lin Jiang's hands, then dashed off to catch up with Lin Dai. Lin Jiang looked at the spirit stones in his hands, feeling both amused and helpless. He shook his head. After all, he had already died once and had long since let go of such superficial fame. Putting away the spirit stones, Lin Jiang lost his sleepiness and walked out of the hall, heading towards the fields. Although he had already laid down, he still couldn't neglect the tasks at hand. Now, Lin Jiang needed to inspect his family's estate. Chapter 2. Lingtao Mountain Manor. The manor Lin Jiang was called Lingtao Mountain Manor, covering an area of 30 miles around, but it was not large, with only over 100 households. The manor not only had walls, but also set up formations. Lingtao Mountain Manor had 120 acres of peach orchards. These peach trees were not ordinary, but were spiritual plants, producing peaches that were not only extremely sweet, but also infused with spiritual energy, known as spiritual peaches. The manor's spiritual peaches bore fruit once a year, half of which were kept for the family to eat, and half were sold, fetching around 70 to 80 spirit stones. Additionally, there were 200 acres of spiritual fields, producing spiritual rice that was also sold to the family at slightly lower prices in the market, yielding about 100 spirit stones each year. This was the manor's total income. Out of the 200 or so spirit stones, Lin Jiang could keep half, because strictly speaking, this manor was not Lin Jiang's estate, but rather his mother's dowry. Lin Jiang's cheap mother came from a loose cultivator background, and Lin Jiang's maternal grandfather was a foundation-building loose cultivator. Seeing Lin Baitian's formidable power and immense potential, he married his daughter to Lin Batian as a concubine and provided a generous dowry. Indeed, Lin Batian became increasingly powerful, continuously annexing surrounding territories, and Lin Jiang's cheap mother used her dowry to purchase Lingtao Mountain Manor. Seeking a steady income. 3 years ago, the original Lin Jiang's cultivation stagnated, angering Lin Batian, who punished him once. Lin Jiang's cheap mother couldn't stand it and handed over the management of the manor to her son, actually hoping to privately support him, wishing for him to achieve something and bring her some face. After all, a son's success would elevate her status in Lin Baitian's backyard. Greetings, young Master Lin. Hello, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Arriving at the spiritual fields, the laboring tenants continuously bowed and greeted Lin Jiang, genuinely grateful for him and the Lin family. In this world, there were no government officials, but there were still plenty of tyrannical landlords and bandits, as well as wild beasts and demon beasts. For ordinary people, saying they lived in constant fear was certainly not an exaggeration. However, at Lingtao Manor, they had walls and formations for protection, preventing bandits and wild beasts from entering. The rent demanded by the Lin family was also very low. They only required the entire yield from the 120 acres of peach orchards and 200 acres of spiritual fields, allowing the tenants to cultivate the other lands freely, keeping all their harvests, ensuring their basic needs were definitely met. Lin Jiang looked around in the spiritual fields and found that the spiritual grains were growing well. This year might be better than last, allowing for a larger harvest of spiritual grains and earning a few more spirit stones. During his inspection, he encountered several guards. These guards were not cultivators, but ordinary people trained in martial arts. Their patrol was meant to guard against wild beasts and common bandits. If faced with demon beasts or enemy cultivators, they would raise the alarm, and Lin Jiang would send a sound transmission talisman to the family for assistance, at which point stronger cultivators would naturally come and deal with them. After completing his patrol, Lin Jiang returned home and began to meditate and cultivate. He set a goal for himself to cultivate for 2 hours a day. After all, he didn't lack lifespan, and at worst, he could spend a few hundred years in the qi refining stage. After finishing his cultivation, the meals were ready, prepared by the tenants. Although their cooking skills were not as good as the previous servants, Lin Jiang was not picky. He had eaten fast food boxes for years, so this was nothing. System name, Lifespan Sign-in System. Host, Lin Jiang. Lifespan, 17,180. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed out on this day. Lin Jiang had just signed in with the system when a guard hurriedly came in. Young master, the family steward has arrived. Got it. Take him to the warehouse. He'll be right there. Lin Jiang nodded. This year, the spiritual grains had been harvested, and the Lin family had sent a steward to purchase them, which was a significant matter for the manor. When Lin Jiang reached the warehouse, a middle-aged man was already waiting. Seeing Lin Jiang, he greeted him with a smile that he was a guest elder taken in by Lin Batian, essentially a worker for the Lin family. Although his status was not low, he was still very polite to the young master of the Lin family. Ah, Steward Wu, you've worked hard. 6th young master is too polite. Shall we begin? All right, let's get started. Lin Jiang nodded and instructed the tenants to carry out the spiritual grains from the warehouse, weighing them bag by bag. 6th young master, the weather hasn't been good this year, and the price of spiritual grains in Yinzhou has risen a bit. 1 spirit stone can only buy 500 pounds now. According to our rules, how about 1 spirit stone for 600 pounds? Steward Wu said to Lin Jiang. When family members sell their private property to the family, the price is always a bit cheaper than the outside market, with the benefit being that they buy everything in bulk. No matter how much, without needing to sell it themselves, that's no problem. Lin Jiang waved his hand and agreed. Although he was losing a bit on the price, it saved him a lot of trouble, which he considered quite normal. Spiritual grains were significantly heavier than ordinary rice, with high-quality spiritual fields yielding around 600 pounds per acre. Lin Jiang's 200 acres of spiritual fields were mostly at average levels, ultimately weighing over 80,000 pounds of spiritual grains. Lin Jiang kept over 20,000 pounds for his own use and sold the rest to the family. 6th young master, raise the receipt. You can go to the family treasury to collect the money in a few days. Steward Wu took out several storage bags, filled them in batches, and then handed Lin Jiang a receipt to collect money from the family treasury. Lin Jiang nodded, sent off Steward Wu, and asked the tenants to help mill the rice. Cultivators do not consume common grains, but rather eat spiritual food, which is beneficial for cultivation. He would send some of the remaining spiritual rice to his cheap mother and sister Lining. Although the family also distributed some rice, it was not enough for a year, and any extra had to be purchased in the blink of an eye. Another 2 months had passed, and it was already the end of the year. Lin Jiang instructed the guards to prepare 2 large carts to transport 10,000 pounds of milled spiritual rice back to the Lin family, as his poor background meant he couldn't produce a storage bag large enough to hold 10,000 pounds of spiritual rice. The Lin family's mountain gate was about 800 miles from the manor, but the horses pulling the carts had demon beast bloodlines, making them incredibly strong, capable of traveling 500 miles a day. So they arrived in 2 days. Oh, isn't this my 6th uncle? Just as they reached the entrance, a light-hearted voice came from behind. Lin Jiang turned to see his nephew Lin Qian, the son of his older brother Lin Shan, who was a few years older than him. Qian, don't you know to greet your 6th uncle when you see him? Do you believe he'll report you for it? You. What about me? Does the family no longer follow any rules? Fine, you win. Nephew greets 6th uncle. In the end, Lin Qian backed down. As a rising family, the Lin family had strict rules, and Lin Batian valued filial piety. Even though Lin Jiang was seen as a disgrace to the 2nd generation of the Lin family, he was still Lin Qian's uncle. Nephew, seeing how disobedient you are, this year's New Year's money is gone. Lin Jiang laughed heartily, and then walked into the Lin family's mountain gate. According to Lin Batian's rules, unless there were significant matters like closed-door cultivation, the whole family must gather at the end of the year. So now, within the Lin family's mountain gate, Lin family members could be seen everywhere. Greetings, elder brother. Hello, 2nd brother. 3rd sister, hello. Lin Jiang bowed as he walked, being the 6th of the 2nd generation of the Lin family. The first 5 siblings were those he needed to bow to, while his younger brothers and sisters had to bow to him. After that, Lin Jiang went to meet his adoptive father, Lin Batian, and his legitimate wife, Zheng. He had to deliver 2,000 pounds of spirit rice to each of them, which would not be given for free during the new year. They would return a more substantial gift. After greeting his adoptive father, he went to see his adoptive mother, Zhuang Rong. Zhuang Rong was naturally beautiful and ranked among the best of Lin Batian's concubines. Lin Jiang and Lin Ying had inherited her excellent genes and were also quite good-looking. Zhuang Rong was at the 7th level of qi refinement, and her spiritual root talent was actually quite good. Unfortunately, she was a love-struck person. Ever since marrying Lin Batian, she had not seriously practiced cultivation, focusing instead on palace intrigue and vying for favor resulting in over a decade with no progress in her cultivation. That my son, you've suffered. Zhuang Rong exclaimed upon seeing Lin Jiang, pulling him into an embrace and shedding tears. Although she wasn't very clever, she was exceptionally good to her children. Lin Jiang resisted this affectionate behavior, but his cultivation was not as high as his mother's, so he couldn't break free and could only seek help from Lin Ying, who came over with a smile to offer comfort. Zhuang Rong released Lin Jiang and, still crying, lamented about the grievances she faced at the mountain gate, being bullied by some concubine. Then she changed the subject, saying that a mother is honored by her son, urging Lin Jiang to improve his cultivation quickly so she could gain face and pride. This was the same script every time they met. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes at this. The original owner might have believed it, but he knew from the original owner's memories that his mother was a fierce character. It was rare for her to be bullied by others. Son, why aren't you speaking? Speak up. Mother, if I speak, please don't get angry. How could I be angry with you? Mother, I think that being honored by one's son is not as good as being honored oneself. Father is at the golden core stage, able to live for 500 years, while the other concubines are at the qi refinement stage, only living for about 100 years. By the time they reach 70 or 80, no matter how good their skills are, they will age. If I were you, I would definitely strive to improve my cultivation. If I can reach the foundation establishment stage, I could outlast the other concubines. That if I could reach the golden core stage, then those at the foundation establishment stage wouldn't even compare. Wouldn't that allow me to be with Father for 500 years? If both you and Father could reach the nascent soul stage, or even the transformation stage, and ascend together, wouldn't that mean you could be together forever, living as a happy divine couple? Lin Jiang couldn't help but propose this idea. His foolish mother, the essence of palace intrigue in the cultivation world, lies in cultivation level. No matter how beautiful you are, you can't be 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old girls. Even if you win against this batch of concubines, what if Father takes another one? So it all comes down to cultivation. Having a high cultivation level is useful. If you reach the golden core stage, then in 100 years, you could go dance on Zhang's grave. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Rong's eyes lit up. It made so much sense. If she reached the golden core stage, who could outlast her? Chapter 3. The Sons of the Lin Family. At the end of the year, there was a family gathering in the large hall. 3 tables were set up. One for the women, one for Lin Batian and the second generation of the Lin family, and the third for the third generation. Lin Batian had 9 sons and 6 daughters. The eldest, Lin Shan, was already 48 years old and had reached the peak of the 10th level of qi refinement. The second, Lin He, was 46 and also at the 10th level. The third, Lin Dai, was 25 and at the 7th level of qi refinement, the best qualified among the second generation. The fourth, Lin Yuan, was 24 and at the 4th level of qi refinement. The fifth, Lin Hai, was also 24 and at the 5th level. Then came the 6th, Lin Jiang, who was 17 and at the 1st level of qi refinement. Some of Lin Jiang's younger siblings had not yet begun their cultivation. Cultivation was not necessarily better the earlier you started. Lin Batian had set the rule that cultivation would begin at 12 years old. Before that, they would focus on physical conditioning. Now that the Lin family had more money, they also provided medicinal baths and similar treatments. The oldest of the third generation was Lin Kuli, Lin Shan's son, who was 30 years old and already at the 7th level of qi refinement. There were also several grandchildren at the 3 to 4 levels. Lin Batian had worked hard for decades, and the Lin family had established a presence in Yinzhou. According to past traditions, Lin Batian would comment on the achievements of his descendants today. Those who performed well would receive more rewards, while those who did poorly would be sharply criticized. Lin Jiang. Lin Batian commented on each child but placed Lin Jiang at the end. Throughout the process, Lin Jiang was busy eating, nearly causing Lin Batian to spit blood in anger. Father, I'm here. Can you at least bring me some pride? Your nephew's cultivation is already higher than yours. Lin Batian was very satisfied with his many children. Even if they didn't cultivate quickly, they had other talents to help him manage the family. But this 6th one was driving him to madness. He was useless, still at the 1st level after 5 years of cultivation. That I understand, Father. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. If you don't break through to the 2nd level next year, I'll kick you out. You've really angered me. I got it, Father. Lin Jiang lazily responded, but in his heart he was indifferent. He wasn't in a hurry. He was already over 500 years old, living longer than his father. Cultivating at the qi refinement stage for a few hundred years didn't seem shameful. The other brothers of the Lin family shook their heads secretly. If Lin Batian weren't there, they would have mocked him for being a useless brother who embarrassed them. They felt ashamed to even admit they had such a brother at that time. The Lin family had not yet developed the bad habits of large families, and the entire family was still in an upward phase, so the atmosphere during the gathering was quite good. Lin Jiang was even less concerned about anything else. The food was simply too delicious. Whether meat or vegetables, all were spirit items grown in spiritual fields, and with the chef's cooking, they were fragrant and delicious. Lin Jiang was focused on eating. Old 6, stop eating. You're only at the 1st level of qi refinement. Do you want to explode? Lin Hai, the fifth brother, couldn't stand it any longer and quickly stopped Lin Jiang. The food was filled with spiritual energy, and someone at the first level of qi refinement couldn't eat much. Failing to refine the spiritual energy could lead to an explosion. This scared Lin Jiang into quickly putting down his chopsticks, but he had already decided that when he returned to the Lingtao mountain villa, he would raise some demon beasts to eat and also cultivate a few acres to plant vegetables. Life is meant to be enjoyable. What good is immortality if you're not happy? The younger generation couldn't handle the spiritual energy and soon left the table, while those with higher cultivation remained. Lin Jiang also took his sister, Lining, with him. Lining was 13 years old and had been cultivating for a year with the same cultivation level as Lin Jiang. Sixth brother, they're all going to the market to play. Can we go too? Sure, whatever you say. Lin Jiang nodded. The original owner had been to the market, but he had not yet been there and wanted to take a look. 30 miles from the Lin family's mountain gate, there was a market established by the Lin family for cultivators within 1,000 miles to trade. This was also a significant source of income for the Lin family, and Lin Jiang's elder brother usually presided over the market. Of course, he couldn't do it alone. Lin Batian had also recruited many foundation establishment guest elders to guard it. The Lin family's foundation was still too thin, and their descendants had not fully grown up yet. Currently, many important positions in the Lin family were occupied by people Lin Batian had invited to work, and he was the absolute pillar of the Lin family. If he were gone, the Lin family would immediately collapse. It was unavoidable and would be devoured. They would have to wait for several more decades until the second and third generations of the Lin family fully matured and a group of foundation establishment cultivators emerged, before the Lin family could truly stabilize. The Lin family market is densely populated, gathering a large number of casual cultivators, as well as many ordinary people. As the year-end approaches, it becomes even more lively, with a wide variety of snacks available. The currency in the market consists of spirit stones and spirit pearls. The standard spirit stone in the cultivation world measures 3 inches long, 1 inch wide, and 1 inch thick, while the leftover scraps are polished into spirit pearls. Theoretically, 100 spirit pearls can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. As long as one does not purchase cultivation resources, the purchasing power of spirit stones remains strong. Lin Jiang bought a large amount of snacks for Lin Ying, spending only about 20 spirit pearls. Brother, look, this is Mother's shop. This is ants, and that's also ants. That's 5th ants. This is 6th ants. Lin Ying pointed at the numerous shops in the market. More than half of the shops belong to Lin Baishan's wives and concubines that, of course, they do not run the shops themselves, they are rented out to others. And every year, they simply collect the rent. Lin Jiang was not interested in these matters. He had no talent for business. He preferred Lingtao Mountain Manor and enjoyed farming, which was ingrained in his genes. After playing until midnight, a group of young masters and ladies from the Lin family returned to the mountain gate. Usually, they wouldn't be allowed to return so late because it wasn't very safe. The next morning, Lin Jiang said goodbye to Zhuang Rong. As he needed to return to Lingtao Mountain Manor, he had a somewhat aloof personality, and the crowded and bustling Lin family mountain gate did not appeal to him. Before leaving, Zhuang Rong shoved a bag of spirit stones into Lin Jiang's hands and said, "Son, you must cultivate well, that if you can't break through to the second layer by next year, your father really will kick you out." "Mother, I have money. Why are you giving me this? Be obedient, take it. Starting this year, all the income from Lingtao Mountain Manor will go to you. Don't give it to me. I have money your grandfather left me a lot. You're my only son. If I don't give it to you, who else should I give it to? Lin Ying is also starting to cultivate. You should take care of her a bit." "I will, don't worry. Just focus on your cultivation." Got it. Lin Jiang accepted the spirit stones, sighing inwardly. The heart of parents is indeed pitiable. He could not bear to part with his kindness. 2 days later, Lin Jiang returned to Lingtao Mountain Manor. The tenants in the manor were busy decorating for the new year. Ordinary people still paid attention to such things, while cultivators were much less concerned. After all, high-level cultivators often spent years in seclusion and had no time for these trivialities. Lin Jiang began to ponder how to manage Lingtao Mountain Manor well. Now that all the profits from the manor belonged to him, it was essentially his. Although Lin Jiang was laid back, he didn't mind having more spirit stones. The more, the better. Chapter 4. Leisurely Seeing the Southern Mountains. After the new year, Lin Jiang made some renovations to Lingtao Mountain Manor. First, he gathered the tenants to dig a fish pond covering over 10 acres. He then bought 100 silverlight fish from the Lin family market. Silverlight fish are low-tier demon beasts, aggressive in nature and delicious in taste. Lin Jiang had eaten them during family gatherings and remembered them well. Next, he built a pig pen and raised 20 ironback pigs. Ironback pigs are low-tier demon beasts, but their meat is quite good. Lin Jiang also had the tenants cultivate an additional 20 acres of spiritual fields, using 2 acres for vegetables and the remaining for spiritual herbs to feed the ironback pigs and silverlight fish. From then on, Lin Jiang shut himself off from the outside world, spending his days meditating, chopping wood, feeding pigs, and raising fish, living a carefree life. He visited the Lin family mountain gate less and less, if it weren't for Zhuang Rong and Lin Ying mentioning him from time to time. The Lin family might have forgotten that Lin Jiang existed. 3 years later, at Lingtao Mountain Manor, a young girl, holding a steel fork, was intently staring at a silverlight fish. Swish! In a flash, the girl thrust the steel fork forward. Wow, six brother, I got one. We have fish to eat again. The girl retracted the steel fork, on which was a silverlight fish weighing about 10 pounds. Carrying the fish, she approached Lin Jiang. You're amazing, sis. Come on, let's add a dish for lunch. Lin Jiang smiled as he took the silverlight fish, quickly scaling and gutting it, then chopped up some wild ginger, poured in a bit of cooking wine and other spices, and set it aside to marinate. Six brother, it's so comfortable here. Dad is getting more and more extreme, wanting me to cultivate for 12 hours a day. It's so boring. The girl pulled over a blanket and lay down on it, complaining to Lin Jiang. She had sneaked out, a term known as playing hooky. Who told you to have such good talent? Dad has high hopes for you. Look at third sister Lin Dai, she's almost at the foundation stage. Lin Jiang chuckled, casually handing her some already grilled ironback pork. The speed of cultivation depends on two factors. One is the root bone, which is determined by the spiritual roots. Lin Jiang's 5 spiritual roots are the worst kind. Lin Ying, with 3 spiritual roots, can't compare to those with single or double spiritual roots, but among the second generation of the Lin family, she's considered quite good. The second factor is comprehension. Some people can't enter the gate of a cultivation method after practicing for months, while others can learn it after reading it twice. This is the difference in comprehension. Lin Ying is top-notch in this regard, which is why she has received increasing attention from Lin Batian and why he has become stricter with her. I am not as diligent as third sister. She practices for 8 hours a day and sleeps only 1 hour, and she's also learning alchemy. Well then, don't practice. That's not an option. The second brother has already come out. Mom is counting on me to support her. You can't rely on her. Dad is really still sharp. To this, Lin Jiang could only shake his head. Over the past 3 years, Lin Batian had not forgotten about farming. After having 9 sons and 6 daughters, he had since given birth to several more children, and now the 22nd was already out. Brother, when will you break through to the second layer? It's been 10 years. I broke through at 14. Just take it slow. Lin Jiang tossed her a wine jug filled with peach blossom wine, brewed from the spirit peaches of Lingtao Mountain Manor. It was exceptionally tasty. As for Lin Jiang's own cultivation, he was not in a hurry. He had been at the first layer for 10 years and could break through in a few months at most. If you don't break through by the new year, Dad really will kick you out. The 8th brother and the others are calling you the Lin family shame, and Mom won't be able to plead for you this time. Lin Ying was worried about this. 2 years ago and last year, Lin Batian had threatened to kick Lin Jiang out, and it was their mother, Zhuang Rong, who had pleaded for him. This time, it was unlikely she could do so again. All right then, he'll break through this year. Really, brother? Really, I'm not lying to you. Here, have a peach. Where would peaches come from at this time? Secret. Lin Jiang smiled. Having purchased an ice array to serve as a cold storage, he still had a large stash of spirit peaches. Delicious. Brother, this is so comfortable. Fish, pork, wine, and peaches self-sufficient. No wonder you don't want to go home. Come over more often. I don't like crowds either. Lin Jiang said. He was naturally aloof and did not enjoy noise, but he really liked this sister. Whenever she came over, he would kill an ironback pig. Okay, he'll come more often. I'm full now. I need to go home. If Dad finds out, he'll definitely get scolded again. Wait, let me send something to Mom. Lin Jiang packed some fresh ironback pork, caught 2 silverlight fish, and took out dozens of spirit peaches from the ice array. After thinking for a moment, he also picked some fresh spiritual vegetables, filling up a large bag. Such a good son. Mom didn't raise you for nothing. I'm leaving. Lin Ying smiled and said, then summoned a flying sword and flew away in a flash. Lin Jiang looked at his sister's figure with some envy. He also had a flying sword, but couldn't use it due to insufficient cultivation. He needed to reach at least the 4th level of qi refinement to be able to fly. Just as Lin Jiang was about to tidy up and leave, he heard Lin Ying's surprised shout as she fell from the flying sword. Before Lin Jiang could rush to save her, she wobbled and flew up again. This made Lin Jiang smile. Lin Ying must have just broken through to the 4th level not long ago and wasn't yet skilled with the flying sword. It served her right to fall. He left the remaining silver-scaled fish uneaten and continued grilling fish. After he was full, he staggered back to his room to meditate. I need to work hard on my cultivation and increase my daily practice time from 2 hours to 4 hours. No, 4 hours is too long. How about 3? 3 won't work either. I still have to take care of the spiritual fields, feed the pigs, and raise the fish. How about 2.5 hours, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, with weekends off? Perfect. After a painful mental struggle, Lin Jiang finally decided to increase his practice time by half an hour, leaving the weekends free for rest. Lin Jiang had long made up his mind not to be overly ambitious. If he could take it easy, he would. 3 months later, at Lingtao Mountain Villa. A hearty laugh came from Lin Jiang's room. After years of cultivation, he finally reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, something to celebrate. Then Lin Jiang stepped out of his room and informed the servants that there would be a feast tonight to celebrate the significant improvement in their 6th young masters. Cultivation. After celebrating all night, Lin Jiang rode back to the Lin family's mountain gate the next day, flaunting the specialties of Lingtao Mountain Villa in front of Lin Batian. signaling him not to threaten to kick him out of the Lin family so easily, as Lin Jiang was now also at the second level of chi refinement. Big brother, do you think this sixth one is really my biological son? How could I, Lin Batian, produce such a thing? Lin Batian looked at Lin Jiang, who was leaving in high spirits, and said to his eldest son, Lin Shan, that he was now doubting whether this sixth child was really his own. Otherwise, how could he be like this? Consider Lin Batian himself, a remarkable figure who started cultivating at 12, broke through to foundation establishment at 30, and reached golden core before 100. Among his many offspring, over 10 had also entered cultivation, yet he had only this one useless son. Ahem, Dad, fourth aunt is not that kind of person. Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh among all his younger siblings. This sixth one was particularly unique. But that was fine, it meant no competition for him. If all his younger siblings were capable, it would be tough for him as the eldest brother to keep up, and losing to them would be embarrassing. Content summary. System time travel. Survival. Lin Jiang travels to the realm of cultivation and acquires a lifespan sign-in system. Sign in for 1 day, gain 1 year of lifespan. Lin Jiang. Cultivating doesn't seem so urgent. Let's take it slow. Not a dark or thrilling story. Please be cautious if you mind. Chapter 1. The Lin family's bastard son. Yinzhou Spirit Peach, Mao Manor. Lin Jiang lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with the imposing man above him. He felt guilty after all. This was the realm of cultivation, and he was unsure if anyone would discover that he was a counterfeit, a borrowed soul. Lin Jiang, the sixth son of the Lin family, has been negligent in his cultivation, achieving nothing in 3 years. By order of the family head, he shall lose his servants and have his allowance suspended for 3 years. The imposing man looked at Lin Jiang and finally sighed, announcing the family head's punishment. 3 years had passed, and Lin Jiang was still at the first level of chi refining, which was simply unacceptable. He hoped this punishment would lead the sixth young master to reform and work hard in his cultivation. As soon as the words were spoken, more than 10 servants around them began to cry. They had followed the sixth young master for over a decade and enjoyed a carefree life in this manner, not wanting to leave it all. However, the man's subordinates scolded them and ultimately took them aboard a flying vessel, leaving the manor. Stop looking around and get back to what you were doing. Once the people had left, Lin Jiang became more animated. There were still some onlookers pointing and whispering, and Lin Jiang waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The remaining individuals were merely the manor's laborers who farmed for him, no longer his servants. Entering the most luxurious building in the manor, Lin Jiang lay down on the big bed, sighing with relief that he had finally passed this first hurdle. 3 months ago, he was an ordinary worker on Blue Star, working overtime every day and then suddenly collapsing from exhaustion. His soul drifted to this world, coinciding with the original owner Lin Jiang's death from a cultivation mishap, thus allowing him to borrow this body. Now, Lin Jiang was a young master of the Yinzhou Lin family, albeit a bastard son. The family head, Lin Batian, established the family in Yinzhou 50 years ago, opened the mountain gate, took in many wives and concubines, and had 9 sons and 6 daughters. With his formidable spear skills, he seized a vast territory, becoming a well-known, rising cultivation family in Yinzhou. Due to the family's weak foundation, Lin Batian had high expectations for his children, measuring everything by their cultivation level. Those who advanced quickly received affection and were showered with wealth and servants, while those who did not were relegated to the corners. The original Lin Jiang was known for his poor aptitude, a notorious waste with 5 spiritual roots, requiring 3 to 5 times the spiritual energy of an ordinary root, resulting in a very slow cultivation speed. Thus, he was sent to this Spirit Peach Mountain. Before crossing over, I worked 9 to 6, and now I still have to work 9 to 6. Was my crossing over pointless? Lin Jiang recalled the original owner's life, which was truly miserable. Every day began with cultivation, and even in dreams, he was cultivating, ultimately exhausting himself to death at the tender age of 17. So now Lin Jiang decided to take it easy to hell with the 9 to 6. Ding dong, system warm reminder. The host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Oh, I almost forgot about this. Sign in. In a daze, Lin Jiang suddenly heard a mechanical voice, instantly alerting him, and he responded in his mind. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. Reward, 1 year of lifespan. Open system page. Ding dong, system page opened. System name, lifespan sign in system. Host, Lin Jiang. Lifespan, 1,780. Lin Jiang looked at the numbers on the system and broke into a smile. He also had a golden finger, which was this system. It activated as soon as he crossed over. This lifespan sign-in system couldn't grant him powerful talents, top-tier techniques, or any pills, but it had one function: to increase lifespan. Sign in for 1 day. Receive 1 year of lifespan. Lin Jiang was already very satisfied with this. According to the system's logic, as long as he kept signing in, his lifespan would never run out, equivalent to immortality. Thinking about his current sheep father, who had worked hard for over 100 years and was only at the golden core stage, which could last for 500 years, was that long? He could reach that level in just 10 months of signing in. His starting point was essentially the end point that others couldn't reach in 10 lifetimes. All roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. How's that? Jealous? Lin Jiang chuckled and turned over to sleep again. Cultivation, after all, could be done in just 2 hours a day. The rest of the time was for sleeping. Sixth brother, why are you still sleeping? After some time, a petite girl climbed onto Lin Jiang's bed and tugged at his ear. Linning, how many times have I told you? You're already 13, don't keep climbing into my bed. Look at third sister, she doesn't even come into my room. Lin Jiang tossed the little girl off the bed and pointed at the door where a cold, black-clad girl stood, frowning at their commotion. Sixth brother, I'm your real sister. Is this how you treat me? I'll tell mother. I'm done with you. What are you here for? The spirit peaches from Spirit Peach Mountain are all gone. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes. He didn't want to see that cheap mother of his. Every time they met, she would brainwash him to work hard in cultivation and compete for affection from their cheap father, which was completely against his nature. Humph, I didn't come here for peaches this time. I came to comfort you. Comfort me? Why do you need to comfort me? Aren't you punished by father? Your servants have all been taken away, and your monthly allowance has been suspended for 3 years. Humph, is that it? Sixth brother, isn't this serious? Linning was stunned. She felt her brother had changed greatly. A few years ago, he was furious when sent to this manor, but now he wasn't even angry about losing his allowance and servants. Come out and talk. Outside, Lin Dai, seeing the siblings talking endlessly, became angry. She didn't want to go in as a grown woman. It was inappropriate to enter a man's room, even if he was her half-brother. Lin Jiang straightened his clothes and took Linning to the hall. With no servants around, no one served tea, they sat casually. Greetings, third sister. Sixth, what's wrong with you? Why are you still stuck at the first level of chi refining? Ninth brother, with 5 spiritual roots, reached the 2nd level last year. I don't know, I've been cultivating, but nothing seems to change. Lin Jiang said. The original owner was truly diligent, but his cultivation did not improve. Wasn't that strange? You really don't know what's good for you. Our eldest brother's grandson detected his spiritual roots last month. The 4th generation of the Lin family is about to start cultivating. Don't let it be that you can't even compare to the 4th generation at that point. You won't have a place in the Lin family. If there's no place, then so be it. I have this Spirit Peach Mountain, and that's enough. This Spirit Peach Mountain is so small, how many spirit stones can you earn each year? Even if your mother truly gave you Spirit Peach Mountain, what difference would it make? Lin Dai was nearly infuriated by this. Among their generation, Lin Jiang had the lowest cultivation level. Even the 3rd generation was better than him. It was simply humiliating. Third sister, don't scold 6th brother anymore. I can support him in the future. Linning quickly said, noticing Lin Dai was about to get angry and scold. Lin Jiang, you're not really going to wait for Linning to protect you in the future, are you? Sister protecting brother doesn't seem impossible. You. Lin Dai was so furious she nearly spat blood, flinging her sleeves, standing up to leave. There was no point in continuing the conversation. A waste was a waste. Sixth brother, hey, take these spirit stones first. I'm going to chase after third sister. Linning saw that Lin Dai was angry and quickly took out a handful of spirit stones and stuffed them into Lin Jiang's hands, then hurried off to chase Lin Dai. Lin Jiang looked at the spirit stones in his hand, feeling both amused and helpless. He shook his head. He had already died once and had long since seen through the superficial fame. After putting away the spirit stones, Lin Jiang lost his sleepiness and walked out of the hall towards the fields. Although he had already laid down, he still couldn't neglect his responsibilities. Now, Lin Jiang needed to inspect his family's estate. Chapter 2. Lingtao Villa. The villa Lin Jiang was in was called Lingtao Villa, covering an area of 30 miles, but it wasn't very large, only housing a little over 100 families. The villa not only had walls, but also had formations set up. Lingtao Villa had 120 acres of peach orchards, and these peach trees were not ordinary, they were spirit plants. The peaches they bore were not only extremely sweet, but also imbued with spiritual energy, known as spirit peaches. The villa's spirit peaches bore fruit once a year. Half were kept for the family to consume, and the other half were sold, fetching around 70 to 80 spirit stones. Additionally, there were 200 acres of spirit fields producing spirit rice, which was also sold to the family at a slightly lower price than the market, bringing in about 100 spirit stones each year. This was the villa's total income. Out of the 200 spirit stones, Lin Jiang could keep half because, strictly speaking, this villa was not Lin Jiang's estate, but his mother's dowry. Lin Jiang's mother came from loose cultivator background, and Lin Jiang's grandfather was a foundation-building loose cultivator. Seeing Lin Batian's impressive power and potential, he married his daughter to Lin Batian as a concubine and provided a generous dowry. Indeed, Lin Batian became increasingly formidable, continuously annexing surrounding territories. Lin Jiang's mother took her dowry and bought Lingtao Villa, hoping for a steady stream of income. 3 years ago, the original Lin Jiang stagnated in cultivation, angering Lin Batian, who punished him once. Lin Jiang's mother couldn't bear it any longer and handed the villa over to her son to manage, essentially providing support to her son privately, hoping he could make something of himself and bring her some face. After all, a son's success could elevate a mother's status. Greetings, young Master Lin. Hello, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Upon arriving at the spirit fields, the laborers working in the fields greeted Lin Jiang respectfully. These laborers were genuinely grateful to Lin Jiang and the Lin family to in this world. There were no official authorities, but there were still plenty of landlords, bullies, and bandits, as well as wild beasts and demon beasts. For ordinary people outside, saying that their lives were uncertain would be an understatement. However, in Lingtao Villa, they were protected by walls and formations, so bandits and wild beasts could not enter. The rent demanded by the Lin family was also very low. They only required the output from the 120 acres of peach orchards and the 200 acres of spirit fields. They could cultivate the remaining land freely, and all the harvest would belong to them, ensuring their basic needs were met without issue. Lin Jiang looked around the spirit fields and noticed that the spirit grains were growing very well. This year's yield might be better than last year's, allowing for more spirit grains to be harvested and more spirit stones to be earned. During his inspection, he also encountered several guards. These guards were not cultivators, but ordinary people who had practiced martial arts. They patrolled the villa to guard against wild beasts and ordinary bandits. If demon beasts or enemy cultivators appeared, they would sound the alarm, and Lin Jiang would send a sound transmission talisman to the family for help, at which point more powerful cultivators would come to deal with them. After completing the inspection, Lin Jiang returned home and began meditating and practicing. He set a goal for himself to practice for 2 hours a day. After all, he did not lack lifespan. At worst, he could cultivate in the qi refining stage for a few hundred years. After finishing his practice, the meals were ready. The cooking was done by the laborers. Although their skills were not as good as the previous servants, Lin Jiang was not picky. He had eaten fast food boxes for years, so this was nothing. System name, Lifespan Sign-in System. Host, Lin Jiang. Lifespan, 17,180. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 1 day. Just after Lin Jiang signed in with the system, he saw a guard rush in. Young master, the steward from the family has arrived. Got it. Take him to the warehouse. I'll be right there. Lin Jiang nodded. This year, the spirit grains had been harvested, and the family had sent a steward to purchase them, which was a major matter for the villa. When Lin Jiang arrived at the warehouse, a middle-aged man was already waiting. Upon seeing Lin Jiang, he greeted him with a smile that he was a guest elder taken in by Lin Batian, essentially a worker for the Lin family. Although his status was not low, he was still very polite to the young master of the Lin family. Ah, Steward Wu, you've worked hard. Young Master 6 is too polite. Shall we begin? All right, let's get started. Lin Jiang nodded and instructed the laborers to carry the spirit grains out of the warehouse bag by bag and weigh them. Young Master 6, the weather hasn't been great this year, and the price of spirit grains in Yinzhou has gone up a bit. 1 spirit stone can only buy 500 pounds now, but according to our rules, how about we set it at 600 pounds per spirit stone? Steward Wu said to Lin Jiang. The private property of Lin family's members sold to the family was generally cheaper than the outside market. The benefit was that it was a bulk purchase. They could sell as much as they had without needing to sell it themselves. Not a problem. Lin Jiang waved his hand and agreed. Although he was losing a bit on the price, it saved him a lot of hassle, which Lin Jiang considered perfectly normal. Spirit grains were considerably heavier than ordinary rice, and high-quality spirit fields could yield around 600 pounds per acre. Lin Jiang's 200 acres of spirit fields were mostly at an average level, and in the end, they weighed over 80,000 pounds of spirit grains. Lin Jiang kept over 20,000 pounds for personal use, selling the rest to the family. Young Master 6, erase the receipt. You can go to the family treasury to collect your money in a few days. Steward Wu took out several storage bags, packed them in batches, and then handed Lin Jiang a receipt that he could use to get money from the family's accounts. Lin Jiang nodded and sent off Steward Wu. He then asked the laborers to help mill the rice. Cultivators do not eat common grains, but instead consume spiritual food, which is beneficial for cultivation. The remaining spirit rice he planned to send to his mother and sister Lining. Although the family also distributed rice, it was not enough to last a year, and any extra needed to be bought himself. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed, and it was already the end of the year. Lin Jiang had the guards prepare 2 large carts to transport 10,000 pounds of milled spirit rice to the Lin family. His impoverished family background made it impossible for Lin Jiang to provide a storage bag that could hold 10,000 pounds of spirit rice. The Lin family's mountain gate was about 800 miles from the villa, but the horses pulling the carts had the bloodline of demon beasts, making them strong enough to travel 500 miles a day. They arrived in just 2 days. Hey, isn't that my 6th uncle? As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a frivolous voice rang out. Lin Jiang turned to see his nephew Lin Qian, the son of his older brother Lin Shan, who was a few years older than him. Qian, you don't even greet your 6th uncle when you see him? Do you believe he'll report you for this? You. What? Has the family lost all sense of propriety? Fine, you win. Nephew greets 6th uncle. In the end, Lin Qian backed down. As a rising family, the Lin family had strict rules, and Lin Batian valued filial piety. Even though Lin Jiang was considered a disgrace to the 2nd generation of the Lin family, he was still Lin Qian's uncle. Nephew, since you are being so disobedient, there will be no red envelope for you this year. Lin Jiang laughed heartily and then walked into the Lin family's mountain gate. According to Lin Baishan's rules, as long as it wasn't a major event like closed-door cultivation or breaking through to a higher realm, the whole family had to gather at the end of the year. So now, within the Lin family's mountain gate, Lin family members could be seen everywhere. Greetings, elder brother. Hello, second brother. Hello, third sister. Lin Jiang bowed as he walked, being the sixth of the second generation of the Lin family. The five in front of him were those he needed to bow to, while the younger siblings behind him were the ones who should bow to him. Afterward, Lin Jiang went to meet his adoptive father, Lin Batian, and his legitimate wife, Zhang. He also had to deliver 2,000 jin of spiritual rice to each of them, which would not be given for free during the new year. They would return a more generous gift. After greeting his adoptive father, he went to see his adoptive mother, Zhuang Rong. Zhuang Rong was naturally beautiful and stood out among Lin Baishan's many concubines. Lin Jiang and Lin Ying had inherited her excellent genes and were also quite good-looking. Zhuang Rong was at the 7th level of qi refinement and had decent spiritual roots, but unfortunately, she was a romance-driven person. Ever since marrying Lin Batian, she had not taken her cultivation seriously, focusing entirely on palace intrigue and vying for favor. As a result, after more than 10 years, her cultivation had not progressed at all. "My son, you've suffered," Zhuang Rong exclaimed as she saw Lin Jiang, pulling him into an embrace and crying. Although Zhuang Rong might not be very bright, she was exceptionally good to her children. Lin Jiang was very resistant to such affectionate behavior, but he was no match for his mother's cultivation level and couldn't break free. He could only seek help from Lin Ying, who came over with a smile to offer comfort. Zhuang Rong released Lin Jiang and then began to cry and complain about the grievances she suffered at the mountain gate, about being bullied by some concubine. Then she changed the subject, saying that a mother's worth is tied to her child's success, and urged Lin Jiang to raise his cultivation level quickly so she could have face and pride. Her words were nearly the same every time they met. Hearing this made Lin Jiang roll his eyes. The original host might have believed it, but Lin Jiang learned from the original host's memories that his mother was quite fierce if she wasn't bullying others. It was unlikely anyone would bully her. "Son, why aren't you speaking? Speak up." "Mother, if I speak, don't get angry." "How could I get angry with you?" "Mother, I think that a mother's worth is not as good as one's own worth." Father is at the golden core stage and can live for 500 years, while the other concubines are at the qi refinement stage and can live about 100 years. By the time they reach 70 or 80, even the best techniques will make them old and unattractive. If I were you, I would definitely work hard to improve my cultivation. If I can reach the foundation establishment stage, I could outlast the other concubines. If I could reach the golden core stage, wouldn't I be able to be with father for 500 years? If both you and father could reach the nascent soul stage, or even ascend together, wouldn't that mean you could be together forever as a happy, immortal couple? Lin Jiang couldn't help but offer this idea. His foolish mother. In the world of cultivation, the essence of palace intrigue lay in cultivation level. No matter how beautiful you are, you can't remain 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old girls. Even if you defeat this batch of concubines, what if father takes another one? So, it still comes down to cultivation. Only with high cultivation is it useful. If you reach the golden core stage, you can dance on Zhang's grave 100 years later. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Rong's eyes lit up. What a good point. If she reached the golden core stage, who could outlast her? Chapter 3. The Sons of the Lin Family. At the end of the year, there was a family gathering in the large hall. 3 tables were set up. One for the women, one for Lin Batian and the second generation of the Lin family, and the third table for the third generation. Lin Batian had 9 sons and 6 daughters. The eldest, Lin Shan, was already 48 years old and at the peak of the 10th level of qi refinement. The second, Lin He, was 46 years old and also at the 10th level. The third, Lin Dai, was 25 years old and had the best aptitude among the second generation, being at the 7th level of qi refinement. The fourth, Lin Yuan, was 24 years old and at the 4th level of qi refinement. The fifth, Lin Hai, was also 24 years old and at the 5th level. Then there was the sixth, Lin Jiang, who was 17 years old and at the 1st level of qi refinement. Some of Lin Jiang's younger siblings had not yet begun their cultivation. Cultivation was not necessarily better the earlier you started. Lin Batian had set the rule that cultivation would begin at age 12. Before that, they would focus on physical conditioning. Now that the Lin family had more money, they also provided medicinal baths, among other things. The oldest of the third generation was Lin Kuli, Lin Shan's son, who was 30 years old and already at the 7th level of qi refinement. There were also 7 or 8 grandchildren at the 3rd or 4th levels. Lin Batian had worked hard for decades, and the Lin family had established its foundation in this Yinzhou land. According to past customs, Lin Batian would comment on the merits and past performance of his many descendants today. Those who performed well would naturally receive more rewards, while those who did poorly would be severely criticized. Lin Jiang, Lin Batian commented on each child, but left Lin Jiang for last. Throughout the process, Lin Jiang was busy eating, nearly causing Lin Batian to spit blood in anger. "Father, I'm here. Can't you give me some face? Your nephews have higher cultivation than you." Lin Batian was quite satisfied with his many children. Even if their cultivation speed wasn't fast, they had other talents that could help him manage the family. Only this sixth child was driving him to the brink of madness. He was useless at everything. And after 5 years of cultivation, he was still at the first level of chi refinement. I understand, father. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. If you can't break through to the second level next year, I will kick you out. You're driving me crazy. Got it, father, Lin Jiang lazily responded, but in his heart he didn't care. He wasn't in a hurry. He was already over 500 years old and would live longer than his father. Being at the chi refinement stage for a few hundred years didn't seem embarrassing to him. The other brothers in the Lin family secretly shook their heads. If Lin Batian weren't present, they would have sarcastically mocked him. This useless brother was indeed embarrassing them, making them reluctant to admit they had such a brother. At this time, the Lin family had not yet developed the bad habits of a large family, and the entire clan was still in the rising stage, so the atmosphere of this gathering was quite good. Lin Jiang didn't care much about it. The food was simply too delicious. Both the meat and vegetables were cultivated from spiritual fields, and with the chef's cooking, they were incredibly fragrant and tasty. Lin Jiang was engrossed in eating. Old Six, stop eating. You're only at the first level of chi refinement. Do you want to explode from overeating? Lin Hai, the fifth brother, couldn't stand it any longer and quickly stopped Lin Jiang. These foods were filled with spiritual energy, and someone at the first level of chi refinement couldn't eat too much. If he couldn't refine the spiritual energy, he would explode. This scared Lin Jiang into quickly putting down his chopsticks. However, Lin Jiang had already decided that when he returned to the Lingtao Mountain Villa, he would raise some demon beasts to eat, and he would also open up a few acres of spiritual fields to grow vegetables. Life is meant to be enjoyable. If it's not enjoyable, what's the point of living long? The younger generation couldn't handle the spiritual energy and quickly left, while those with higher cultivation continued. Lin Jiang also took his sister, Lin Ying, with him. Lin Ying was 13 years old and had been cultivating for a year, with the same level of cultivation as Lin Jiang. Sixth brother, they are all going to the market to have fun. Can we go too? Sure, whatever you say. Lin Jiang nodded. The original host had been to the market, but he had not yet gone and wanted to take a look. 30 miles outside Lin Jiang's mountain gate, there was a market established by the Lin family for cultivators within 1,000 miles to trade. This was also a very important source of income for the Lin family, and Lin Jiang's elder brother usually oversaw the market. Of course, he couldn't do it alone. Lin Batian had recruited many foundation establishment stage guest elders to guard it. The Lin family's foundation was still thin, and the descendants had not fully matured yet. Currently, many important positions in the Lin family were filled by people hired by Lin Batian. He was also the absolute backbone of the Lin family. If he were gone, the Lin family would collapse immediately. It would be impossible not to collapse. They would be swallowed up. It would take several decades for the second and third generations of the Lin family to fully grow and for there to be a batch of foundation establishment cultivators before the Lin family could truly be stable. The Lin family market is densely populated, gathering a large number of loose cultivators and quite a few mortals. As the year comes to an end, it becomes even more bustling with various snacks available everywhere. The currency in the market is spirit stones and spirit pearls. The standard spirit stone in the cultivation world is 3 inches long, 1 inch wide, and 1 inch thick, while the leftover scraps are polished into spirit pearls. Theoretically, 100 spirit pearls can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. As long as one doesn't purchase cultivation resources, the purchasing power of spirit stones is still quite strong. Lin Jiang bought a large amount of snacks for Lin Ying, costing only around 20 spirit pearls. Brother, look, this is Mother's shop. This is Auntie's, and that is also Auntie's. That one belongs to fifth aunt. This is from second aunt. Lin Ying pointed at the many shops in the market. More than half of them belong to the wives and concubines of Lin Batian. Of course, they don't run the shops themselves. They rent them out and collect rent every year. Lin Jiang wasn't interested in these things. He had no talent for business. He preferred Lingtao Mountain Manor and enjoyed farming, which was a talent ingrained in his genes. After playing until midnight, a group of young masters and misses from the Lin family returned to the mountain gate. Usually, they wouldn't be allowed to stay out this late because it wasn't very safe. The next morning, Lin Jiang said goodbye to Zhuang Rong as he had to return to Lingtao Mountain Manor. His personality was somewhat aloof. There were too many people at the Lin family's mountain gate, and it was too lively for his liking. Before he left, Zhuang Rong stuffed a bag of spirit stones into Lin Jiang's hands, saying, "Son, you must cultivate well. If you can't break through to the second layer by next year, your father will really kick you out. Mother, I have money. Why give me this? Be obedient and take it. Starting this year, all the profits from Lingtao Mountain Manor will go to you, not to me. I have money. Your grandfather left me a lot. That you're my only son if I don't give it to you. Who should I give it to? Lin Ying is also starting to cultivate. You need to take care of her a bit. Don't worry. I'm saving some for her. Just focus on your cultivation." Got it. Lin Jiang accepted the spirit stones and sighed inwardly. The heart of every parent is full of love. He couldn't bear to dismiss this kindness. 2 days later, Lin Jiang returned to Lingtao Mountain Manor. The tenants in the manor were busy decorating for the new year. Mortals still cared about these things, while cultivators were much more indifferent. After all, high-level cultivators spend years in seclusion and don't have this mindset. Lin Jiang began to ponder how to manage Lingtao Mountain Manor well. Now that the profits from the manor belonged to him, it was practically his. Although Lin Jiang was laid back, he didn't dislike having spirit stones. The more, the better. Chapter 4. Leisurely viewing the southern mountain. After the new year, Lin Jiang renovated Lingtao Mountain Manor. He first gathered the tenants and dug a fish pond of over 10 acres within the manor. He then bought 100 silver light fish from the Lin family market. These silver light fish are low-grade demonic beasts, known for their fierce nature and delicious meat, which Lin Jiang had tasted during family gatherings and remembered vividly. Next, he built a pig pen and raised 20 ironback pigs. Ironback pigs are low-tier demonic beasts, the most basic kind, but their meat is quite good. Lin Jiang also had the tenants clear another 20 acres of spirit fields. 2 acres were used for growing vegetables, while the rest was used to cultivate spirit herbs to feed the iron-backed pigs and silver light fish. From then on, Lin Jiang shut himself in to live his life, meditating and cultivating daily, chopping wood, feeding pigs, and raising fish, living quite happily. He visited the Lin family mountain gate less and less if it weren't for Zhuang Rong and Lining often mentioning him. The Lin family might have forgotten that Lin Jiang existed. 3 years later, at Lingtao Mountain Manor, a young girl, holding a steel fork, was intently staring at a silver light fish. Smack! In a flash, the girl thrust the steel fork forward. Wow, six brother, I got one. We have fish to eat now. The girl retracted the fork, which had a 10-pound silver light fish on it. She approached Lin Jiang, holding the fish. Little sister is really amazing. Come, let's add a dish for lunch. Lin Jiang smiled as he took the silver light fish, quickly scaled and gutted it, chopped a few pieces of wild ginger, added some cooking wine and other spices, and then set it aside to marinate. Six brother, it's still more comfortable here. Father is getting more and more extreme, wanted me to cultivate for 12 hours a day. It's so boring. The girl pulled over a blanket and lay down on it, complaining to Lin Jiang. She had sneaked out, commonly referred to as fishing. Who told you that you have such talent? Father has high hopes for you. Look at third sister Lin Dai. She's almost at the foundation establishment stage. Lin Jiang chuckled, casually handing Lining some skewers of already roasted ironback pork. The speed of cultivation depends on 2 factors. One is the root bone, which is determined by spiritual roots. Lin Jiang has the 5 spiritual roots, which are the worst kind. Lining has 3 spiritual roots, which is not as good as single or double spiritual roots, but among the second generation of the Lin family, it's still considered decent. The second factor is comprehension. Some people take months to grasp a technique, while others can learn it after reading it twice. This difference lies in comprehension. Lining excels in this area, which is why she has received increasing attention from Lin Batian and is subjected to stricter demands. I'm not as diligent as third sister. She cultivates for 8 hours a day and only sleeps for 1 hour. She's even learning alchemy. Well, that's fine, don't practice then. But I can't stop. The second brother is already out, and mother is counting on me to support her. You can't help with that. Our father is really still sharp. Lin Jiang could only shake his head. In these 3 years, Lin Batian hasn't forgotten about farming. After having 9 sons and 6 daughters, he continued to have more children. Now the 20th is already out. Brother, when will you break through to the second layer? It's been 10 years. I broke through at 14. Take it slow. Lin Jiang tossed a wine flask. Over it contained peach blossom wine, brewed from the peach blossoms of the spirit peaches at Lingtao Mountain Manor, and it was exceptionally delicious. The AS for Lin Jiang's own cultivation. He wasn't in a hurry. He had been at the first layer for 10 years and could break through in just a few months at most. If you don't break through by the new year, father will really kick you out. The 8th brother and the others are already calling you the Lin family's shame, and mother won't be able to plead for you. Lining was quite worried about this. The previous 2 years, Lin Batian had mentioned kicking Lin Jiang out, and it was Zhuang Rong who pleaded for Lin Jiang. This year, she probably wouldn't be able to plead again. All right, he'll break through this year. Really, brother? Really? I'm not lying to you. Here, have a peach. At this time, where would there be a peach? Secret. Lin Jiang smiled and said that he had bought an ice-cold formation to use as a cold storage and still had a lot of spirit peaches. Delicious. Brother, you have it so good here with fish and pigs, wine and peaches, self-sufficient. No wonder you don't want to go back home. Come by more often. I don't like liveliness either. Lin Jiang said his personality was aloof and he didn't like crowds, but he really liked this sister. Whenever she came, Lin Jiang would kill an iron-backed pig. Okay, he'll come more often. I'm full now. I need to go home. If father finds out, he'll definitely get scolded again. Wait a minute. Let me pack some things for mother. Lin Jiang packed some fresh ironback pork, caught 2 silver light fish, and took out dozens of spirit peaches from the ice cold formation. After thinking for a moment, he also picked some fresh spirit vegetables, filling a large bag. Such a good son. Mother didn't raise you in vain. I am off. Lining smiled and said, then summoned a flying sword and flew away in a flash. Lin Jiang watched his sister's figure with some envy. He also had a flying sword, but his cultivation wasn't enough to use it. He needed to be at least at the 4th level of qi. Training to do so. Just as Lin Jiang was about to pack up and leave, he heard Lin Ying's surprised shout as she fell off the flying sword. Before Lin Jiang could rush to save her, she wobbled and flew up again. This made Lin Jiang smile. Faintly Linning must have just broken through to the 4th level not long ago, and she wasn't skilled enough to use the flying sword yet. She came to show off to him and deserved to fall once. Not finishing the remaining silver fish, Lin Jiang continued to roast fish, and after he was full, he staggered back to his room to meditate. I need to work hard on my cultivation from now on, increasing my daily practice time from 2 hours to 4 hours. No, 4 hours is too long. How about 3? 3 won't do either. I still have to take care of the spiritual field, feed the pigs, and raise fish. Let's go with 2.5 hours, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, resting on weekends. Perfect. After a painful mental struggle, Lin Jiang ultimately decided to increase his cultivation time by half an hour, not worrying about the weekend, as he still needed to rest. Lin Jiang had long made up his mind not to be a workaholic. If he could relax, he would. 3 months later, Lingtao Mountain Villa. A hearty laugh came from Lin Jiang's room. After years of cultivation, he finally reached the 2nd level of Qi training, which was a cause for celebration. Then Lin Jiang stepped out of his room and informed the servants that there would be a feast tonight to celebrate the significant improvement in his cultivation. After a night of celebration, the next day, Lin Jiang rode back to the Lin family's mountain gate on a fine horse, flaunting the specialty products of Lingtao Mountain Villa in front of Lin Batian, signaling him not to be so quick to expel him from the Lin family, as he was now also at the 2nd level of Qi training. Boss, do you think the 6th one is really my biological son? How could I, Lin Batian, have given birth to such a thing? Lin Batian looked at Lin Jiang, who was leaving happily, and said to his eldest son, Lin Shan, he was now doubting whether the 6th son was really his otherwise. How could he be like this? Just think about it. Lin Batian, who was extraordinary, began cultivating at 12, broke through to foundation establishment at 30, and achieved golden core before reaching a 100 among his many offspring. Over 10 had also entered cultivation, yet he had only this one useless son. Ahem, Dad, the 4th concubine is not that kind of person. Lin Shan was also a loss for words. Among all his younger siblings, this 6th one was the most unique. But in a way, it was good that meant no one was competing with him. If all his siblings were exceptional, it would be tough for him, as the eldest brother losing to his younger siblings would be embarrassing. Chapter 5. The washing marrow pill. 5 years later, at Lingtao Mountain Manor, dozens of servants were moving bags of spiritual grain and weighing them, while Manager Wu recorded everything meticulously. Congratulations, 6th young master. This year's harvest is abundant. It's already 100,000 gene. Seeing that they were almost done, Manager Wu called everyone to stop. The remaining grain in the warehouse was not much, and he'd have to eat it himself. 100,000 gene is quite good. It's because the 6th young master manages it well. The spiritual fields cultivated by mortals are nearly comparable to those farmed by cultivators. Manager Wu squinted and smiled. It was well known that the 6th young master was a waste in cultivation, but he had some talent in management. Over the years, Lingtao Mountain Manor had become increasingly prosperous, with not only a significant increase in spiritual grain production, but also other income sources. Just tidy things up, Lin Jiang also smiled. He had truly put a lot of effort into Lingtao Mountain Manor these past few years. For instance, he established new rules for the servants regarding the spiritual fields. If the yield increased, they would be rewarded with some spiritual grain and promised that their children would be given a chance to have their spiritual roots tested by the Lin family once they turned 12. If they had spiritual roots, they could join the Lin family to cultivate. This greatly boosted the servants' enthusiasm, leading them to take better care of the fields. Lin Jiang also purchased spiritual talismans like the rain and cloud talisman to ensure good weather, resulting in annual increases in production, now reaching around 100,000 gene of spiritual grain each year. 6th young master. Now that the Lin family has an increasing number of members, consumption has also increased significantly. Should we sell some of those ironback pigs, colorful pigs, silverlight fish, and silver arrow fish to the clan? Manager Wu asked again. The breeding business at Lingtao Mountain Manor had also seen considerable growth. Lin Jiang had brought in higher quality breeds like the colorful pigs and silver arrow fish, while the numbers of ironback pigs and silverlight fish had also increased significantly. It was said that 3rd Miss Lin Dai and 9th Miss Lining often came to Lingtao Mountain Manor to enjoy free meals. Ironback pigs and silverlight fish are fine, but silver arrow fish and colorful pigs are not acceptable. Why not, 6th young master? I see there are quite a few colorful pigs. I'm not tired of eating them yet, and neither is Lin Ying. We can talk about it when we are. Lin Jiang waved his hand, which made Manager Wu chuckle. The reasoning was quite amusing. Immediately, Lin Jiang went to catch 50 silverlight fish and slaughter 20 ironback pigs, handing them all over to Manager Wu. Watching Manager Wu wave his hand, the items disappeared into his storage bag, which made Lin Jiang envious. Lin Jiang's storage bag was small, with only 1 cubic meter of space, while Manager Wu's bag was certainly a large one. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold so many items. 6th young master, this oversized storage bag isn't mine. It's the clan's property. If you want one, you can ask the clan to buy it from Anhua City, which would cost around 8,000 spirit stones. You should be able to afford it, right? Haha, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Lin Jiang waved his hand. The profits from Lingtao Mountain Manor over the years were all for him, but he only earned 200 to 300 spirit stones a year. His family's offerings had been restored, and they only provided 24 spirit stones a year. After several years, he had saved just over 1,000 spirit stones, which was still far from enough. Manager Wu smiled without saying anything. The second generation of the Lin family didn't lack money. They all had their private assets. The third and fourth generations without family assets were truly poor. Not long after Manager Wu left, Lin Dai and Lin Ying flew over from a distance, smiling as they landed in front of Lin Jiang. Sixth brother, I'm back again. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to send fourth sister off to her wedding? Lin Jiang asked. Fourth sister Lin Yuan was recently getting married, and Lin Dai and Lin Ying were supposed to be part of the wedding entourage. Lin Jiang didn't have a very good impression of Lin Batian, but he admired him for one thing, his pride. Lin Batian believed that the Lin family's status in Yunzhou was earned through strength, so he never forced his children into arranged marriages, giving them the opportunity for free love. Otherwise, in other families, someone like Lin Jiang would only be valued for breeding heirs, with no chance to live freely like now. That's an adult matter. We don't care about that. Fourth sister is being too fussy. It's too troublesome. It's better to come here to have a good time with sixth brother. What good food have you prepared this time? Just so you know, we don't want silverlight fish and ironback pigs anymore. We're tired of them. Then we'll have silver arrow fish and colorful pigs. They are both ranked monster beasts, and the taste is excellent. Today I'll make you sauerkraut fish. Lin Jiang waved his hand and immediately began to prepare to kill the pigs and fish, also calling for servants to help. Although his servants hadn't been returned yet, he had already trained competent chefs among the manor's servants. Sixth brother, make something nice for third sister too. Don't keep it all to yourself. If you want something, just say it. No need to be polite here. I want milk tea, sour plum soup, fruit juice, and I want to eat grilled sausages, and also. Lin Ying listed over 20 items, and Lin Jiang agreed to all of them, instructing the servants in the manner to prepare them. Most of these dishes were copied from his memory, though some had changed significantly due to the unavailability of corresponding materials. However, these dishes still conquered Lin Ying's palate. And even Lin Dai was won over, with the dignified foundation establishment cultivator following her younger sister to enjoy the food. They felt that the delights here at Lingtao Mountain Manor were far more abundant than those at the Lin family market. Third sister, eat heartily. It's more enjoyable that way. Lin Ying lay sprawled on the blanket, with milk tea beside her. She tilted her head to sip through a bamboo straw while holding several grilled sausages, munching one after another. In contrast, Lin Dai was much more refined, sitting upright and eating delicately. It's fine to relax a bit while cultivating, but ninth sister can't indulge too much and delay her training. Hee, I understand, third sister. Let us not talk about that while we're here with sixth brother. Little six, you've spoiled your sister. Nonsense, she came here on her own. What do you mean I spoiled her? Third sister, try the meat floss I made from silverlight fish. It's really delicious. You've been cultivating for 15 years and only reached the second level of qi refinement. That is a bit hard to justify. You could try using the washing marrow pill to wash your tendons and marrow. You need to use the top grade ones. If you can buy 6, using one every 10 days can greatly enhance your cultivation speed. Sixth brother, third sister is right. Previously, our family didn't have much money, so we didn't arrange for us to wash our tendons and marrow. Now, those nephews at home, as long as they have spiritual roots, all have this treatment. It's much better than before. Lin Ying quickly added. The Lin family had become increasingly prosperous in recent years, with rising income, and they treated the younger generation better, allowing them to use washing marrow pills to enhance their roots. I've noted that down. I'll buy them when I have time. Lin Jiang nodded. He didn't mind having a slightly higher cultivation level. Now, he had signed a lifespan of nearly 3,000 years, outliving even the ancestors of the transformation stage. However, his cultivation level was too low. This secret must not be discovered, and he still needed some means to ensure his safety. You don't have to wait for time. Give me the spirit stones. I plan to go to Anhua City in a few days. The top-grade washing marrow pills aren't available in the Lin family market. Only Anhua City has them. That's fine. How much is a washing marrow pill? Top-grade washing marrow pills might cost 500 spirit stones each, but trust me, the top-grade ones are much better than the inferior ones. They're absolutely worth it. I don't have that many spirit stones. How much do you have? About 1,500. Lin Jiang said. While at Lingtao Mountain, he didn't spend on food and living expenses, but he needed spirit stones for cultivation, to buy pills, and to maintain the manor's formation. So he managed to save up 1,500 spirit stones. Then it's 1,500. I'll cover the rest for you first, and you can pay me back later. That would be too embarrassing. I've eaten quite a bit of your food, and besides, we're siblings. It's nothing. Lin Dai shook her head. The main reason was that she was already at the foundation establishment stage, and her income had greatly increased. If she were still at the qi refinement stage, she wouldn't be able to come up with 1,500 spirit stones. Sixth brother, I'm here too, third sister. I support my sixth brother with 500 spirit stones. You should keep the spirit stones for yourself and focus on building your foundation as soon as possible. With more and more family members in the future, establishing a foundation will become increasingly difficult. Lin Dai shook her head. The population of the Lin family is growing rapidly. More and more second-generation members are getting married, and the third generation has started to marry in large numbers. Although not every descendant has spiritual roots, The Lin family's population is indeed increasing, resembling a population explosion. It won't be long before there are over 100 people. Lining, listen to third sister. Your foundation building is crucial. Right now, the profits from Ling Tao Mountain Villa are all in my hands. Within 5 years, I can return the spirit stones to third sister, Lin Jiang said to Lin Ing. The colorful pigs and silver arrow fish have been raised for more than 2 years and can start producing now. By then, the income from Ling Tao Mountain will increase further, and he is sure he can pay back Lin Dai within 5 years. Chapter 6. The 60-year limit Yunzhou. Ling Tao Mountain Villa Lin Jiang took the 10th high-grade marrow cleansing pill and waited for the effects to kick in. In his spare time, Lin Jiang checked in on the system. System name, lifespan check-in system host. Lin Jiang lifespan. 262, 390. Looking at the remaining lifespan in the system, Lin Jiang was very satisfied. As far as he knew, in the cultivation world, most qi refining stage cultivators could live to over 100 years, while those in the foundation establishment stage had their lifespan doubled, reaching around 200 years. Golden core cultivators could live for 500 years, and Yuaning ancestors could live for over 1,000 years. Those over 2,000 years old would have to be ancestors above the transformation stage, which doesn't exist in Yunzhou. This means that if Lin Jiang remained safe and sound without any accidents, he could live longer than a transformation stage cultivator. Eternal life is within reach, Lin Jiang sighed. With daily check-ins, how could he ever run out of lifespan? In this aspect of lifespan, no one in the Lin family could compare, and neither could anyone in Yunzhou. Oh no, here it comes again. In just a little while, the effects of the high-grade marrow cleansing pill kicked in. Lin Jiang felt a sharp pain in his stomach and hurried to the restroom. It took him a full half-hour to come out, holding his nose. It was too smelly. The high-grade marrow cleansing pill could help cleanse the meridians and marrow, removing impurities from the body, which were expelled through the intestines, making it extremely smelly. Lin Jiang almost suffocated from his own stench. Morning practice time was up. I'm really diligent. I have to meditate for another hour. Lin Jiang glanced at the time. His scheduled practice time had arrived. 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon, and half an hour in the evening, totaling 2.5 hours a day. It was really tough. Not bad. Lin Dai didn't lie to me. The 3,000 spirit stones were worth it. An hour later, Lin Jiang opened his eyes after meditating. Using 6 high-grade marrow cleansing pills had been immensely beneficial. Previously, he could only circulate 1 great cycle in an hour. Now he could circulate 3, increasing his efficiency by 300%. According to Lin Jiang's estimates, before using the high-grade marrow cleansing pills, he would need at least 30 years to reach the 3rd layer of qi refining. Now, he estimated he could achieve it in about 10 years. Another year's and family gathering was upon them. The ancestral home at the Lin family's mountain gate was becoming insufficient. Compared to 9 years ago, when Lin Jiang first attended, the number of Lin family members had multiplied several times. Over the years, Lin Batian had worked hard, and the family had grown from 9 sons and 6 daughters to now 15 sons and 9 daughters, with 2 concubines visibly pregnant. Perhaps next year there would be even more younger siblings. Moreover, many from the 2nd and 3rd generations had also married, adding to the Lin family's numbers, resulting in the year-end gathering turning into more than 10 tables. 5th brother, where are old 12 and 14? Lin Jiang asked Lin Hai, the 5th brother beside him. Noticing the absence of old 12 and 14, who had been present last year, they wouldn't have died, would they? If they had died, why wasn't he informed during the feast? You only come home once a year, no wonder you don't know. This year, Dad introduced a new rule. Family members who don't show spiritual roots by 12 years of age are removed from the family and are considered ordinary members. They moved to the front of the line, so now the 13th brother has become the 12th brother, Lin Hai explained, glancing at Lin Jiang. He was a bit envious of Lin Jiang, who gets to live alone in a villa, carefree. I see. Lin Jiang sighed inwardly upon hearing this. The cultivation society is truly cruel. Without spiritual roots, one doesn't even qualify to attend family gatherings, and life will surely be hard in the future. If I marry in the future, I must marry a cultivator, not a mortal, Lin Hai advised. The probability of offspring having spiritual roots is much higher when cultivators marry each other. Like their father, Lin Batian, all his concubines are cultivators. Out of over 20 children, 17 have surpassed the age of 12, with only 2 not showing spiritual roots. That is a pretty high probability. Among the 2nd and 3rd generations, some have married mortal women, and several of their offspring are also mortals without spiritual roots. Now, the Lin family has established new rules, and they don't even qualify to live at the mountain gate. They are sent to some villages. They may not have to worry about food and drink, but they lack status. What 5th brother said is true. Lin Jiang casually agreed. As for marrying someone, that's impossible. Women would only slow down his cultivation. Besides, it's sweet to spend a little money for an hour of romance. As long as you can afford it, you can date different people every day, super sweet. Cough cough. 6th, Dad is speaking. After a while, Lin Hai coughed to remind Lin Jiang to pay attention, lest he annoy the old man and get scolded again. Lin Jiang nodded. He wasn't eating anymore. At the 2nd layer of qi refining, he couldn't eat much. It wasn't a matter of capacity. It was that all the food today was infused with spiritual energy. Eating too much could easily lead to explosive death. If he died from overeating, that would be too unfair to the system. Eldest, second, you need to work hard this year. This is probably your last chance. Lin Batian said to eldest son Lin Shan and second son Lin He, looking somewhat worried. Eldest Lin Shan was already 57, and second Lin He was 55. A few years ago, they were both at the peak of the 10th layer of qi refining, but now they still were. They had both taken a foundation establishment pill once in the past few years, but failed to break through. If they didn't break through this year, they might not have another chance to reach the foundation establishment stage. Fifth brother, why did dad say this is the last chance for eldest and second? Sixth, don't you usually read? I don't read. Why would I look at that? You never mind, let me explain. There's a saying that in the qi refining stage, there's a 60-year limit for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. In other words, if you don't break through before 60, you'll have little hope of doing so in this life. Because after 60, even with many pills, one's vitality will decline and the effects of the foundation establishment pill will be greatly reduced. But eldest is only 57. There are still 3 years left. What do you understand? A foundation establishment pill is worth nearly 20,000 spirit stones. It can't be used carelessly. Eldest and second have already used it once. Logically, they don't qualify to use it again. Dad is just giving them a chance because they managed the family for many years, having worked hard even without any merit. Moreover, failing to break through after taking the foundation establishment pill is very damaging to the body and often requires 3 to 5 years to recuperate. If they forcefully take it twice in a row, it's a matter of life and death, understand? Got it. Thank you for the advice, fifth brother. Lin Jiang replied repeatedly. After hearing this, it seemed eldest and second really didn't have much time left. However, Lin Jiang felt that this saying wouldn't apply to him. He could live for over 2,000 years, and even if his vitality declined, that would be after 1 or 2,000 years, so he wasn't worried. The family's library has many books on cultivation knowledge. It's beneficial to read them when you have time. Yes, fifth brother, I'll borrow some after dinner. Lin Jiang nodded. It seemed he really needed to read some books. It would be a bit embarrassing to be a novice after cultivating for over 10 years. Lin Batian finished instructing the eldest and second eldest and stopped talking, no longer glaring at Lin Jiang to scold him. After all, with many children, it was hard to manage them all. For those who were unworthy, one could only remain invisible. After the banquet ended, the clan members dispersed in small groups. The Lin family's territory was large, and the adult children were sent to various places to guard and work, so they seldom met. Therefore, the family gathering at the end of the year was a good time for everyone to come together. Lin skipped over to Lin Jiang. She didn't have a good relationship with her other siblings. The age gap with the eldest and second eldest was too big, and she found the younger brothers and sisters too childish. Thus, apart from her biological brother Lin Jiang, she was close to Lin Dai, third sister. Here are this year's spirit stones, 300 pieces. Lin Jiang brought Lin Ying to find Lin Dai and handed over the majority of this year's income to her as repayment. Sixth brother, I don't lack spirit stones. You can keep them for now. Just work harder on your cultivation. Lin Dai shook her head. She was the first among the second generation of the Lin family to establish her foundation and was favored by Lin Batian, who invested heavily in her. Moreover, she had a considerable amount of her mother's private assets, so she wasn't short on spirit stones. That still needs to be accepted. Debts must be repaid. That's the rule. Sixth brother, it seems you didn't hear what father just said. You'll be 27 after the new year. How many years left until 60? You're only at the second level of qi refinement. You should use these spirit stones to buy gathering qi pills. Lin Dai was somewhat frustrated with him. Among her siblings, her relationship with the others was rather plain, but she often went to Lingtao Mountain Villa with Lin Ying to enjoy the breeze. So she had a good relationship with Lin Jiang. She sincerely hoped that Lin Jiang could break through to the foundation establishment stage. Brother, I think what third sister said makes sense. Nonsense. Not breaking through to the foundation stage by 60 isn't the end of the world. And as for spirit stones, if we run out, we can earn more later. In a couple of years, my Lingtao Mountain Villa will have increased income. Lin Jiang shook his head and directly shoved the spirit stones into Lin Dai's hands. He had a habit of not being in debt to others. Being debt-free felt light, while having debts made it hard to sleep and enjoy meals. After stuffing the spirit stones, Lin Jiang grabbed Lin Ying and ran off, not giving her a chance to regret it. They needed to go pay respects to their cheap mother, who treated him quite well. Lin Jiang never forgot his roots and would always show the proper respect. Chapter 7. Lin Baohua with a loud bang. The tenant farmers working in the fields looked up nervously, while the guards of the villa rushed towards the manor. Lin Jiang was also awakened by the loud noise, and in a fit of morning anger, he yelled, Lin Baohua, what the hell are you doing? After yelling, he jumped out of bed and rushed towards a nearby building. By the time Lin Jiang arrived, some guards had already reached the scene and dragged a young boy out of a smoking room. Initially, the boy was stunned, but then he struggled to rush back towards the smoking house, shouting, my furnace, my pills, don't stop me. Seeing this, Lin Jiang stepped forward and slapped him down to the ground, shouting, what are you doing? Are you trying to blow up my Lingtao Mountain Villa? Sixth uncle, my furnace. Woo, my pills. The boy started crying, looking very heartbroken, which made Lin Jiang shake his head. This was a pitiful child named Lin Baohua, the son of the eldest Lin Shan, 15 years old, and 3 years ago he had not tested positive for a spirit root, destined to be an ordinary person. However, Lin Baohua refused to accept this fate. He had somehow learned about a miraculous pill called the Kai Ling Dan, which could help those without a spirit root to awaken one, and he kept experimenting with alchemy. He had become obsessed at the mountain gate, seeking advice from everyone on how to refine pills, which led Lin Shan to send him to Lin Jiang, with the only requirement being not to let Lin Baohua starve to death. Lin Jiang thought that he wouldn't starve here, so he didn't think much about it, and kept him around. Who would have thought he could cause such a ruckus? Young master, what should we do? Take him outside to calm down, see if there is a fire, and if there is, put it out. Lin Jiang waved his hand. Several guards took Lin Baohua outside to cool off, while other guards checked the house. There was no fire, just a furnace that had exploded. An hour later, Lin Baohua was brought back by the guards. He was no longer as agitated as before. He performed a deep bow to Lin Jiang, saying, "Sixth uncle, I was rude just now. I apologize. It's fine, just don't mess around in the future. I know about Kai Ling Dan, that's a 6th grade pill. Do you know what 6th grade means? It's something that can only be refined by a nascent soul ancestor. Our father is only at the golden core stage. And you want to find a nascent soul ancestor in the entire Yunzhou." Lin Jiang said. The 6th grade Kai Ling Dan was legendary. It simply didn't exist in Yunzhou. For an ordinary person to produce a Kai Ling Dan was simply a fantasy. 6th uncle, Lin Baohua's face fell, on the verge of tears again. Lin Jiang felt a headache coming on. No wonder he couldn't stay at the mountain gate. His personality was a problem. Calling him 6th master was useless. You are just a small cultivator at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Lin Jiang blocked his mouth. If you can live for tens of thousands of years and wait until he reaches nascent soul, he can help you refine a Kai Ling Dan. But for now, I'm powerless. Lin Jiang signaled, and the guards understood, taking Lin Baohua away to avoid him being an eyesore. A month later, Lining brought Lin Dai to mooch some food and drinks again, and Lin Baohua appeared once more. This time, he chose to cling to Lin Dai. At first, he wanted to discuss alchemy with her, but after learning that she couldn't refine pills, he sought advice on where to find powerful alchemists to learn from. This annoyed Lin Dai, and in the end, Lin Jiang had the guards forcibly take him away again, out of sight and out of mind. Baohua is too pitiful. His mother is just an ordinary person, dreaming of giving birth to a child with a spirit root, but him. Sigh. Spirit roots are innate. No one can change that. Our aunt is a cultivator, yet doesn't she have a younger brother without a spirit root? Yeah, that is why he is pitiful. Born into a family of cultivators. If he had been born into an ordinary family, he wouldn't have such thoughts. Lin Ying and Lin Dai discussed Lin Baohua's back, as the number of Lin family members increased, with more cultivators and ordinary people alike. The gap between ordinary people and cultivators was like a chasm. They were clearly under the same sky, yet seemed like two different worlds. Lin Jiang remained indifferent. He was just a small fry at the 2nd level of qi refinement, and couldn't change anything. Moreover, in his view, there were plenty of ordinary people in this world, who said ordinary people had to suffer. Recognizing the truth early and living happily for a lifetime was what truly mattered. In this regard, Lin Baohua was also fortunate. With the Lin family as a stronghold, he could live without worry for the rest of his life. His starting point was already the end point for most ordinary people. I heard father has set the generation names for the younger generation. Lin Jiang changed the subject, no longer discussing Lin Baohua to avoid a bad atmosphere, and instead talked about something cheerful. Yes, it has been set. From Baohua's generation onwards, the generation name will be Bao Chong Zhao Cheng Si Yuan, and the titles will be Dong Fu Gong Guan, Guang Gua Han Hong Hua. These 15 characters. What about the previous generations? Isn't the eldest already having several children? Change it. Lin Qian is now called Lin Baowen. That is fine. 15 generations can last a long time. It can last a long time because father has also ordered that in the future, there will be 2 family trees, one for cultivators and one for ordinary people. Those without spirit roots can only enter the ordinary people's family tree, and they cannot use the generation names. Lin Baohua will not only be removed from the family tree, but will also be called Lin Hua, not Lin Baohua. That is really cruel. Doesn't father have a bit of fatherly affection? Lin Jiang sighed, feeling that this was truly too cruel. Even Lin Batian had a few sons without spiritual roots. Did that mean there was no kinship without spiritual roots? Now he finally understood Lin Baohua's madness. If he, Lin Jiang, had grown up in this environment, he would also go mad. It was cruel, but there was nothing his father could do. Now there were over 100 members in the Lin family, and resources had to be concentrated, prioritizing those with good aptitude to protect the family. All families in Yunzhou did the same. Old 6. You've been living comfortably at Lingtao Mountain Villa for these years. Do you think it came easy? It's all thanks to the family's protection. Otherwise, the bandits from outside would have long since ransacked your Lingtao Mountain Villa. So you should work hard in your cultivation. The Lin family has only been in Yunzhou for 50 or 60 years. Your father has acquired such a large territory and has offended countless people. Without high cultivation, how can he protect his wife and children? Cough cough. I understand now, third sister. Lin Jiang helplessly thought. Here we go again. This third sister was good in every way, but she was a bit too verbose, like an old woman, always seizing the opportunity to educate him. Don't think third sister is annoying, it's the truth. The family now relies entirely on our father. Among the second generation of the Lin family, I'm the only one at the foundation establishment stage. Only after reaching that stage did I realize the difficulties our father faces. Lin Dai had a serious expression. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, Lin Batian doted on her immensely and allowed her to hold some power in the family. Only then did she realize how many external troubles the Lin family faced. Over the years, Lin Batian had fought everywhere, establishing the Lin family's assets while also offending a large number of cultivators. She didn't know how many people wished for the Lin family's downfall. I understand now. I can't rely on myself. Lining, you need to work a little harder. Lin Jiang nodded. Even if he worked hard, it would be useless. He was the most useless with 5 spiritual roots. His cultivation speed was doomed to be slow. It would be better to rely on Lining. Third sister, I will work hard. In 2 years, no, in 3 years, I will reach the foundation establishment stage. Lining raised her small fist and said with determination. Having spent a long time with Lin Dai, she was also influenced by her, deeply feeling the heavy responsibility of protecting the family. Lin Dai shook her head in disappointment at Lin Jiang. This old six was really stubborn. No matter how she said it, he remained indifferent, like a salted fish. But thinking about old six spiritual roots, she sighed silently. Forget it, forget it. Don't think too much. Worrying too much will only make one old. Lin Jiang noticed the changes in Lin Dai's expression and understood her feelings at that moment. But he didn't explain much. He naturally remembered the protection the Lin family had given him. At worst, he would repay it later, given his situation. He believed that after cultivating for thousands or tens of thousands of years, he would be able to reach the foundation establishment and core formation stages. By then, he would be strong enough to protect them. Chapter 8. The 3 essential items for survival. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, many stories unfolded in the Lin family. Lin Baishan's 35th child had been born, and after Lin Dai, 2 more family members reached the foundation establishment stage, the second brother Lin He and the 10th sister Lin Ying. However, the eldest brother Lin Shan failed to progress and remained stuck at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. In these 10 years, Lin Batian stopped the expansion of the Lin family and focused on consolidating the territory he had acquired. The Lin family became increasingly prosperous, with over 50 Lin family cultivators, becoming a rising star family in the southwest of Yunzhou. As for Lin Jiang, he finally reached the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage at 36 years old. This was not surprising in the Lin family, nor was it remarkable anywhere else. It was considered a poor achievement. But Lin Jiang was very happy. The power that came with his progress in cultivation gave him a feeling of bliss, which was quite enjoyable. Lingtao Mountain Villa also changed significantly. The number of servant households increased from over 100 to nearly 200. This increase in manpower allowed Lin Jiang to better manage Lingtao Mountain Villa, raising more silverlight fish, silver arrow fish, colorful pigs, and ironback pigs. The annual income of Lingtao Mountain Villa had exceeded 500 spiritual stones. Lin Baohua, who lived at Lingtao Mountain Villa, seemed to have resigned himself, no longer obsessively hoping to refine a spirit-opening pill to activate his spiritual roots. Instead, he married and had children at Lingtao Mountain Villa, helping Lin Jiang manage the estate and placing his hopes of cultivation on the next generation. So refreshing. In the sky, Lin Jiang grabbed Lin Ying's shoulder and shouted loudly as they flew with swords. It seemed like a wonderful thing. But Lin Ying rolled her eyes. A Qi refinement level 4 cultivator could fly on their own, yet her brother was only at Qi refinement level 3 and still needed her to carry him. How embarrassing. Lin Dai beside them also shook her head in speechless disapproval, choosing not to look at her embarrassing brother and focusing on the journey instead. Anhua City was about 10,000 miles away from the Lin family's territory. Given the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator, it would take about 2 days to reach. At this moment, Lin Dai and Lin Ying were taking Lin Jiang to Anhua City. Over the years, Lin Jiang had been cooped up in a corner, and the many delicacies had made Lin Ying and Lin Dai a bit tired of them. They gradually reduced their visits to Lingtao Mountain Villa, and Lin Jiang also wanted to go out for a change. Therefore, he begged Lin Ying to take him along. Otherwise, with Lin Jiang's cultivation level, it would take him at least half a month to arrive, and along the way, he might encounter many dangers. A small fry like him at Qi refinement level 3 going out was practically sending himself to the bandits. After 2 days of traveling in the wind and rain, the 3 finally arrived at the famous Anhua City. Lin Jiang looked at the city lying on the ground like a giant dragon, feeling a shock in his heart. Such a huge city was rarely seen, even in modern society. Isn't it shocking? I was also very shocked when I first came here. There are as many cultivators here as there are grains of rice. Qi refinement cultivators are everywhere, while foundation establishment cultivators are less than dogs. Pooh pooh pooh. You're the dog. It should be foundation establishment cultivators everywhere, and Qi refinement cultivators are less than dogs. Lin Ying was so angry that she wanted to throw Lin Jiang down. How could he speak like that? How dare he say his sister was less than a dog? Lin Jiang chuckled, not refuting. It was true. In Anhua City, foundation establishment cultivators were not valuable. There were more people than dogs. And there were more Qi refinement cultivators than foundation establishment cultivators. Wasn't that exactly saying foundation establishment cultivators were less than dogs? Anhua City did not allow flying. So the three landed outside the city, each paying a spiritual stone as an entrance fee before entering Anhua City. Lin Dai had been to Anhua City many times and led the two to the Lin family shop in Anhua City, which was a small shop. Third sister, Old 6. Old 10. The second brother Lin, he saw the three and immediately smiled. It was rare to see a Lin family member in Anhua City, and he was very happy. This was a familiar face in a foreign land. Second brother. Hello, second brother. The three greeted each other. Lin had been in Anhua City for many years. The shop in Anhua City was a very important base for the Lin family, selling resources produced by the Lin family and buying back things needed by the Lin family. Serving an irreplaceable role. Lin asked the three what they were doing. Lin Dai and Lin Ying were there to buy pills. The pills for Qi refinement cultivators were called Gathering Qi pills, which could be bought at the Lin family's market. However, the pills for foundation establishment cultivators were called True Spirit pills, which were hard to find in the Lin family's market and of very poor quality, with too many impurities that were not beneficial for cultivators. Therefore, every so often, Lin Dai would come to Anhua City to buy pills. As for Lin Jiang, he was there to broaden his horizons. This was his first time leaving the Lin family's territory. Lin He enthusiastically introduced Lin Jiang to many shops in Anhua City. There were many resources needed by cultivators, and every shop had its specialties. Those who were unfamiliar would know how to buy things. The Lin family shop had both front and back areas, so the three decided to stay at the shop to save on in costs. After settling in, the three agreed to go shopping together. Anhua City was crowded with people, and the streets were bustling with crowds. The shops along the streets were lined up in rows. With pill shops, spirit medicine shops, talisman shops, tailoring shops, restaurants, and inns, everything one could possibly need. Here is the large market, where there is food, drink, and fun. But sixth brother, don't buy cultivation items from those street vendors, and don't think about finding a bargain. The cultivators here are all seasoned, with first-rate experience and insight, and they want to give you a chance to find a bargain. Anything that allows you to find a bargain is definitely a scam. Lin Dai pointed at a roadside stall and said, many cultivators can set up a stall with just a piece of tattered cloth, selling all sorts of pills, talismans, spiritual herbs, and even broken magical artifacts and incomplete treasure maps. However, most of these are junk, trash, or some form of trickery. Skilled alchemists wouldn't set up stalls here. They are all esteemed guests of various businesses. And precious spiritual herbs want to give ordinary cultivators a chance to find a bargain. As for treasure maps and the like, if you really go looking for them, you might just end up being robbed by bandits. Third sister laughed. I'm not a novice. How could I believe that? Upon hearing Lin Dai's words, Lin Jiang immediately put away his protagonist aura, although it seemed he didn't have one. As the eldest among the three, Lin Dai introduced Lin Jiang and Lin Ying to various aspects of Anhua City, including all sorts of unbelievable scams, reminding them to stay true to their hearts and not be greedy for cheap deals, which would help them avoid over 90% of scams. There were just too many vendors at the large market, selling all kinds of things, including various snacks. When it came to food, Lin Jiang never held back. After walking down a street, the three of them ended up with dozens of different snacks in hand, and Lin Ying's mouth hadn't stopped the whole time. Big brother treats me the best, Lin Ying said happily. Although she was already at the foundation establishment stage, she would always be the little sister in front of Lin Jiang. Lin Dai felt a bit down about this. Her biological brother was the eldest, Lin Shan, but there was a 20-year age gap between them, so there wasn't really any sibling affection. Their relationship was similar to that of ordinary siblings, not very deep. She envied Lin Ying for this. No matter when, Lin Jiang always spoiled Lin Ying. The next morning, Lin Dai took the two of them to a familiar shop to buy supplies. She told them that when she came to Anhua City to shop, she mostly looked for familiar stores, not seeking cheap prices, but reliability. If one rashly went to unfamiliar shops, it was easy to get cheated. And some shops even had bandits behind them, making it easy to be robbed outside the city. Have you seen Senior Lin? Upon entering a shop called Duobao Pavilion, the shop assistant immediately smiled upon seeing Lin Dai and led the three of them to a private room, giving them proper VIP treatment. After serving tea, a manager came over, exchanged pleasantries with Lin Dai, and then asked her what she needed this time. Lin Dai listed the items she required. Lin Dai needed true spirit pills for cultivation, a few second-tier talismans, and some healing and energy recovery pills, etc., and just like that, over 4,000 spirit stones were gone. Old 10, you should buy something here too. I'm very familiar with Duobao Pavilion, and I have the Duobao token, which gives a certain discount, Lin Dai said to Lin Ying. Duobao Pavilion is one of the top businesses in Anhua City, well known in Yunzhou, making it relatively safe to shop here. Lin Ying nodded and also listed her required items, mainly focused on true spirit pills, and she also bought a flying sword, spending several thousand spirit stones. Old 6, what about you? Of course I want to buy. What do you want? A soft armor, a flying sword focused on speed, and a set of silver needle magical artifacts. Why are you buying these? It would be better to concentrate your finances on purchasing some Gathering Qi pills. Duobao Pavilion's Gathering Qi pills are very famous and of higher quality than those in the Lin family's market. Lin Dai was momentarily taken aback. What kind of ridiculous request was this from Old 6? Aren't you buying any pills to improve your cultivation? Buying these is naturally for self-preservation. I'll buy some pills too. Just get a few random ones, Lin Jiang said matter-of-factly. He had researched for an entire night yesterday and had decided what to buy today, ultimately choosing this trio of self-preservation items. The soft armor is wearable and has strong defensive capabilities intended for defense. The speed-focused flying sword is for escape. And the silver needle magical artifact is for stealth attacks. In summary, they are all for preserving life in case of danger. Preserving life? You spend all year holed up in the manor. What do you need to preserve your life for? Lin Dai was completely dumbfounded. With your otaku nature, do you even need to preserve your life? Who knows when I might get a sudden urge to go out and have fun. There are too many killings and treasure snatchings outside. I need some means of self-preservation. Lin Jiang said boldly. Third sister, it's settled. What do you mean holed up in the manor? I'm lying low, and besides, is home really safe? What if some bandits come along? Shopkeeper, please bring out the corresponding treasures for us to take a look. Okay. The manager of Duobao Pavilion smiled silently. This little friend cherishes his life a lot, knowing to preserve it at just the third layer of chi refining. Soon, the shop assistant brought the corresponding treasures, a piece of silk armor, a medium-grade magical artifact that can withstand 3 full force strikes from a 6th-layer chi refining cultivator, a silver-white flying sword with a slender blade that can increase speed by 30% against cultivators of the same level, and a set of fine silver needles. A medium-grade magical artifact with some ability to shield against spiritual senses, most suitable for ambush. The total is 4,500 spirit stones, 2,000 for the armor, 1,500 for the flying sword, and 1,500 for the silver needle artifact. With the 10% discount from your Duobao token, the total comes to 4,500 spirit stones. Here are 5,000 spirit stones. Please convert the remaining 500 into gathering chi pills. Lin Jiang took out 5,000 spirit stones, which was all his savings over the years. Aside from the Lin family's monthly salary of several dozen spirit stones, he also received a bit of money from his thrifty mother every year. It all added up to this amount. Lining, aren't you going to advise your brother? No need. I think what my brother is doing is right. As long as he can preserve his life, it's fine. If it really comes down to fighting and killing, I'll be the one to step in. Lining shook her head, knowing her brother's talent. Eating more gathering chi pills wouldn't do much good. It was better to spend money to arm himself, focusing on self-preservation when encountering danger. Hearing this, Lin Dai was at a loss for words. She wouldn't advise them further since the siblings didn't treat spirit stones as a big deal. Why should she worry about spirit stones? Chapter 9. Foolishness. Lin Jiang had finally come to Anhua City and didn't want to return so soon. So he coaxed Lining to charm Lin Dai into allowing them to play for another day. Lining understood, and, after some coaxing, Lin Dai agreed. Having other matters to discuss with Lin Dai let the two of them go out to have fun, reminding them not to cause trouble. The two of them ran off joyfully. Lin Jiang strolled around Anhua City, inquiring about prices and discovering that the prices here were much higher than those at the Lin family. He resolved that in the future, the produce from Lingtao Mountain Villa should be sold in Anhua City to earn more spirit stones. Spirit stones are very important for cultivators. No one would ever think there are too many spirit stones. Lin Jiang felt quite poor, as his frugal years didn't amount to as much as Lin Dai's annual earnings. Lin Jiang carried his homemade peach blossom wine and some jerky made from the colorful pig iron-backed pigs to sell at the large market. He quickly sold out, making back over 10 spirit stones, filling him with confidence and making him feel that Anhua City, as a big city, was full of opportunities. And he must come here to make money in the future. The countryside truly had no future. After another day passed, the three of them finally made their way back to the Lin family. Lin Jiang once again felt Lin Ying's disdain and thought angrily. Once I reach the 4th layer of chi refining, I'll definitely fly freely, and you won't even have the chance to take me with you. After 2 days of travel, the three returned to the Lin family gate. Just as they arrived, they saw a crowd surrounding the Lin family. As Lin Jiang and the others squeezed in to take a look, they saw a Lin family foundation establishment elder dissecting a giant bird. It was truly a giant bird, with wings spread open measuring over 10 meters long. This was the first time Lin Jiang had seen such a large bird of prey. Miss San, young Master Lu. Miss Sure, you came just in time to learn how to dismember demon beasts. The elder Zhang saw the three and spoke to them. Demon beasts are treasures, but handling them requires a certain level of skill. If you haven't learned and just mess around, it will greatly reduce the value of the demon beast. Yes, Elder Zhang. The three stood honestly to the side to learn, and Lin Jiang was no exception. Although he was lying down, he wouldn't miss the good opportunity to learn knowledge. This beast is called the Aurora Falcon, a type of flying demon species. The Aurora Falcon is famous for its speed, ranking among the fastest in the flying demon clan, with very few that can surpass it, hence its name, which symbolizes speed as fast as light. Thus, the most valuable part of the Aurora Falcon is its wings, which can be refined into flying magical tools. Of course, if the demon beast reaches the 3rd rank, then its demon core becomes the most valuable. The fur, bones, and blood of the demon beast all have value, and one must distinguish between different demon beasts to determine what is the most valuable. For the Aurora Falcon, the wings are the most valuable, so they should be prioritized for collection. Elder Zhang taught a group of Lin family disciples in great detail. After finishing, he took out a sharp knife and removed the wings. Next came the beak, claws, and eyes. If the eyes are to be preserved, they must be treated with a special medicinal liquid, and he explained the formula clearly. The liquid from the eyes can enhance the vision of cultivators. Then there are the feathers. Even without refinement, they can have many uses, such as making feathered arrows or even clothing. The remaining flesh and blood are of lower value. The flesh is slightly sour and not palatable, which many cultivators disdain, so it is often fed to pigs or the like. After a class lasting over 2 hours, everyone felt they had gained a lot of knowledge and hurriedly thanked Elder Jiang. Don't rush to leave yet. There are also 2 Aurora falcon eggs here. According to my investigation, these eggs have been incubated for a long time and are no longer edible. If you need them, you can take them back to hatch. The success rate is quite high. The Aurora falcon is extremely fast and fierce, so whether for travel or combat, it will be a great help to you. Is there anyone interested? As the crowd was about to disperse, Elder Jiang took out 2 eggs and said. The eggs were large, about the size of ostrich eggs, and green. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. They were not novices and knew that Elder Jiang only highlighted the good points. He hadn't even mentioned the downsides of taming demon beasts. Brother, don't want them. Why? Us cultivators rarely tame demon beasts except for specialized beast taming families or sections. Demon beasts level up very slowly and consume a lot, so it's not worth it. Really? Our Lin family captures many demon beasts every year. Have you ever seen us raise any? Aren't there the colorful pigs? That's different. Colorful pigs grow quickly and can eat meat. The Aurora falcon's meat isn't edible. And after raising it, you'd only get a bit of beak and feathers. It's really not worth it. The cost of raising it is much higher. That's fine. I'll raise it for fun. You know, I'm bored alone in the villa. Lin Jiang smiled. The slow growth of the demon beast didn't matter. He lived long. And the high consumption was a joke. How much can a bird eat? At worst, it can be free range. The area around Lingtao Villa is full of mountains and forests, and there are many wild animals. If it has the ability, it can catch its own food. If it doesn't, it can starve. What Lin Jiang valued more was the flying speed of the Aurora falcon. If it grew up, whether in a fight or fleeing, wouldn't that be wonderful? Elder Jiang, I want this egg. Young Master Lu. All right, I'll part with it for 100 spirit stones. What? Spirit stones? Young Master Lu doesn't think pies fall from the sky, right? Of course, it must be bought with spirit stones. Elder Jiang said with a smile, young man. You can't always think about getting something for nothing. 10. What? What did young Master Lu say? 10 spirit stones, that's all I'm offering. Young Master Lu, bargaining doesn't work like that. I offered 100, at least give me 80. 10. If you don't sell it, I'm leaving, keep it to eat. All right, you win. 10 it is. Elder Jiang quickly pulled Lin Jiang, as the egg had been incubated for a long time, and the chicken side had already formed. It was not edible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold it. As for raising it himself, he hadn't considered that. He had already heard Lin Ying's words and fully agreed that raising an Aurora falcon was completely not worth it. Lin Jiang spent 10 spirit stones to buy the egg and then asked about how to incubate it. Elder Jiang couldn't explain clearly and told Lin Jiang to go to the Lin family's library to find it. There should be basic knowledge about beast taming. After that, Lin Jiang and Lin Ying first visited their cheap mother, bringing her gifts bought from Anhua City. Their cheap father, Lin Batian, was not home. So after leaving the gifts for him, Lin Jiang went to the library to look for jade slips on beast taming, copied a version, and took it away. On the way back to Lingtao Villa, Lin Jiang studied the jade slip on beast taming, which contained hundreds of cultivation and taming methods for demon beasts, including birds. Incubating the eggs was quite simple. Human incubation was sufficient, just placing them on one's body, but it required occasionally transmitting a bit of spiritual energy to them. The eggs of flying demon beasts cannot be hatched without spiritual energy nourishment. Upon arriving at Lingtao Villa, Lin Jiang had a servant make a nest for him, placing the egg inside and wrapping it with cloth to keep it close. After Lin Jiang had been gone for several days, Lin Baohua saw Lin Jiang return and specifically came to greet him, chatting a bit about matters in Anhua City. Lin Jiang didn't provoke him, casually chatting. And in the end, Lin Baohua left with a look of lost hope. Although he had already let go of his mental block, it still had an impact. Lin Jiang incubated the egg for about a month and a half, and 2 little Aurora falcons hatched, looking fluffy and quite cute, not much different from chicks. Lin Jiang instructed the servant to collect insects for feeding and specifically requested they be caught from the spiritual valley fields and spiritual peach trees. As these 2 were spiritual plants, and the insects on them might carry a bit of spiritual energy, Lin Jiang was quite satisfied with the servant. And the servant was willing to do this work, mainly because they didn't have to do it themselves. They let the children in the family do it. Thus, Lin Jiang could get a pile of insects every day, adding a bit of fun to his life. Feeding the little birds was a very interesting thing. When the Aurora falcons grew a bit larger, Lin Jiang started feeding them meat, cutting iron-backed pig meat into strips and throwing them out. The Aurora falcons would jump up to catch them, which was very amusing. 5 months later, the Aurora falcons had grown to the size of ordinary roosters, but for them, they were still in their juvenile stage, unable to fly, and their feathers had not fully developed, yet they could run quickly on the ground, faster than the hunting dogs in the villa. Watching them run, Lin Jiang recalled a gif he had seen online, depicting a bird running on the ground, with the caption sand sculpture. So Lin Jiang didn't care whether they were falcons or eagles and named them Big Sand Sculpture and Little Sand Sculpture. Big Sand Sculpture. Little Sand Sculpture, come here. The young Aurora falcons obviously did not know the wickedness of human hearts, hopping over happily, affectionately nudging Lin Jiang's pant leg. Lin Jiang laughed heartily, pulled out a piece of jerky, and tossed it. The two sand sculptures bit down on one end of the jerky simultaneously. Neither was willing to let go, staring at each other while still holding the jerky, looking quite indignant, which made Lin Jiang laugh even more. Chapter 10. Mid-stage Qi refinement. At first, Lin Jiang didn't take Lin Ying's words seriously, thinking how much could two sand sculptures eat? However, a year later, when the two sand sculptures began to molt, their appetites surged. A single Aurora falcon could eat 4 to 5 pounds of meat jerky in a day, even more than Lin Jiang. Moreover, if they weren't fed enough, they would go to the fish pond to catch fish. With a silver fish worth 15 spirit beads and a silver arrow fish worth 30. If he wasn't careful, they could snatch away several fish, making Lin Jiang feel heartbroken and beat them up. After being beaten multiple times, they learned not to catch fish from the pond and began to harm the poultry of the servants in the villa, such as chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. Suffering a tragic fate, Lin Jiang, being fair, had to compensate the servants. After a year and a half, the Aurora falcons grew new feathers and learned to fly, completely revealing their raptor characteristics. They even managed to hunt the goats in the villa, and Lin Jiang could hardly afford to keep them anymore. So he put in great effort to teach them how to hunt and destroy the wild animals in the mountains. The two Aurora falcons had already become demon beasts, likely of low-grade first tier, equivalent to early-stage Qi refinement cultivators, and if well-trained, they could help in battles in the future. When Lin Dai and Lin Ying visited Lingtao Villa again, Lin Dai looked at the soaring Aurora falcons in the sky and remarked that she never expected Lin Jiang to have such patience to raise them. I hope so, but they eat too much. Each Aurora falcon can consume about 10 pounds of fresh meat a day. If I rely solely on myself to feed them, I really can't afford it. They could eat a whole ironback pig in just 7 or 8 days. How can that be sufficient for them? Hee, brother. Now you understand the saying about not listening to the elders and suffering the consequences, right? Lin Ying said, putting her hands on her hips, sounding quite wise. I told you that long ago, but you wouldn't listen. Who can you blame? That's why I'm training them to hunt for themselves now. The pressure is manageable. Besides, I'm not poor anymore. This year, I opened up 50 acres of spiritual fields and planned to bring people to plant medicinal herbs, Lin Jiang replied. Lin Jiang shrugged, not regretting it. Although the two creatures ate a lot, they indeed brought him much joy over the past 2 years, adding excitement to his otherwise dull life. Your villa is filled with mortals. Can they grow spiritual herbs? Lin Ying asked. Yes, I asked the clan's offerings, and besides, I'm not planting high-tier spiritual herbs. Just low-grade huanya grass, which yields once a year. If grown well, an acre can earn about 3 spirit stones, Lin Jiang explained. He had plenty of spiritual fields, and the area of Lingtao Villa was large, with a radius of 30 miles under his control. According to the clan's offerings, with the spiritual vein of Lingtao Villa, he could expand another 2,000 acres of spiritual fields. However, Lin Jiang didn't have that many hands. 30 acres was currently the limit for the villa's manpower. Any more would mean he would have to exploit the servants, and Lin Jiang wasn't that ruthless yet. Low-grade huanya grass was one of the main materials for Qi gathering pills, and there was no worry about sales. Aside from the seeds, Lin Jiang wouldn't spend any money on the rest. An acre yielding 3 spirit stones was still a conservative estimate. The clan's Huang offering is a high-grade first-tier spiritual planter. You should consult him well. If you can grow it successfully, your income can increase significantly. The higher your cultivation, the greater the consumption of resources, the more spirit stones, the better, Lin Ying advised. I know this, Lin Jiang nodded. Currently, his annual income was just over 500 spirit stones, but his expenses were minimal. He hardly spent anything on food, clothing, or housing. The only expense was for purchasing Qi gathering pills. However, Lin Jiang had been too laid back, practicing only for 2.5 hours a day, taking 3 days to refine a Qi gathering pill, and then needing to clear the impurities from the pills in his body every 3 days. He only needed to use 5 pills a month. And since each Qi gathering pill was only 2 spirit stones, his annual expenditure was just over 100 spirit stones, allowing him to save money. When you reach mid-stage Qi refinement, you can buy some essence cultivation pills to solidify your foundation, which, combined with Qi gathering pills, will yield much better results. Your cultivation speed is too slow, Lin Dai mentioned. Lin Jiang, at 38, was only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, the slowest among the Lin family. Even the 9th brother, who also had 5 spirit roots, was 3 years younger and had already reached the 5th layer. Third sister, living life is primarily about happiness. If cultivation makes me unhappy, then what's the point of cultivating, right? You've been too well protected by the family, Lin Dai remarked. Lin Jiang's first priority was happiness, but hers was to ensure the safety of the Lin family, to make it prosper and thrive, and to ensure its legacy continued forever. For the benefit of the country, we live and die. The responsibility of our generation is to pass on the family legacy. This phrase flashed through Lin Jiang's mind, but he didn't say it out loud. He quickly changed the subject. Every time the topic of cultivation came up, Lin Dai always looked at him with disappointment. Lin Jiang didn't particularly like that. He knew Lin Dai meant well, but he had his own plans. His cultivation talent was poor, and he needed to make long-term plans. There's a saying, haste makes waste. If he became too eager, it would only lead to a distaste for cultivation. Whether his cultivation speed could improve was uncertain, but falling into a demonic path was guaranteed. Lin Jiang enjoyed his current lifestyle, free from pressure, practicing every day, farming, and feeding the birds, living leisurely without any risk of going down a demonic path. Elder Huang was specifically invited by Lin Batian as a spiritual planter. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he possessed many skills, with the 4 arts of cultivation, alchemy, talismans, tools, and formations being paramount. However, the skills within these fields shouldn't be underestimated. Beast taming and spiritual planting were also essential parts of cultivation. Initially, the spiritual herbs needed for alchemy were all gathered from the wild, but the yield of wild spiritual herbs was extremely low, and soon they became insufficient for cultivators' needs. Hence, the profession of spiritual planters emerged, dedicated to cultivating spiritual herbs and all necessary spiritual plants for cultivation. A skilled spiritual planter held a status no lower than an equally skilled alchemist, and, due to their scarcity, often held an even higher status. If Lin Jiang wanted to grow spiritual herbs in Lingtao Villa, he needed a spiritual planter's assistance. Therefore, Lin Jiang specifically returned to the Lin family gate to learn the skills of a spiritual planter from Elder Huang. Lin Jiang was a person who respected knowledge and skills. Even though Elder Huang had promised to teach him everything, Lin Jiang made sure to show his respect by greeting him every morning, bringing lunch at noon, and treating him to dinner in the evening with fine food and wine, doing his utmost to build rapport. This attitude moved Elder Huang, who not only wholeheartedly taught him knowledge, but also came to Lingtao Villa to personally help train the servants, teaching them how to cultivate Huangya grass. After toiling for more than half a year, Lin Jiang finally learned how to plant Huangya grass. A year later, when Lin Jiang turned 40, he finally harvested his first batch of Huangya grass, and that year, Lingtao Villa's income exceeded 700 spirit stones, bringing great joy to Lin Jiang. The good news didn't stop there. In Lin Jiang's 41st year, he finally broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, reaching the mid-stage qi refinement level. The reason for this quick progress was that since Lin Jiang went to Anhua City a few years ago, he had been buying high-quality qi gathering pills there. They were more expensive, but their efficacy was also better. Lin Jiang didn't mind spending the extra money and had been using the pills from Anhua City all along. Reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement was an important milestone in the cultivation world. At this level, a cultivator could fly with a sword and cast spells, no longer relying on mortal techniques in combat. Lin Jiang spent a month mastering the sword control technique and then took his flying sword to the Lin family gate. The 800-mile journey only took a little over 2 hours, with the large sand sculpture on the left and the small sand sculpture on the right. Flying on his sword felt exhilarating. The 2 sand sculptures accompanied Lin Jiang as they sped to the Lin family gate. Lin Jiang no longer made the foolish mistake of displaying his cultivation in front of Lin Batian. After all, the shame of the Lin family was already well known, and he came just to see his cheap mother. His cheap mother, Zhuang Rong, was nearly 60 years old, stuck at the 9th level of qi refining for many years, and she had little motivation to cultivate herself. It was just like that. In recent years, however, she had been keen on finding a partner for Lin Jiang, either from among the women worshipped by the Lin family or from the female cultivators of several allied families, having been on blind dates more than 10 times. But each time, Lin Jiang managed to ruin it. After all, it was hard for a blind date to succeed, but ruining it was easy. Creating a persona of a steel-straight man could scare off most women. In this world, Lin Jiang did not want to get married at all because he could not guarantee that his partner and children would always be with him. If he invested emotions only to see his partner and children grow old and die before him, Lin Jiang felt that was the cruelest thing in the world. So he simply decided against it. As for his physical needs, that was easily resolved. There were countless families wanting to send their daughters to Lin Jiang's bed, but he was not interested in those. Occasionally spending some money to have a 1-hour romance with a stranger was also easy. Mother, I've come to see you. Arriving at Zhuang Rong's courtyard, Lin Jiang casually sat in front of her. After so many years, Zhuang Rong had lost some of her enchanting charm and had become dignified and elegant, exuding the aura of a noble woman. However, her appearance was not aging at all. She had been meticulously maintaining herself, and she even spent a lot of money on a beauty pill to keep her appearance at around 30 years old. You child, why are you all sweaty? Come, wipe your sweat. Mother, I'm 41, not a child anymore. 41 is still a child in my eyes. Mother, I came today to discuss something with you. Why don't you move to the mountain villa? I will take care of you in the future. This. Mother is now indifferent to worldly affairs, and Linning often goes into seclusion, either on missions for the Lin family or not seen for 10 days to half a month. It would be so boring for you to be here. But at the Lingtao Mountain Villa, I can accompany you every day, Lin Jiang said sincerely. Zhuang Rong had long since stopped playing palace intrigue, as she couldn't compete at all. Lin Batian had a legitimate wife in the foundation establishment stage and young, beautiful concubines, so how could she be a rival? In the past, Linning used to accompany her, but in recent years, Linning had become busier. As one of the few foundation establishment cultivators in the Lin family, she bore significant responsibilities, either in closed-door cultivation or executing missions, rarely visiting the Lingtao mountain villa, which inevitably made Zhuang Rong feel a bit lonely. Moreover, Lin Jiang genuinely wanted to be filial to Zhuang Rong. He was not a heartless person. Lin Jiang was very aware of Zhuang Rong's kindness towards him. In contrast, that cheap old man, Lin Batian, averaged seeing her once a year, lacking any feelings. So he wanted to take Zhuang Rong to the Lingtao mountain villa to enjoy her old age. Chapter 11. Time flies in the early morning. When the first rays of sunlight shone into the room, Zhuang Rong was already up. After a simple wash, a maid brought breakfast. "Madam, the young master has sent you breakfast." After the maid set down the breakfast, she helped Zhuang Rong tidy her hair into a braid. Zhang is thoughtful. Soon, Zhuang Rong began to eat breakfast, which was quite simple. Porridge made from spiritual grains, a few side dishes, and a cup of milk. This was made by the young master himself. He can cook. If he doesn't learn well, what use is it for the esteemed young master of the Lin family to be good at cooking? This is also a sign of filial piety. Think about it, madam. With so many madams in the family, which one can eat meals made by the young master and young lady themselves? That is true, Zhuang Rong nodded. Lin Batian had a dozen concubines, almost all of whom had children, but those young masters and young ladies didn't know how to cook. It was all done by the servants. Let us go see what Zhang is doing. After finishing breakfast, Zhuang Rong said to the maid and then walked out of the house. After asking a few servants, she learned that Lin Jiang was at the spiritual field and went there together. At that moment, Lin Jiang was applying rain to 50 acres of Huanya grass. Huanya grass was a first-tier spiritual herb, and the spiritual energy of the spring water in Lingtao Mountain Villa was too weak. Therefore, Elder Huang told Lin Jiang that the water source here did not meet the standards and required magic to work. In the past, Lin Jiang directly bought cloud rain talismans to summon rain, which would carry some spiritual energy. However, now that Lin Jiang had reached the 4th level of qi refining, the spiritual energy in his body was completely sufficient to support the magic required. So he used the cloud rain technique himself to water the Huanya grass. "Mother, why are you here?" "I was bored at the manor, so I came to see you." It seems the child did not consider things thoroughly. He did not know what his mother usually did, so he said, "I'll find some things for you to do." People shouldn't be idle. Being idle leads to troubles. But they shouldn't be too tired either. It's best to have a balance between work and rest. He did not know what Zhuang Rong usually did, so he didn't arrange anything. "Usually, I do nothing and just wait for your father to come, hoping to please him. Now that I think about it, I was wasting time. Now that my lifespan is limited and cultivation is hopeless, I still don't know what to do," Zhuang Rong said. She had begun to have some regrets, feeling that she had wasted too much of her life. In the past, she had only thought about pleasing Lin Batian and had never lived for herself. She remembered that Lin Jiang had told her before to improve her cultivation, which she thought was reasonable, but she could never endure the monotony of cultivation and gave up. The past is past. With your health, living another 50 years is not a problem. With such a long time, you can still live splendidly. Mother, think about ordinary people. Many of them don't even live to 50, yet they still go on living, Lin Jiang said. He had spent a lot of effort convincing Zhuang Rong to come to the Lingtao Mountain Villa to enjoy her old age. Lin Jiang also felt that it was quite pitiful that Zhuang Rong had devoted her life to Lin Batian, so he hoped she could live for herself in the future. "My son speaks rightly. What do you think I can do? The Lingtao Mountain Villa has peach orchards. In spring, the peach blossoms bloom. Mother can go enjoy the flowers or help tend to the peach orchard. There are spiritual fields for growing spiritual grains. If you're willing, you can help the servants manage the fields. There's a fish pond. You can feed the fish or go fishing. If you catch fish, I can cook them for you. I know dozens of ways to prepare fish. I also have 2 Aurora hawks. They often bring back prey. And then I can make some delicacies for you. If that doesn't work, if you have any needs, just let me know. I will definitely fulfill what I can," Lin Jiang said. He realized that he had not arranged well for Zhuang Rong and needed to give her something to do. "I can't do any of that. My father raised me as a refined young lady, so I learned music, chess, calligraphy, painting, dance, and some kitchen skills, as well as accounting. Then, does mother still think about breaking through to the foundation establishment stage? If you're willing, I still have some spiritual stones here. I can gather enough for a foundation establishment pill for you. A foundation establishment pill costs tens of thousands of spiritual stones. How could your little money be enough? Besides, I'm almost 60. I won't bother with it anymore. From now on, I'll cook for you. I invited you to enjoy your old age, not to work for me. How about this? You can do whatever you want, and if you need anything, just tell me," Lin Jiang said. He couldn't think of anything suitable to arrange for her at the moment, as most things were inappropriate. He wanted to help her pass the time without exhausting her. After finishing the spell for the Huanya grass in the spiritual field, Lin Jiang was going back to cultivate. He practiced 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. Without fail, he was a very disciplined person. After finishing his cultivation, it was already noon. Lin Jiang personally cooked a big meal for Zhuang Rong. Lin Jiang's culinary skills were quite good. In another timeline, he took charge of cooking for his family when he was very young. Later, while studying and working, he mainly cooked for himself, following dozens of cooking streamers and learning a lot of culinary skills. In the first few days at Lingtao Mountain Villa, Zhuang Rong hardly did anything. She was just watching Lin Jiang work. The Lin family at the mountain gate called Lin Jiang the shame of the Lin family, criticizing him for being lazy, not liking cultivation, and wasting time. However, after a few days, Zhuang Rong realized that her son was not a lazy person. Lin Jiang woke up early every day to cast spells and water the Huangya grass spiritual field, feed the pigs and fish, patrol the spiritual fields, cultivate, and practice spells. Filling his day to the brim, he was just not fond of hard cultivation. Moreover, Zhuang Rong found that Lin Jiang's character was also excellent. Despite being called the shame of the Lin family for decades, he never rebutted, treating the servants and lower-class people kindly, no matter how she looked at it. Her son seemed exceptionally outstanding. Unfortunately, such an excellent son just didn't want to get married. Zhuang Rong sighed inwardly. The more she looked at her son, the more satisfied she became, with the only regret being that he didn't want to marry. She had urged him countless times, and many matchmaking attempts had failed. Obviously on purpose. She couldn't understand what he was thinking. Lin Jiang was unaware of Zhuang Rong's thoughts. He was just doing his own thing and living his life. After entering the mid-stage of qi cultivation, he was busier than before. Sometimes Lin Jiang would think that he seemed more exhausted than in a 996 work schedule. Wasn't he supposed to be lying flat? However, upon reflection, Lin Jiang felt it was understandable. Lying flat and slacking off was a mindset reserved for workers, which would never give the boss a chance to live the life he wanted. But he was no longer a worker. The entire Lingtao Mountain Villa belonged to him, and all the profits were his. No matter how much he worked, it was for himself. Instead, he had become the boss, and the 200 households of servants were his workers. Those servants should be the ones lying flat and slacking off. With this thought, Lin Jiang's mood improved significantly, and he had stronger motivation to work, making each day quite fulfilling. Time passed mercilessly, and 3 years went by. On Lin Jiang's 45th birthday, Lining suddenly appeared at Lingtao Mountain Villa, her pale face startling both Zhuang Rong and Lin Jiang. After inquiring carefully, Lin Jiang learned that Lining was injured and that the Lin family had suffered substantial losses, with over 10 people lost. For the first time in decades, the thriving Lin family faced a setback. Chapter 12. Life and death are predestined at the Lin family mountain gate. 5 corpses lay on the ground, covered with white cloth, surrounded by the wailing of family members, creating a scene of extreme desolation, as if the sky was about to collapse. A large number of clan members were watching, all with solemn expressions. Even the most mischievous children dared not joke in such an atmosphere. Lin Jiang quietly stood among the crowd, observing the grieving relatives. He had already learned the details from Lining. The Xiuxian world in Yunzhou was a chaotic place, where humans and monsters coexisted. Many cultivators made their living by hunting monsters. 1,200 miles west of the Lin family's mountain gate was the territory of the monster clan. The Lin family's income primarily came from monster hunting. Otherwise, the current output from their territory would not be enough to cover their substantial expenses. Therefore, the Lin family often led teams deep into monster territory to hunt beasts, collect spiritual herbs, and mine minerals to obtain cultivation resources. Most of this was personally directed by Lin Batian. After growing up, most Lin family members followed Lin Batian on these expeditions. Over the years, although there were occasional injuries and a few guest elders might die, no Lin family member had ever fallen in battle. However, this time, including guest elders, over 10 people died, and they could only recover 5 bodies, with the rest lost to the monster's jaws, leaving no bones behind. The reason for this incident was the betrayal by the Zhou family. For many years, Lin Batian had fought in various regions, establishing a large territory. But he also understood the principle of distant alliances and close attacks. Not far from the Lin family was the Zhou family, with whom the Lin family had maintained a good relationship, often acting together and collaborating multiple times. However, this time, the Zhou family suddenly turned treacherous. They had originally agreed to jointly eliminate a group of ironwood demon wolves, which, if successful, would yield enormous profits, exceeding the previous 2 to 3 years' earnings. In their plan, the Zhou family was supposed to act first, luring the Wolf King and other elite demon wolves away, after which the Lin family would enter the wolf den to kill the remaining demon wolves, collect spiritual herbs, and then work with the Zhou family to deal with the Wolf King. However, after the attack began, the Wolf King, which was supposed to be lured away, reappeared, flanking the Lin family along with the demon wolves in the den. The Lin family went in with over 30 people and paid a heavy price. If Lin Batian had not fought desperately and repelled the Wolf King, the Lin family might have faced total annihilation. Now, Lin Jiang and the other Lin family members shared the same thoughts. Would Lin Batian go to war with the Zhou family? The Zhou family was not a newly emerged clan. They had a legacy of over 500 years and were an established Golden Core family, with many more Qi and Foundation establishment cultivators than the Lin family. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, and Lin Jiang looked up to see Lin Batian emerging amidst a group of wives and concubines. Everyone immediately focused their attention on him. Lin Batian's expression was grim, somewhat pale, possibly due to injuries. Lining had said that he was the last one to retreat. The wives of the 5th son, the 13th son, The second son of the eldest family, the eldest son of the second family, and the daughter-in-law of the seventh family all came out. Lin Batian coldly scanned the crowd and then pointed to 5 people, who stepped forward in fear. Lin Jiang noticed that Lin Hai, the fifth son, also looked somewhat anxious. The Lin family's current predicament was closely linked to the Zhou family. You 5 will return to the Zhou family and demand an explanation. If there is no explanation, do not come back. Each shall accept their fate. Dad, Grandpa, no. As soon as Lin Batian said this, many people panicked. The 5 were daughters of the Zhou family, a result of the union between the Lin and Zhou families. Although Lin Batian had never favored arranged marriages, the 2 families had cooperated for many years, and there were inevitably those who had developed feelings for each other. Thus, 5 women had married into the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Batian's words were clear. He wanted the Zhou family to provide an explanation. If there was none, the connection between the 2 families would be severed, and whether to go to war later would be up for discussion. The priority now was to send the Zhou daughters away, perhaps fearing that a real conflict might arise if they still had feelings for the Zhou family. However, no matter how the crowd pleaded, Lin Batian remained unmoved. According to his character, if it weren't for considering the affairs of his sons and grandsons, he might have already gone to war with the Zhou family, without needing to trouble a group of women. A Lin family guest elder appeared, staring at the 5 women, leading them away, quickly tidying them up and sending them out of the Lin family mountain gate to return home on their own. In the perilous path of cultivation, no one could guarantee who would survive until tomorrow, and neither could Lin Jiang. He hoped everyone would remember the Lin family's current difficulties and cultivate diligently in the future to avoid the calamity of swords and blades. Disperse, Lin Batian said, looking at everyone. Wu, tomorrow morning, bury the dead simply. No need for extravagance. Lin Batian glanced at the crowd, giving them a few more words of advice. Before instructing Wu to bury the dead simply, as cultivators did not place much emphasis on funerals, especially given the Lin family's current predicament. Lin Jiang left with the crowd, but soon went to see Lin Dai. Lining had informed him that Lin Dai was also injured, and Lin Jiang had come specifically to check on her. I'm fine, how is Lining? Lin Dai didn't want to meet anyone at first, but after thinking it over, she decided to meet Lin Jiang. It's not very serious. She took the elixir and is healing. Her external injuries have already healed. That's good. I'm fine here too. Just tell Lining to be careful. Third sister, what happened this time? Is it really a betrayal from the Zhou family? I can't say for sure, but it's very likely. The Zhou family's development has been unsatisfactory in the past decade. Their so-called geniuses can't compare to us at all. And the old man of the Zhou family doesn't have much time left. Once he passes away and no new golden core cultivators appear in the Zhou family, they will eventually be swallowed up. Even if our Lin family doesn't act, other families won't let them off the hook. According to what third sister said, the Zhou family should be trying to curry favor with us instead. How could they betray us? If the Zhou family loses their golden core cultivators, shouldn't they rely on our Lin family, who have a good relationship with them? Lin Jiang found it hard to understand. According to third sister, they should be trying to win us over. Why would they betray us? It doesn't make sense. Who knows what they're thinking? But this incident won't end so simply. 11 and 16 are dead, and 4 of the younger generation are also dead. Those guest elders were all key figures. So we can say that our Lin family's strength has been weakened by about 20%. This grudge must be avenged. Are we really going to start a war? We won't start a war now. I know my father's character. He seems reckless and straightforward, but he's actually very meticulous. We just need to endure for another 20 years. Once the old man of the Zhou family dies, we can easily take our revenge. We won't act now. However, we also need to guard against the Zhou family taking the initiative. Sixth brother, you are far from the mountain gate, so you need to be careful. Especially since your mother is there too. If it gets too dangerous, just move back here. Understood. Third sister, I will strengthen the defenses. We still need to be cautious. It's best to come back. Third sister, take care of yourself. I will come to see you again in a few days. Lin Jiang didn't say much more and quickly left. That night, Lin Jiang didn't leave the mountain gate, but discussed matters with everyone. Although Lin Jiang rarely returned to the mountain gate, he was still a second-generation member of the Lin family. Since the Lin family was in trouble, he definitely wanted to help, but his cultivation was too low. He was at the 4th level of qi refining. And now even the 4th generation of the Lin family had surpassed him, which left him without much say. Lin Jiang didn't make a fuss. The next morning, he hurried back to Lingtao Mountain Villa and instructed the guards in the villa to increase patrols. If anything seemed off, they were to raise the alarm immediately. Afterwards, Lin Jiang told the situation to Zhuang Rong, who looked very worried and said, Jianger, why don't we go back to the mountain gate? Your father is there, it's safer. Mother, if a fight breaks out, the mountain gate is the most dangerous place. Think about it. If the Zhou family attacks, what would they do to Lingtao Mountain Villa? There are no valuables here and no important figures. This place is actually safe, Lin Jiang said. He really couldn't understand why the Zhou family would abandon the mountain gate and not attack them, hitting a corner instead. There was no use in that. Zhuang Rong thought Lin Jiang made sense and didn't say much more, just urged him to go back and check more often. It's a time of turmoil, and having one more person helps. After a day and night of recovery, Lin Ying's injuries had improved significantly. She couldn't sit still and returned to the Lin family's mountain gate with Lin Jiang. This time, They found that there were several new graves near the Lin family mountain gate, and family members spontaneously went to pay their respects. Lin Jiang and the others also went forward to mourn. Afterwards, Lin Jiang stayed by the mountain gate, but Lin Batian never showed up, which left the Lin family members speculating about how the situation would develop next. Lin Jiang found them very boring because their discussions couldn't influence the situation's development. It was better to just wait. So, Lin Jiang went to Zhuang Rong's old courtyard and sat down to cultivate. Chapter 13 Inside the Zhou family's mountain gate. The old man Zhou Quan was discussing countermeasures with several senior members of the Zhou family. They had already learned about Lin Batian driving away the Zhou family's women, which was within their expectations. Don't just sit there. Think of a solution, Zhou Quan said to several high-ranking members. Zhou Quan was once a genius of the Zhou family. A genius in cultivation, but he wasn't very good at managing or running the family. Those matters were handled by others. Old ancestor, this time was too reckless. I've said it before, with Lin Batian, if we don't move, it's fine, but once we act, we must strike decisively. Now it's hard to settle this. Zhou Ziming complained as he spoke. He was now equivalent to the head of the Zhou family, handling all major matters, including how to deal with the Lin family, which he had already discussed with Zhou Quan. Zhou Ziming was the first to raise the threat posed by the Lin family. He believed that once Zhou Quan passed away, the Lin family would inevitably swallow the Zhou family because there were no small families left nearby, and if they wanted to expand further, they would have to target families of the same level. Among the families surrounding the Lin family, only the Zhou family was in a situation where they had no successors. Zhou Ziming's strategy was to first befriend the Lin family, and then find an opportunity to strike Lin Batian fatally. Once the Lin family lost Lin Batian, the others would be easy to deal with, and the Zhou family could easily swallow the Lin family, plundering their wealth. Perhaps the Zhou family could even cultivate new golden core cultivators. But now it was all messed up. How was I to know that Lin Batian was so formidable? He's at the early stage of golden core, just like me, but he managed to kill a mid-stage tier 3 ironwood demon wolf. His cultivation method must be quite powerful. Zhou Quan said, also very angry. In his view, this was the best opportunity to eliminate the Lin family. The ironwood demon wolf king was at mid-stage tier 3, equivalent to a human in the mid-stage of golden core, and he also dragged other members of the Lin family down, distracting Lin Batian. How could he not die? Once we act, we must be thorough. Lin Batian killing the ironwood demon wolf will inevitably come at a cost. The old ancestor must spare no effort to kill him at that time. He ran away too quickly, Zhou Quan said, not daring to admit that he had seen Lin Batian explode with power and pin down the ironwood demon wolf king with one shot. He was directly stunned and didn't dare to act. Sigh. Stop sighing and tell me what to do. Old ancestor, if we go to war now, can we defeat Lin Batian? It's difficult. Lin Batian is young and vigorous, while I am already old and weak. If we fight, my chances of winning are less than 20%, Zhou Quan said. At this moment, he had to speak the truth. His lifespan was less than 20 years, and his vitality had severely declined, reducing his strength considerably. In contrast, Lin Batian was in his prime. There was no comparison. Moreover, judging from Lin Batian's combat power this time, he might have been hiding some of his strength. A 20% chance of victory was already conservative. In that case, we can only reconcile first. Let's bring gifts and go to the Lin family to apologize. This caused the other high-ranking members of the Zhou family to show displeased expressions. A prestigious family like the Zhou family, with a history of hundreds of years, would bow to the Lin family? Where would the Zhou family's face go? A true man can bend and stretch. What's the big deal about apologizing? If we have to sacrifice some of our family members, we should do it. Right now, our hope lies with Zilin. If Zilin can break through to the golden core stage, then everything will be negotiable. Perhaps he can even eliminate Lin Batian. Zhou Ziming said coldly, then turned his gaze to a silent man. He was Zhou Ziming's younger brother, Zhou Zilin, who had completed the foundation establishment stage and was just one step away from the golden core stage. Now, all hope for the Zhou family rested on him. If he could break through to the golden core before Zhou Quan passed away, then at that time, it would be 2 against 1. Or even Zhou Quan could drag Lin Batian down with him, and it might just work. Lin's family mountain gate. Seeing Lin Batian come out of the room, Wu Guanshi immediately stepped forward and said, Master, how is your injury? It's nothing serious. Has the Zhou family responded? Not yet. How infuriating. They killed my descendants. I wish I could wipe out the entire Zhou family immediately. Master, do not be angry. The Zhou family is merely a grasshopper after autumn. They won't last long. Once that old man Zhou Quan dies, you can openly absorb the Zhou family, and at that time, all grievances can be avenged. It's frustrating to have all this ability, but not be able to exert it. Just endure a little longer. We have already endured for nearly 100 years. We can wait another 20 years. Wu Guanshi advised again, knowing that Lin Batian's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Lin Batian's background was extremely impressive, a fact known only to a few within the Lin family. Even his legitimate wife was unaware. I understand. I can hold on. Sigh. I don't know when I can return. Cough, cough. I know. No need to say more. You've worked hard these years. Lin Batian's memories were interrupted by Wu Guanshi's cough, and he spoke apologetically to him. Wu Guanshi had helped him greatly over the years. The rapid expansion of the Lin family depended heavily on a group of guest officials, with Wu Guanshi being their leader. This is what I should do. It's not hard work. It's the master who has suffered over the years. Let's not talk about that. How is the situation at home? Not bad. The master's descendants all carry your strong spirit and are preparing for battle, not afraid of the Zhou family at all. Even the sixth young master has returned. The sixth? Sigh. Let's not mention him. He makes me angry. Lin Batian said, although he felt somewhat better inside. The sixth young master, while incompetent in cultivation, was quite filial and was the first to take their mother away for care. His performance this time was decent. He wouldn't miss family matters. Although the sixth young master lacked cultivation, he had a talent for management. When Lingtao Mountain Villa was first handed to him, the annual profit was only 200 to 300 spirit stones, but in the past 2 years, it had already surpassed 800 spirit stones. What use is low cultivation? The qi refining stage only lasts about 100 years. The Lin family is not yet at the stage of maintaining and managing. We should be expanding boldly. Lin Batian shook his head. He knew Lin Jiang's management skills. Lingtao Mountain Villa had been doing well in recent years. If the Lin family were a long-standing family, such a person would definitely be useful. But now is not the time. The Lin family is a newly rising family, and the momentum is still there. We must expand as much as possible while this momentum is strong to lay a good foundation for the future. If we don't expand now, it will be difficult later. Report. Master, someone from the Zhou family has come. Just as the two were conversing, someone outside shouted loudly. The Zhou family's explanation had finally arrived. Who from the Zhou family has come? It's Zhou Ziming, accompanied by 5 guards and a horse-drawn carriage. It seems he has come with gifts. Humph. Lin Batian snorted coldly. The Zhou family's reaction was within his expectations. That old man Zhou Quan did not have the courage to go to war with him. They were here to apologize. Soon, Lin Batian met Zhou Ziming, who presented generous gifts and personally apologized, saying that Zhou Quan was injured by the Ironwood Demon Wolf, which led to the Zhou family's defeat and allowed the Ironwood Demon Wolf to return to its den, causing heavy losses for the Lin family. Lin Batian did not dwell too much on it. Since the Zhou family had given him a way out, he took the opportunity to let the matter go, stating that this conflict was over and the two families would continue to live in harmony in the future. Chapter 14. Talismans. The Zhou family's words were nonsense. No one believed them. In Lin Dai's courtyard, Lin Ying was angrily cursing the Zhou family. She felt that the Zhou family was talking nonsense. Old Zhou Quan probably hadn't even fought the Ironwood Demon Wolf, and there was no injury or defeat. It was just a betrayal against the Lin family. Old Ten. Forget it. Dad must have his plans. Yes, Lin Ying, don't be too agitated. Lin Jiang nodded as well. He did not believe the Zhou family's statement. But not believing it did not mean it was time to act. The Lin family's foundation was still unstable among the Lin family descendants. Only 4 were in the foundation establishment stage, which was not enough. Lin Batian probably saw this point too. That was why he did not explode and chose to endure. I'll remember this grudge. It won't be so easily resolved. Lin Ying was still very angry. Blood is thicker than water. Several Lin family descendants had died. And they were her brothers, sisters, nephews, and nieces. This grudge must be avenged. Let's talk about revenge later. First, let us heal. Third sister, take care of yourself. I'll go back first. Lin Ying, will you rest at home or come with me to Lingtao Mountain Villa? I'll go see mother. Then let us go together. Lin Jiang nodded and then returned to Lingtao Mountain Villa with Lin Ying. When Zhuang Rong learned that the two families would not fight, she also breathed a sigh of relief. She did not care about revenge. Her only worry was for her children. The Zhou family's strength was not weak. If a real fight broke out, the Lin family would definitely suffer losses. Lin Batian knew Lin Ying was at Lingtao Mountain Villa and sent many healing pills, instructing Lin Ying to take good care of herself. Lin Ying's injuries were not serious. She just needed to rest. It was estimated that she could fully recover in 2 to 3 months at most, and she was already lively and bouncing around. But Lin Ying wanted to take the opportunity to be lazy. At Lingtao Mountain Villa, she was the most favored. She had her mother in front of her and her older brother beside her, receiving all kinds of love. She did not want to recover so quickly. At Lingtao Mountain Villa, Lin Jiang stood by the window, watching Zhuang Rong and Lin Ying chatting by the fire. While Lin Ying had roasted a few chickens and ducks from the villa, showcasing her mischief-making skills, which were no less than that of 2 silly birds. This scene was very warm and made Lin Jiang feel very comfortable. If possible, he wanted to maintain this kind of life forever. However, in reality, Lin Jiang was considering how to detach himself from the Lin family. He was already 45 years old. In recent years, he had been growing a beard to make himself look more mature and older to conceal his secret. Otherwise, he would still look like he was 17, which was abnormal. Even a cultivator could not maintain that appearance. Lin Jiang could disguise himself as a middle-aged person, but what about old age? Once a qi refining stage cultivator reached 60, their vitality would begin to decline, and they would age quickly, unless they spent a lot of money on youth-preserving pills. But Lin Jiang was a man. Men rarely cared about their appearance. The main buyers of youth-preserving pills were always women, like Zhuang Rong. Taking a step back, even if Lin Jiang used this excuse, it wouldn't last long. The lifespan of cultivators generally ended around 100 years. Those who practiced longevity could live to 110 or 12, which was already extremely rare. Lin Jiang did not believe he could establish his foundation before 100 years old, even if he really tried his best. His aptitude was a limiting factor. So he had been considering this issue for a long time: how to break free, and where to go after breaking free. Without the protection of the Lin family, he would face many problems, such as safety and income. Currently, relying on Lingtao Mountain Villa, he had no worries about food and drink, and cultivation resources were abundant, with a surplus each year. But what would happen without this industry? These were all issues he needed to think through. He still needed to use youth-preserving pills. This way, he could extend his time by several decades. Zhuang Rong had treated him well. He must provide for her in her old age, and then save money to break free. At that time, he could settle in Anhua City or another large cultivation city, open a shop, and do some business. After much contemplation, Lin Jiang settled on his plan. The most important thing about using youth-preserving pills was to provide for Zhuang Rong in her old age. Lin Jiang had seen her kindness and remembered it in his heart. This kindness must be repaid. Currently, Lingtao Mountain Villa's annual profit was over 800 spirit stones. With Lin Jiang's expenditures, he could save nearly 500 spirit stones each year. Over the decades, it would not be difficult to take away 10,000 spirit stones when he left. This amount of money was already very substantial, enough for Lin Jiang to settle down elsewhere. Lin Jiang was considering learning a protective talisman technique, and he thought talismans looked quite good. He then thought about safety issues. Over the past 2 years, Lin Jiang had increased his practice of spells and sword control techniques. Although he hadn't had much real combat experience, he felt that he was doing well in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. After all, other cultivators hadn't invested as much time in spells and sword control as he had. Years of practice wouldn't go to waste. However, it was still not enough, as his cultivation level was limited, and when encountering someone of a higher realm, even the most skilled spells wouldn't be of much use. The disparity in power was too great. Therefore, he needed other means. Lin Jiang thought of talismans. Among the 4 arts of alchemy, talisman making, weapon forging, and formations, only talismans could directly increase a cultivator's combat power. A single spirit talisman could be activated with just one's divine sense and a bit of spiritual energy. Over the past few years, he had bought quite a few spirit talismans, including some for farming like the Rain Cloud talisman, as well as expensive ones for killing and self-defense. With Lin Jiang's finances, he couldn't afford to buy them in bulk, so drawing talismans himself was the best choice. Brother, you want to learn talisman making? Lin Ying's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Jiang wanted to learn to draw talismans because she was a talisman master herself. Lin Batian had strict requirements for his children. Once they reached the foundation establishment stage, they had to choose a craft from alchemy, talisman making, weapon forging, or formations to learn. Lin Dai chose alchemy, while Lin Ying chose talisman making and had already made some achievements after a few years of study. Jianger, talisman making is good. Your grandfather was an outstanding talisman master. Back in the day, his level reached mid-level 2nd tier. The dowry your mother received was all earned by your grandfather through talisman making. If you want to learn, I can pass on your grandfather's talisman making legacy to you, Zhuang Rong added, fully supportive. The fact that her father could provide such a substantial dowry was because he was an excellent talisman master. Although alchemy was the most profitable among the 4 arts, mastering the other 3 crafts would also ensure a steady income. Thank you, mother. I'll trouble my sister to teach me the basics. Lin Jiang didn't decline. The cultivation techniques in the cultivation world could be quite tricky. Without a foundation, self-learning was nearly impossible due to the high requirements for talent. Lin Ying's ability to get started was also thanks to Lin Baixian's efforts. The Lin family had specifically recruited a talisman master as a guest elder, and they had spent a lot of money to persuade him to teach Lin Ying real skills. Hee, no problem. But I warn you, if you misbehave halfway through, you'll get punished. Lin Ying laughed heartily, then pretended to be serious, striking a pose like an old sage, making Zhuang Rong laugh. After that, Zhuang Rong took out the notes left by her father, the talisman master's insights, and gave them to Lin Jiang. She and T shared these with Lin Ying, which made Lin Ying a bit unhappy, but she quickly got over it because her interest lay more in cultivation and the thrill of power enhancement during breakthroughs. Lin Jiang bought talisman paper, talisman brushes, and talisman ink, and began learning to draw talismans under Lin Ying's guidance, studying for an hour during the day and practicing for another hour at night. To do this, Lin Jiang pushed most of his other tasks aside, delegating farming to Lin Baohua, and for tasks that mortals couldn't do, he would buy spirit talismans as substitutes, not knowing whether it was considered a family talent. Lin Jiang clearly had a higher aptitude for drawing talismans than Lin Ying. In just half a month, he successfully drew his first spirit talisman. While it had taken Lin Ying 6 months at that time, this made Lin Ying even more annoyed. How could the same parents pass on such talent to him? During the 3 months Lin Ying rested at Lingtao Mountain Villa, Lin Jiang had already learned to draw 5 types of spirit talismans. While it took Lin Ying 6 years to master the drawing methods for 5 types. Chapter 15. Soul Lamp. It was another year of family reunion dinner. This year, Lin Jiang was 47 years old, marking the 30th year since his reincarnation, and he was still at the 4th level of qi cultivation. The Lin family had grown larger, filling over 20 tables, and the ancestral home's courtyard was nearly insufficient. In a few years, they would likely need to expand. Father, Lin Shan, the eldest son, was already aging. He was 78 years old and had not used any youth-preserving pills, his head full of white hair, making him look the oldest among those present. "Shaner, sit down," Lin Batian sighed, urging Lin Shan to take a seat. Lin Shan was his first child, born to his first wife, and he had always cherished him the most. But seeing his most beloved son unable to break through to the foundation establishment stage made him watch him age day by day. Time was merciless, and Lin Shan had little time left. Sitting next to Lin Shan was Lin He, who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Although he was also in his 70s, he still looked middle-aged. Next to Lin He was Lin Dai. At 55, she looked even younger, appearing to be in her 20s. And she hadn't taken any youth-preserving pills. The fourth child, Lin Yuan, was already married and lived elsewhere, so she rarely attended the year-end reunions. This left the fifth child, Lin Hai, sitting beside Lin Dai. At around 50, Lin Hai looked fine. Lin Jiang's younger siblings were all still young, without worries about lifespan for the time being. Everyone's focus was on Lin Batian, hoping to receive his approval or encouragement, as children always wished for their father's love. The third generation of the Lin family had grown, and even the fourth generation had a good number of individuals beginning their cultivation journey, almost like adults. The happiest were the children under 12. They had not undergone spirit root testing and felt no pressure in cultivation, still retaining their innocence. For them, the year-end dinner was like a celebration, a chance to feast, and Lin Batian had specially instructed that they prepare food with low spiritual energy content, which was very delicious. This year, the Lin family developed well, with rising income, no casualties in the clan, and an addition of 9 members, including 3 newborns. Since a few years ago, Lin Batian had taken to summarizing the family's situation on this day, noting any significant events that occurred. This year, 9 new members joined the Lin family, including the legitimate wife brought into the family, not counting concubines, and the new births meant 3 children had tested positive for spirit roots, thus counted as part of the family. Those without spirit roots were not considered Lin family members, which was both realistic and cruel. This year, the Lin family acquired a large magical artifact known as the Soul Lamp. After dinner, everyone went to the ancestral hall, where Manager Wu was already waiting. Starting with the eldest, each person needed to draw a drop of blood, and Manager Wu would also extract a strand of their divine soul. For cultivators, this was not a big deal. They would recover after resting for 10 days to half a month. The divine soul would go into the soul lamp, and the blood would go into the soul token. This soul token must be kept safe, as it was related to their lives. If they encountered danger outside in the future, they could activate the soul token, and the soul lamp would provide guidance, allowing the clan to send experts for rescue. Moreover, the nearby clansmen's soul tokens will also react, and you can consider whether to provide support at your discretion. Generally speaking, the clan supports everyone in mutual assistance. Manager Wu said to everyone while holding a soul token, which is a magical tool paired with the soul lamp and will serve as the identification for clansmen in the future. Make sure not to lose it. Losing it would be very troublesome. Soon it was Lin Jiang's turn. He also forced out some essence blood, and Manager Wu helped extract a wisp of divine soul. Manager Wu placed the divine soul into an oil lamp, which suddenly burst into flames, the brightness surpassing even that of the third young master, Lin Dai. Strange. Why is your aura so much brighter than Miss Sands? Manager Wu was very surprised. The sixth young master's soul lamp was brighter than Miss Sands, which was odd. Shouldn't a stronger lifespan mean a brighter light? Just look at the eldest young master Lin Shan's lamp. It's as dim as a yellow bean. While Lin Dai is currently the most accomplished among the second generation of the Lin family, close to the late stage of foundation establishment. Among mortals, living to 70 is rare, but there are those who can live to 100. I am someone who fears death and is good at health preservation techniques. I believe I can live to 150. This is quite normal. Lin Jiang quickly fabricated a reason. He glanced at the system. His lifespan balance had already exceeded 10,000 years, and the entire Lin family could not match his longevity. It's no wonder the soul lamp is bright. The sixth young master is right. Manager Wu scanned Lin Jiang 3 times with his divine sense, confirming that Lin Jiang was still at the 4th layer of qi refining and not an impersonator. He didn't dwell on it too much. Lin Jiang quickly left to chat with Lin Dai and also visited the eldest, Lin Shan. If nothing unexpected happens, the eldest Lin Shan would be the first among their second generation to pass away. Time waits for no one, and perhaps in a few years, he would be gone. After the new year, Lin Jiang went with Lin Dai and Lin Ying to Anhua City, pretending to buy a Dingyan Dan, but in reality, he was reluctant to spend that money. A single Dingyan Dan costs over 20,000 spirit stones, which is his total income for more than 3 years. He would need to save for over 5 years to afford it. After this trip, Lin Jiang's appearance issue was resolved, at least for the next 20 or 30 years. No one would suspect his looks, and he could continue to stay in the Lin family. Next, he needed to provide for and care for Zhuang Rong in her old age and prepare to leave the Lin family. Zhuang Rong was now 68 years old, and Lin Jiang did not know how long she could live. He only needed to be filial to her. As for his wealth, Lin Jiang was accumulating more and more. With an annual accumulation of nearly 500 spirit stones, he had been saving for over 10 years, and he had over 6,000 spirit stones saved up, which made him wealthier than many people in the Lin family. Because Lin Jiang did not have family support, he spent much less on cultivation than they did. Most Lin family members, including other cultivators, invested any money they had into their cultivation, but Lin Jiang did not. His cultivation time was fixed. So his expenses were also fixed, with just an additional expense for talisman drawing each year. However, Lin Jiang's income was also increasing. Lingtao Mountain Manor was becoming more mature, with various industries in place, and he was gaining experience, leading to a gradual increase in income. Genre, look at the clothes I made for you. Try them on and see if they fit. One day, Zhuang Rong held up a piece of clothing for Lin Jiang to compare. Over the past few years, Zhuang Rong had taken to making clothes for Lin Jiang. It started with ordinary fabric, then upgraded to purchasing fabric woven from spiritual materials, and finally, she began raising silkworms to weave cloth herself. The silkworms were spiritual silkworms that Lin Jiang had someone buy from Anhua City, and the silk they produced was extremely tough, impervious to blades and swords. If placed among mortals, it would be considered a divine object. How could clothes made by Mother not fit? I really like them. Thank you. Mother, Lin Jiang said, touched. This piece of clothing took Zhuang Rong 2 years to complete because there weren't many spiritual silkworms, and it took 2 years to gather enough silk. As long as you like it, I can make you one every year. It will last you for decades. Zhuang Rong said, this one can last for decades. Lin Jiang chuckled. With this silk, it could last 50 years without wearing out. Oh, my only wish now is to see you married and to see your children born. There are so many sisters in the family, and I am the only one who hasn't become a grandmother. Zhuang Rong sighed. Lin Batian had many wives and concubines, and except for those who had just entered the family, everyone else had become grandmothers or grandmothers. Only she had children who were not married. Mother, I'm still thinking about foundation establishment, Lin Jiang replied. Humph. Zhuang Rong rolled her eyes. That sounds like a joke. You're almost 50 and still at the 4th layer of qi refining. How can you establish a foundation? Really, at most in 5 years. I'll be at the 5th layer of qi refining. Once you hit 60, it's all over. Your sister will establish a foundation before she's 30, and you, while you can still have children, should have a few. I'll help take care of them, Zhuang Rong urged. Cough, cough. I see the silly beasts have caught prey again. I need to go take a look. Lin Jiang quickly found an excuse to escape. A few years ago, Zhuang Rong had given up on the idea of Lin Jiang marrying, but in the past 2 years, it had resurfaced and become even more determined. Unfortunately, Lin Jiang's reputation as the disgrace of the Lin family was too notorious, and even with a manor, he couldn't find a cultivator as a match, which made Zhuang Rong very angry. She did not want Lin Jiang's wife to be immortal, giving birth to mortal descendants in the world of cultivators. Mortals had it too hard. Chapter 16. The break between Lin and Zhou at the gate of the Lin family. The ancestor of the Zhou family, Zhou Quan, brought the newly promoted Golden Core Zhou Zilin and a junior to discuss matters with Lin Batian. This time, Zhou Quan came to the Lin family to seek a marriage alliance. The Lin and Zhou families had once had a honeymoon period. 5 female cultivators from the Zhou family had married into the Lin family, while no one from the Lin family had married into the Zhou family, which made the Zhou family feel somewhat at a loss. One must know that female cultivators are an important resource. The probability of cultivators giving birth to descendants with spiritual roots is high, especially for those with good spiritual roots and high cultivation levels. Taoist Lin, you are aware of our Yumin, who just turned 45 this year and is already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, Yumin is a direct descendant of my Zhou family, a proper heir. It is fitting for him to marry Lin Ying. To show our sincerity, we are willing. Zhou Quan spoke eloquently, pointing at the junior, Zhou Yumin, who was an outstanding member of the Zhou family's younger generation. At 45, he was already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and had dual spiritual roots. This time, Zhou Quan was here to propose marriage, hoping for Zhou Yumin to marry Lin Ying, the eldest daughter of the 2nd generation of the Lin family. Initially, Zhou Quan wanted Zhou Yumin to marry the 3rd daughter, Lin Dai, but Lin Dai had a cold personality, while Lin Ying was more lively and adorable, which Zhou Yumin preferred. The Zhou family also felt they were coming with sincerity. If the Lin family agreed, they were willing to offer a large betrothal gift, including spirit stones, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and cultivation methods, and were also willing to integrate resources with the Lin family. However, Zhou Quan did not see that Lin Baishan's expression was already quite unpleasant. Lin Batian looked down on marriage alliances from the bottom of his heart. He was the founder of the Lin family, a dominant figure of his generation. In his view, everything the Lin family needed could be obtained through force, but not through women. If a family needed to use women to exchange for benefits, then that family was just like that, lacking in dignity. Wu, go summon Lin Ying. Lin Batian did not erupt immediately, but asked manager Wu to call Lin Ying over. If Lin Ying liked Zhou Yumin, he would agree. If she did not, then it would be a different story. Soon, Lin Ying arrived in the reception room under the guidance of manager Wu. Lin Batian explained the Zhou family's intentions and then asked Lin Ying if she was willing to marry Zhou Yumin. Marry? Father, I don't want to marry. Lin Ying was taken aback and immediately refused. Despite being over 40, she still maintained a childlike mindset. She spent her days cultivating, occasionally going to her brother's place to have fun, living a carefree life. Why would she want to marry? Miss Lin, our Yumin is here as well. He is the legitimate son of the Zhou family. If you marry into our family, we won't let you suffer. Zhou Quan's face darkened slightly. This rejection was too straightforward. Simply giving them no face at all. Is being a legitimate son really that impressive? Lin questioned. The Lin family is a newly established family, and the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children is quite vague. Not to mention the second generation. Even the third and fourth generations are basically indistinguishable in terms of legitimacy. A family discussing the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children usually requires several generations of development. If a family is not developing rapidly enough, or if the cake is not big enough, they will have to consider how to divide the cake. The Lin family currently maintains an upward attitude. Their family strength is continuously improving, and regardless of whether one is a legitimate or illegitimate child, they can achieve satisfactory results. So naturally, this distinction is not emphasized. Zhou Quan was immediately furious and was about to reprimand Lin Ying when Lin Batian spoke up. Taoist Zhou, you also saw that Lin Ying is unwilling to marry, so let us just drop this matter. Taoist Lin, marrying into my Zhou family is not a loss. This has nothing to do with loss or gain. Marriage must be based on mutual willingness. Since she is unwilling, why force it? A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, right? Taoist Lin, have you thought this through? I have thought it through. Lin Baishan's expression grew colder. Can't this guy see that he is already impatient? All right. The threshold of the Lin family is too high. Our Zhou family cannot reach it. Zhou Quan snorted coldly and left, with Zhou Zilin and Yumin following closely behind. Father, no need to say more. Go back to your cultivation. Lin Batian, am not at the point of using my daughter to exchange for benefits. Thank you, father, then I will take my leave. Lin Ying, carefree and oblivious, quickly ran away. Head of the family, it seems the Lin and Zhou families are about to break apart. As soon as Lin Ying left, Manager Wu emerged from a corner and spoke to Lin Batian. If they want to break apart, then let them. I've had enough. I was already planning to take action regarding the Ironwood Demon Wolf incident, and now it's not too late. Old Wu, find a reason for the Zhou family to act first, and I will destroy them. Head of the family, Zhou Zilin has already advanced to the Golden Core stage. No problem, we can kill them together. Over there, in the remote area of Yunzhou, no one will pay attention to it. Lin Batian said lightly. The cultivation world in Yunzhou is already a remote area, and where they are located is even more so. Who would pay attention to a mere Golden Core family? The Zhou family wanting to marry Lin Ying is indeed a stroke of bad luck. Lin Jiang also heard about the Zhou family's proposal for Lin Ying at the Lingtao Mountain Villa and found it unfortunate. This is because the Zhou family's reputation is not good. Externally, the Zhou family bullies the weak, and there are even incidents of family members robbing and killing loose cultivators. Internally, there are plenty of their family's ridiculous matters and a heap of dirty affairs. Lin Jiang does not like the Zhou family. The Zhou family is indeed not doing well. Your father did well on this point. Quite tough. Zhuang Rong nodded. Lin Batian married off 4 daughters, none of whom were for political marriage. They all found partners themselves, regardless of wealth. This is something she admires. However, the Lin and Zhou families are indeed about to break apart. Within 20 years, the two families will definitely fight to the death. Genre, things won't be that serious, right? It's just a failed marriage proposal. Isn't this quite common? This has nothing to do with the marriage proposal. It's purely a matter of interests. The Lin family has no small forces around, and the Zhou family is the weakest. Additionally, with the Ironwood Demon Wolf incident from a few years ago, my father is holding in anger. Just wait, Zhou Quan's demise might be a signal. Lin Jiang analyzed that the Lin family expanded too aggressively in previous years, and many territories have not been digested. Over these years, as the second and third generations of the Lin family have grown, they have completely taken control. And now the Lin family is about to embark on another expansion. The Zhou family has built a grudge against the Lin family due to the Ironwood Demon Wolf incident. And this time they are likely relying on Zhou Zilin having advanced to the Golden Core stage to propose marriage to Lin Ying, which has once again angered Lin Batian. Why do I say it has angered Lin Batian? One is that Lin Batian has a hard temperament and never uses his children for marriage alliances. The second is that the Lin family has few foundation building members, only a handful. The Zhou family wants to take away a foundation building daughter from the Lin family. What a beautiful thought. In Lin Baishan's view, this could very well be a conspiracy from the Zhou family, inevitably inciting his anger. Zhou Quan does not have much lifespan left. How many years he has left is uncertain, but if he dies, the two families are likely to go to war. Given Lin Baishan's character, once they engage in conflict, it will be a matter of life and death, and one family will definitely perish. Jianger, if it really comes to fighting, don't go. At that time, I want to have a say in the matter, but with my current cultivation, I doubt my father would even look at me. Lin Jiang said self-deprecatingly. The Lin family has quite a few cultivators at the qi refining stage. At least 20 or 30. His presence would neither add nor subtract. Whether Lin Batian would even notice him is uncertain. In the quiet of the night, Lin Jiang closed his eyes and contemplated the future path once again. He foresaw that the enmity between the Lin and Zhou families would occur before Zhuang Rong's demise. The possibility of him being summoned by the family to fight is quite high, so he needs to adjust his plans. He can't just die here. Upgrade equipment. Practice real combat. After thinking for a long time, Lin Jiang decided on a strategy. His cultivation cannot be improved immediately, but his equipment can be enhanced. And he also needs to strengthen his practical combat training to develop his combat awareness. Chapter 17. The tragic incident caused by an iron-armored ox. The wilderness area is what cultivators refer to as the territory occupied by demon beasts. More than 1,000 miles west of the Lin family's mountain gate is part of the wilderness area. Here, apart from demon-hunting cultivators, there are no signs of human habitation, as ordinary people cannot survive here due to poisonous insects and miasma. Even for cultivators, survival is not easy. At this moment, several young members of the Lin family are hunting an iron-armored ox demon beast. This iron-armored ox is the most valuable among low-level demon beasts. Its tendons can be used to craft bows and arrows, its hide can be refined into armor, and its horns are extremely sharp. Even the meat is more valuable due to its good taste, surpassing that of other demon beasts. The profit from a single iron-armored ox will not be less than 30 spirit stones, which is already a considerable amount. Many loose cultivators do not earn 30 spirit stones in a year. Lin Baoqing, Lin Baoyi, you two restrain the iron-armored ox quickly. Don't let it get close to me. The Lin family members coordinated well. One person directed while two others moved forward to restrain it. The iron-armored ox is massive and slow to react, so they kept harassing it, forcing it to charge at the Lin family members. However, as soon as it began its charge, the person would quickly flee, and the other would attack it from behind. The real killing move is directed by this side. With a total of 3 people, each holding a strong bow. This is not an ordinary strong bow of mortals, but a genuine magical artifact. And the arrow shot can penetrate solid rock. Bang! Lin Baoqing shot another arrow, hitting the iron-armored ox's neck and nearly piercing it through. This made Lin Baoqing exclaim. At this point, the iron-armored ox was almost done for. The iron-armored ox went berserk. Let it go? Lin Baoqing shouted loudly. The iron-armored ox has strong vitality. Even though it was covered in wounds, it did not die immediately, but instead went mad. Several clan members quickly dodged, clearing a path for the iron-armored ox to escape. They just needed to follow it, and within half a day, they would be able to capture an iron-armored ox. The others immediately followed Lin Baoqing's orders, summoning their flying swords and hovering in the air. Low-level demon beasts cannot fly except for flying demon beasts. The iron-armored ox roared a few times at the crowd and then fled in panic. Everyone was flying on their swords, following the armored bull, occasionally diving towards it to intimidate it, urging it to accelerate its escape and hastening its life force consumption. The armored bull charged through the jungle, knocking down countless towering trees, and soon, it crashed into a group of cultivators hunting demon beasts. Not good. It's the rampaging armored bull. Those people noticed the commotion caused by the armored bull and were all alarmed. They were at a critical moment in their hunt for demon beasts, and if the armored bull charged in, it wouldn't just be a failure of their efforts, but could likely result in casualties. Fly up, dodge. The leader shouted and instantly charged towards the armored bull, aiming to delay its impact and buy time for the others. Boom. The man summoned a flying sword, which pierced the bull's head. The sword broke through the skull but got stuck in the bones. And then the armored bull charged into the man, sending him flying away. Third brother. Third brother. The others cried out in panic. Someone caught the flying man, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in, severely injured. Others immediately took out life-saving pills for him to consume. Boom. Perhaps that strike had exhausted the armored bull's last bit of life force. Its massive body collapsed with a loud crash, forever closing its eyes. Members of the Lin family, the Zhou family, and Lin Baoqing caught up and were taken aback upon seeing the Zhou family members. A few years ago, Zhou Yumin's unsuccessful proposal to marry Lin Ying had weakened the ties between the two families, and they had almost stopped interacting. This meeting was extremely awkward. We killed this armored bull, we'll take it and leave. Lin Baoqing did not want to clash with the Zhou family and prepared to take the armored bull and leave, as the wilderness was fraught with danger. Now that the armored bull had bled so much, it was easy to attract other demon beasts. Stop. Who says the armored bull is yours? What do you mean? Didn't you see the arrow on the armored bull's neck? That's our Lin family's armor-piercing arrow, marked with our Lin family's insignia. If I saw it. But you also look at the flying sword on the armored bull's head. That's my third brother's. Besides, your actions have disrupted our encirclement, and our prey has escaped. How do you account for that? What do you mean? Take away your arrow and leave the armored bull behind. That's compensation for my third brother. The Zhou family members said angrily. They were furious that their hunt had been ruined, their prey had escaped, and their third brother was seriously injured. I'll curse you. You can't hunt demon beasts yourself and want to rob us. Lin Baoqing immediately cursed back. He had a fiery temperament, and one of the Lin family members who had been killed by the Zhou family years ago was his father. He hated the Zhou family to the bone and exploded this time. Do you dare to curse me? What is wrong with cursing you? You worthless coward. Apart from harming others behind their backs, all you do is rob others. Exactly, a family like yours is still thinking about marrying my 10th aunt, huh? You should take a look at yourself. What a toad. Their essay saying, what is it? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Haha, yes, it's a toad. The Lin family members unleashed their fury, mocking the Zhou family wildly. The Zhou family had already made them hate them with their betrayal. and Zhou Yumin's marriage proposal had only fueled their anger. Lin Batian, as the head of the Lin family, was very proud and unwilling to marry off his daughter. His descendants inherited his pride, believing that Zhou Yumin was not worthy of Lin Ying. To dare propose a marriage alliance was to look down on the Lin family men, thinking they needed to exchange women for benefits. The Zhou family members, all young, were furious upon hearing these words. In a surge of blood, they didn't care about anything else. With a movement of their consciousness, a flying sword shot towards Lin Baoqing. "Be careful," Lin Baoyi exclaimed in shock, pushing Lin Baoqing aside, but the flying sword still grazed his arm. "Damn it, dare to move. Fight to the death." The Lin family members, seeing the Zhou family dare to strike, immediately retaliated. In an instant, flying swords were wielded, and both sides began to fight. The Zhou family suffered significant losses. The leader of the Zhou family was the injured third brother, who was in the late stage of qi refinement, but he was now unconscious and severely injured, losing their strongest combat power and needing someone to care for him. Meanwhile, Lin Baoyi was also in the late stage of qi refinement, but had no burdens. Request for help. The Zhou family members, seeing they couldn't hold on, immediately shouted for assistance. Someone activated the Zhou family's soul token, and nearby Zhou family members immediately received the message. "We're also requesting help. Don't suffer losses," Lin Baoyi said, activating the Lin family's soul token as well. Both families primarily relied on hunting demon beasts for income, and there were surely many elders from both families nearby. "Thief, dare to kill my Zhou family members, seeking death." An elder from the Zhou family in the foundation building stage was the first to arrive. As he came, he happened to see a Zhou family member killed by Lin Baosheng and was instantly furious. From over 100 meters away, he urged his flying sword to attack. Boom. Lin Baosheng was heavily injured by the strike, his shield shattered, and he flew away, spitting blood and losing consciousness. "Lin Baosheng, run." The remaining Lin family members, seeing the Zhou family's foundation building elder arrive, immediately scattered, fleeing with the injured Lin Baosheng. "Fifth uncle, don't let them go. Sixth brother was killed by them," shouted someone from the Zhou family. Someone had already been killed in the recent battle. "Kill." The Zhou family's foundation building elder gritted his teeth, deciding to strike hard. They originally looked down on the Lin family, knowing that the Zhou family had a heritage of hundreds of years, while the Lin family had not even reached 100 years. Now the Zhou family had 2 golden core cultivators, and the Lin family had only 1. In their eyes, the Lin family was just a newly rich family, while they were the true noble family. Now that a conflict had erupted between the Lin and Zhou families, with deaths involved, they decided to go for a ruthless strike to quell the Lin family's arrogance. Third aunt, help." The fleeing Lin family members saw someone flying from afar and were suddenly overjoyed, desperately calling for help. But upon seeing Lin Dai approaching, the Zhou family's foundation building elder not only didn't stop, but instead accelerated his attack, swiftly slashing Lin Baoqing in half, leaving him with no chance of survival. "Thief." Lin Dai's eyes instantly turned red. She was a second-generation member of the Lin family, and these third-generation members were her nephews and nieces, who were extremely filial to her. Watching her own kin die before her eyes drove Lin Dai to the brink of madness. A surge of rage shooting from her dantian to her head. "Kill." Lin Dai roared in anger, her flying sword in the air, but it was easily knocked down. However, Lin Dai was unfazed. Lin Batian was famous for his overlord spear, and all Lin family children had to learn spear techniques from a young age. It was her strongest skill. Lin Dai drew out a red long spear, flicking the tip to deflect the Zhou family foundation building elder's flying sword, then quickly closed in. The spear moved like a dragon, and countless starlights enveloped the Zhou family elder. His expression changed dramatically as he summoned a shield to block. But in just a few moves, Lin Dai pierced through it, sending him flying. Boom. In the next moment, before the Zhou family elder could recall his flying sword, Lin Dai had already pierced through his protective energy, the spear tip entering his dantian. With a twist of her wrist, the spear pierced through his body, lifting the Zhou family elder entirely. Break. With a shake of her hand, the Zhou family elder was shattered into pieces, and Lin Dai was drenched in the enemy's blood. Looking terrifying. "Leave none alive, kill." Lin Dai coldly ordered. Looking at the bodies of her family members, she had long lost her sanity. She needed to avenge her kin. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Chapter 18. The Might of the Overlord's Spear at the Lin family's mountain gate. Lin Baoqing's corpse lay before all the Lin family members, along with Lin Baosheng and others who had suffered severe injuries and were still in a coma. Whether they could survive was still uncertain. More and more people from the Lin family gathered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lin Batian stood before everyone, silent, waiting for most to assemble before he slowly spoke. "The Lin family has suffered a tragic death at the hands of others. What do you say we should do? Revenge. Revenge. Revenge." Almost all the clansmen roared, the cries echoing like thunder, Lin Baoqing's blood igniting their reason. "Good, revenge. Wu Guanshi, here, Patriarch. Mobilize 2 flying boats. We are going to exterminate the Zhou family." "Patriarch, think twice." Wu Guanshi's face changed dramatically. Although they had long planned to go to war with the Zhou family, things were not meant to unfold this way. Where were the strategies and tactics? Wu Guanshi? Lin Beixian's expression darkened as he coldly stared at him. Yes, Wu Guanshi. Intimidated by Lin Beixian's authority, dared not say more and immediately mobilized the 2 flying boats from the family treasury. All Lin family members, regardless of age or weakness. Those willing to follow me, Lin Batian, to fight, come aboard the flying boats. Lin Batian addressed everyone and was the first to jump onto a flying boat. Lin Shan is here, willing to follow my father to fight. The aged Lin Shan laughed heartily as he jumped onto the flying boat second. Lin Dai is willing to follow Grandpa to fight. Lin Dai was the third. Lin Hai is willing to fight for my father. Lin Baowen arrived. One after another. All Lin family disciples who were cultivators jumped onto the flying boats. Even many wives and concubines of the Lin family joined in. Set sail, attack the Zhou family. Lin Batian roared, and the 2 flying boats activated, slowly ascending. The 6 sons of the Lin family are here. Just then, a surprise shout rang out. As Lin Jiang also appeared, Lin Batian saw Lin Jiang, nodded at him, and then unleashed a burst of spiritual power to pull Lin Jiang onto the flying boat. The atmosphere on the flying boat was very silent. Lin Jiang was sweating profusely, panting heavily, clutching 2 spirit stones, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy from them. He had just received the news and rushed over desperately. The conflict between the 2 families was completely unexpected for Lin Jiang. Initially, he thought the 2 families would wait until Zhou Quan passed away before taking action, at least another 20 to 30 years. But unexpectedly, only 3 years had passed since the last time the Zhou family sought to marry Lin Ying but failed, catching him completely off guard. Lin Jiang didn't understand what confidence Lin Batian had to confront 2 golden core cultivators directly. But regardless, Lin Jiang had to participate in this battle. It was what he owed to the Lin family. Over the decades, he had been able to cultivate peacefully thanks to the protection of the Lin family. Without the family's protection, he might have died long ago. The Lin and Zhou family gates were less than 2,000 miles apart, with the flying boats at maximum speed. It took just over 3 hours for the Lin family to arrive near the Zhou family gate. Patriarch, what's the plan for the next move? Wu Guanshi quietly asked Lin Batian, completely confused, unsure how to proceed with the battle. I will break the Zhou family's mountain gate's protective formation. You all follow in and strike at the heart of the Zhou family. Leave no one alive. Exterminate them, Lin Batian said calmly. After finishing, he took out a golden long spear and then vanished from the flying boat. Lin Batian concealed his presence and flew over the Zhou family gate. At this moment, the Zhou family was also shocked by the wild conflict, but they never expected the Lin family's response to be so swift and reckless. They were still discussing how to gather manpower and strategize against the Lin family. Breaking the heaven style, Lin Batian gathered his strength above the Zhou family and then shouted angrily, pouring all his spiritual power into the long spear. The spear emitted a golden phantom, which transformed into a dragon and violently struck the Zhou family gate. Boom! The Zhou family's protective formation shattered in an instant, and the spear's residual force crashed into the Zhou family's interior. Who? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Zhou family gate erupted with furious shouts, followed by more screams from the Zhou family members. Lin family disciples, follow me to kill! Lin Shan shouted from the flying boat, then stepped onto his flying sword and charged toward the Zhou family. Kill! Lin Dai, Lin Ying, and Wu Guanshi, along with 7 others in the Foundation establishment stage, moved faster than Lin Shan. Those in the Foundation establishment stage could already fly with their physical bodies, and their spiritual sense could extend several hundred meters. The range of their spiritual sense determined how far they could control their flying swords. From hundreds of meters away, Lin Dai and the others' flying swords already reached inside the mountain gate, slicing through the heads of Zhou family's Qi refining stage members. Lin Batian, how dare you? Lin Batian, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. Zhou Quan and Zhou Zilin ascended into the sky, attacking Lin Batian from either side. On the ground, Lin Jiang's speed was only average. It wasn't that he couldn't fly fast, but he was maintaining his composure, unwilling to be the frontline soldier. As frontline soldiers often died quickly, Lin Jiang quickly found his opponent, as cultivators typically sought out evenly matched opponents in battle, making it difficult for mismatched situations to arise because everyone wanted to minimize their own casualties rather than sacrifice someone. Lin Jiang's opponent was also a mid-stage Zhou family member in the Qi refinement stage. The external projection of spiritual sense in the mid-stage Qi refinement was only about 10 meters, and the control space for flying swords was small, so most still wielded flying swords by hand. Only after reaching the Foundation establishment stage could one fight in a more cultivator-like manner with a spiritual sense extending hundreds of meters. Lin Jiang wielded a long spear, which was not surprising, as all Lin family disciples practiced with spears. This was not a mandatory requirement, but everyone accepted it as the norm, and Lin Jiang was no exception. But Lin Jiang's spear technique was merely a guise. The moment he deflected his opponent's flying sword, he instantly activated over a dozen first-tier low-grade spirit talismans. The best quality of first-tier low-grade talismans was equivalent to a full-force strike from a Qi refinement stage 3 cultivator, which posed little threat to someone in the mid-Qi refinement stage, but this was still just a decoy. The real killing move was the silver needles Lin Jiang had concealed, which he bought from Anhua City. Puff! Before the Zhou family member could react, A silver needle was already embedded in his temple. With a blackout, he lost his life. Sixth uncle, well done. The Lin family members were astonished by Lin Jiang's bravery, cheering as he killed an enemy with a single strike. The thief is using underhanded tactics. Beware of needle-like magical artifacts. The Zhou family members quickly reacted, strengthening their defenses, making it difficult for Lin Jiang to launch a sneak attack. I'll crush you with money. Lin Jiang shouted, producing over 100 spirit talismans in his hands. As a talisman painter, he had brought all the talismans he had accumulated over the years. This was all money, and Lin Jiang intended to use money to crush them. Faced with such an extravagant approach, the Zhou family members were extremely terrified. But with no way to retreat, they could only grit their teeth and hold on. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky had also escalated to a fever pitch. Lin Batian faced two opponents and showed no signs of falling behind. Instead, he was suppressing both of them. Zhou Quan had less than 10 years of lifespan left. His vitality severely diminished, and his strength was only about 60% of his peak. Zhou Zilin was a newcomer who had advanced to Golden Core less than 10 years ago, and facing Lin Batian proved to be extremely challenging. Lin Batian wielded the long spear, continuously thrusting and knocking their flying swords away. He was a close combat expert, and since the two sought to keep their distance, he had not seized the opportunity to strike immediately. However, Lin Batian was not anxious. The rhythm of the battle was already under his control. He was merely searching for an opportunity. Just one chance, and he could break the enemy. After exchanging dozens of moves, Zhou Quan was the first to show a flaw. His vitality was declining, and he was somewhat powerless, leaving gaps in his defense. Lin Batian seized the opportunity and pierced through his protective aura with a single shot. The tip of the spear penetrated his chest, and Lin Batian's spiritual power surged through the long spear into his body. Old ancestor, return the spear. Zhou Zilin saw Zhou Quan fall and was filled with urgency, rushing forward. Lin Batian directly executed a reverse spear strike, aiming his spear at Zhou Zilin. The force of this shot was extremely fierce. Zhou Zilin swung his sword down, attempting to cleave Lin Batian's long spear. But the result was that Lin Batian's spear shattered his flying sword and easily pierced through his protective aura, penetrating his body. Die together. Zhou Zilin was also extremely fierce, grabbing Lin Batian's spear with one hand while controlling his flying sword with his spiritual consciousness to stab at Lin Batian. Trash, Lin Batian said disdainfully, then raised his hand to unleash a palm strike, sending Zhou Zilin's flying sword flying away. He twisted the tail of the spear, and the power transmitted through it crushed Zhou Zilin's body, similar to the technique used by Lin Dai to kill enemies before. The old ancestor is dead. The old ancestor is dead. The Golden Core battle was the focus of everyone's attention. The Zhou family saw their two Golden Cores killed, and their morale instantly plummeted to freezing point, completely collapsing. Some had already sensed the impending doom and started to flee. Kill them all. Lin Batian did not stop after killing Zhou Quan and Zhou Zilin. He immediately charged toward the Zhou family's foundation, intending to exterminate them completely, not wanting to leave a single one alive. The Zhou family is finished. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Ziming, witnessed this scene and let out a heart-wrenching roar. It's over. The Zhou family is finished. Everything is over. Chapter 19. The annihilation of a clan. The speed was extreme. From the initial conflict in the wilderness to the Lin family directly attacking the Zhou family, the extermination took less than a day. In just one day, a Golden Core family with a heritage of hundreds of years was completely annihilated by the Lin family. By the time the news spread, families around were still in disbelief. Is the Zhou family made of clay? Did they scatter with just one charge? Lin Batian is so formidable. Families around raised questions, one doubting the strength of the Zhou family. After all, it was a family with hundreds of years of heritage and two Golden Cores. How could they be so easily defeated? Another questioned Lin Batian's strength. How could he kill two opponents and not even allow them to escape? Regardless of the external discussions, the Lin family was already in pursuit of the remaining enemies of the Zhou family. The Zhou family's mountain gate had at most half of their strength. The rest were spread out in various places, such as mines, spiritual mountains, and shops. Each family had a similar distribution of personnel. Lin Batian took the main force of the Lin family away, leaving some personnel at the Zhou family's mountain gate to guard the captives. Lin Jiang was one of them. He had no great interest in killing and preferred to stay behind. Old Six, are you injured? Lin Dai walked up to Lin Jiang and noticed he was covered in blood, prompting her to ask with concern. I'm not injured. It's all the enemy's blood. The clothes my mother wove are made of silk from heavenly silkworms, and I'm wearing 3 layers, Lin Jiang grinned. Although he had taken several hits from the enemy, he wasn't injured at all. The clothes woven from the spiritual silkworms raised by Zhuang Rong were very tough. He wore 3 layers. And there was even a piece of soft armor inside, which hadn't even been penetrated. That's good. Third sister, what about you? You seem injured. A small injury. It will heal in a couple of days. I'm used to it, third sister said. It wasn't hard, but this battle really relieved my anger. The Zhou family was too hated. Lin Dai continued. A few years ago, when the Zhou family backstabbed the Lin family, I was very angry. This time, the Zhou family dared to act first and kill Lin family members, which made me even more furious. Through this slaughter, I was able to vent my anger. After this battle, the Lin family should stop expanding, right? Temporarily, yes. The territory is too large for us to manage, Lin Dai replied. The Lin family still had too few people. Up to now, there were fewer than 100 cultivators in the Lin family, with most of the backbone being recruited guest elders. Many territories had to be rented out to scattered cultivators. If they swallowed the Zhou family now, the Lin family's power would become even more dispersed. This is very dangerous. If the enemy uses guerrilla warfare or harassment tactics against the Lin family, we wouldn't be able to manage it and would only be passively beaten or exhausted. This is also why Lin Batian and the others are now going to deal with the remaining enemies. They must eliminate the threat at its roots. Yes, we can't manage it. Old 16 is already married. Old 6, don't you want to get married? Third sister, aren't you the same? It's hard for me to get married. There are no candidates, Lin Dai said. She was already at the late stage of foundation building, and Lin Batian wouldn't casually allow her to marry out. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for the Lin family. If it were to recruit a son-in-law, that would be difficult as well. She looked down on ordinary men, and the excellent ones wouldn't choose to marry into their family, so she could only wait. I'm also having a hard time getting married. I look down on mortals, and female cultivators don't look at me. Haha, then let's not get married at all. Lin Jiang laughed. Among the second generation of the Lin family, only he, Lin Dai, and Lin Ying had not married. The others were already close to becoming grandfathers. For example, the eldest, Lin Shan, and the second, Lin He, already had grandchildren, and the fifth generation was about to emerge. The wife of the fifth brother committed suicide. The wife of the 13th brother also committed suicide. The second daughter-in-law of the eldest family, the eldest daughter-in-law of the second family, and the daughter-in-law of the seventh family ran away. 5 days later, Lin Jiang, still at the Zhou family's mountain gate, received news from home. These 5 women were all daughters of the Zhou family. But the Lin family had already annihilated the Zhou family. This was also a vendetta of extermination, a grudge even greater than that of killing a father. Therefore, some of the Zhou family's daughters chose to run away, while others chose to commit suicide. This is truly a tragedy, Lin Jiang lamented. He could feel the despair of those 5 Zhou women, which was terrifying. This is not a tragedy, but a necessary choice in life. The moment they married into the Lin family, and the moment their maternal family became enemies with the Lin family, they had to make a choice. Lin Dai, this is too cruel for them. On one side are their fathers and siblings, on the other side are their husbands and children. What if our Lin family lost? Lin Dai retorted. How would they choose if the Lin family lost? I don't know. I can't imagine that scene. That's why this should be one of the reasons why father doesn't arrange marriages for us. Marriages are chosen by our parents and families. If it's our own choice, then we must bear the consequences. Haven't you said before? Adults should be responsible for their choices. Let's not talk about this. When will father and the others be back? Lin Jiang decisively stopped the topic. It was too philosophical for him, and he didn't want to discuss it. It should be soon. The other places of the Zhou family are vulnerable. They can just be crushed. That's good. I want to go back to Lingtao Mountain Villa. That's fine. This time, Lin Dai did not take the opportunity to educate Lin Jiang. If Lin Jiang were still a young man who would later venture into the world, she would have sternly required him to stay and deal with more brutal matters, which are things that cultivators must face. But considering Lin Jiang's age and cultivation level, she didn't have such high expectations. In her view, Lin Jiang's life would be like this, so there was no need to force him to experience anything. It was enough for him to take good care of his mother and live a good life. Several days later, Lin Batian finally returned. After counting the casualties, he found that in this battle, 4 members of the Lin family and 6 guest elders had died, with over 20 injured. But they had exterminated hundreds from the Zhou family, achieving a great victory. Lin Batian had long planned for the Zhou family's territory. Important areas like the Mountain Gate were directly occupied by the Lin family, with people stationed there, while other places were allocated to the Lin family's guest elders. Some of the guest elders had been with the Lin family for decades, loyal and devoted. Most of them married and had children, and could later establish small families of their own. However, these families had to look up to the Lin family, acting as vassals, and each year, they had to pay a portion of their profits to the Lin family as a protection fee. As for the additional territory, it would be rented out to wandering cultivators for farming, collecting rent each year. After arranging everything, Lin Batian returned to the Lin family's mountain gate with a large amount of spoils. Lin Batian was already aware of the situation concerning the Zhou family women. He had nothing to say about it. Even if they didn't commit suicide or escape, they wouldn't be able to live in the Lin family anymore. Lin Batian might not kill them, but he would definitely send them away. He held a simple celebration banquet, after which Lin Jiang returned to Lingtao Mountain Villa, as he still preferred the pastoral life there. A month later, Lin Jiang received rewards sent by the Lin family. Lin Batian gave him a flying sword, 10 bottles of qi gathering pills, 5 bottles of nourishing essence pills, and 300 spirit stones, with a total value exceeding 2,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, Lin Jiang's monthly stipend was raised to 5 spirit stones, amounting to 60 spirit stones a year. This was still relatively modest. Lin Dai and Lin Ying directly received a spiritual mountain as a reward, comparable in scale to Lingtao Mountain Villa, which they could manage themselves, ensuring annual income. A long-term benefit. This sufficiently demonstrated the Lin family's profits from this battle, which were indeed substantial. The wealth of the Zhou family accumulated over hundreds of years had all fallen into the hands of the Lin family. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. The most profitable things are those written in the law. Lin Jiang could only sigh at this. No wonder Lin Batian was so keen on expansion. The profits from expansion were indeed the greatest. If it were to be managed painstakingly, how much time and effort would it take? This massacre also solidified Lin Jiang's resolve to live in a big city in the future. The cultivation world had no laws, but big cities had their own rules. And at least there wouldn't be such blatant killings, allowing him to survive in weakness. Chapter 20. The heartless passage of time leaves no marks. And by the year Lin Jiang turned 60, he finally reached the 5th level of Qi training. One day, Lin Jiang received news from the mountain gate at Lingtao Mountain Villa that his elder brother Lin Shan was nearing the end of his life. Lin Jiang hurriedly flew with his sword to the Lin family mountain gate. In front of Lin Shan's residence, many Lin family members had gathered. Lin Shan's children were all in the courtyard. Lin Jiang suddenly thought of Lin Baohua from Lingtao Mountain Villa, considering whether to bring him over. But in the end, Lin Jiang decided against it. Lin Shan had not seen Lin Baohua for decades, and perhaps in Lin Shan's heart, he had long forgotten about this child. The head of the family has arrived. Someone shouted. Lin Jiang looked up and saw Lin Batian walking quickly towards Lin Shan, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lin Batian approached Lin Shan, who at 91 was now too frail to get out of bed, having lost most of his hair and nearly all his teeth. Father, Shaner can't accompany you anymore. Lin Shan saw Lin Batian and tears streamed down his face. He was too old to want to see anyone. But Lin Batian was still in his prime. What more can you say? Speak, father is listening. Lin Batian placed a hand on Lin Shan's shoulder, channeling pure spiritual energy into his body. Instantly, Lin Shan's spirits lifted, and his waxy yellow complexion gained a flush of color. Lin Batian felt an immense pain in his heart. Lin Shan was his first child. He still remembered the excitement he felt when Lin Shan was born. Half of his love for his children was invested in Lin Shan, and after having more children, he never felt that same excitement again. Father, Shaner is leaving. You won't see the Lin family anymore. You will see it. I will bury you at the highest point of the mountain gate. You will see the Lin family grow stronger and become the most powerful family in Yunzhou. I believe you, father, I believe. I will make it happen, Lin Batian said, feeling very complicated, not knowing what to say at that moment. He could not express the thousands of words he wished to say. So he could only let Lin Shan's children come in. Lin Shan's wife had passed away years ago, and his children were already old, all in their 50s or 60s. Some even grandparents. Lin Batian continued to channel spiritual energy, giving Lin Shan time to explain matters to his children, after which siblings came to see him. Old 3rd. Old 10th. 18. I really envy you. Lin Shan looked at his 3 younger siblings. The second generation of the Lin family now had 4 in the foundation establishment stage. The second brother, Lin He, was still in Anhua City and couldn't come, leaving only Old 3rd, Old 10th, and Old 18 by his side. They were all in the foundation establishment stage. Even in their 70s or 80s, they still maintained their youth, looking no older than 30. Their youthful appearances made Lin Shan feel extremely envious. Life, old age, sickness, and death are all ordinary for people. Without achieving longevity, one will never be at ease. Lin Dai said quietly. Lin Batian nodded beside her. For cultivators, longevity was always the top priority. Family, sect, territory, resources, all of these serve the purpose of achieving longevity. Elder brother. Lin Ying choked up, not knowing what to say. The age gap between her and Lin Shan was too great, a full 34 years. But as the elder brother, Lin Shan was very qualified, caring for his younger siblings. Lin Jiang stood by silently, feeling nothing but endless sighs. The system indicated that he had over 13,000 years of lifespan remaining, increasing by more than 300 each year. For him, lifespan was the most inexpensive thing, as he had more than he could use. But for others, lifespan was extremely precious. They worked hard to cultivate, to kill, to seize treasures, all for the sake of living longer. An hour later, Lin Shan's heart stopped beating forever. The cries in Lin Shan's residence were deafening, and Lin Jiang quietly exited the courtyard. Lin Shan's funeral was held on an unprecedented scale, personally overseen by Lin Batian, who widely announced it. And many who had good relations with the Lin family sent people to pay their respects. On the day of the funeral, Lin Batian even changed out of his splendid clothes and put on a mourning robe, saying he would mourn for Lin Shan for 3 years. Not only did the Lin family members not understand, but others were also puzzled. Lin Batian explained that this was a custom from his hometown. If a legitimate eldest son died while the parents were still alive, the parents would mourn for the eldest son for 3 years. In the next 3 years, both Lin Batian and his wife would wear mourning robes to express their condolences for Lin Shan. Father's love for elder brother is truly enviable. The other second-generation Lin family members couldn't help but feel envious. Lin Baishan's affection for Lin Shan was completely unmasked, while the younger ones felt increasingly overlooked, perhaps becoming numb to it. Where's father's hometown? Lin Jiang asked, while others shook their heads, having never heard Lin Batian speak of his origins. They only knew he was not from Yunzhou, and that he had come to settle here with Manager Wu and a few trusted aides. It seems father is also a person with a story. Lin Jiang sighed, shaking his head and choosing not to ask further. Everyone has their own stories. Since Lin Batian did not wish to share, they were also unwilling to pry. After Lin Shan's death, Zhuang Rong suddenly insisted on returning to live at the Lin family's mountain gate. She explained that Ling Tao Mountain Villa was too quiet, and she felt too lonely by herself. At the mountain gate, she had a few sisters, who were also old and wanted to stay together. Lin Jiang agreed to her request, and moved back as well, living in the same courtyard as Zhuang Rong. Zhuang Rong had dismissed most of her servants, leaving only an old servant who had been with her for decades. Lin Jiang could stay in the servants' quarters. Lin Batian had 15 wives and concubines, the youngest of whom was already over 40 years old. He hadn't taken a new concubine in many years and likely had no intention of doing so. His primary wife, Zhang, was over 100 years old, but she was at the foundation building stage and could live for several more decades. She looked no older than 30 or 40. Zhuang Rong was the fourth oldest, but she was of similar age to the second and third wives, all around 80 years old, and had become old women. The competition for favor in the harem had long ceased to exist. They had fought fiercely in their youth, but now they were closer than real sisters. Lin Jiang entrusted Ling Tao Mountain Villa to Lin Baohua and his son. He returned to the mountain gate to take care of Zhuang Rong. And now he was also supporting the other concubines. After all, whether it was one or a group, the burden of support was the same. The elderly women led very lonely lives. They no longer needed to raise children or struggle for a living, having long given up on cultivation. To help pass the time, Lin Jiang brought out cards and mahjong, teaching them to play games like Big Two and mahjong. He would also invite storytellers from the Lin family market to entertain them with stories. In terms of food, Lin Jiang was even more dedicated. Within 1,000 miles, he would ask people to bring back any special delicacies, even personally learning how to prepare them, and then cooking for Zhuang Rong and the others. He also tried to recreate dishes from another time and space, making whatever he could find the ingredients for. This attitude made the other wives and concubines of Lin Batian extremely envious, quickly resolving any previous grievances. They all came together to enjoy their old age, including Lin Batian's primary wife, who, despite being over 100, had remained at the foundation building stage and had given up on cultivation. Now, aside from managing the women of the Lin family, she had little else to do, so she often came to chat and play cards with her sisters. Lin Jiang's actions received praise from others. The second generation of the Lin family came to express their gratitude, including Lin Hai, the fifth son, and Lin Feng, the seventh son, who even thought about joining him in providing for the elderly women. However, Lin Jiang firmly refused, joking that those were concubines from the previous generation whom he sincerely cared for, while they were just peers and had no right to expect him to provide for them. Lin Batian was even more direct. He specifically approved a monthly allowance of 100 spirit stones for Lin Jiang, reimbursing all expenses Lin Jiang incurred for the elderly women. If that wasn't enough, he could go to the accounts office to request more, with the remainder for Lin Jiang to keep for himself. Time was relentless. In the 5th year after Lin Jiang returned to the mountain gate, he bid farewell to the second concubine. In the 7th year, he said goodbye to the 5th and 3rd concubines. In the 10th year, the 7th and 6th concubines also passed away. In the 12th year, 92-year-old Zhuang Rong also welcomed the last moments of her life, and Lin Jiang summoned Lin Ying, who was in seclusion. Mother, father has come. Lin Batian also received the news. Over the years, his wives and concubines had passed one after another, leaving him with very mixed feelings. These women had beautiful memories with him and had borne him children. I don't want to see him. Zhuang Rong shook her head. In her last years, she didn't want to see Lin Batian at all and even felt some hatred towards him. Zhuang Rong believed that Lin Batian had harmed her, wasting her best youth in his harem, squandering her prime years. Jianger, if your mother doesn't want to see me, that's fine. You accompany her for the last journey. Outside the door, Lin Batian stopped, whispering to Lin Jiang. He couldn't even feel angry. He realized he indeed owed these women. Mother, father isn't coming in. All right, this is your mother's property. She has 3 shops, a villa, and a lot of wealth. The shops and villa are to be left to Lin Ying, and the wealth is for you, Jianger. Your time isn't long, so you must take care of yourself and not neglect yourself, understand? Mother, I don't want it. I just want you to live. Lin Ying immediately hugged Zhuang Rong and cried. She didn't want any property. She only wanted her mother. I understand, mother. The shops and villa are sisters. I have no offspring and won't compete with her. Lin Jiang nodded, feeling indifferent about the fixed assets. After Zhuang Rong left, he wouldn't stay in the Lin family much longer, and he would soon depart. Good child, your mother didn't love you in vain. These decades have been the happiest days for me. Zhuang Rong nodded in satisfaction. The other sisters also left behind property when they passed, causing some disputes among the younger generation, which saddened her. Fortunately, her own children wouldn't behave that way. Over the years, Zhuang Rong had lived in the family without worries, accompanied by her sisters. Indeed, those were her happiest days. Zhuang Rong chatted on, and after half an hour, she stopped breathing. I have no mother anymore. Lin Ying cried out in despair, and Lin Jiang silently shed a tear. He too had lost his mother. Chapter 21. The guardian of the tomb, Zhuang Rong's funeral was quickly arranged and held with great solemnity, not merely out of respect for Lin Jiang, but also for Lin Ying. Lin Ying had reached the later stage of foundation building, and she and Lin Dai were known as the Lin family's twin beauties. currently the most likely candidates to advance to the Golden Core stage, greatly favored by Lin Batian. After the funeral, Lin Jiang returned to Ling Tao Mountain Villa to say goodbye to the aging Lin Baohua. They had lived together in the villa for decades, forming a deep bond. Ling Tao Mountain Villa now belonged to Lin Ying, but she was overwhelmed and unable to manage it, so she followed Lin Jiang's advice, and everything remained unchanged. Still managed by Lin Baohua's son, who would turn over the majority of the profits each year. Lin Jiang took his personal belongings, including 2 sand sculptures, and then returned to the Lin family mountain gate, requesting to guard the Lin family's ancestral tomb. Lin Batian immediately agreed. On the northwest side of the Lin family mountain gate, there was a forest where dozens of tombs were located. In nearly 100 years since the Lin family was founded, all cultivators were buried there, while ordinary people were not qualified to be buried there. After Lin Jiang arrived, the 5th son, Lin Hai, and the 7th son, Lin Feng, also applied to guard the tomb alongside Lin Batian, leaving Lin Jiang speechless. He had come here to avoid others, but now that was no longer possible. However, their reasons were quite valid. They wanted to guard their mother as well. And Lin Jiang couldn't refuse, so the 3 brothers ended up guarding the tomb together. Fortunately, both the 5th and 7th sons were over 70 years old, and there wasn't much life left for them, so Lin Jiang didn't mind. Life as a tomb guardian was quite dull. Lin Jiang would walk around the graves every day, pulling weeds, adding soil to the old graves, and then spend the rest of the time cultivating, drawing talismans, and playing with the large and small sand sculptures. Lin Jiang had raised the sand sculptures for decades. They had long since matured and were now enormous. With wings spread, they were nearly 10 meters long, and when perched on Lin Jiang's shoulder, they could cover his head, so Lin Jiang no longer allowed them to sit on his shoulders. The Aurora Falcon was a raptor, so it could hunt for its own food, relieving Lin Jiang of that worry. It could even bring Lin Jiang some surprises, such as hunting some magical beasts, allowing Lin Jiang to sell their skins and fur for money. 6th brother, your Aurora Falcon should be at the late stage of the 1st level, right? 7th brother Lin Feng looked at the 2 sand sculptures with envy. It's a good thing to have 2 pets to accompany you in old age, unlike him, whose wife has passed away, and his son is busy with other matters, leaving him all alone. Yes, it's at the late stage of the 1st level. And my cultivation is even higher than yours, Lin Jiang nodded. He has been practicing for over 60 years and is only at the 6th level of qi refining, while the late stage of the 1st level is equivalent to the late stage of qi refining. Haha, just a little bit lower than me. What is the use of being just a bit lower? Aren't you just like me, guarding the tomb? Yeah, it's a pity. I failed twice at Foundation Establishment, Lin Feng said. Both he and Lin Hai have reached the perfection of qi refining, but failed when attempting to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. In this regard, their father Lin Batian is a competent father, as long as his children reach the perfection of qi refining, regardless of their aptitude. He will find a way to get them a Foundation Establishment pill to help them break through. Whether they succeed or not depends on their own fortune. This is something that cannot be imagined in other families. A Foundation Establishment pill costs at least 20 to 30,000 spirit stones and must be given to those with good aptitude. Those with poor aptitude have to find their own way. Whereas the 5th brother, 6th brother, guess. Damn, he isn't trying to steal my wine again. Is he? Haha, you guessed it right. Bastard, that's the wine I left for Lin Ying. Sand sculptures, hurry up and bring him back. Lin Jiang was furious. The 5th brother is really a jerk. Not long ago, he took out his treasured peach blossom wine, which he had been saving for decades, to share with him. This guy drank a little and got tipsy, always wanting more. But Lin Jiang couldn't bear to give more. He had treasured that wine for over 40 years and didn't have much left. It was truly meant for Lin Ying, and this guy dared to steal his wine. The 2 sand sculptures made a bird call and then flew into the forest. After a while, they returned with Lin Hai, whose frail body was no match for the sand sculptures. 6th brother, let the Aurora Falcon go, it hurts. Serves you right, Lin Jiang scolded. However, the Aurora Falcon is quite intelligent, and 1T really hurt Lin Hai. It just wants him to experience a bit of hardship. Where's my wine? It's finished. How much did you drink? Just a small jar. I'm telling you, 6th brother, don't be so stingy. Lin Ying is a Foundation Establishment expert. She doesn't need your little bit of wine. Get lost. If I catch you doing this again, I'll kill you. Bring it on. I'm 81. I've lived enough, so I don't care. Lin Hai spread his hands, playing the rogue. Who's afraid of whom? You're something else. Lin Jiang was helpless. He really couldn't beat up this 81-year-old man. 6th brother, I'll teach you how to deal with 5th brother. Next time Lin Ying comes, tell her to complain about him so she can beat up his grandson. 5th brother loves his grandson the most. 7th brother, come on, you're playing dirty. Lin Hai got anxious upon hearing this and rushed over to hit the 7th brother. The 7th brother laughed and ran away, and the 2 began to chase each other. Lin Jiang gave them a disdainful look. They have truly become old children. Chirp. The 2 sand sculptures imitated them, looking down on them. Brother, how about you come stay at my place? Lin Ying came to visit Lin Jiang again. In the past, when she had time, she could find their mother or her older brother. Now, she only has her older brother. As she spoke, she started pulling out food from her bag. In the past, she often came to take advantage of Lin Jiang, but now she has been bringing him food. 5th brother, 7th brother, stop eating. Look at your age. Overeating like this will make you go join your mother, right? Lin Jiang didn't directly answer Lin Ying, but instead shouted at the ungrateful fifth and seventh brothers, as half of what Lin Ying brought ended up in their stomachs. Hee, it's not easy for 10th brother to come once, so of course, we have to eat a bit more and not let down 10th brother's goodwill. Brother, you haven't answered my question yet. I'm not going, it's fine here. With these two old bastards keeping me company, I'm not lonely. 5th brother, 7th brother, can you help me persuade 6th brother? You can't persuade him. This guy's heart is made of stone. Yeah, 10th brother, your brother's willpower is exceptionally strong. Even at over 70 years old, he still practices every day. He is probably still thinking about foundation establishment. Haha, that's right. It's impossible to persuade him. Besides, it's quite nice here. The mountains are clear. And there is no lack of food and drink. Lin Hai and Lin Feng both refused to persuade him. They had long known that Lin Jiang was a person with strong willpower. Unless he changed his mind, they couldn't persuade him. I just want you to live a little more comfortably. You're my only remaining family. Nonsense. I have a bunch of siblings, and my children and nephews are numerous. It's not the same. They are relatives, but they're not as close as you. We are siblings from the same parents. Forget it. I want to disturb everyone. It's really nice here. You should come less often and focus on seclusion to try and break through to Golden Core before third sister. Lin Jiang shook his head. He had already planned it out. Once he breaks through to the late stage of qi refining, he will leave. At the late stage of qi refining, he would have a certain level of self-protection in the wild. Brother, I've reserved a green rock pill for you. It might arrive next month. Nonsense. Why are you spending this money? Go cancel it. It can't be canceled. The money has already been paid. Lin Ying said. And Lin Hai and Lin Feng were stunned. TSK, a green rock pill. Congratulations, 6th brother. You'll gain an additional 20 years of lifespan. The two looked at her with envy. The green rock pill is a precious item that can extend life by 20 years. It is extremely valuable and cannot be bought with spirit stones. One can only obtain it through bartering. Sigh, Lin Ying. You are at a critical moment for breaking through to Golden Core. If you fail because of this, how will I explain it to mother? I just want you to accompany me for a few more years. You once said that while our parents are alive, life still has a way back. When they are gone, life only has a way home. Father is a Golden Core cultivator with a long lifespan, but I'm not close to him. My brother treats me like a father, and now that mother is gone, I don't want my brother to leave me too. Don't say such things. I can't stand to hear it. Lin Jiang shook his head repeatedly. He was getting old and couldn't hear such things anymore. His nose was already sour. And even Lin Hai and Lin Feng stopped eating, their eyes misty for a moment. Brother, did I say something wrong? No, you're not wrong. Lin Ying. I promise you I will accompany you for another 20 years. Brother, I want to be with you forever. I will find more life-extending treasures. It's useless. The effect of life-extending treasures diminishes each time you use them. No amount of money can grant me immortality. I will stay in the Lin family for another 20 years. And after 20 years, I will leave. Ah, brother, where are you going? To see the beautiful mountains and rivers. It's embarrassing to say, but I've lived for over 70 years and have only been to Anhua City a few times. I haven't been anywhere else. Since I'm going to die anyway, I don't want to die here. I want to see the world, so don't come looking for me later, okay? I want to allow it. Brother, don't do anything foolish. This is my only wish left. Can't you fulfill it for me? Brother, it's decided. Lin Jiang said firmly, not giving Lin Ying a chance to refute. This can also be seen as a precautionary measure. Later, he would have an excuse to leave the Lin family. He couldn't stay any longer, as staying would surely expose his secret. As a qi refining cultivator, he could not protect himself. Eventually, even Lin Batian might harbor ill intentions towards him. Lin Jiang was living as an old man now. He understood very well the feelings of aging and death. The terror of life and death is great. Don't think that Lin Hai and Lin Feng seem to have a carefree attitude towards death now. That is just their helplessness towards it. But if given a chance to live, they would fight desperately to seize that opportunity. The lifeline is often grasped like that. Lin Hai and Lin Feng were like this. And so were the others. If his secret were to be exposed, the entire Lin family might be in danger, with countless old monsters wanting to capture him for research. Chapter 22 Departure. The Qingyan Dan brought by Lin Ying provided Lin Jiang with perfect cover. Combined with the previous Dingyan Dan and the deliberately kept beard, Lin Jiang could present himself as a middle-aged man. Time flowed like water. In the 10th year of guarding the tomb, Lin Jiang sent off the 5th brother, Lin Hai. Lin Hai was 6 years older than him and had finally lived to 92, a long life indeed. After all, qi refining stage cultivators don't differ much from mortals in terms of lifespan, but the elderly tend to be happier, as their bodies have been nurtured by spiritual energy and are not plagued by various ailments. In the 15th year, the 7th brother, Lin Feng, also passed away. He was a few months younger than Lin Jiang and was nearly 90. In the 18th year, at the age of 94, Lin Jiang finally reached the 7th layer of qi refining and advanced to the later stage of qi refining. Starting that year, Lin Jiang began preparing to leave the Lin family. He bought many fasting pills in the Lin family market. One of these pills could keep a person from feeling hunger for a month, an essential item for cultivators on the road, and he also purchased many other items. Most importantly, Lin Jiang had shared his last wish with many people. The world was so vast, and he wanted to see it. This wish received much support from others. In this world, mortals might spend their entire lives without stepping outside a 100-mile radius from where they were born. Cultivators could travel farther. But most chi refining stage cultivators from the Lin family still rotated within a radius of about 1,000 miles. Places beyond that were too unfamiliar and too dangerous for them. They knew that the world was large. Just Yunzhou alone was several 100,000 miles in size. And beyond Yunzhou, there was the cultivation world. Everything in the distance attracted cultivators to explore. By the time Lin Jiang reached this age, he had no more attachments. Before dying, being able to see the outside world was not a bad thing. More than a year passed, and while Lin Ying was in seclusion, Lin Jiang went to the Lin family's ancestral hall. His appearance quickly caught the attention of Manager Wu, who was also quite old. 6th young master. Manager Wu, I'm here to say goodbye. Not telling the 10th young lady? If she knows, she won't let you go. That's true. In the end, you are bolder than I am. Manager Wu nodded. He had heard about Lin Jiang wanting to go outside and admired him greatly. I want to take my soul lamp with me. 6th young master. Is that really necessary? It is. I don't want Lin Ying to know about my death. She can't see the soul lamp and will always have a glimmer of hope, thinking something fortunate happened to me and that I might still be alive. If she sees it, she will be very sad, and I don't want to make her sad. Lin Jiang said, silently apologizing in his heart. He was now deceiving the person he cared for most. I understand. I'll fulfill your wish. Do you want to see your father? Manager Wu paused for a moment, touched by Lin Jiang's heartfelt sentiment. At this moment, he was still thinking about his own sister. This feeling was enough to move heaven and earth. No, as a father, I would rather not see my son die before my eyes. The tragedy of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one is something no one wants to witness. The family head can live for a long time. Manager Wu thought for a moment and managed to say this. Lin Batian, with his golden core cultivation, could live for 500 years. Now he was just over 200 and could still live for about 300 years, much longer than Lin Jiang. Just an example. The principle is the same. Yes, I have a son who passed away 2 years ago. I was sad for a long time. Please, Manager Wu, help me. All right, I'll get it for you. Manager Wu nodded and ultimately agreed, personally handing the soul lamp to Lin Jiang. Father, I am unfilial. I want to have the chance to take care of you in your old age. Lin Jiang finally knelt in the ancestral hall and bowed 3 times heavily. If one is to act, one must act thoroughly. This made Manager Wu beside him feel very emotional. Quietly leaving the Lin family's mountain gate, Lin Jiang summoned the big sand sculpture from the spirit beast bag. He climbed onto its back, and the big sand sculpture soared into the sky. As a peak late-stage first-tier beast, the big sand sculpture spread its wings and flew forward like lightning, living up to its name, the Aurora Falcon. The small and big sand sculptures took turns carrying Lin Jiang, heading north. They crossed Anhua City, continuing to fly forward. Anhua City was too close to the Lin family and was not Lin Jiang's target. Lin Jiang's target was Yunzhou City, the largest city in Yunzhou, which was over 100,000 miles away from the Lin family. It was the pearl of Yunzhou, the most dazzling one. According to the information Lin Jiang had gathered, Yunzhou City was located downstream of the Yuntuo River, with an incredibly vast city and over 1 million cultivators. In this place, chi refining stage cultivators were as common as dogs, and even golden core cultivators were everywhere. It was the absolute central region of Yunzhou. After stopping and going, Lin Jiang safely arrived outside Yunzhou City after nearly a month. Looking at Yunzhou City, there was indeed a breathtaking sense of grandeur. Big sand sculpture. Your good days are over. Let's go in. Lin Jiang put away the big sand sculpture, stuffing it back into the spirit beast bag. Before this, he had never restricted their movement. They had always been free to frolic. But that would have to change. With so many cultivators in Yunzhou City, if they were let loose, they could easily be killed and eaten. From now on, they would have to stay in the spirit beast bag for most of the time. Flying was prohibited 3 li from the entrance of Yunzhou City. Lin Jiang obediently walked on the ground. There were many cultivators around, as well as some horse-drawn carriages pulled by giant beasts, seemingly for some merchant group. Following the crowd, Lin Jiang arrived at the city gate of Yunzhou City. He spent 5 spirit stones to exchange for an identity token. With this token, he could live in the city, but it was only valid for a year. If he wanted a permanent token, he needed to have fixed assets in the city, which meant owning a house. Is the end of the universe real estate? Lin Jiang couldn't help but complain after learning about the housing prices in Yunzhou City. What a scam. A small courtyard of just over 100 square meters costs more than 200,000 spirit stones. Might as well go rob someone. After working hard for over 40 years in the Lin family, plus Zhuang Rong's inheritance, he only had a little over 50,000 spirit stones now, which wasn't even enough to buy a small courtyard. It was truly ridiculous. Even after transmigrating, he couldn't escape the housing bubble. Upon entering Yunzhou City, Lin Jiang was extremely cautious. He found a cheap inn to stay at and spent half a month wandering around, observing the situation in Yunzhou City. Yunzhou City was like a larger version of Anhua City, with no significant differences. It had mature commercial streets and several large markets. Moreover, there were distinct levels: chi refining, foundation building, golden core. Each cultivation level had its own social circle. After familiarizing himself with the situation, Lin Jiang sought someone to rent a house. A small house of about 50 square meters had an annual rent of 4,000 spirit stones. Lin Jiang gritted his teeth and rented it, as he carried secrets that made it unsuitable for him to stay in an inn. After settling down, Lin Jiang needed to consider his income. Back in the Lin family, he didn't worry about income, as he received a family monthly allowance. Though it wasn't much. He also had the Lingtao mountain villa, which earned him at least 800 spirit stones a year, enough to cover his expenses. But here, that income was gone. Fortunately, he still had the skill of talisman drawing. Lin Jiang had practiced talisman techniques for decades, and his level was no longer comparable to before. He could already draw 18 types of first-tier mid-grade talismans, with a high success rate, managing to successfully draw at least 8 out of 10. First-tier mid-grade talismans were not very expensive. In the Lin family market, they were about 3 spirit stones each, while in Yunzhong City, the price was a bit higher. Selling for 5 spirit stones, with a cost of less than 1 spirit stone. The cost of spirit talismans mostly lies in the practice stage, with a lot of waste and time spent, while the actual material cost is not high. With my cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refining and my spirit sense and energy, drawing 3 first-tier medium spirit talismans a day is not a problem. After deducting possible waste and material costs, the profit is around 12 to 13 spirit stones. If I work nonstop for a month, that amounts to 400 spirit stones. And in a year, it's less than 5,000. Damn it, the rent alone takes up 4,000. I can't make a living like this. Lin Jiang calculated and almost spat blood. He realized that all his hard work was essentially for the landlord, and the rent claimed 90% of his income. After reaching the later stage of Qi refining, Lin Jiang's expenses increased significantly. The Qi gathering pills were no longer useful to him, and he needed to switch to a type of pill called the spirit gathering pill, which costs 10 spirit stones each. According to his previous practice habits, he would use about 6 a month, totaling over 700 spirit stones a year. In addition to the spirit gathering pills, he also needed to use the foundation cultivation pills, which would also amount to 300 to 400 in expenses a year, not counting other costs. That adds up to over 1,000 spirit stones a year, which is completely insufficient for his income. He would end up eating into his savings. Living in Yunzhong City is not easy, Lin Jiang sighed. He now doubted whether coming to Yunzhong City was the right decision. With his level of expenses, he simply couldn't save any money. He knew there would be many places to spend money in the future. By the time he reached the peak of Qi refining, he would need to find a way to buy foundation establishment pills. While he could afford the tens of thousands of spirit stones for the pills, he also needed a place to quietly cultivate, which would likely require renting a high-grade cave abode, and the rent there would be expensive. Once he reached foundation establishment, he would also need to change his equipment. The talismans used during Qi refining are called magical tools, while those used during foundation establishment are called spirit instruments, which cost several times more. Equipping himself fully would require at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. The pills for cultivation during the foundation establishment stage are also more expensive. In Anhua City, a true spirit pill costs around 30 spirit stones each. If he doesn't save some money for the foundation establishment stage, what will he do then? Forget it, I won't think about it too much. My savings can last a few years. I'll focus on improving my cultivation and skills first. If I can draw first-tier high-quality spirit talismans, I could sell them for 10 spirit stones each, and I wouldn't have to live off my savings. After thinking it over, Lin Jiang shook his head, dismissing distractions. Now that he was here, he didn't want to keep running away. He would just live in Yunzhong City. If things didn't work out, he would deal with it then. Chapter 23. Surviving to the extreme. Yunzhong City, as East City Market, is the largest market in Yunzhong City, as East City is the slum of Yunzhong City. There are many scattered cultivators here, and the goods they sell do not meet the standards of the shops in the city, hence the emergence of this large market. The rules of the market are quite simple. Pay a spirit stone to the city management, and you will get a stall about 2 to 3 square meters in size where you can set up for a day. If you rent for a month or a year, there are discounts. Lin Jiang directly rented a stall for 5 years. Brother Jiang, have you heard? Someone discovered a predecessor-esque cave abode in the Yunzhong mountain range outside the city. One day, while Lin Jiang was setting up his stall to sell spirit talismans, a cultivator next to him was talking excitedly. The gist of it was that someone had found a cave abode left by a foundation establishment predecessor in the Yunzhong mountain range, along with cultivation methods, secret arts, pills, spirit stones, etc., worth over 100,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, the lower-level cultivators in the city were caught up in a treasure-hunting frenzy. It's important to know that the Yunzhong mountain range is vast, and many cultivators have settled there. Some cultivators have died unexpectedly or gone missing, and their cave abodes have become treasure troves in the eyes of lower-level cultivators. Brother Jiang, I'm not interested in treasure hunting. You can go by yourself. Lin Jiang said. He was currently using the alias Jiang Lin, a scattered cultivator in Yunzhong City. The person beside him was also his neighbor, renting the same cave abode. But they shared it with 4 people while Lin Jiang lived alone. As for treasure hunting, Lin Jiang had no interest. Long ago, Lin Dai had told him that such things were likely traps, messages deliberately spread by thieves. While you think about treasure hunting, they are thinking about your life. Hey, Brother Jiang, selling spirit talismans like this, how much can you earn? It's not even enough for your rent. It's better to take a risk. If you don't take a risk, how can you reach foundation establishment? Brother Jiang, you go ahead. I'm only 30 years old. No rush, Lin Jiang rejected again. He had shaved his beard and returned to his original appearance, but Lin Jiang claimed to be 30. Among scattered cultivators, being 30 and in the late stage of qi refining is considered elite. If he were any younger, it would raise suspicions. Seeing that Lin Jiang was not interested, the person next to him stopped wasting words and started looking for other people. He had always been very tempted by treasure hunting, but due to his low cultivation, he did not dare to act alone and wanted to find a team. Lin Jiang withdrew his thoughts, not wanting to waste time talking with him, and focused on selling spirit talismans. Lin Jiang had already made a clear plan for his future. He would not participate in treasure hunting, adventures, or hunting monsters. He just needed to survive. Why? Because Lin Jiang's greatest advantage is time. He can earn money slowly. While others earn 80 to 100,000 spirit stones in a year, he can earn 3 to 500 at least, which may take him 100 or 80 years, but he can afford to wait. So surviving is the way to go. After a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, once his cultivation improves, he can think about doing other things without rush. Thus, Lin Jiang had already planned his daily routine, practicing for 2.5 hours, drawing talismans for another 2.5 hours. This schedule was non-negotiable. The remaining time would mainly be spent selling spirit talismans and practicing spells. If the talismans didn't sell well, he could sell them to shops later, of course. The shop's buying price would be lower by 1 spirit stone than the retail price, so it was unnecessary. He wouldn't sell talismans to the shops. When the time was up, he packed up his stall. After a while, Lin Jiang saw that it was almost time, so he collected the spirit talismans and headed home. On the way, he saw some food stalls and bought a little to save time on cooking. Half a year later, Lin Jiang stepped out again and bumped into a stranger cultivator. The cultivator took the initiative to greet him. Fellow Taoist, I'm the new neighbor Jiang Feng. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Lin. Oh, so we are from the same family. I wonder where fellow Taoist is from. Not from the same family. I'm from Anhua City. All right, I thought we were relatives. What about brother Jiang? Are you referring to the former owner? He should be dead. The landlord came to check because he hadn't paid rent for a month, and his roommate said he hadn't returned for several months. He went treasure hunting in the Yuncheng mountain range. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Lin Jiang waved his hand and turned to leave, heading towards the market to set up his stall. The fate of that person was already in Lin Jiang's predictions. During that time, he had looked for many people to form a team. He probably had already been targeted. Brother, hello. Arriving at his stall, he noticed that the neighboring stall had changed hands, now occupied by a boy in his early teens, accompanied by an even younger girl. They had over 10 low-level spirit herbs on display. Hello, did you set up the stall by yourself? Yes, brother. What is your name? My name is Zhang Ruifeng, and this is my sister Zhang Ruifeng. Our family works in agriculture for the Zhonghong sect. The young boy was quite friendly. Lin Jiang didn't ask much and simply listened to his story, making Lin Jiang both amused and exasperated. At such a young age, he was so naive and didn't realize how dangerous it was to be out alone in Yuncheng City. Did he really think there were no bad people here? Before long, the city's guard patrol passed by and noticed the Zhang siblings, stopping to chat with them warmly. The surrounding stall owners looked on with surprise. When the guard team left, many people approached the little boy to chat, and soon half the street knew that the siblings had connections in Yuncheng City. Some covetous gazes disappeared. Yuncheng City was jointly built and managed by the two major sects of Yunzhou, the Xingzong and the Yunjianzong. As the giants of Yunzhou, both families had numerous territories, many of which were for rent. However, not just anyone could rent them. They were mostly leased to vassals of the two families or relatives of their disciples. Several of Zhang Ruifeng's relatives were outer disciples of the Xingzong, while his parents rented spiritual fields from the Xingzong to grow spiritual herbs. Therefore, the Zhang family specifically asked their fellow disciples stationed in Yuncheng City to look after Zhang Ruifeng. Upon hearing this news, Lin Jiang couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Indeed, no one involved in this world was simple. Even a 10-year-old boy had connections behind him. Brother, are you hungry? I have some pancakes, Zhang Ruifeng said, coming over again after a while and offering a pancake to Lin Jiang. Thank you, little brother, but I brought my own food. Lin Jiang waved his hand. When out and about, he wouldn't easily accept food from others. He still had some caution. Besides, Lin Jiang had his own food. He never shortchanged himself. During his time at Lingtao Mountain Villa, the silver arrow fish, silver light fish, and colorful pigs he raised were all sold only after he got tired of them. After arriving in Yuncheng City, the ingredients were even richer, and he occasionally could get his hands on the flesh and blood of third-tier demon beasts. Lin Jiang had already feasted to his heart's content, and life gradually returned to normal, but he continued to buy meat from second-tier demon beasts. All right, my mom makes really good pancakes, Zhang Ruifeng insisted. I believe you, but little brother, you shouldn't let your mom down. Eat the pancake yourself, Lin Jiang replied. Yes, brother. Would you like to buy our spiritual herbs? The quality is very good. My dad is a first-tier high-grade spiritual planter, and the herbs are well-timed and rich in spiritual energy. We won't deceive you, Zhang Ruifeng continued. Little guy, you see, I'm a talisman master, not an alchemist. So I don't need your herbs, Lin Jiang said, feeling a bit impatient. This little brat was too familiar, almost a chatterbox. Brother, you could learn alchemy too. Alchemists make a lot of money. Talisman, tools, formations, alchemy is the first among the 4 arts. Brother, you. Zhang Ruifeng continued talking, not understanding Lin Jiang's impatience. Revealing his chatterbox nature, Lin Jiang gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, I'm closing up shop and not selling anymore. Brother, why are you leaving so soon? It's only noon. Zhang Ruifeng tilted his head, puzzled as to why the older brother next door was wasting time. Wasn't the stall fee money? Chapter 24. Communication meeting at Yinchong City Market. Lin Jiang noticed there weren't many people around and lost his train of thought as he calculated his expenses in Yinchong City over the past 2 years. He had a habit of keeping accounts for significant expenditures. In the first year, Lin Jiang spent about 800 spiritual stones and earned 500. In the second year, he spent 200 spiritual stones and earned 200. Over 2 years, he had used up 300 spiritual stones in savings. Income and expenditure are imbalanced. At 3,000 a year, I can only last over 10 years, Lin Jiang sighed. If it weren't for his savings, he would have gone bankrupt long ago or had to choose to rent with others to reduce expenses. Life in Yinchong City was too difficult. Lin Jiang looked down at his talismans. His stall was becoming increasingly crowded, clearly indicating that sales were lagging behind his production, resulting in inventory buildup. He still had hundreds of talismans in his storage bag and ultimately couldn't bear to set up a shop because it would be too much of a loss. Brother. A voice called out again, and Lin Jiang felt the little guy had gotten bold, reaching out to pull him. Lin Jiang silently circulated his spiritual power to flick Zhang Ruifeng's hand away. What is it? Lin Jiang tried to remain indifferent. He truly felt helpless against Zhang Ruifeng, who was too familiar and had no sense of boundaries. It was clear he had no interest in him, yet the boy insisted on chatting every day. Brother, can I use your stall when you're not using it? Zhang Ruifeng asked. The stalls at Yinchong City Market were allowed to be sublet, and the city didn't care as long as they received their money. No, brother, don't be so stingy. I can pay you rent. How about it? The stall fee is 1 spiritual stone a day. I can rent it for 3 days at 1 spiritual stone, Zhang Ruifeng persisted. Why come to me? Go find someone else. I'm not familiar with others. You're the best, brother. If I rent the stall to you, will you stop bothering me in the future? Sure, I promise. Okay, after I close up, you can use it. Lin Jiang agreed immediately upon hearing this. Money wasn't the issue. He just wanted to avoid being bothered. He felt he was somewhat introverted and couldn't stand this chatterbox. These two siblings were indeed peculiar. Older brother Zhang Ruifeng was a chatterbox and a social butterfly, while his sister was clearly socially anxious. Having known her for over a year, he had never heard her say more than 20 words. She just stared blankly at the stall every day, making one wonder if she was mute. Thank you, brother. Zhang Ruifeng was overjoyed to hear Lin Jiang's agreement, as it meant he could bring more spiritual herbs to sell in the future. Little brother, why don't you rent my stall too? At this moment, a vendor on Lin Jiang's right spoke. The vendor was a beautiful young woman with impressive assets and was another social butterfly. She probably knew most of the stall owners on this street. No, sister, you set up your stall for 5 or 6 hours a day. Renting yours isn't worth it. Unlike Big Brother, who only sets up for 2 hours a day, Zhang Ruifeng directly shook his head. Renting the beautiful woman's stall wouldn't be worth it. She worked 5 or 6 hours daily, overlapping with his time, unlike Lin Jiang, who often set up for less than 2 hours a day, making it more profitable. Such a clever little brat. The beautiful woman exclaimed angrily. Zhang Ruifeng was small but very shrewd, having thrived in the market over the past 2 years. The beautiful woman then turned her gaze to Lin Jiang, saying, Taoist Jiang, you haven't come to buy talisman paper from me for some time. Recently, talismans haven't been selling well, and I still have talisman paper left, Lin Jiang replied blandly. The beautiful woman's business overlapped with his as she sold some low-level talismans and talisman paper. It seemed her family also farmed for spiritual herbs in the Xingzong. Taoist Jiang, do you have time to exchange ideas on talisman drawing? I would love to discuss and learn from you. I'm quite busy. No time, Lin Jiang rejected again. He couldn't stand the beautiful woman's voice. It was completely grating. No, it should be called a voice of nails on a chalkboard, making him shiver. Taoist, don't be so quick to refuse. I have many friends among fellow cultivators. We should band together as loose cultivators to exchange experiences and resources. Your cultivation is high. I'm done for the day, Zhang Ruifeng. The stall is yours now. Lin Jiang interrupted the beautiful woman before she could finish, quickly packing up and leaving. Throughout history, mischief often leads to trouble. This beautiful woman was quite charming and had close relationships with more than a dozen male cultivators on this street. He didn't want to offend anyone for no reason. What a strange person. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Jiang's retreating figure, muttering to herself. She knew Lin Jiang was a wealthy person renting a place alone, but it was a pity he wasn't interested in women. What a waste. Taoist friend, come in and discuss the Tao. Head to the city center, where you encounter the Ancient Tower. A delicate voice comes from the tower. Lin Jiang looks up and sees a group of female bodhisattvas waving at him. Upon seeing Lin Jiang look up, they begin to flirt and show off their impressive figures. Lin Jiang's gaze narrows, and he quickens his pace to leave. The cost of romance in Yunzhong City is much higher than in Lin Family Square Market. Over there, 3 to 5 spirit stones can allow you to pick as you please. Here, you need 20 spirit stones just to taste some meat flavor. And it's the old kind at that. The better ones have no upper limit, But Lin Jiang can't afford such extravagance. He won't spend a fortune for a mere thrill. Having been in Yunzhong City for a few years, he occasionally indulges to satisfy his cravings. But eating too much not only risks straining his kidneys, but also his storage bag. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Jiang skillfully arrives at the Duobao Pavilion. The Duobao Pavilion is a business under the Yunjian sect, with branches all over Yun Prefecture, and it has a high reputation. Inside, there is basically no risk of being killed for wealth after showing off riches. Such incidents are much more likely to happen in lesser-known businesses. Some small businesses even rely on this for survival, with customers seen as cash cows. Daoist Jiang, you're here. As soon as he enters, a familiar steward approaches him. Lin Jiang nods and follows him into a private room. The Duobao Pavilion has many stewards responsible for sales, each with performance targets, so they also maintain customer relationships. Lin Jiang is not a newcomer. He has long since become familiar with one of them. Daoist Jiang, what do you need this time? Same as usual. I need top-grade Peiyuan Dan and Juling Dan, Lin Jiang replies. The quality of Dan medicine is divided into grades, and this distinction is quite clear in Yunzhong City. Unlike in Lin Family Square Market and Anhua City, where it is rather vague. Different quality Dan medicines have different prices, the higher the quality. The gentler and more abundant the spiritual energy, with less Dan poison. Low-grade Dan medicines can take several days to recover from after consuming just one. Otherwise, the accumulation of Dan poison can lead to serious consequences, and using the same Dan medicine later will drastically reduce its effectiveness, potentially even causing accidents during breakthrough. Alright, Daoist Jiang is straightforward. I'll have someone bring them over, the steward smiles. Customers like Lin Jiang, who are straightforward, are rare. Most low-level cultivators in Yunzhong City live in hardship and tend to be very calculating. Lin Jiang is quite different from them. He has always been straightforward. Dan medicine is correct. Here are the spirit stones. Count them carefully. No problem. Daoist Jiang's payment is always reliable. I'm off now. Wait a moment, Daoist Jiang. Is there anything else? Well, Daoist Jiang, we at Duobao Pavilion regularly organize exchange meetings to give back to our customers. These meetings will have seniors from the foundation establishment stage to host, answering questions for members, and organizing temporary auctions and trading events. Only customers who have spent a certain amount of spirit stones at Duobao Pavilion are eligible to participate. I wonder if Daoist Jiang is interested? When? At the beginning of each month. I'll come take a look then. Then you should come to Duobao Pavilion in advance. I'll personally take you there. Okay. Lin Jiang nods and leaves. He has heard about such exchange meetings. Many people in the large market boast about them, as if being able to participate in such meetings is a symbol of status for loose cultivators. Of course, it is indeed so. Lin Jiang has spent at least 5,000 spirit stones at Duobao Pavilion to receive this invitation. Ordinary loose cultivators simply do not qualify. Half a month later, Lin Jiang attended the exchange meeting for the first time. As a newcomer, Lin Jiang was very reserved and did not speak a word from start to finish. When it came to exchanging resources, he did not take action either. This time was purely for learning. However, the exchange meeting opened Lin Jiang's eyes. There are countless cultivation techniques and spiritual materials in this world, many of which Lin Jiang had never seen before. This was the first time he experienced such a variety. The exchange meetings are generally organized every 2 to 3 months, lasting only 2 to 3 hours, so they do not take much time, but the benefits are substantial. Lin Jiang resolved to participate more in such exchange meetings. It is unwise to rely solely on closed-door cultivation. He realized that his understanding of the cultivation world was too limited, and the elite individuals participating in the exchange meetings provide information that is much more reliable than the loose cultivators in the large market. Chapter 25. The Royal Map to Dominance. Another year has passed. During this year, Lin Jiang participated in 4 exchange meetings and is no longer the novice he was during his first attendance. Among the customers at Duobao Pavilion, he has slowly gained a bit of fame. Many people have befriended Lin Jiang, wanting to collaborate on tasks or treasure hunts, but Lin Jiang has rejected all such offers. He only exchanges for the things he needs at the exchange meetings, such as spiritual herbs and insights into talisman making. This has significantly improved Lin Jiang's talisman making skills. A month ago, he successfully created his first-grade superior spiritual talisman. Lin Jiang is well aware of his limited knowledge of the cultivation world, so over the past year, he has made an effort to gather a lot of information. After reading through it all, Lin Jiang noticed the term class. Everything in the cultivation world is hierarchical. Cultivators have different spiritual roots, and cultivation techniques are categorized into levels of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Dan medicines, talismans, weapons, and formations also have their own ranks. These distinctions ultimately serve to differentiate people. For low-level cultivators, advancing is incredibly difficult. Taking the example of improving one's cultivation level to reach a certain realm, one must first have a spiritual root, preferably a good one. Otherwise, one must compensate in other ways, such as through a high-level cultivation technique or a large quantity of spiritual herbs. For the vast majority of low-level cultivators, they lack all of this, including spiritual roots. Once someone has an outstanding spiritual root, they are no longer considered low-level. They are quickly absorbed by various families and sects, jumping up the social ladder. Based on this information, Lin Jiang readjusted his plans. The first thing he needed was to find a powerful cultivation technique. The technique Lin Jiang is currently practicing is called Xian Zhao Ju, which is classified as a yellow-grade superior technique. For small forces or loose cultivators, it is quite good. Most cultivators in Yunzhong City possess yellow-grade lower techniques. However, Lin Jiang is still very dissatisfied. The saying goes that law, wealth, partners, and land are essential, with law being the foremost resource for cultivation. A top-tier cultivation technique can not only accelerate a cultivator's progression, but also raise their upper limits. The Xian Zhao Ju he is currently practicing only goes up to the golden core stage. While it is said that any heavenly grade technique can be practiced to the transformation stage and beyond, Daoist Jiang wants a high-level technique. What level are you looking for? Do you have any special requirements? The familiar steward at Duobao Pavilion reflexively asks upon learning Lin Jiang's intentions. Preferably one without spiritual root restrictions. I have 5 spiritual roots. As for the rank, do you have any heavenly grade ones? There are many techniques without spiritual root restrictions, but to say you want a heavenly grade technique, Daoist Jiang is joking. A masterless heavenly grade technique would be enough to incite slaughter among any major sect, stirring up bloodshed in the cultivation world. Even if, hypothetically, there were a heavenly grade technique available for trade, it wouldn't be something that could be bought with spirit stones. It would certainly require bartering with items. And at a sky-high price, the steward shakes his head. He does not mock Lin Jiang for this, as there are many cultivators like him who think heavenly grade techniques are as common as cabbages. Even the Yunjian sect behind him only has one heavenly grade technique, which can only be practiced by true inner disciples. Where can one find opportunities to obtain heavenly level martial arts? Joining a major sect, right? As far as I know, in Yunzhu, there are only 3 major sects with heavenly level martial arts: the Zhonghang sect, the Yunjian sect, and another giant, the 5-star sect. If you join a sect, enter the inner door and become a disciple of an elder level master and obtain the title of true inheritance, you can almost learn heavenly level martial arts. I see. Lin Jiang felt a bit desperate. This path was not feasible for him. He no longer qualified to join a major sect and gain the title of true inheritance due to his first spirit root filtering him out. Without the qualification of a heavenly spirit root, he couldn't even think about it. Yes, fellow Jiang, do you have any other requests? Could you provide a list of heavenly level martial arts? I'll try my best. One must have dreams, right? Without dreams, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Haha, what you said makes sense. If fellow Jiang is fixated on heavenly level martial arts, I might as well give you one. Are you joking with me? No, fellow Jiang. Don't misunderstand. I'm serious. I wonder if you've heard of the Huangtu Bazhenju? No, then let me tell you about it. The Huangtu Bazhenju dates back to ancient times and is said to have been created by a cultivator named Huangtu. Huangtu was originally a member of a family that was destroyed by enemies, and he barely escaped with his life. Afterward, avenging his family became his obsession. However, Huangtu himself was not highly gifted and progressed slowly in cultivation. Under immense pressure, he fell into the evil path and came into contact with many evil cultivation methods. Most evil cultivation methods are characterized by rapid advancement, fewer obstacles, and lower resource requirements, but they also have significant side effects. They almost always have great advantages, but equally great drawbacks. After coming into contact with evil cultivation methods, Huangtu still found them inadequate. So he ultimately combined various evil methods to create the Huangtu Bazhenju. This Huangtu Bazhenju almost integrates all the advantages of evil cultivation methods. It has every conceivable benefit. However, it has one fatal flaw: it shortens lifespan. We all know that a foundation establishment cultivator can live around 200 years. A golden core cultivator, 500 years, a nascent soul cultivator, 1,000 years, and a spirit transformation cultivator, 2,000 years. Yet this Huangtu, after creating and practicing this method and avenging his family, lived for less than 50 years, and at that time, he was in the spirit transformation stage. According to the estimates of the world, he might have lived for less than 400 years. Many people have practiced the Huangtu Bazhenju since then, but every practitioner has had a very short lifespan, less than 1/3 of the expected lifespan. Therefore, the Huangtu Bazhenju is also known as the short-lived cultivation method. When I was young, like fellow Jiang, I also wanted to find a heavenly level martial art, so I somehow got my hands on the Huangtu Bazhenju. However, after practicing for less than a month, I dared not continue. The steward said slowly that the Huangtu Bazhenju had not been practiced for many years, and major sects have listed this method as a forbidden technique. Even in the sect's library, it is not allowed to be recorded, fearing that some disciples would be tempted by the fast cultivation speed and ignore its dangers. Lin Jiang was completely stunned, thinking in his heart, wow, isn't this the perfect cultivation method for me? Fellow Jiang. Ahem, sorry, I zoned out. So do you want this method? I'll give it to you. But you should think carefully. This method is really sinister. Many predecessors have tried to overcome its drawbacks, but failed. Practitioners of this method all died young. We cultivate immortality to achieve longevity, not to seek death. Unless there's an irreconcilable feud and you want to perish together with your enemy, it's best not to practice it. I understand. I'll just take a look. I'm still young and have no enemies, so I won't be overly pessimistic. That's good. If you're talented, you might learn something useful from it. I wonder how much this method costs. I already said it's a gift to you. You've taken care of me a lot these past few years, so there's no need for money. The steward said that Lin Jiang had spent over 10,000 spirit stones on his items, significantly boosting his performance, so he wanted to maintain this customer relationship. Which is why he mentioned this. Thank you very much. This is the method. I'll reiterate, do not practice it casually. Do not have a gambling mentality. If you do practice it, stop as soon as possible. It will only slightly reduce your lifespan. Once the method is fully mastered, it will be too late. Understood. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I'll take my leave if there is nothing else. Lin Jiang picked up the Huangtu Bazhenju, pretending to be nonchalant. But he was already unable to contain his excitement inside. This is just too lucky. He couldn't wait to go back and practice it. Chapter 26. Explosive Essence Technique. Damn, I can't practice it anymore. If I do, I'll die. In Yunqing. Lin Jiang cursed as he put down the Huangtu Bazhenju. 3 months ago, he obtained this method from the steward of the Duobao Pavilion, naively thinking it was tailor-made for him. So as soon as he got home, Lin Jiang eagerly started studying it, and then began practicing it. However, 3 months later, he decided to give up. The Huangtu Bazhenju is known as a short-lived technique, and Lin Jiang thought this merely meant it consumed lifespan. In that case, he really wasn't worried. His remaining lifespan was already 15,000 years, so he had plenty of capital. But after practicing, he realized it was not like that at all. The Huangtu Bazhenju truly consumed the body. The spiritual energy of this method was extremely domineering, but the price was exhausting the body. If practiced deeply, the body would be worn out, and he might end up becoming a living dead man, having countless years of lifespan but a ruined body. This contradicted Lin Jiang's intentions. He did not seek immortality in cultivation, but rather a means of self-protection. Thus, Lin Jiang had to painfully give up on this heavenly level martial art. However, it was not without gains. One of the secret techniques in the Huangtu Bazhenju was quite suitable for his needs. Lin Jiang sighed again. The Huangtu Bazhenju included several secret techniques, and one of them, the explosive essence technique, was extremely powerful. This explosive essence technique uses lifespan as fuel to instantly double one's attack power. Doubling it costs 10 years of lifespan, and the maximum increase can be tenfold, costing 100 years of lifespan. This technique is also a path to death for other cultivators. A golden core cultivator has only 500 years of lifespan, and most cultivators reach the golden core stage at over 100 years old, leaving them with only about 400 usable years. If faced with a strong enemy and using 100 years of lifespan, they would likely never reach the nascent soul stage in their lifetime. But Lin Jiang didn't care. With over 10,000 years of lifespan, what is 100 years? Even if he needed to expend 100 or 80 years, he could afford it. With his current cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining, if he doubled his attack power tenfold, he would likely have no opponents within the qi refining stage. Thus, Lin Jiang decided to practice the explosive essence technique. It would become one of his trump cards in the future. Fellow Jiang. Early in the morning, Lin Jiang arrived at the big market. A beautiful young woman saw him and greeted him enthusiastically, perhaps because it was still early and there weren't many customers. A few male cultivators were surrounding the beautiful young woman. Upon seeing Lin Jiang, those men immediately showed hostile expressions. Fellow Lu, hello? Lin Jiang politely responded, and then took out a piece of cloth, laying it on the ground, and arranged the spirit talismans he was selling one by one. Now, the spirit talismans Lin Jiang was selling had been upgraded to high-quality first grade. Previously, he had sold all the mid-quality first-grade talismans to a certain merchant, recovering over 3,000 spirit stones in costs. Fellow Jiang, your talisman skills have improved again. Today you have 2 more types of talismans. That is truly commendable. The beautiful young woman did not mind Lin Jiang's indifference and approached him. Over the past few months, her attitude towards Lin Jiang had become much warmer, because she discovered that Lin Jiang was one of the few wealthy and promising individuals in this large market. Lin Jiang was young, had a decent level of cultivation, and possessed impressive talisman-making skills. A first-grade high-quality talisman was not something that just any qi refining stage practitioner could draw. Many people studied talismans for half their lives without reaching that level. The value of first-grade high-quality talismans was also skyrocketing. A regular first-grade high-quality talisman could sell for 10 spirit stones, while the material cost was only 1 spirit stone, even accounting for failed attempts. The income was still considerable. Hundreds of spirit stones a month was definitely among the top earnings in this large market. Not bad. Making some progress, Lin Jiang nodded. Feeling quite proud, he had a decent talent for drawing talismans. Now he could draw 9 types of first-grade high-quality talismans with a good success rate, managing to succeed 5 or 6 out of 10 attempts. Based on the price of first-grade high-quality talismans, he could achieve a balance between income and expenses this year or next, and if his success rate improved a bit more, he could even make a small profit and slowly accumulate wealth. Taoist Jiang, how many talismans can you draw each day now? What do you ask? Taoist Jiang, don't misunderstand. I'm just asking. If your talisman drawing frequency is low, you might as well try the spirit refining technique. It's an excellent method for strengthening one's spirit sense. Even top sects like the Zhongxing sect use it, coupled with some spirit-nourishing pills. It would be incredibly beneficial for us talisman makers. Seeing Lin Jiang frown, the beautiful woman immediately explained. She knew this question was somewhat personal, but she just wanted to find a topic for deeper conversation with Lin Jiang. Although her talisman-making skills were not very good, she was quite knowledgeable about the industry because she had a talisman maker in her family. I already know about it. I've also started practicing the spirit refining technique. Lin Jiang replied. He hadn't known about these things before, but after coming to Yunzhong City, he learned that the spirit refining technique was a very advanced secret method that could enhance one's spirit sense. However, it was widely circulated, so its cost was not high. The more expensive item was the spirit nourishing pill, which cost 30 spirit stones each and needed to be taken long-term, making the cost quite high. Nevertheless, Lin Jiang gritted his teeth and bought some because a worker must sharpen their tools before doing good work. The quality of talismans was closely related to the strength of the spirit, so this was an investment in himself. Then we can exchange tips on the spirit refining technique. I have practiced it since I was young and have gained quite a lot, the beautiful woman said with delight, finally finding a common topic. Taoist Lu, you should communicate with the other Taoists. I am not in a position to do so, Lin Jiang said, glancing at the few jealous men nearby and shaking his head. This woman was attracting bees and butterflies, and he didn't want to get involved. The beautiful woman looked back, feeling displeased. These fools, how could they be so oblivious? Can't they see that I'm no longer interested in talking to them? Why are they still lingering here? It's okay, Taoist Jiang. They are not talisman makers, so I can't relate to them. I prefer talking with talisman makers, she said to Lin Jiang, intentionally tossing her hair to reveal her charming face. Talisman making is life. In fact, I don't really like it. All right, let us get down to business then, Taoist Lu, Lin Jiang said, his expression turning serious as he made a gesture to indicate it was time to send people away. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback, then stomped her foot and returned to her stall, angrily driving away the few admirers. Such a stone. No, a stone in a latrine, humph. Soon, Lin Jiang heard a playful voice beside him, but he pretended not to hear. Hee, brother Jiang, Sister Lu really likes you. One social butterfly was driven away, and another appeared. Zhang Ruifeng entered the scene. Don't talk nonsense. What does a little kid like you know about liking someone? I'm not a little kid. I'm 13 this year. If I were immortal, I could get married next year. Zhang Ruifeng puffed out his chest, trying to appear stronger. 13 isn't that young, right? Many of his relatives without spiritual roots were already marrying at 14. This was a sign of adulthood. You should focus on reaching the first level of qi refining first. Without cultivation, your words carry no weight, Lin Jiang said with a smile, immediately poking at Zhang Ruifeng's sore spot. Yunzhong City also advocated for starting cultivation at 12 years old. Even under the best conditions, one would start at that age. It was said that starting too early would adversely affect the future by prematurely activating potential. Thus, Zhang Ruifeng was tested for spiritual roots last year, and like Lin Jiang, he had 5 spiritual roots, considered the worst talent in the cultivation world. After more than a year of practice, he hadn't even reached the first level of qi refining. Of course, Lin Jiang felt embarrassed to laugh at others because the original Lin Jiang also took more than 2 years to reach the first level of qi refining. And then he stagnated there for many years, which was quite shameful, hence why he was called the disgrace of the Lin family. Hearing Lin Jiang's words, Zhang Ruifeng was immediately infuriated, his face turning red as he gasped for breath but couldn't retort because not being able to draw qi into his body for over a year was indeed too pitiful. Brother Jiang, I will surpass you sooner or later. Is that so? I'll be waiting for you. Just wait. By the way, cultivation requires a lot of money. Without spirit stones, you can't make any progress. So to catch up to my level, you should focus on making money instead of chatting aimlessly. You're not an ordinary person anymore, understand? Lin Jiang said, making it clear to the young man that he needed to focus on his cultivation and stop being so talkative. He had had enough of it. But I'm trying to make money. Zhang Ruifeng protested, feeling that he was being criticized for talking too much. His father always complained about him being chatty, which was why he was sent to Yunzhong City to sell goods at such a young age. Despite being talkative, he had indeed made quite a bit of money. Chapter 27, Centennial Celebration in Yunzhong City. Lin Jiang treated himself to an enormous cake, topped with 105 candles. 105 years old? Lin Jiang sighed, and then blew out all the candles in one breath. Today was his birthday. He was 105 years old, and still at the 7th level of qi refining. This left Lin Jiang feeling quite helpless. The cultivation talent of this body was really too poor. At 105 years old, only at the 7th level of qi refining. After practicing for a full 93 years, it was simply pathetic. Without the system's assistance, he would have long since perished. After eating the cake, Lin Jiang tidied up and headed to the treasure pavilion to buy some more pills. Currently, he mainly used 3 types, gathering spirit pills, nourishing origin pills, and spirit nourishing pills, buying each once a month, costing over 100 spirit stones. Taoist Jiang, what is happening at the treasure pavilion? It seems so festive. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, Lin Jiang saw several employees cleaning the doors, windows, and walls, while others were draping red silk over the sign, making it look like a wedding celebration. It's the centennial celebration of Yunzhong City, Taoist Jiang. Didn't you know? I hadn't heard. Tell me more. All right. Yunzhong City was established 1300 years ago, Since 1,000 years ago, every century, there's a centennial celebration. During the celebration, there's no entry fee to the city, and many activities are organized, such as free performances by acrobatic troupes and opera companies. At the same time, our business will also launch a series of promotional activities, like offering discounts on purchases. Additionally, major businesses like our Treasure Pavilion will put many rare items up for sale, such as Foundation establishment pills that are rarely seen at other times. There will be plenty available then, so Taoist Jiang can prepare. Perhaps you'll be able to buy some good items. It's the double 11 of the cultivation world, Lin Jiang exclaimed. Who says cultivators can't market? This is marketing, and they've been doing it for 1,000 years. Truly impressive. Jiang Daoyu, what is double 11? It's just a custom from my hometown. On November 11th, merchants hold joint promotions, just like you, with discounts and such to attract people to shop. Why is it on November 11th? Can it be on other days? Well, that's not the point. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes. Can he say it's all because of you unscrupulous merchants? Originally, double 11 was Singles Day, but you unscrupulous merchants forcibly turned it into a shopping day. It's simply outrageous. Haha, that's right, Jiang Daoyu. I advise you to prepare more spirit stones. It will be more advantageous for shopping then. When will the centennial celebration be held? In half a month. It will be publicized at the city lord's mansion 7 days in advance. We got the news early, so we are preparing. Got it, it's a warm-up, okay. I will come back then, save some good stuff for me. That's a must. Jiang Daoyu is our esteemed guest. The manager nodded. Lin Jiang had cooperated with him for many years, and they were very familiar with each other. Lin Jiang, being such a generous guest, was their favorite. From Duobao Pavilion to the Grand Market, many people here were also discussing the centennial celebration of Yunqing. It seemed the news had already spread, and only Lin Jiang, with his ears closed to the outside world, was unaware. Jiang Daoyu, you're here. The beautiful woman greeted Lin Jiang, still as enthusiastic as ever. Lu Daoyu. Hello. Lin Jiang cupped his hands in greeting. Over time, he had grown less indifferent and resistant towards her. He had learned the story behind this beautiful woman. Her surname was Lu, named Lu Baixua, with a husband and a child. Her husband was a perfected qi training cultivator, but years ago, he was injured in a battle and had his meridians severed, leaving him paralyzed. The child was still young, and now the whole family relied on her for support. She set up a stall in the Grand Market during the day and returned home to farm at night, even taking care of the household, sacrificing nearly all her cultivation time. The reason she had entangled with many men was actually to make a living. After all, she was a woman with little social experience, so she could only use the skills women excel at, being charming and persuasive. Knowing the story behind the beautiful woman, Lin Jiang admired her greatly. Such a virtuous woman was rare. Although her methods were somewhat lacking, no one is perfect, and one shouldn't demand too much. Jiang Daoyu, have you eaten? I brought food. I've already eaten. Thank you, Lu Daoyu. Lin Jiang waved his hand. Of course, although he no longer kept his distance. He had no intention of getting too close. He didn't want to be like that Chow person. At most, he would do what Li Daming did. Jiang Daoyu, do you know about the centennial celebration of Yunqing? I just heard about it. This year marks the 10th centennial celebration. I heard them say that this year, Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect plan to upgrade the centennial celebration to a millennial celebration, with a scale far exceeding previous ones. Is that true? Of course. This is originally a millennial celebration, and the larger the scale, the more they earn. The city entrance fee is waived, but the taxes from businesses won't be less. If done well, the revenue for this half month can equal more than a decade's worth of ordinary income. That makes sense. It seems there's some truth to it. Lin Jiang nodded. It seemed reasonable. The trading volume under this kind of marketing would definitely be terrifying. Both sects had high-level experts who wouldn't miss this point. Jiang Dao, you can also prepare in advance. There will definitely be a huge influx of cultivators into Yunqing. I heard that during the last centennial celebration 100 years ago, hundreds of thousands of cultivators from other places came here. Even we small vendors made a fortune. Moreover, there will be many good things that are usually not seen, like techniques, secret arts, pills, weapons, etc., and they will be cheaper than usual. Got it. I will prepare. Lin Jiang nodded. The most he could offer now were these spirit talismans. It seemed he needed to stock up on them to find a way to make a big profit. He also had some items to sell, like the Qingyan Dan that Lining bought for him back then. This thing had been with him for many years, and it was inconvenient to sell it usually. But this time it could be done to avoid wasting its efficacy. Jiang Daoyu, let us exchange resources and communicate more in the future. We low-level cultivators need to stick together. Sure, thank you, Lu Daoyu. Lin Jiang nodded. The beautiful woman wasn't useless. She had many friends and was well-informed. Far better than him, a socially anxious person. He could gather useful information from her in the future. As the news of the centennial celebration spread, Yunqing visibly became more desolate. Merchants were hoarding goods, and even the small vendors were the same. Lin Jiang naturally couldn't escape this trend. Not only did he set up his stall casually, but he also worked overtime. Now, besides the 2.5 hours of daily cultivation, he spent all other time drawing talismans, even reducing his sleep time to 1.5 hours. In fact, for a late-stage qi training cultivator, not sleeping for 10 days or half a month was fine. If he reached the foundation building stage, sleep would basically become an instinct. And he could go without sleep for half a year or even a year without feeling weak. Lin Jiang had previously maintained a regular life and was lazy, so he usually slept for about 4 hours. This time, he was preparing to make a big profit, so he reduced his sleep time as much as possible. But he still couldn't manage to not sleep at all. 3 days before the centennial celebration, the flow of people in Yunqing began to surge, with thousands of external cultivators pouring in almost every day. The news of Yunqing's centennial celebration must have spread throughout the entire cultivation world of Yunzhou. The first to make a profit were the inns. Lin Jiang even heard that some businesses that usually had poor sales transformed their shops and warehouses into temporary inns. Some businesses couldn't help but start releasing goods. These bastards were acting like they had gone mad, with prices higher than usual, and still had the audacity to say they were offering discounts. Lin Jiang didn't set up a stall but gathered with a few friends he met at the Duobao Pavilion Exchange. Over the years, Lin Jiang had been participating in the Duobao Pavilion exchanges, and he learned about the refining God technique from those meetings. Indeed, I received news that the city lord's mansion received a large number of complaints about these unscrupulous merchants. They promised big discounts, so how can they raise prices? The few discussed animatedly, cursing those businesses for selling at higher prices than usual while still claiming to offer big discounts, treating them like fools. Of course, big businesses like Duobao Pavilion wouldn't do this. Such a small profit wasn't worth ruining their reputation. It was just some small businesses messing around. The city lord's mansion had received numerous reports. If they conducted a serious investigation, it would be enough to get them in trouble. After cursing the businesses, everyone began discussing the objectives of the centennial celebration. Some wanted to buy a high-level technique. Some wanted to exchange for a suitable flying sword. But more wanted to take the opportunity to buy a foundation-building pill. Usually, there were foundation-building pills sold in Yunqing, but the quantity was too small, and prices were pushed to extremely high levels. This centennial celebration gathered many forces, and the number of foundation-building pills being sold would multiply, giving them a certain chance. What these Qi training cultivators valued most now were foundation-building pills, because relying on themselves to break through to the foundation-building stage was almost impossible. That was reserved for genius disciples. As for them, reality had proven they were not geniuses. If they were truly talented, they wouldn't have become loose cultivators. They would have been taken away by sects and families long ago. Friend Jiang, what about you? Are you not planning to buy a foundation establishment pill? I'm still early. I'm not even at the 8th level of Qi refining yet. Lin Jiang shook his head. He really wasn't planning to buy a foundation establishment pill. Although he could afford it now, his goal this time was to exchange for a martial art technique. There aren't any heavenly level techniques, so a ground level one should do. After all, he looked down on anything below ground level. Although Jiang isn't a wealthy person, lack of money doesn't mean we can't have high standards, right? Chapter 28 Auction. The crowd surged, people jostling each other. In Yunzhou City, Lin Jiang looked at the crowd in front of him and felt emotional. A century-old celebration attracted countless cultivators, making Yunzhou City extremely crowded. Just how crowded was it? All the inns and taverns in Yunzhou City were fully booked, and various makeshift inns and goose houses were also fully occupied. Even some taverns and inns outside Yunzhou City were fully booked. On the streets, it was even more crowded. Even the normally quiet streets were filled with people. The city guards couldn't patrol on foot anymore, and the city's protective formation had to loosen its restrictions, allowing the guards to patrol by flying. The Yuaning cultivators stationed in the city remained vigilant, scanning the entire city repeatedly with their divine sense to deter any petty criminals. The springtime for street vendors had arrived. When Lin Jiang arrived at the Grand Market, the stalls of Zhang Ruifeng and his sister, along with the beautiful woman, were packed with people. Business seemed to be thriving. Lin Jiang took out his spirit talismans, and immediately people began to inquire about prices. The first-tier superior spirit talismans were considered top-tier goods at this Grand Market, as anything higher would be for foundation establishment period items and would hardly appear at the Grand Market. Most transactions happened in commercial establishments. Soon, Lin Jiang's stall was also crowded with people, attracting a large crowd. Naturally, Lin Jiang was unwilling to lower his prices. Discounts and promotions were for commercial establishments and had nothing to do with small vendors like them. In less than an hour, the hundreds of spirit talismans Lin Jiang had prepared were sold out, and he planned to close up shop. Friend Liu, now that Yunzhou City is overcrowded and mostly filled with Qi refining cultivators, the demand for food has surged. I suggest you go back and get some food to sell. You might earn even more. You can give it a try, Lin Jiang said kindly to the beautiful woman as he was about to leave. Didn't you see how busy those food vendors were at the Grand Market? Oh, how could I forget that? The beautiful woman slapped her forehead, feeling enlightened. Even if she sold all her talisman paper, she wouldn't earn many spirit stones, but the demand for food was much higher. Qi refining cultivators still needed to eat. Just like ordinary people, and with hundreds of thousands of Qi refining cultivators pouring in, that was a huge market. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Zhang Ruifeng, who was nearby, also heard and immediately thanked Lin Jiang with a smile. He was quicker to accept the idea and quickly ran off, probably to tell his family that they should sell food tomorrow. Lin Jiang smiled, then left. Selling food would definitely be more profitable, but he wasn't planning to do that. The reason was simple. He was lazy. The food business was always tiring. Lin Jiang went to find the informants to buy news. During the grand celebration, Thousands of commercial establishments in Yunzhong City would each introduce their own promotional measures and hold numerous auctions. Some were organized by several commercial establishments together, while others were held individually, like the Duobao Pavilion, which had the backing of the Yunjian sect and had the strength to host large auctions without needing to partner with anyone. Because there were so many auctions, a new business emerged: informants selling news. They would run around various commercial establishments, gather their activities, and sell the information to those in need, and it wasn't too expensive. Just one spirit stone would do. Details of Duobao Pavilion's activities for 3 days. The Four Seas commercial establishment united 7 commercial establishments. Lin Jiang bought the news and flipped through it bit by bit. He couldn't participate in most of the major establishment activities because these activities also required certain qualifications. He had no qualifications for the qi refining period, and even if he went, he couldn't afford anything. The items at the Golden Core and Yuan Ing level auctions started at a few tens of thousands of spirit stones, which was beyond his reach. Lin Jiang focused on the qi refining and foundation establishment level activities, and there were indeed many of them. After all, the majority of cultivators in the cultivation world were at the qi refining and foundation establishment levels. With more people, the profit was also considerable. On the 6th day, there would be a special auction for martial arts techniques and secret arts. This was what I needed, but it required verification of funds, 50,000 spirit stones. Lin Jiang quickly found the information he needed. 8 medium-sized commercial establishments, led by the Four Seas commercial establishment, would hold a special auction for martial arts techniques and secret arts on the 6th day. These establishments even required verification of funds to filter out the right customers. If you had no money, you shouldn't get involved. However, Lin Jiang was fine. He initially came with around 50,000 spirit stones. The first 2 years were a deficit, but he had made a small profit in the past 2 years, and he still had over 40,000 spirit stones on him. Once he cleared out the spirit talismans in his hands, 50,000 would be barely sufficient. Moreover, he still had good items. He had sold the Qingyan pill given by Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang had already inquired about it, and the price of the Qingyan pill was extremely high, mostly traded for goods. If calculated in spirit stones, it would be at least 80,000 spirit stones or more, and it might even fetch a higher price at auction. On the 2nd day of the grand celebration, Lin Jiang finished selling his spirit talismans early and then went to Duobao Pavilion. However, he changed his outfit and disguised himself, pretending to be a newcomer visiting for the first time, and expressed his intent to auction items. Upon hearing that Lin Jiang had a Qingyan pill for auction, Duobao Pavilion immediately became enthusiastic. The person in charge checked the information and decided to include the Qingyan pill in today's auction. Thus, Lin Jiang received a ticket for tonight's auction and participated in Duobao Pavilion's auction. The grand hall, which could accommodate 500 people, was packed. Lin Jiang sat in a corner, watching as one item after another was auctioned on stage, all of which were excellent items that made Lin Jiang drool, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford them. This auction was mainly for foundation establishment cultivators, with very few qi refining cultivators present. And the items being auctioned were primarily for foundation establishment needs, so the prices were naturally high. Next, the auction for the first highlight item began. This item was a Qingyan pill, and everyone surely knew the effects of the Qingyan pill. It could extend life by 20 years and could suppress most longevity treasures. Even if one had consumed some ordinary longevity treasures, it would still be useful. According to our Duobao Pavilion appraisers, the medicinal effect is well preserved. It may not last for 20 years, but it will definitely last for at least 18 years. Therefore, it starts with a base price of 70,000 spirit stones, with each bidding increment not less than 1,000 spirit stones. The auction begins now. 75,000, 76,000, 80,000. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, people immediately began to bid one after another. Lin Jiang had held on to this Qingyan pill for some years. The medicinal effect had diminished a bit, but not by much, and over 90% of the effect remained. The key was that longevity treasures were exceedingly rare, whether for any faction or individual. Most of those who had such treasures used them for themselves, as no one would dislike having a shorter lifespan. Therefore, the availability of such items was extremely scarce. In the blink of an eye, the price rose to 100,000 spirit stones, and at this point, only 3 people were still bidding. Their bids were not as aggressive anymore, only increasing by 1,000 at a time. When the final price reached 120,000, no one else called out a bid. Anything over this amount wouldn't be worthwhile, as no one knew if any more longevity treasures would appear later. However, in the end, Lin Jiang only received 111,400 spirit stones, with the remaining 6,000 being tax and handling fees, shared equally between the auctioneer and the bidders, totaling 12,000, which is a 10% fee. Holding the spirit stone, Lin Jiang was sent away by the people of the treasure pavilion through a secret passage. This was also to protect Lin Jiang, otherwise, he would inevitably attract attention. During such grand celebrations, there would always be crazed killers outside Yunzhong City, and countless people were waiting for fat sheep to show up. If one were to scour the outskirts of the city in a few months, it was likely that bones could pile up like mountains. This was the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. Yet, no matter how dangerous it was, it could not stop the surging tide of people. And there were still those who came one after another. Nobody knew if those who came were robbers or fat sheep. On the third day, Lin Jiang heard the beautiful young woman and others discussing the tragedies outside the city at the large market. Just the bodies discovered by the guards of Yunzhong City numbered over 100. Daoist Jiang, it's too dangerous outside the city these days. Can I borrow your place for a few days? The beautiful young woman looked at Lin Jiang timidly, as her home was outside the city, and the daily commute was very dangerous. I'm sorry, Daoist Liu, it's not very convenient, Lin Jiang replied. Daoist Jiang, I just want a safe place to stay, nothing else. She insisted. You can ask Zhang Ruifeng. His sister, Zhang Ruifeng, also lives alone. You two can squeeze in together. Lin Jiang rejected her once again. He considered himself not to be a gentleman and couldn't act like Lu Xiaohui. It was inevitable that sparks would fly in a room shared by a man and a woman. Lin Jiang felt he had his principles and would never mess with those around him. Besides, he understood the beautiful young woman's character. If he got involved, he might not be able to extricate himself. With a great forest before him, why hang himself on a single tree? After being rejected several times, the beautiful young woman stamped her foot in anger, but Lin Jiang's attitude was resolute, and she didn't dare to continue pressing him. She really wanted to find Zhang Ruifeng, who readily agreed but said he needed money. Without money, he wouldn't do it. That day, Lin Jiang quickly sold out his talismans. What he had originally prepared for half a month was sold out in 3 days. Lin Jiang regretted not preparing a bit more. Such a prosperous era came once in 100 years, and once this village passed, there would be no shop left. Fortunately, he still had plenty of raw materials for drawing talismans, so Lin Jiang hurried home and started working overtime to draw talismans. This wasn't just drawing talismans. It was drawing money. Time flew by, and several more days passed. The auction event for the Four Seas commercial firm's secret techniques began. Lin Jiang arrived early at the auction venue, ready to bid on a high-level technique that night. Chapter 29. Auction of Techniques at the Four Seas commercial firm. Inside the auction hall, 300 seats were fully occupied, and the 16 private rooms around were also packed with people. Everyone had a list of the items up for auction that night, detailing the basic information of all the techniques being auctioned. What techniques there were, their grade, characteristics, and requirements were all clearly written. Lin Jiang had long obtained this list. It was not a secret. He had his eyes on one technique, called the Zuo Wang Jing. The Zuo Wang Jing was the most famous technique in the immortal cultivation world, without exception. Some even said that the Zuo Wang Jing was the foundation of all techniques, and was the first technique to appear in the immortal cultivation world during ancient times. This technique was balanced and moderate, not taking extreme paths, and the spiritual power cultivated was pure and suitable for the 5 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It required no additional talent, and was highly regarded in the immortal cultivation world. However, the original Zuo Wang Jing had long been lost. Now, more than 100 variations of the Zuo Wang Jing were circulating in the immortal cultivation world, all created by later generations based on their own cultivation insights. Thus, these variations had different grades, with some being of low-grade heavenly rank, some earthly rank, some mysterious rank, and even some yellow rank, depending on the creator's level and limitations. The Zuo Wang Jing that the Four Seas commercial firm brought for auction was created by an ancestor in the transformation stage 2,000 years ago, with a potential upper limit reaching the later stage of transformation. Its grade was classified as mid-level earthly rank. Earthly rank techniques were already quite impressive. Even top sects like the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect had few earthly rank techniques, and not just any disciple could practice them. Among loose cultivators, having an earthly rank technique was a rare existence. In addition to the Zuo Wang Jing, Lin Jiang also had his eye on a sword cultivation secret technique called Cultivation, created by the sword master Xiao Jian, who had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. He was hard to find a match for among his peers in the nascent soul stage. Relying on his extraordinary swordsmanship, Cultivation was one of his renowned sword techniques and was very powerful. Good evening, fellow Taoists. I am Zhang Ruihai from the Four Seas commercial firm, the auctioneer for tonight. Our Four Seas commercial firm is co-hosting this auction with 7 other firms. Tonight, we have a total of 16 techniques and 28 secret techniques, all of which have been jointly evaluated by the appraisers of our 8 firms. The grades and characteristics of these techniques are all mutually recognized, backed by the credibility of our 8 firms. As the auction began, Zhang Ruihai took the stage, first assuring everyone that the origins and grades of these techniques were problem-free, all verified by them, guaranteed by the credibility of the commercial firm. All right, without further ado, let's start the auction. The first item is the Qing Lei Ju from the Qingzhou Immortal Cultivation World, a high-level mysterious technique that requires a thunder elemental root to practice. Following this, Zhang Ruihai introduced the first auction item, a cultivation technique from another state, and it was a thunder elemental technique. The thunder elemental root was one of the 3 extraordinary elemental roots outside the 5 elemental roots. The 5 elemental roots were the most numerous, but the 3 extraordinary elemental roots were incredibly powerful, each with its unique advantages. As soon as Zhang Ruihai finished speaking, someone immediately started bidding, although there weren't many people. The competition was fierce, quickly driving the price from 15,000 spirit stones to 40,000, finally stopping at 51,000 spirit stones. After the first item was auctioned off, the second item followed quickly. The auction of techniques was different from other items. Other items had uniqueness, such as pills, ores, and spiritual herbs. Whoever owned them. But techniques were different. They could be copied. Thus, there was a form of dark bidding for technique auctions. For example, if a technique had 10 copies, the dark bidding method would allow everyone to bid together, but only once, and then the top 10 would jointly acquire it. This method had its pros and cons. The advantage was that the auctioneer could earn more spirit stones this way, while the disadvantage was that if a technique spread too much, it would devalue it. For instance, a common Zhuowang Jing could be bought for 10 spirit stones outside if it circulated too widely, making it impossible to auction. The Yijian Feixian, which Lin Jiang was keen on, was scheduled as the 8th auction item and was also in a dark bidding format. The auctioneer had copied 15 copies. Anyone who bid higher than the top 15 could win it. Lin Jiang wrote down 5,000 spirit stones but quickly erased it and wrote down 8,000 spirit stones instead, handing it to the staff. Within a tea's time, Zhang Ruohai announced the results. The 15th highest bid was 7,500 spirit stones. Anyone bidding higher than this number could contact the commercial firm's staff, pay, and take the secret technique. Some people didn't need to bid on the following items and went directly to pay and leave. Lin Jiang, however, still wanted to bid on the Zhuowang Jing, so he remained still. One item after another was auctioned, and finally, it came to the auction of the Zhuowang Jing. Zhang Ruohai held up the jade slip and said, "The Zhuowang Jing is familiar to everyone. Many sects and families have at least 8 to 10 variations. The version I have here is from our Yunzhou's former ancestor in the transformation stage, Yunxiu. Therefore, we have classified its grade as mid-level earthly rank. The auction format for this item is still dark bidding, with a total of 30 copies. And the starting price is 30,000 spirit stones. Please take a moment to consider and place your bids." As Zhang Ruohai spoke, Lin Jiang wrote down his maximum bid of 80,000 spirit stones, feeling that anything beyond that wouldn't be worth it. There were many bidders this time, and more than half of the cultivators present placed bids. This was for an earth-level cultivation technique. Even if one didn't practice it themselves, it could still enhance their sect's foundation. What if their descendants needed it? As the auction for the Sitting Forgetting Sutra concluded, those who bid above 78,000 spirit stones were asked to contact the auction house staff to pay and collect the technique. Zhang Ruoxu quickly had someone tally the bids, and when Lin Jiang heard the quoted prices, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and stood up to leave. "Fellow Taoist, I'm willing to bid 50,000 spirit stones. Could you do me a favor?" "Fellow Taoist, I bid 45,000 spirit stones. Could I get a copy of the technique?" "Fellow Taoist." As soon as Lin Jiang stood up, he received dozens of messages, all from people wanting to buy the technique through him. It wasn't just him, others were in the same situation. However, Lin Jiang didn't respond and simply walked away, as did the others. Why did Lin Jiang and the others refuse these purchase requests? Logically, the technique could be copied infinitely. If they were willing to sell, they could even recoup the money they just spent. The reason was their safety. Every technique has its strengths and weaknesses, and by studying a technique, one could find the opponent's weaknesses. If they faced off against someone, perhaps they could exploit those weaknesses to defeat them. Thus, for the sake of their lives, they were unwilling to sell their cultivation techniques for a little money. No one could guarantee they wouldn't end up facing these people in the future. Would there be those who don't practice this technique and deliberately try to profit in this way? Yes, but only very few. If Lin Jiang didn't practice the Sitting Forgetting Sutra and sold the technique, that would be possible. However, by doing so, Lin Jiang would offend the other 29 bidders, as his actions could endanger their safety. In the cultivation world, such matters weren't resolved through reasoning, they were discussed with blades. Unless one had the ability to not fear those 29 people, they wouldn't easily take such risks. Lin Jiang arrived at the backstage area, where staff from the auction house were already waiting. He began to settle the spirit stones. In addition to the bid, he also needed to pay an additional 5% fee, nearly 10,000 spirit stones, just like that. After receiving the technique, Lin Jiang left through a secret passage under the escort of the auction house staff. Once outside, he didn't return home immediately, but instead went to the bustling market, using the dense crowd to constantly shift around and check if anyone was following him. Confirming that no one was tailing him, Lin Jiang then returned home. The Sitting Forgetting Sutra was indeed different. At home, 13 copies of the Sitting Forgetting Sutra were laid out before Lin Jiang. Besides the one he just auctioned, the other 12 were ones he had purchased previously, with the most expensive one costing only 30 spirit stones. The content of these 13 copies was the same during the Qi refining stage, but above the foundation establishment stage, they were completely different, with the techniques filled with personal characteristics and strong uniqueness. This also indicated that the Sitting Forgetting Sutra had strong adaptability, and it proved the safety of practicing this technique. Because there were so many versions, unless the opponent knew everything about you and specifically sought a technique to counter yours, no one would know which version you were practicing, making it impossible to exploit your weaknesses. Once the grand celebration was over, he would immediately switch to practicing the Sitting Forgetting Sutra. Before reaching the transformation stage, he wouldn't have to worry about issues with the technique. However, if he had the chance, he still wanted to acquire an even more powerful technique. Lin Jiang resolved in his heart that he should switch techniques early. As soon as the grand celebration ended, he would begin. During this time, He would focus on making money. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 100 years. Chapter 30. Targeted Taoist Jiang, heading home again. In the bustling market of Yunzhong City, Lin Jiang quickly sold out his talismans, and a beautiful young woman beside him asked with a face full of envy. Not bad. Taoist Liu, I'm leaving now. Lin Jiang waved his hand. He had been setting up a stall in the bustling market for years and had gained some fame. Moreover, the quality of his talismans was top-notch, which allowed him to sell out at an astonishing speed these days. Of course, this was also related to the quantity of goods. Lin Jiang was pushing himself to the limit, managing to draw only about 7 talismans a day. What could 7 talismans sell? They sold out in less than half an hour. Now, Lin Jiang regretted not stocking up on more talismans and regretted selling those mid-grade first-tier talismans to the auction house, as he could have easily made a few hundred spirit stones more. Taoist Jiang. Just as Lin Jiang reached his doorstep, a strange voice suddenly called out. He sensed something was wrong, but was still a step too late. Someone appeared beside him in an instant, a hard object pressed against his waist. Don't move. The crossbow in my hand can pierce your body even if you have treasures on you and destroy your dantian. A cold voice sent a shiver down Lin Jiang's spine. And then another person came up, putting an arm around Lin Jiang's shoulders as if they were very familiar. Taoist Jiang, you wouldn't want your dantian to shatter, would you? 2 good men. Have I offended you in any way? Cut the nonsense. Open the door and come inside. Okay. Lin Jiang activated his home's protective array and then opened the door to step inside. Only then did he clearly see the faces of the 2 men. One of them he recognized, named Mo Lin, a vendor from the bustling market and one of the beautiful woman's admirers. Taoist Mo, I wasn't aware of when I offended you. Hee, Jiang, you haven't offended me. Then why is that? Of course, it's because I'm eyeing your spirit stones. Mo Lin sneered. Then quickly snatched Lin Jiang's storage bag. After inspecting it, a look of surprise appeared on his face, as he found out that Lin Jiang's storage bag was a super large one, worth at least 7 or 8,000 spirit stones, far beyond the worthless items they carried. He's really wealthy. He can even afford a super large storage bag. Quick, let him open the storage bag. No need, just kill him. We can take our time with it. Wait. Seeing that they were about to make a move, Lin Jiang immediately spoke up. What? Do you have any last words? Yes, even if I die. I want to know how you found out where I live. Lin Jiang said cautiously. Even though he had been setting up stalls with the beautiful woman and Zhang Ruifeng for years, he had never revealed where he lived. He shouldn't have exposed that information. He guess. Taoist Mo, I mean no harm. I just want to know who I offended. Let me die with clarity. Since you've asked sincerely, I'll let you die with clarity. I've been watching you for years. It's not just me. Everyone on half the street in the bustling market knows you have money. You waste your stall fees by packing up and leaving in less than 2 hours every day. Who can afford to do that without any savings? Also, living alone in such an expensive house in Yunzhong City, you must be quite wealthy. I didn't dare to act before because I wasn't as strong as you, but now I'm in the later stage of chi refining. Who's afraid of whom? I don't think I've ever revealed where I live. Of course, someone told me. Who? Haha, trying to pry information from me? No way, I'm not an idiot. Once you're dead, I'll naturally be able to tell you. Attack. Mo Lin laughed, knowing that anyone who could survive in the lower levels of Yunzhong City wasn't foolish. As soon as Mo Lin finished speaking, Lin Jiang took action. Without the storage bag, he had lost his flying sword, but he still had the silver needle artifact, which he always kept on him. Explode elemental technique, explode. Lin Jiang shouted, and his spiritual power surged in an eerie manner, increasing tenfold compared to usual. 2 silver needles shot out, one piercing directly through Morin's forehead, while the other collided with the crossbow bolt in another person's hand. The bolt, originally aimed at Lin Jiang, was deflected by the silver needle, which then flew off, disappearing into the unknown. Break the air palm, explode for me. Lin Jiang shouted again, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent a fierce force through the air, hitting the remaining person from several meters away. He immediately flew out like a deflated basketball, crashing into the wall and leaving a pool of blood before sliding down. Lin Jiang coldly watched him. His chest was completely caved in, and although he wasn't dead yet, he was clearly on the brink of death. At that moment, Morin's body finally lost its life and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, I learned some martial arts before. Lin Jiang sighed. The break-the-air palm was a martial skill for mortals, but used by him as a cultivator, it remained extremely powerful. Of course, this was also because he had used the explosive yuan technique to amplify its power tenfold. The cost he paid was 200 years of lifespan. But was that a lot? Reducing 200 years still left him with over 20,000 years of lifespan, which was negligible. Lin Jiang approached, retrieved the storage bags, took out his flying sword, and then delivered a finishing blow. He was very cautious, not wanting to take any risks, and only stopped when he was sure they were completely dead. Lin Jiang stripped them of their storage bags and used his divine sense to erase the marks on them. Because the original owners were already dead, it only took him an hour to wipe out the marks on both bags. 2 paupers. Lin Jiang cursed as he dumped the contents of the storage bags. The 2 had very little, with less than 1,000 spirit stones combined, 2 flying swords, a few bottles of pills, several herbs, and other miscellaneous items. Even some dry food was included. The overall value wouldn't exceed 8,000 spirit stones. Compared to Lin Jiang's wealth, Calling them paupers wasn't an insult at all. Of course, this was the norm for ordinary cultivators in Cloud City. Lin Jiang was the abnormal one. His wealth had been accumulated over nearly 100 years. If he were around the same age as them, he wouldn't be much richer. To kill and to bury. I'm really a good person, Lin Jiang thought as he dug a pit in the yard, buried the two, and disposed of any items that could reveal their identities. He then covered it with dirt, and even planted a tree to conceal everything. Who is watching me? Who exposed my residence to them? After cleaning up, Lin Jiang returned to his room, contemplating this issue. Clearly, these two were not the masterminds. The true culprit was someone else, which they had admitted. Without eliminating this hidden danger, Lin Jiang felt he would be restless. After all, there's no way to guard against thieves forever. Not knowing who the true culprit was left him uneasy about a potential home invasion in the future. He might not be so lucky next time. Morin was a casual cultivator from the market who knew he had money but didn't know where he lived. He had been watching Lin Jiang for years. Aside from his lower cultivation level, it was likely he also didn't know Lin Jiang's address. The market was certainly not a good place to act. As for those who knew where he lived, there likely weren't many in the market. Perhaps the only one was the neighbor, Taoist Jiang, but he had been dead for many years. Very few others knew where he lived. The most likely culprits were the neighbors around him. Although Lin Jiang kept a low profile, he had lived there for many years. If a neighbor happened to know them, then it made sense. But who could it be? Lin Jiang analyzed seriously and felt that the true mastermind was likely his neighbor, at least the probability was high. But he still didn't know who it was. No matter who it was, after resolving this matter, he planned to move. Staying in one place for too long posed too great a risk. Not to mention, living alone in a courtyard was enough to show off his wealth, which could provoke greed in others. The other neighbors might also have thoughts of killing and robbing. After thinking for a long time, Lin Jiang still didn't find any useful clues. But regardless of who the true culprit was, he wanted to move after this incident. Staying in one place for too long was too risky. If he stayed for 100 years, even his secrets might be exposed. He decided to learn a sophisticated disguise technique and move every 3 to 5 years. Cloud City was so big that it would be easy for him to relocate dozens of times. He could plan further if he ran out of options. Lin Jiang quickly settled on his plan. He needed a high-level disguise technique, as he already knew the basics. Then he would move frequently to protect himself. Chapter 31. The end of the grand celebration. The grand market in Cloud City was on its last day of the celebration, and the flow of people had noticeably decreased. Don't go outside the city today. It's a bloodbath out there. I've heard it's a river of blood. I've heard that too. The Middle Journey sect and the Cloud Sword sect are furious about it, and have specially dispatched 500 people from their sects to patrol outside the city, led by their nascent soul ancestors. But it hasn't helped at all. They patrolled within a 20-mile radius, while the robbers went 20 miles further out. Today, everyone was selling their goods quickly, gathering to chat. The beautiful lady and Zhang Ruifeng were both social butterflies with extensive sources of information, learning about many things. Since the first day of the grand celebration, the killings and robberies outside the city had not stopped, and today was definitely the most frenzied. With high prices in Cloud City and expensive accommodations, the cultivators coming from outside were eager to return, which spurred a large number of robbers. They were robbing passersby frantically, even targeting lone disciples from the Middle Journey sect and the Cloud Sword sect, showing incredible audacity. The two sects were furious and specially dispatched elite disciples to expand the patrol range of their escort team to 20 miles outside the city. Yet it was still useless. The enormous profits drove countless people to take risks. Controlled by greed, they would ambush 30 or 40 miles away while the patrols were only 20 miles out. Several familiar friends in the grand market had gone missing. The beautiful lady said, I had several admirers, but quite a few of them have disappeared, which makes me a bit anxious. Without those admirers, my income has greatly decreased. Brother Jiang, how much did you earn this time? Not many spirit stones, Lin Jiang replied. You're lying. You earned the most. In these past half-month, you must have sold at least a few hundred talismans. Zhang Ruifeng shook his head, clearly unconvinced. He was aware that Lin Jiang arrived the latest and left the earliest, and the talismans were all sold out. Each talisman earned 7 to 8 spirit stones. So he must have made at least a few thousand spirit stones. Not as much as you. Lin Jiang shook his head as well. Zhang Ruifeng's words startled him. How had he forgotten this? These two also knew about his income. In the past half-month, Lin Jiang had indeed sold quite a few talismans. Having prepared them since the grand celebration began about half a month ago, he had drawn nearly 200 talismans over the course of the month, with a profit of around 1,500 spirit stones. Although 1,500 seemed little to him, it appeared quite substantial to Zhang Ruifeng and the beautiful lady. For them, earning 300 to 500 in half a month was already considered a lot. The same went for others. The poverty of low-level casual cultivators was no exaggeration. They were struggling. This implied that Lin Jiang had already shown off his wealth. While these people might not be Lin Jiang's rivals, they could potentially have some strong friends. This year's booth rental period is coming to an end, and Lin Jiang has made up his mind to move to another place. Yunzhong City has 3 large markets, and this is just one of them. He chose this one because it is the closest to where he lives. In the future, he can change locations. A little further away doesn't matter, and he could even rent a shop. In a shop, others won't see his transaction volume. When Zhang Ruifeng mentioned income, the beautiful woman became excited. Her spiritual herbs and talismans weren't worth much, and for safety reasons, she hadn't returned home or had her family deliver goods. Following Lin Jiang's suggestion, she changed to the food industry and ended up earning more money than expected. Taoist Jiang, thank you for your guidance this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have earned so many spirit stones. How about I treat you to a drink tonight? I'm not very fond of drinking, thank you. Nonsense, I've seen you drink often. Taoist Jiang, do you dislike me? This left Lin Jiang sweating. How should he respond? He wasn't disliking her, but was afraid of trouble. He preferred to resolve matters with money rather than emotions to avoid complications. Brother Jiang, just agree. I want to treat you to dinner too. I've earned quite a bit because of your guidance. Actually, I just said it casually. No way. We have benefited from your kindness and must thank you. My parents want to meet you too. You're the first friend I've made in the big market. Sister, you should speak up too. Brother. Zhang Ruifeng blushed and could only call out brother. For someone with social anxiety, this request was a bit too difficult. Seeing their warm invitation, Lin Jiang had no choice but to agree. He was afraid to drink alone with the beautiful woman, but if Zhang Ruifeng and the others were with them, it would be much easier and wouldn't give the beautiful woman an opportunity to take advantage of him. Otherwise, he was truly afraid of losing himself. Taoist Jiang. I've heard about you from my family Ruifeng for years, but never had the chance to meet. I've admired you for a long time. 2 days later, at a restaurant in Yunzhong City, Zhang Ruifeng's father raised his glass and spoke to Lin Jiang. Zhang Ruifeng was quite talkative and had shared information about the big market with his family, so the Zhang family had always known about Lin Jiang. Their biggest impression of him was his excellent talisman-making skills and his laid-back attitude. Taoist Jiang, as I said, you're quite popular in our big market. The beautiful woman also came over with a raised glass. Lin Jiang sensed something was off. Were they trying to get him drunk? You're too polite. I'm just a low-level cultivator. After many years of practice, I've only achieved a bit of minor cultivation. If you're a low-level cultivator, then what are we? Haha. No need for formalities, let us eat, so it doesn't go to waste. Lin Jiang laughed, realizing he wasn't very good at mingling in such situations. He had lived alone for too long, and his personality had been greatly affected. The beautiful woman was graceful and adept in such environments. And with her there to set the atmosphere, it didn't feel awkward. Lin Jiang took the opportunity to glance around and noticed that after the grand celebration, the restaurants and inns in Yunzhong City had fallen into a brief slump, likely due to excessive spending in the previous half-month. An hour later, Lin Jiang bid them farewell and headed home, but still took a winding route. Ever since he was robbed in his own home, he had become more cautious, trying not to let others know his address to avoid being targeted. Taoist Jiang, Taoist Jiang. Upon reaching his door, Lin Jiang ran into his neighbor Jiang Feng, who seemed to be seeing a friend off and greeted Lin Jiang. Taoist Jiang, you just got back? Yeah. Taoist Jiang Feng, are you seeing a friend off? Yes. A few new friends. We're drinking together tonight and discussing cultivation matters. You're quite busy, Taoist Jiang. We hardly see you throughout the year. Taoist Jiang Feng is also very busy. I haven't seen you many times either. But your cultivation has grown rapidly. You're already at the late stage of qi refining. Just lucky. I've practiced hard for many years. We're all the same. Well then, I won't disturb you. All right, let us drink together when we have the chance. I have many friends. We've formed a small group. Sometimes we chat and exchange some items. Taoist Jiang, if you're interested, you can join us. Sure. Lin Jiang nodded, opened the formation, and then walked into his home. Could it be him? Sitting on the bed, Lin Jiang recalled Jiang Feng's earlier words. It wasn't that he suspected everyone, but this time he felt genuinely wary. He couldn't sleep or eat well until he figured out who the real culprit was. Jiang Feng was still at the mid-stage of qi refining a few years ago, and he had improved over the past 2 years. Lin Jiang wondered what he was up to, what abilities he had, and how he earned income. Most murderers and treasure thieves didn't have any special skills to make money. They were usually quite poor. However, Jiang Feng was indeed a bit suspicious. He had just said he hardly saw me throughout the year. Was he always paying attention to me? Lin Jiang patiently analyzed that whether or not it was true, Jiang Feng had already made it onto his list of suspects. Now, Lin Jiang was suspicious of everyone around him. As the saying goes, a person's heart is hard to read. Many appear honest on the outside, but harbor ill intentions inside. So it's understandable that Lin Jiang would suspect everyone. There is a saying, there are 1,000 days of being a thief, but there are no 1,000 days of being on guard against thieves. Since he couldn't find the culprit, he decided to lure them out. To draw the snake out of its hole. After much hesitation, Lin Jiang decided to take a risk and execute the plan to draw the snake out of its hole. He wanted to see who was truly targeting him. Chapter 32, Drawing the Snake Out of the Hole. Outside Yunzhong City, Lin Jiang swaggered out through the city gate. After half a month, Lin Jiang decided to lure the snake out of its hole, so he made some preparations in advance. While chatting with Zhang Ruifeng, the beautiful woman, and his neighbor Jiang Feng, he deliberately expressed his disdain for the high rent in Yunzhong City, stating he planned to look for a cave dwelling outside the city or buy a piece of land under some power. This was also a choice for many cultivators in Yunzhong City, especially those with some strength, as the rent in Yunzhong City was indeed very high. 4,000 spirit stones could buy a large piece of land outside, but in the city, it could only cover a year's rent. Of course, there were pros and cons to this. Living in the city was safe. as both the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect placed great importance on Yunzhong City, enforcing very strict rules. Anyone daring to kill in the city would be pursued by both sects, and in over 1,000 years of history, there had been cases where even a nascent soul ancestor who broke the rules was hunted down to death by both sections. As for those below the nascent soul stage, the number was even more uncountable. Anyway, no one dared to kill in the city for hundreds of years. But the situation outside the city was different. Safety was not guaranteed, even under the jurisdiction of some powers, as those powers themselves were not strong and lacked sufficient manpower for management. Therefore, those who settled outside the city were either very strong and confident individuals or locals with no other options. Most outside cultivators lived in the city. Lin Jiang spread the news in advance and contacted some real estate agents in the city. So as soon as he stepped out, a mid-stage qi refining practitioner approached him. He was the real estate agent Lin Jiang had contacted. He enthusiastically showed Lin Jiang around outside the city, introducing the situation. Along the city wall of Yunzhong City, within a radius of 10 miles, it was still the territory of Yunzhong City, and no one was allowed to stay there long-term, not even trees, due to defensive requirements. 200 miles behind Yunzhong City lay the Yunzhong mountain range, which was occupied at both ends by the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect, while the middle section had become a haven for scattered cultivators. The environment in this middle section was harsh, with low spiritual veins, which both sects had deemed undesirable. In the middle section of the Yunzhong mountain range, extending 10 miles outside Yunzhong City, a vast expanse of land has been occupied by numerous small and medium-sized factions, as well as scattered cultivators, in a state of chaos yet order. The population of Yunzhong City is increasing, and the cost of living is rising. Many cultivators can no longer bear it, and are forced to settle outside. Those factions with stronger power have established many villages and towns for cultivators to reside in. Some villages and towns do not sell land, but only lease it, while others allow transactions, depending on the rules of each faction, which vary. Therefore, it requires professionals to lead the way, giving rise to real estate agents in the cultivation world. Lin Jiang followed this person around to seriously look at properties. Of course, Lin Jiang couldn't move out, as he valued his life greatly. Even if it cost more money, he prioritized ensuring his safety. That night, Lin Jiang did not return to Yunzhong City, but stayed at an inn in a village outside the city. The next morning, Lin Jiang told the real estate agent that he needed to go back and think about it first. Daoist Jiang, it's Daoist Jiang. Help me. In midair, a voice suddenly appeared ahead. Lin Jiang looked up to see his neighbor, Jiang Feng, who seemed flustered, as if being chased. Daoist Jiang Feng, what happened? What's going on? Lin Jiang feigned shock and shouted loudly. Daoist Jiang, I'm being chased. Help me. Jiang Feng yelled, and at that moment, 3 individuals appeared behind him, all at the late stage of qi refining, with one even at the peak of qi refining. Ah, Daoist Jiang Feng, you're going to get me killed. Run. Yes, run. Thus, Lin Jiang followed Jiang Feng as they ran towards the direction outside Yunzhong City. In no time, the two flew over 100 miles, surrounded by desolate mountains. Suddenly, Jiang Feng attacked Lin Jiang, using a crossbow to shoot an arrow at Lin Jiang's throat. Lin Jiang was prepared. He tilted his head, and the arrow grazed his neck, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Daoist Jiang Feng, what are you doing? What am I doing? I want your life. Jiang Feng summoned a flying sword and attacked Lin Jiang with ruthless methods. Why? I haven't offended you. Lin Jiang shouted, summoning a shield to desperately block Jiang Feng's attacks. Haha, let me tell you why. Because we have our eyes on you, Jiang. Surrender. You are no match for us four. Being only at the 7th layer of qi refining, a burly man caught up to them, while the other 2 flanked Lin Jiang, surrounding him. Why are you targeting me? I haven't offended you. Lin Jiang put on a terrified and helpless expression, feeling like he deserved an award for his acting. Enough nonsense. Who told you to be wealthy? A single person living in a courtyard, paying 4,000 in rent a year. How many years have you been living there, wasting my money? That's my money, not yours. Hee, starting today, it's mine. Stop talking. Jiang Feng, if you kill me, aren't you afraid my master's elders will seek revenge? What are you pretending for? I've had my eyes on you since the first day I moved next door. If you had any elders, would they ignore you for years? Jiang Feng coldly replied. With money, being a loner, and having no friends, to them, Lin Jiang was just a fat sheep, simply too fat to resist. You. I remember now. The previous Taoist Jiang, you killed him, right? Haha, that's right, I killed him. So what? Are you going to seek revenge for him? Why are you so ruthless? If you want spirit stones, go earn them yourself. Why rob and kill? Is this Jiang's brain broken? Earning money is hard. Where can you find a business like ours that requires no investment? Boss, stop wasting time with him. There might be others coming. Kill him, take his storage bag, and let us leave. Okay, brothers, let us all attack together. Tonight we'll go to the happy forest, my treat. The leading burly man laughed heartily, while the others, including Jiang Feng, revealed lewd smiles. The happy forest was famous in Yunzhong City, known for its women who had one characteristic. They were moist. Wait, let me ask one last question so I can die with clarity. Haha, I'm in a good mood today, so go ahead. Recently, 2 people came to kill me. Were you behind it? Did someone touch our sheep? The leading burly man asked Jiang Feng, who looked confused and claimed he didn't know. At this moment, Lin Jiang was even more bewildered. Jiang Feng's group wasn't he behind Molin and the others, and there were others involved? Damn, how many people have their eyes on me? Lin Jiang felt speechless. Hadn't he been low-key enough in Yunzhong City to attract so many people? It seemed their sheep was very fat, and now others were eyeing it as well. Forget it. He was determined to take this sheep down, attack. The leading burly man hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to act. In an instant, 4 flying swords shot towards Lin Jiang, sealing off all escape routes from front, back, left, and right. One sword flying immortal. Explode Yuan technique. Explode for me. At this moment, Lin Jiang stopped pretending. Acting was exhausting. He immediately summoned his flying sword and activated his secret technique, one sword flying immortal. Having practiced one sword flying immortal for less than a month, Lin Jiang had only grasped the basics, but under the enhancement of the Explode Yuan technique, it was still extremely fierce. The flying sword directly knocked away the leading burly man's sword and continued its momentum towards him. The burly man's expression changed as he summoned a protective shield to defend, but with a bang, the shield shattered the next second, and the flying sword sliced through his neck, decapitating him. Boom boom. Lin Jiang activated a defensive spirit talisman, and 3 flying swords struck the protective barrier formed by the talisman, perfectly blocking them. Big brother. Big brother. It hurts, let us retreat. The 3 were extremely terrified. Their big brother, at the peak of chi refining, hadn't he even lasted a single move before being killed. What terrifying strength was this? Was this really the 7th layer of chi refining? It felt more like the foundation establishment stage. The 3 reacted quickly, without saying a word. They split into 3 directions to flee. Big sand sculpture, little sand sculpture, it's time to work. Kill them. Lin Jiang slapped his spirit beast bag, releasing 2 Aurora Hawks. Over the years, Lin Jiang had been raising them, although he only bought the cheapest spirit beast meat for them and hadn't given them a chance to fly. Their strength had still been increasing, and they were now at the peak of the first stage. The Aurora Hawks were quite intelligent, transforming into streaks of white light as they flew out. Lin Jiang pursued Jiang Feng himself, directly unleashing a series of spirit talismans, forcing Jiang Feng to stop and defend. Taoist Jiang, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, but I don't misunderstand. Today, I'm here to kill you. I'll fight you. Explode Yuan technique. Lin Jiang activated the Explode Yuan technique again, consuming another 100 years of lifespan, and with one sword, he struck down Jiang Feng. He didn't have time to duel with this person slowly. Lifespan was worthless anyway. After taking Jiang Feng's storage bag and flying sword, Lin Jiang flew back, also taking the burly man's storage bag and flying sword, then went to see the chaos caused by the big and small sand sculptures. The battle of the Aurora Hawks was quite primitive and simple. They first flew to a high altitude and then dove down, sweeping past the target at high speed. And with their sharp claws, even if the opponent had summoned a magical artifact, it would shatter directly. After several rounds of this, when the 2 no longer had magical artifacts, the Aurora Hawks tore through their protective energy, crushing their heads in a bloody scene. It's such a waste. Next time, don't mess around. After breaking the magic tool, just use your beak to peck at it. I know you can do it. Lin Jiang said to the big and small sand sculptures. They had been pent up for too long, which is why they deliberately held back. Otherwise, they would have resolved the battle long ago. Chirp chirp. The big and small sand sculptures were very dissatisfied. They had been locked up for several years and were not even allowed to play for a while. Fine, fine. Today you've made great contributions. So I'll let you play outside for a day. That should be acceptable, Lin Jiang said. He took out some jerky he carried with him, gave each sand sculpture a piece, and then let them go play. Lin Jiang also felt that he had been in Yunzhong City for many years without looking around. So he wanted to stroll around a bit and relax himself. The storage bags of the other 2 people had also been collected, and as for the corpses, he wouldn't bother with them. There were plenty of wild beasts in this wilderness that would finish them off in a couple of days. Besides, there was no government in this world who would come to investigate this matter. Lin Jiang found a secluded spot to tally up this time's gains. The 4 of them were much richer than Mo Lin and his group. They had dug out over 5,000 spirit stones alone, plus various pills and materials, which added up to quite a lot. Lin Jiang estimated the total value to be around 15 or 16,000, meaning about 5 to 6,000 spirit stones per person. These techniques are quite good. I can practice them when I have time. Among their belongings, Lin Jiang also found more than 10 jade slips, all containing techniques and secret arts, all of yellow rank, but much better than the average ones, so they could be considered fine products. If he had time, Lin Jiang thought it would be good to practice them. Having more skills wouldn't hurt. What the heck? The sand sculptures have caused trouble and are actually asking for help. Just as Lin Jiang finished sorting through the spoils and was about to find a place to wander, he suddenly felt the sand sculptures call for help. He had signed a master-servant contract with them, allowing the sand sculptures to convey some simple messages to him through thought. They usually called out when they were hungry, but this time it was a call for help. Chapter 33. Don't take lifespan lightly outside Yunzhong City. A large net ensnared the big sand sculpture. The big sand sculpture realized something was wrong and struggled desperately, pecking and clawing. But it could do nothing against the large net. Surrounding the net were 5 or 6 cultivators, constantly shouting at the big sand sculpture to scare it. Their goal was to exhaust the big sand sculpture so they could capture it alive. Chirp chirp. The small sand sculpture circled in the air, its cries piercing. With a deep wound on its abdomen bleeding, but it dared not swoop down to rescue the big sand sculpture because a person stood below, giving it a deep sense of threat. Uncle He, when can we catch that beast? Outside the crowd stood another person, dressed in fine clothes, lazily watching the small sand sculpture in the sky with a face full of greed. Young master, don't worry, this beast has no strength left. It will be in our hands soon, said the middle-aged man facing the small sand sculpture. The small sand sculpture was unwilling to leave. It was just right to catch this pair of Aurora falcons, and the young master must have a great reward in store. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Young master, he said. This Aurora falcon looked so magnificent. He liked it at first glance, far better than the beast pets he had raised before, and he had to get it. Yes, young master, the middle-aged man replied, knowing he young master's temperament. Since he said so, it was essential to catch the Aurora falcon today. Lin Jiang applied a concealment talisman and secretly approached the vicinity of the Aurora falcon. He saw the captured big sand sculpture and the extremely anxious small sand sculpture, feeling a bit anxious himself. 9 people, which one is at the foundation establishment stage? Lin Jiang saw those villains, and one of them had a completely foundation establishment aura. Over the years, he had seen many in Yunzhong City and was very familiar with this aura. That well-dressed man seems to be their master? Lin Jiang continued to analyze. From their clothing and positioning, that well-dressed man should be the leader of these people, very likely a young master from a prominent family, with the others being servants. Is it worth it for the big and small sand sculptures? Lin Jiang began to hesitate. This group of people was clearly not easy to deal with. Not only was there a foundation establishment cultivator, but there were also 4 at the late stage of qi refining, while the other 5 were at the mid-stage of qi refining. This level of power exceeded what Lin Jiang could confront. I must save them. The big and small sand sculptures are not only my last hope in the Lin family, but also my heart for the Tao. Although I have endless lifespan, I still have a heart that seeks the Tao. If I let go of my own interest just because the enemy is too strong, then how weak is my heart for the Tao? The heart for the Tao is also the heart for becoming stronger. The heart for the Tao must be firm. Moreover, I'm not weak. Even though I'm only at the 7th layer of qi refining, I have the explosive yuan technique. And I have tens of thousands of years of lifespan. ISNT that lifespan? I don't take it lightly. After weighing the situation, Lin Jiang's gaze became firm. A mere danger cannot hinder my heart for the Tao. Of course, Lin Jiang wouldn't act recklessly. He had already planned to first capture that well-dressed young master, rescue the big and small sand sculptures, and if the explosive yuan technique was not enough to deal with them, he would flee. Lin Jiang quietly lay in wait. Over 500 meters away from the foundation establishment cultivator, which was temporarily safe within his spiritual sense range. Once the foundation establishment cultivator moved away, it would be his time to act. The opportunity soon arrived. Under the urging of the well-dressed young master, the middle-aged man finally cast a spell to pursue the small sand sculpture. The Aurora falcon, being a fierce bird, could fly extremely high, not just a few hundred meters. Go. The opportunity flashed by, and Lin Jiang decisively made his move, executing his movement technique to the utmost as he headed towards the well-dressed young master. He never anticipated an attack from behind. By the time Lin Jiang approached him within dozens of meters, he felt a gust of wind rushing from behind. But his reaction was slow. By the time he turned around, he already saw Lin Jiang's hand pressed against his shoulder. Bang! Lin Jiang's palm struck the young master's shoulder, almost shattering his shoulder bone. The young master immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and then Lin Jiang seized his neck. Young master! The young master has been captured. Not good, the young master has been captured. Several servants noticed the anomaly and shouted in alarm. The man still entangled with the small sand sculpture in the air also changed his expression drastically and immediately abandoned the small sand sculpture to land on the ground. Who are you, and do you know who you've captured? The middle-aged man asked. I don't care who you are. If you dare to lay hands on my pet, that's a death feud, Lin Jiang said in a deep voice. He had already made a simple disguise of his appearance and wrapped himself in cloth, so he shouldn't be easily recognized. Your pet? Fellow Taoist. It seems this is a misunderstanding. We thought this was a monster beast that came out from the Yunzhong Mountains, which is why we acted to capture it. Since it's a misunderstanding, how about we resolve it? The middle-aged man said, trying to keep his tone gentle, wanting to rescue the young master first. Oh, how do you propose to resolve it? We'll release your pet and compensate you with a sum of spirit stones. You can set the amount, and then you let us go with your young master. What if you kill me afterward? We won tea. The He family is a reputable family. Fellow Taoist may not know, but the person you captured is called He Yunwei. The He family's ancestor is the 6th elder of the Cloud Sword sect. His grandfather is the deputy city lord of Yunzhong City, and his father is the deputy hall master of the Yunzhong City Guard Hall. The He family is a well-respected name in this area, known for their credibility. If you don't believe it, you can have the young master guarantee it. We absolutely want to pursue the matter afterward, the middle-aged man said gently, making a guarantee and then leveraging his identity, thinking this fool would surely take the bait. Lin Jiang made a somewhat terrified expression. The identity of this young master in brocade was truly formidable. He was aware of the He family, and the ancestor of the He family was an elder of the Cloud Sword sect, at least a nascent soul ancestor. The He family was a giant in Yunqing, so it turned out to be the young master of the He family. I believe you. Let's retract the net first, and we can talk about compensation. I won't ask for much. Just give me 1,000 spirit stones, and I'll let them go. No problem. I'll release them right away, the middle-aged man said. He then personally subdued the large sand sculpture, untangled the net, and released it. Lin Jiang whistled, and the large and small sand sculptures flew to his head and slowly landed on his shoulders, almost covering his head. They were just too big. Fellow Taoist, we have done as you said. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Can you release my young master? No. You, fellow Taoist, why are you going back on your word? The middle-aged man suppressed the anger in his heart. He had already made up his mind. Once he rescued the young master, he would definitely make this person pay. It would be his incompetence if he died without a fight. I'm not a fool. How about we play a game? What game do you want to play? Your subordinates against my beast pets. If I lose, you let them go. If you lose, I let them go, but you must retreat 50 miles. Kid, you're playing with fire. Are you playing or not? If you don't let my young master go, I'll tear you apart. The middle-aged man discarded his disguise. He wouldn't pretend anymore. He just wanted to kill Lin Jiang. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Young master, he is the He family's direct descendant, right? If I kill him, you must die too, right? Otherwise, I could trade one life for all of yours. I said you have no choice. Step aside. You must not make a move. Lin Jiang said coldly. He then ordered the large and small sand sculptures to attack the He family's servants. The large and small sand sculptures were filled with rage at this moment. Hearing Lin Jiang's command, their eyes became even colder as they flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Don't let them get close to you, or I'll break one of his legs first. Seeing that the servants were already filled with fear and desperately trying to cling to the foundation-building cultivator, Lin Jiang immediately said, "You guys, don't come closer. If something happens to the young master, not only will we all die, but our families won't survive either." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said to the others, He Yunwei was a waste in the He family. His aptitude was poor, and his character, means, and scheming were all lacking. However, he had a very powerful skill, which was that he could win the favor of the He family's ancestor. Being the most favored descendant of the ancestor, as he was said to resemble the late only son of the ancestor who had died many years ago. Relying on this skill, He Yunwei was extremely favored in the He family. His father and grandfather had to rely on him to please the He family's ancestor. If he died, the He family would definitely be furious, and they, along with their families, would die. The large and small sand sculptures had already begun to haunt. Their combat methods were simple but extremely effective. They flew to a high altitude and then glided down, using their speed and sharp claws to break through very hard defenses. And their speed was so fast that ordinary cultivators couldn't react in time. In less than a minute, casualties began to occur. One mid-stage chi refining cultivator had his head smashed, while another was caught by an Aurora Falcon and dropped heavily from the sky. Before he hit the ground, another Aurora Falcon flew in from the side, slicing through him, splitting him in half, and the outcome was extremely tragic. Run. The remaining people completely broke down. He Yunwei was just a playboy, and all the lackeys around him were flatterers. There were no powerful characters. If they encountered a real tough guy, the Aurora Falcons might not even be the opponents. They fled, but the Aurora Falcons were unwilling to let them go. The Aurora Falcon was among the fastest flying demon races, and it quickly caught up to them, killing them all, and even 2 Aurora Falcons brought back 2 storage bags. Fellow Taoist, you won. You vented your anger. Let them go. The middle-aged man's breath had become extremely cold, and a powerful aura enveloped Lin Jiang. Here you go. Lin Jiang laughed heartily, exerted force with his hand, directly breaking He Yunwei's neck, and then tossed him to the middle-aged man. Chapter 34. Battle at Foundation Building. From the moment Lin Jiang made his move, he had no intention of letting He Yunwei live. He was too familiar with the thoughts of these playboys. Having suffered such a significant loss, how could he be willing to end it like this? If Lin Jiang let him go, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. How powerful was the He family's influence? How could he withstand it? Therefore, he had to do it decisively and kill them all. Young master. The middle-aged man screamed in despair. He was going crazy. With He Yunwei dead, he could not survive either. The He family would not let him go, including his family. Lin Jiang did not flee but calmly watched the middle-aged man as he transitioned from shock and panic to calmness, his eyes turning red. You must die, and your family and clan must die. Only when you die can my family survive, the middle-aged man said coldly. He no longer hoped to survive. But he wanted to kill Lin Jiang to make amends. Perhaps the He family would spare his family for this. Fine, come on, let's have a fight. Kill. The middle-aged man no longer thought about why Lin Jiang, a 7th-layer chi refining cultivator, could challenge him, a foundation-building cultivator. He summoned his flying sword and charged at Lin Jiang. Exploding Yuan technique. Lin Jiang shouted, also summoning his flying sword to collide with the opponent's flying sword. Bang. The result was that the opponent's flying sword was knocked away, while Lin Jiang's flying sword shattered into pieces. Although Lin Jiang had enhanced his power with the exploding Yuan technique, it was still not enough to match the opponent's weapon. One was a magical tool. and the other was a spiritual tool, completely incomparable. Die. Spirit Talisman. The middle-aged man's flying sword came again. Lin Jiang took out a stack of spirit talismans and activated them all. The first grade superior attack spirit talismans had the attack power equivalent to that of a late-stage chi refining cultivator. However, in front of the middle-aged man, they were still ineffective. They only delayed him for a moment, giving Lin Jiang an opportunity to evade as he took out his flying sword to meet the enemy. Caw! A crisp cry sounded as two Aurora Falcons came to assist in battle, one on the left and one on the right, charging at the middle-aged man. Get lost! The middle-aged man roared, his speed surpassing that of the Aurora Falcons, shooting out two beams of spiritual light, causing the Aurora Falcons to scream and fall from the sky. Exploding Yuan technique. Lin Jiang shouted again, charging at the man with his flying sword held horizontally. Boom! The middle-aged man used his sword to meet the attack. And once again, Lin Jiang's flying sword shattered. Let's see how many more flying swords you have left. The middle-aged man sneered and charged again. Even if Lin Jiang used secret techniques to enhance himself, he was still not at the foundation building stage, and there was still a gap in strength. Spirit Talisman. Lin Jiang shouted loudly, taking out another stack of spirit talismans. He had kept 50 talismans on him for defense, and even during the grand celebration in Yunqing. When spirit talismans were sold out, he hadn't taken them out. 10 spirit talismans were activated simultaneously, each with different attack methods, creating a dazzling display. The middle-aged man sneered, using his flying sword to knock down all of the talisman's attacks once again. Spirit Talisman. Lin Jiang took out another stack of talismans, another 10, which was already the 30th. You can't possibly have an endless supply of spirit talismans, the middle-aged man scoffed. Although the sight of 10 spirit talismans at once was indeed intimidating, he decided to be cautious and use spells to knock them down rather than facing them head-on. Ling Fu came, and Lin Jiang disregarded everything, once again casting out 10 talismans, only to have them all knocked down. The fifth activation of the talismans triggered, and in addition to the talismans, Lin Jiang also activated the 1,000 Quill Crossbow, which he obtained from Lin. The 1,000 Quill Crossbow is a high-grade first-tier magical weapon, a close combat weapon, and its arrows have been specially modified to possess armor-piercing power, particularly effective against protective chi. Bang! Is this your trump card, the 1,000 Quill Crossbow? The arrow was intercepted by a magical shield of the middle-aged man, the arrowhead deeply embedded in the shield, its tail still violently shaking, but it couldn't advance further. No, this is just a distraction. Break for me. Lin Jiang shouted. The talismans were a disguise. The 1,000 Quill Crossbow was also a disguise, both meant to mislead. His real killer move was the Silver Needle magical weapon. Moreover, this set of Silver Needle magical weapons was not the same as the one from Anhua City. That one had been damaged during the fight with Lin, so Lin Jiang specifically replaced it with a new set, of better quality than before. The fine silver needles, as thin as cow hair, were extremely sharp, even more capable of piercing armor than the arrows of the 1,000 Quill Crossbow, directly piercing through the middle-aged man's protective chi, with 3 silver needles stabbing into his eyes and the center of his forehead. His eyes were instantly blinded, and the one in his forehead failed to achieve its goal, blocked by his skull. I will kill you. The pain in his eyes drove the middle-aged man insane as he wildly controlled his flying sword, trying to slash Lin Jiang down. Explode Yuan technique. Explode Yuan technique. Lin Jiang shouted, knowing that this was his greatest hope. Eyes are not very important for cultivators, as they possess spiritual consciousness, which can scan and substitute for sight. The middle-aged man was in such a panic because the blinding pain from his eyes and the panic caused by the change in light due to his blindness were instinctual reactions. If he calmed down after a while, it would be Lin Jiang's time to die. After 2 more bursts of Explode Yuan technique, Lin Jiang forcefully shattered the opponent as protective chi, severely injuring him, and then took out the 1,000 Quill Crossbow, shooting an arrow that pierced through his throat. A dignified foundation establishment cultivator died just like that, at the hands of a chi refining cultivator. Lin Jiang quickly moved forward, taking the storage bag from the foundation establishment cultivator, leaving behind his flying sword and magical shield, and swiftly stuffed the injured Aurora Falcon into a spirit beast bag, rushing towards Cloud City at the fastest speed. Just 15 minutes later, a powerful figure descended upon the battlefield, looking at the corpse on the ground with a grim expression. Who dares to kill a member of the He family? The furious roar echoed for nearly 100 miles, shocking passing cultivators. In Cloud City, Lin Jiang did not return home, but casually found an inn to check in. Upon entering, he immediately took out the captured storage bags and began to erase their marks. Lin Jiang knew that the most valuable should be He Yunwei's storage bag, but he dared not touch it, fearing that there might be tracking methods inside. Cultivators had many such techniques, like soul tokens and other mysterious methods Lin Jiang was unaware of, so he restrained his greed and left the storage bag untouched. The others should not pose much of a problem, but Lin Jiang remained very cautious. He did not go directly home, but chose to stay at the inn. It took Lin Jiang half an hour to erase the mark on the foundation establishment cultivator's storage bag, while the 2 chi refining cultivator's bags took only 3 minutes. Lin Jiang's spiritual consciousness, nourished by the spirit refining technique and spirit nourishing pills, was also stronger than that of ordinary people. The 3 storage bags contained a lot of items, scattered all over the floor. Lin Jiang did not have time to count, quickly putting around 10,000 spirit stones into his own storage bag, and then collecting all the spirit herbs, ores, and pills. As for the jade slips, Lin Jiang did not bother with them, putting them back into the storage bag and quietly hiding it under the bed in the inn room. He also took off his clothes and stuffed them under the bed, then changed his disguised appearance slightly before quietly leaving the room. Lin Jiang had booked the inn for 3 days and instructed the innkeeper not to disturb him. After making all these preparations, he should be able to avoid tracking. If he couldn't, then it would just be fate. Habitually wandering around the busy marketplace for a while to ensure no one was following him, Lin Jiang finally returned home and went straight to sleep. Today's battle had exhausted him. He needed a good rest. As for whether the enemy would come after him while he slept, he didn't care. Whatever happens, happens. Chapter 35, Moving House. In the Cloud City marketplace. Upon seeing Lin Jiang arrive, a beautiful young woman showed a concerned expression and took the initiative to greet him. Jiang Daoyu, you haven't been here for a few days. Yes, Lin Jiang replied. I haven't rested for several years. I went outside the city a few days ago and felt a bit tired, so I thought I'd take a few days to rest. It was indeed too tiring to fight, so that day when he returned home, he fell asleep immediately. Sleeping for a full day and night before resting for another 2 days before coming out again. You went out of the city a few days ago. Did you know a big event happened outside the city? What big event? The young master of the He family, He Yunwei, was killed, along with all his guards and servants. Is it the He family in the city? Yes, that's the one. It caused quite a stir. Tell me more. I'm not very clear about it. I'm not too clear on the specifics either, but anyway, young master, he was killed. And the He family has offered a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones for the capture of the murderer. Wow, 100,000 spirit stones, that is too much. I wouldn't earn that in 20 years of setting up a stall. Yes, the whole Cloud City is in an uproar. Everyone wants to catch this murderer. Do you know who did it? It's probably an outsider. The He family stated that the killer is a Foundation establishment cultivator with 2 flying demon beasts. Likely some kind of eagle. Then we probably have no chance. We are only in the chi refining stage. Lin Jiang nodded. The He family speculation was within his expectations. After all, young master, he had Foundation establishment guards around him. And the He family would never have imagined that they would die at the hands of a chi refining cultivator. It was likely that no matter how the He family investigated, they would not find any trace of him. Even if they did, there would be no evidence, after all. He was only a chi refining cultivator, and no one would believe that a chi refining cultivator could kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. This was the thinking of a normal person. Who would think that Lin Jiang could cheat? To kill them, Lin Jiang had consumed hundreds of years of lifespan. And with previous encounters, he had already used the Explode Yuan technique to consume a full 1,000 years of lifespan. If it weren't for the system he had, even the lifespan of a nascent soul ancestor would have been completely exhausted. Yes, if I were also a Foundation establishment cultivator, I would have tried it. The beautiful young woman said, her eyes full of yearning for that 100,000 spirit stones. If she had 100,000 spirit stones, she wouldn't have to work so hard. Perhaps all her problems could be easily solved. Lin Jiang didn't say much more, instead taking out talismans to sell. After the grand celebration in Cloud City, consumption had entered a slump, and everyone's business was affected. After selling for 2 hours, Lin Jiang returned home. It's time to go. I need to move. After returning home, Lin Jiang officially confirmed that he had to leave this place. Too much had happened during this time. The break-in by Mo Lin and the others, Jiang Feng's ambush. The conflict and silencing of the He family's young master. One event after another indicated that this identity could no longer remain peaceful. Although Lin Jiang still had the Explode Yuan technique as a trump card, he did not wish to use it casually. After all, his lifespan was not infinite. And even the Explode Yuan technique could not make him invincible. At most, it could contend with early Foundation establishment cultivators. But if he encountered mid to late Foundation establishment cultivators, things could go wrong. A month later, Lin Jiang quietly left without notifying anyone. He returned the house, but didn't cancel the stall at the market, which had a short lease anyway, so he didn't worry too much about it. He quietly went out of the city, reapplied for an identity jade token, changed his name back to Lin Yu, and rented a house in another direction of Yunzhong City, which was even cheaper than before, costing only 3,500 spirit stones for a year. Once he settled down, Lin Jiang continued to set up his stall at the market. There were 3 large markets in Yunzhong City: the South City Market, East City Market, and West City Market. Previously, he had been at the South City Market, which was the largest in Yunzhong City, and now he was at the East City Market, which was slightly smaller but still had thousands of stalls. Lin Jiang continued to sell spirit talismans, as he didn't have any other skills for now, so he could only keep selling talismans. He didn't think he would be discovered. There were at least 80,000 talisman masters in Yunzhong City, and even those of his level could number in the hundreds, making the probability of him being found extremely low. After that, Lin Jiang kept a low profile, practicing daily, drawing talismans, setting up his stall, practicing the sword-flying immortal technique, and occasionally relaxing a bit, feeding the little sand sculptures, and having brief romantic encounters with the little fairies, nothing more. Time passed, and when Lin Jiang turned 120, he finally broke through to the 8th level of chi refining, which he found quite difficult as he had trained for a full 108 years. He remembered that Lin Dai and Lining both established their foundations in their 30s, having only practiced for around 20 years, which made him feel embarrassed to say it out loud. It was no wonder he was the shame of the Lin family. Lin Jiang wasn't worried about his lifespan. He still had over 30,000 years left. The 1,000 years of lifespan he had consumed was just a drop in the bucket. As long as he was alive, his annual clocking in could add over 300 years to his lifespan, and he could never exhaust it. Taoist Lin, you're here. In the market. When Xing saw Lin Jiang and immediately cast a pleading glance, quickly walking up to him. Lin brother, help me out, I messed up. When Xing used a secret voice transmission, speaking with a tone of desperation, Lin Jiang disdainfully swatted his hand away, looked up at Wen Xing's stall, and immediately understood what was going on. Brother Wen, sorry, I can't help you. Lin Jiang replied calmly. At this moment, two female cultivators at Wen Xing's stall had raised their heads to look at Lin Jiang and then continued to stare at each other, both silent. But the tension in the air was palpable. Lin brother, save me. I really can't get out of this one. I'll buy you drinks. I'll help you refine pills, okay? I think eating melons is more enjoyable. Eating melons? You like eating melons? I'll buy you a truckload. Just save me. Eating melons means watching a good show. Brother Wen, hurry up and leave. I'm waiting to eat melons. Lin Jiang pushed him back to the stall and really took out a bag of melon seeds, sitting down to eat and watch the show. Wen Xing was his current stall neighbor. This guy had a handsome appearance and outstanding cultivation talent, plus excellent alchemy skills. If he were in the matchmaking market, he would definitely be a high-quality man. But this guy was quite the scoundrel, finding pleasure in playing with the feelings of female cultivators, ranging from mature women to ignorant girls, and very few could escape his clutches. Lin Jiang didn't know how he managed to survive with such a despicable character. How had no one killed him? Occasionally, he did have moments of mischief, like when he had two girlfriends that he couldn't manage properly, leading to his current predicament. Seeing that Lin Jiang was unwilling to help him, Wen Xing could only brace himself and return to his stall, forcing a smile at the two women, saying, Yenner, Ping, please don't be like this, it makes me very sad. Lin Wang, now you can answer me. Who do you choose, me or her? Yes. You can only choose one of us. The response from the two women froze Wen Xing's smile. Could he choose neither? But he couldn't. This time it wasn't just because the other party found out he had other women, but because both women had significant backgrounds. If he answered poorly, would he be cut down by a sword? Chapter 36. Eating melons and watching the show in Yunzhong City, East City Market. Lin Jiang wasn't the only one watching the show. Many vendors, though not surrounding them, were all focused on Wen Xing. The cultivation methods were operating at their peak. Even Qi refining cultivators could hear the buzzing from dozens of meters away, and they could hear the commotion from Wen Xing's side clearly. Taoist Lin, give me some melon seeds. All right, tell me, what happened this time? I came late today and missed the earlier part. This time, Wen Xing is in trouble. The female cultivator named Yenner is actually called Nalin Yan, and the outer sect elder of Zhongxing sect is also surnamed Nalin. I heard that Nalin Yan is a genius from the Nalin family, already at the 9th level of Qi refining at just 23 years old. The other female cultivator, Yu Ping, is the direct granddaughter of a senior manager at Yunjian sect. And it's said that this manager has reached the peak of golden core and is likely to be promoted to elder of Yunjian sect in a few decades. Wen Xing first provoked Nalin Yan, and it said he loved her deeply. You know his nature. Once a woman falls deeply in love with him, he'll drop her and then provoke Yu Ping. Now he has hit a wall and capsized. A familiar vendor told Lin Jiang. The vendors at East City Market hated Wen Xing to the bone. Not out of a sense of justice, but because they couldn't play around with women like he did. The female cultivators they revered were treated like playthings in Wen Xing's hands, stirring up immense jealousy. And the women? They both loved and hated him. They admired his romantic methods of pursuing women. He was willing to spend money and could satisfy all their fantasies about love. But they hated that he was a scoundrel who abandoned them after using them. Even so, many women still threw themselves at Wen Xing, making countless male cultivators grind their teeth in frustration. Is there a grudge between the Nalin family of Zhongxing sect and the Yu family of Yunjian sect? No grudge. But these two women have a grudge. I heard they've known each other since childhood, appearing as sisters but secretly competing with each other. I don't know how true that is. So it's a plastic sisterhood, Lin Jiang sighed inwardly. What a show. The days at East City Market were much more interesting than at the previous market. There wasn't anything this entertaining over there. On the other side, Wen Xing had been cornered. Both women were demanding he make a decision about whom he would choose. Lin Jiang thought he would want both, but he didn't have the guts to do so. The families behind these two women wouldn't let him off. Yenner, Pinger, you're both good sisters. I can't bear to hurt either of you, so my choice is to choose neither. I don't want you to hurt each other's feelings because of me. I'd rather live alone for the rest of my life. Wen Xing, pushed to the edge, surprisingly came up with a quick-witted response. He was choosing neither, and the reasoning was quite noble. This bastard, taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. These two women are also foolish to believe such nonsense. People around couldn't help but curse under their breath. Wen Xing was clearly talking nonsense, yet they believed him. How could such fools end up in Wen Xing's hands? Do you really want to deal with Wen Xing? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang suddenly had an idea. Lin Jiang never considered himself a paragon of virtue. But he was definitely a person with principles, and he found Wenxing's actions quite detestable. In this world, there is no law of monogamy. Capable individuals can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Lin Jiang does not see anything wrong with it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. However, he despises Wenxing's casual approach to relationships, which cannot even be described as casual. It seems deliberate, almost as if he is seeking revenge. Each time he makes those women fall deeply in love with him, only to abandon them, it appears to give him a strange sense of satisfaction. Therefore, Lin Jiang decides to teach him a lesson. Taoist Lin has a way. Taoist one has so many confidants. What do you think will happen if a few more come now? Lin Jiang said lightly, and the people around him immediately brightened up, finding his method rather vicious. But they liked it nonetheless. Today's drama was going to be even livelier. Wenxing, who is indiscriminate in his pursuits, has discarded women of all kinds, from noble ladies to ordinary female cultivators. Even in this bustling market, there are several former romantic interests of his. This is also the reason he has drawn the ire of many. Those women he abandoned are now being picked up by the nearby ordinary male cultivators. And it's no wonder there is such anger towards him. Wenxing has managed to survive until today, much like Lin Jiang, rarely venturing out of Cloud City. And it is the rules of Cloud City that have saved him. Otherwise, he would have been beaten long ago. Someone immediately went to inform Wenxing's confidants, who were unaware of the malice surrounding them. Wenxing was still oblivious to the hostility around him when he was caught off guard a few minutes later. As 3 of his confidants arrived, the good show began. Wow, this is exciting. Fight, fight. It's really happening. The good show was on, and everyone was eagerly anticipating the spectacle. The saying goes that 3 women make a drama, and now there were 5. It didn't take long for a fierce fight to break out. Taoist Lin, if you won't save me, at least don't harm me. When have I ever offended you? 2 days later, Wenxing blocked Lin Jiang at his doorstep. They lived not far from each other. Wenxing was very angry now. He had been in a terrible situation the day before when 5 women fought over him, alarming the guards of Cloud City and getting them all arrested. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't actually fought and was just trying to mediate, he might have been kicked out. Taoist one, don't you think you've already offended the masses? Have I? Are you talking about those failed men? I am one of those failed men too. Taoist Lin, I thought you were different. Don't try to use your tactics on me. I'm a man. I won't fall for that. I'm serious. You see me frolicking among flowers, changing women as if changing clothes, but you don't know my struggles. I just want you to see that those women aren't worth it for male cultivators to give so much. You really have no shame. Lin Jiang stared at Wenxing and realized he was serious, very serious about what he said. Taoist Lin, I've seen you at the Wanhua Pavilion too. We're all men. Why be like this? I'm different from that. What's the difference? I have a sister. If my sister fell into your hands, I would kill you. Really? I'm not lying. Lin Jiang said. And just the thought of his lively and cute sister Lin impossibly encountering such a scumbag made him feel a surge of murderous intent. If that time came, Lin Jiang would likely stop at nothing to kill someone like Wenxing. Did Taoist Lin know that I also have sisters? My sisters have been treated like this too. I'm just returning the favor. Go on, let's see what excuse you have. This isn't an excuse. I'm serious. I have an older sister. Her name is... Stop. I'm not interested in your story, but I have a piece of advice for you. What is it? A strong person should draw their sword against stronger opponents, not swing it at the weak. If your sisters have been bullied by scumbags like this, you should avenge them. But I've already taken revenge, Wenxing said. And he wasn't lying. His sisters had indeed encountered scumbags, and the consequences were dire. Then he took revenge by seducing all the women of that scumbag's family, abandoning them when they loved him deeply and ruining their reputations. You win. Lin Jiang was completely speechless. What kind of person is this? Taoist Lin, I genuinely want to be friends with you. I know you're different from others. In what way am I different? Lin Jiang was suddenly alarmed. Could this guy have some special ability to see through him? Your eyes. They have a gaze that sees through the mundane, mature, and worldly. A person's expression can deceive, as can their words, but it's hard to fool someone with their eyes. You're mistaken. I'm just naturally indifferent. If you were truly indifferent, you wouldn't have said those things to me just now. I believe you. If I harmed your sister, you would kill me. Then what do you want? Help me get out of the city. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to survive in Cloud City. I want to change places, Wenxing said, as he had accumulated too many romantic debts in Cloud City. When he tallied them up, the women he had abandoned were nearly in the triple digits. He needed to flee. If you leave Cloud City, you will die. Have you thought it through? Don't worry. I have ways to keep myself alive. I, Wenxing, am not so easy to kill, but I choose to refuse. Why? I will repay you, really. No need for your repayment. Why not? As I said, I'm an ordinary person, no different from those failed men in your eyes. Lin Jiang said lightly. Jealousy drives people mad. Although his secret prevents him from being like Wenxing, indulging in pleasures without a care, what man doesn't have such desires? 3 wives and 4 concubines. Embracing on both sides. It's just human nature. Having a bottom line and having nature are not contradictory or conflicting. Wenxing's deeds had already driven Lin Jiang to jealousy. So not taking action to eliminate Wenxing had become his bottom line. Expecting him to help Wenxing escape was simply impossible. Chapter 37. The 5 Elements Golden Fruit. Wenxing, after the last farce, could no longer survive in the East City market. It was too embarrassing. However, His alchemy skills were still impressive, and he had a significant reputation among those in the qi refining stage. So he wouldn't starve. He could just sell pills to the merchants, albeit at a lower price, suffering some losses as a result, which was his deserved punishment. After 2 months without any news of Wenxing, the next time he heard about him was through a bounty issued by the Nalan family of the Zhongxing sect. We have all been deceived by Wenxing. He is not as honest as he appears on the surface. He is seducing Nalan Yin with the aim of obtaining the Nalan family's 5 elements golden fruit. Do you know what the 5 elements golden fruit is? It's a treasure capable of allowing one to form a golden core. I know about the 5 elements golden fruit. A few years ago, during the centennial celebration of Cloud City, one appeared. It was said that someone offered 1,000,000 spirit stones for it, but was refused. It even appeared at an auction for nascent soul level, and the details of the transaction were kept secret. The 5 elements golden fruit can be featured at a nascent soul auction? Of course. Which nascent soul ancestor doesn't have a few descendants? Those descendants may not have great talent, but the 5 elements golden fruit can help foundation building cultivators increase their chances of forming a golden core by 50%. How crazy is that? Isn't the Nalan family going to go mad? The Nalan family has obviously gone crazy, not only using the power of the Zhonghong sect to search for Wenxing, but also offering a bounty of 200,000 spirit stones. The vendors in the market were discussing this matter, and Lin Jiang quickly learned about the situation. The Nalan family of the Zhonghong sect possesses a treasure called the 5 elements golden fruit tree, which takes 200 years to bear a single 5 elements golden fruit. It is the most important treasure of the Nalan family. With this treasure, the Nalan family can continuously produce golden core cultivators, ensuring the prosperity of the family. Wenxing, on the other hand, has eloped with Nalan Yin and even encouraged her to steal the 5 elements golden fruit. Whether this was planned long ago or a spur-of-the-moment decision is unknown. In any case, the Nalan family was furious and launched a full-scale hunt for Wenxing through their connections with the Zhonghong sect, even issuing a bounty in Yincheng City, hiring bounty hunters to hunt down Wenxing, with a reward of 200,000 spirit stones. This incident has become big news in Yincheng City, and everyone is discussing it. Wenxing has become their target. However, if they capture Wenxing, whether they will hand him over to the Nalan family is uncertain, as the 5 elements golden fruit is worth much more than 200,000 spirit stones, possibly even 1,000,000. The guard team arrived. Why are there so many people? Just as everyone was discussing, someone suddenly spotted the guard team arriving, blocking everyone in the middle. Those whose names I read out, please step forward. We need to understand some matters. My lord, may I ask what is so important that you have mobilized so many people? It concerns the rogue cultivator Wenxing. You need not worry. We are just here to gather information. We won't be taking you to the prison. We will ask here. First up, Lin Yu. Please step forward if you hear your name. A captain of the guard team said while holding a list, and the first name was Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang stepped out. The worst of the guard team members were at the late stage of qi refining, and even the squad leaders were at the foundation establishment stage. As a qi refining stage rogue cultivator, he couldn't escape at this moment. More than 10 people were called out, all of whom were rogue vendors with a closer relationship to Wenxing. Lin Jiang cooperated and followed one of them to the side. The person asked Lin Jiang about his relationship with Wenxing, and Lin Jiang answered truthfully, stating that he was not very familiar with Wenxing. But because he was a bit more gentle and had helped Wenxing with some small matters, Wenxing had treated him a bit better in return, which was merely a matter of courtesy. Do you know when Wenxing left Yincheng City and how he left? I don't know. I have been in the city for the past few months, setting up my stall during the day and practicing at night, drawing talismans. I rarely go out. Lin Jiang said again, this time not mentioning the previous conversation. Wenxing seemed to trust him quite a bit. Last time he even wanted Lin Jiang to help him escape, but Lin Jiang had firmly refused. Now, he didn't know how Wenxing had managed to get away. Wenxing had offended quite a few people, and in Yincheng City, no one dared to take action against him. If he left the city, he would undoubtedly die. So he must have used some special means to leave, but Lin Jiang truly had no idea. The guards asked a few more questions, and seeing that they were not getting any useful information from Lin Jiang, they let him go. Most of the other vendors had similar experiences, and the guard team returned empty-handed. Once the guard team left, everyone began to discuss again, talking about the strangeness of this matter. Logically speaking, what Wenxing had done should not have warranted such a large mobilization from the guard team. After all, the Nalan family was nothing significant to the Zhonghong sect. However, the crowd were all low-level members of the Zhonghong sect, so they were unaware of any secrets and were merely guessing wildly. The matter regarding Wenxing had been investigated by the Yincheng City guard team for over a month, yet there was still no news. As if this person had never existed in the world. Gradually, people began to forget about it. After all, in a city with a population of 1,000,000, there was no shortage of fresh news, and people's attention had long since shifted elsewhere. Lin Jiang had already lost interest in the matter. Lin Jiang's current focus was on cultivation and saving money. He had set a small goal for himself, to establish his foundation before the age of 200. Cultivating was a process that went from easy to difficult. It took Lin Jiang over 10 years to progress from the 7th to the 8th layer of qi refining, and he estimated he would need over 20 years to move from the 8th to the 9th layer. To reach full completion of the 9th layer, he would need to enter closed-door cultivation to establish his foundation. Lin Jiang was not worried about the Foundation establishment pills after selling the Qingyan Dan. He still had over 50,000 spirit stones left. After defeating Mo Lin and his two companions, as well as Jiang Feng and his group, he had obtained quite a lot of valuable loot, with tens of thousands of spirit stones and a large amount of supplies still to be sold, estimating his total assets to be no less than 100,000 spirit stones. The price of Foundation establishment pills in Yinchong City ranged from 20,000 to 30,000 spirit stones, but Lin Jiang knew his own aptitude. He planned to buy 2 to 3 Foundation establishment pills as a precaution, thus ensuring he had a solid chance of breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Additionally, he needed to find a cave abode rich in spiritual energy for the breakthrough, along with other expenses, so he was still short of some money. However, he had time. He was currently balancing his income and expenses and could save a little money each year. Accumulating for several decades would probably be sufficient. After spending 2 hours at the stall, Lin Jiang returned home. As soon as he entered the house, the 2 sand sculptures rushed over, nuzzling against Lin Jiang. He took out 2 pieces of jerky from his storage bag and tossed them to them. After the incident with He Yunwei, Lin Jiang felt even closer to the 2 sand sculptures, as they had been comrades who faced life and death together. Therefore, he would let them out at home. Although he couldn't let them soar in the sky, it was better than keeping them in the spirit beast bag. After finishing a piece of jerky that weighed about a pound in just 2 or 3 bites, the sand sculptures still felt it wasn't enough and nudged up to him again. All right, you can have all of it. Today's meat is finished. I'll buy more tomorrow, Lin Jiang said. The feeding cost for the 2 sand sculptures had increased significantly compared to before. The jerky he provided was now upgraded to be made from first-grade high-quality demon beast meat. 1 spirit stone could only buy about 15 pounds, which was roughly enough for 1 sand sculpture's daily food. As a result, their annual feeding cost reached 700 or 800 spirit stones. No wonder the Lin family's offerings, even at the Foundation establishment stage, were unwilling to raise them. They were simply too costly. Only Lin Jiang, being stubborn, had raised them for decades, and having developed feelings for them, he couldn't bear to abandon them. After playing with the sand sculptures for a while, Lin Jiang walked into the house. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt his spirit lift, thanks to the newly arranged second-tier spirit gathering formation. The effects of the second-tier spirit gathering formation were significantly stronger than the first tier, capable of absorbing more spiritual energy. And the refining ability for spirit stones had also improved considerably. Lin Jiang glanced at the formation eye. The 30 spirit stones he had placed in the morning had already turned gray. When he gently squeezed one, it turned to powder. 30 spirit stones a day, 900 in a month, over 10,000 a year. Cultivation is unaffordable, Lin Jiang sighed, once again feeling the weight of his poverty. He could normally draw 3 first-grade high-quality talismans a day, and if he sold them all, he could earn 25 or 6 spirit stones. After a year, that would amount to about 9,000 spirit stones in income, more than enough to cover rent and daily cultivation, leaving him with a few hundred spirit stones. However, if he wanted to increase the expenses for this spirit gathering formation, Lin Jiang found himself in a tight spot. Therefore, he could only place 10 spirit stones in the spirit gathering formation each day. Even after a year, he would still incur some losses, needing to make up for it elsewhere. Spirit stones, when kept on his person, were just spirit stones. It's only when used that they become resources. He needed to concentrate resources to accomplish certain tasks, preferably to showcase his strength, Lin Jiang thought to himself. He felt an extreme lack of security, especially since the true culprit behind Mo Lin had not been found. He was somewhat anxious to increase his strength. Increasing strength essentially comes down to oneself and external factors. The self refers to one's cultivation, but due to Lin Jiang's limited aptitude, no matter how many resources he invested, he couldn't immediately convert them into strength. Lin Jiang leaned more towards external factors. Fei Jian and Nei Jia have all been equipped by Lin Jiang with high quality, and the reserve of spirit symbols has returned to normal. Lin Jiang slowly focused his gaze on the large and small sand sculptures playing outside. He had raised the large and small sand sculptures for decades. They were already at the peak of the first stage, equivalent to the perfect realm of human chi training. However, to break through to the second stage, it still required some resources, and Lin Jiang was unsure how much it would take to cultivate them to the early second stage. Lin Jiang hesitated. The second stage Aurora Falcon was very powerful and could definitely become one of his trump cards because it was nearly impossible to have a second stage beast pet during the chi training period, unless it was given by the elders of those second-generation cultivators. When encountering ordinary enemies, he only needed to unleash the large and small sand sculptures to basically win. Even if he faced foundation-building cultivators, with the speed of the large and small sand sculptures, escaping would be a breeze. The second stage Aurora Falcon from the Lin family had also perished when it encountered those foundation-building elders. He thought he should inquire about it. If it wasn't too expensive, he would invest in the large and small sand sculptures to help them break through to the second stage as soon as possible. Chapter 38. The True and False Black Market at the Duobao Pavilion. Lin Jiang and several late-stage chi training loose cultivators walked out. The group agreed to meet at a nearby restaurant, ordering a table full of fine wine and dishes, and they enjoyed their meal together. Although Lin Jiang had left his previous residence and no longer visited the South City Grand Market, severing all ties to his previous identity. He still kept in touch with the Duobao Pavilion. There was no way around it. Lin Jiang had spent a lot at the Duobao Pavilion, several thousand spirit stones each year, and over the years, his total expenditure had exceeded 60 to 70,000. Adding in the money from auctioning Qingyan Dan, Lin Jiang could be considered the highest-ranked esteemed guest of the Duobao Pavilion during his Qi training period. This status came with many benefits, such as discounts on purchases, and the Duobao Pavilion provided numerous services, including increasingly high-level exchanges and high-standard auctions. These advantages made Lin Jiang unwilling to give up his status because it would require a lot of time, money, and effort to reach this level again. Therefore, he still interacted with the Duobao Pavilion under the identity of Jiang Lin, but he focused on keeping his identity confidential. Taoist Jiang, I've known you for many years, and I see your income is not low. Why haven't I seen you at the black market? The outside of the city is too chaotic. I rarely leave the city, maybe just 2 or 3 times a year, and I return after finishing my business. Lin Jiang shook his head. He knew about the black market, which existed somewhere outside the city, but it was said that one needed an introduction to find it. The black market had many good things that couldn't be seen in the regular market, but most of these good things were not above board, such as resources that were stolen and could easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. The outside black market was indeed unsafe, and many foundation-building cultivators died there each year. However, Taoist Jiang could give the inner false black market a try. Is there even a false black market? Lin Jiang was shocked. What kind of nonsense was this? A black market could have a false one. Haha, Taoist Jiang, you are so focused on cultivation that you are quite ignorant about this. Indeed, please enlighten me. The black market originated from the needs of us cultivators. It was the demand that gave rise to the black market. While many things in the black market are indeed not above board, some are not necessarily so. Furthermore, the outside black market has been raided more than 10 times and still exists, so even the Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect cannot avoid this issue. Instead of letting others profit from it, they might as well profit themselves, right? That makes sense, but why call it a false black market? Because it is different from the real one. The outside black market is a place without rules, a lawless place. It is not only a den for thieves to sell stolen goods, but also a meeting place for assassin organizations, a place to hire killers. And there are many other shady practices, such as gambling fights, fighting between people and beasts, betting money on it, and so on. The inner false black market naturally does not allow such things to appear, as these activities violate the rules and pose a huge challenge to the city's regulations. So what can be sold in the inner false black market? Actually, it is not much different from the grand market, just that there are more stolen goods. For example, if I leave the city and encounter a robbery, I can counterattack, and these items are not easy to sell. So I can take them to the false black market to sell, where I can keep my secrets. In that case, is there any business in this false black market? It would be better to go to the real black market. Taoist Jiang, you are mistaken. The false black market is extremely popular because it is safe. Killing is not allowed in the city. If you are truly targeted by an enemy, you have a chance to escape. The outside black market does not care about such matters. There are many instances of murder in the streets. Nowadays, the true black market outside the city only consists of those shady businesses. If Taoist Jiang has such a hobby, you can go and broaden your horizons. I see now. I have learned. Lin Jiang clasped his hands. He truly did not know these things, but the safety factor indeed could attract most cultivators, as the true black market did not guarantee such safety. In fact, this false black market was secretly operated by the high-level officials of Yincheng City. It was essentially their money-making scheme, and its safety was quite reliable. Then someone revealed that the false black market could still be called a black market because the people behind it were the high-level officials of Yincheng City. The high-level officials of Yincheng City were composed of members from Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect, which was considered a task within their sections. Although these individuals held high positions and controlled the treasure trove that was Yincheng City, their incomes were not very high. Rather than embezzling and accepting bribes, which could lead to punishment from their sects, they preferred to find ways to make money from other sources, and this black market was one of their means. The entrance fees and taxes from the black market all went to them and did not enter public accounts. Therefore, to ensure sustainability, these high-level officials invested a lot of effort into maintaining the existence of the black market. Hearing this, Lin Jiang was immediately intrigued. Brother Jiang, follow me. In a corner of the south city of Yincheng City, Lin Jiang followed a cultivator named Zhang to the inner false black market. The black market was actually located among a mix of residential buildings, somewhat resembling the urban village Lin Jiang had visited before. There were foundation-building cultivators guarding the entrance, and the entrance fee was 10 spirit stones. After paying, the person would give a straw hat, which was also a magical tool that could conceal one's appearance. Impervious to the perception of Qi training cultivators, but it had to be returned upon leaving. As the two entered the black market, Lin Jiang saw people setting up stalls on the street, as well as some shops that had no names, only some special symbols that only familiar individuals would recognize. Many of the items at the stalls bore obvious bloodstains, and Lin Jiang shook his head. Couldn't they at least clean them up a bit? With a population of 1 million in Yincheng City, the number of outsiders coming and going each day was no less than 50,000. And several groups of bandits lingered on the roads outside the city year-round. Therefore, within 1,000 miles of Yincheng City, The number of fallen cultivators each day would not be less than 3 digits. Death was all too common. It was indeed too dangerous for cultivators. I've heard about this. Qi training cultivators can live for 100 years, but over 30% of them don't live past 60. Lin Jiang nodded. The life of a cultivator was very dangerous and chaotic. Sometimes being born into a family or sect was a kind of luck because the probability of living to an old age was much higher, while loose cultivators had it much harder. Yes, cultivation is not easy. Forget it, let's not mention this. I'm going to buy something. Brother Jiang, feel free to look around. Just remember the rules I told you. Don't ask about the source, don't haggle, and speak less. Just remember that. Although this is a fake black market, it is still a black market, so be careful. All right. Lin Jiang nodded at him, and then the two parted ways to do their own things. What kind of demon beast demon core is this? How much is it? After browsing for a while, Lin Jiang saw a stall selling demon cores and went to inquire. It's the demon core of a steel-winged eagle, middle grade of the 3rd tier, priced at 50,000 spirit stones. I want to check it. Sure. There are appraisal services in the black market, and here is the appraisal certificate they provided. All right. Lin Jiang nodded and directly took out 50,000 spirit stones. This amount was within his means, and he decided to buy it for the 2 little sand sculptures. The transaction was straightforward. In less than a minute, Lin Jiang left. He then entered a shop to dispose of the miscellaneous items he had on him. These were all things he had taken after killing, but some he hadn't sold, like the items he obtained during the incident with He Yunwei. The black market might also have shares from the He family, and he wouldn't take that risk. After browsing for a while longer, Lin Jiang left. He had already learned about the black market. Most of the items here had dubious origins, and the prices were lower than outside. For example, the demon core he bought would cost at least 80,000 spirit stones outside. Additionally, it seemed that this demon core had some age to it, likely a treasured collection of someone, or even a family heirloom that had been acquired by someone else. Such occurrences were not uncommon. A few days later, Lin Jiang had someone split the demon core into 6 parts, allowing him to dare to feed them to the 2 little sand sculptures. Otherwise, a demon core that was equivalent to the mid-stage of the golden core could easily burst them. There were no surprises. The gap between the 2 little sand sculptures and the mid-stage 3rd tier was too great. In less than half an hour, the 2 little sand sculptures fell into a deep sleep. This was a normal sign of demon beasts advancing. Lin Jiang estimated that their sleep would last around 2 to 3 years. Of course, there was also a possibility that they might never wake up, as advancing for demon beasts could also fail, and failure meant death. The cultivation world was that cruel, whether for cultivators or demon beasts. With the 2 little sand sculptures in deep sleep, Lin Jiang also saved on expenses. He decided to invest more in his talisman-making skills to increase his income, as he didn't have many spirit stones left and needed them to feel secure. Chapter 39. Stalking East City Market. Ever since when Xing disappeared from the market, it seemed that half of the fun had vanished. Most of the vendors were just ordinary people, striving to cultivate and sell goods, merely scraping by like mortals. Longevity was too distant for them. This made Lin Jiang feel out of place, even though he was one of the common people now. Bored, he decided to check in. System, lifespan check-in system host, Lin Jiang lifespan, 12, 537, 500. Lin Jiang looked at the system's lifespan balance and felt somewhat numb. The 1,000 years of lifespan he had consumed before was insignificant to him. He sometimes wondered if there were any techniques that could grant lifespan to others. If so, he could become wealthy. Lin Jiang occasionally thought this way. There were countless techniques in the cultivation world, and if there was one that could grant lifespan, he could become rich and prosperous, possibly the richest in the cultivation world. However, he had never heard of such a technique. He had heard of some demonic techniques that could siphon others' lifespans, but unfortunately, he didn't need such techniques. Taoist Lin, are you heading back? Seeing that there wasn't much business, Lin Jiang prepared to go home. The vendors on both sides greeted him. Lin Jiang simply responded. He didn't have a deep relationship with them, merely acquaintances, and casually greeted them before leaving. He also knew that after he left, his stall would be occupied by others who wouldn't pay him rent like the previous Zhang Ruifeng. They would just take advantage of him, and Lin Jiang wouldn't bother about it. Lin Jiang generally wouldn't go straight home, but would stroll around the market or other crowded places first. If someone was tailing him, it would be easier to shake them off. This had been his habit for many years. Having done this countless times without encountering any stalkers, Lin Jiang felt a distinct gaze on him today. This feeling was very obvious, making Lin Jiang's heart sink. He was uncertain if it was the same mastermind behind the scenes that was targeting him again, or if he had unintentionally revealed his wealth at some point and attracted attention. This made Lin Jiang even more reluctant to go home, so he wandered outside until it got dark, but the feeling of being followed remained. He couldn't keep avoiding home forever. Who could it be? Lin Jiang was constantly analyzing in his mind. He didn't know who was stalking him, but he couldn't avoid going home. Although there was no curfew in Yunzhong City, cultivators also got tired and needed a place to rest. Most importantly, if he continued to avoid home, it would surely alert the person behind him. So, Lin Jiang gritted his teeth and returned home. With the courtyard walls in formation as a barrier, that feeling finally disappeared. What was going on? Why was he being followed? Did it relate to the mastermind behind Mo Lin's group? Lin Jiang questioned again. He actually hoped that this stalker was connected to Mo Lin. He wasn't afraid of enemies appearing. He was afraid of them not appearing. The two little sand sculptures still hadn't woken up. Lin Jiang glanced at the spirit beast pouch. The two little sand sculptures had been in deep sleep for a year and still showed no signs of waking, but they were alive and their aura was growing stronger. As long as I stay in the city and don't go out, those people won't dare to act recklessly. I won't go to the black market anymore. It's too remote. There have been killings in the city, but they just don't dare to do it openly. Lin Jiang made a decision. As long as he didn't leave the city, no one would dare to kill openly. The rules in Yunzhong City were extremely strict. Rules were the most precious thing in Yunzhong City. A few days later, in the East City Market, Lin Jiang felt that same watchful gaze again, but there were too many people in the market, making it impossible for him to identify who it was. Lin Jiang pretended not to notice, continuing to sell his talismans. Having mixed in the East City Market for a few years, he had gained some recognition, and regular customers often came to buy talismans. Taoist Lin, are you really not considering joining my team? We have 13 people, all at the late stage of qi refinement, and we have a great reputation in Yunzhong City. We're reliable people. Today, an old customer came to buy talismans and once again suggested that Lin Jiang join his team. His team had 13 members, all elite cultivators in the qi refinement stage, and they had a good reputation in the qi refinement circles of Yunzhong City. Taoist Chun, forget it. I'm used to being a lone wolf. Lin Jiang shook his head and declined. This Taoist Chun had invited him several times and had mentioned his team's situation multiple times. But Lin Jiang still refused. He wasn't worried about what these people would do to him. A group of qi refinement cultivators didn't intimidate him, especially since their reputation was indeed good. Instead, he was concerned that their activities could bring danger. Taoist Chin's team was similar to other loose cultivators in Yunzhong City. They had no fixed income and did all sorts of jobs, such as being bodyguards, treasure hunters, or hunting demon beasts in the mountains. These tasks were extremely dangerous. Even though Taoist Chun and his group were elite cultivators in the qi refinement stage, many had died over the years. Just from what Lin Jiang knew, 2 of them had perished. Lin Jiang is not lacking in opportunities to make money. His biggest advantage is having time. Even if he only makes a few thousand spirit stones in a year, he can surpass most qi refinement stage cultivators in wealth simply by relying on time. Therefore, Lin Jiang will not take risks. He just needs to endure, enduring to the utmost to feed the king. It would be a pity if you were to join. Our team would gain significant strength. As loose cultivators, it is not easy to cultivate, and we need to band together to have a chance to establish a foundation. Taoist Chen said, it's tough for loose cultivators. Every bit of money earned is invested in cultivation and daily expenses. Saving up tens of thousands of spirit stones is extremely difficult. That's why they decided to band together, pooling their resources so they could establish their foundations one by one. But unfortunately, Lin Jiang did not agree. Sorry, it's okay. Our fate hasn't arrived yet, Taoist Chen said. He understood Lin Jiang's refusal. Among those in the later stages of qi refinement, few possess the ability of a high-grade talisman maker. And making money with that skill is not difficult, so there's no need for him to live a dangerous life like them. Taoist Chen left with the talismans, and Lin Jiang also closed up and left. Taoist Chen was his major client. He would almost always buy out Lin Jiang's stock from the previous days. Ignoring the person watching from behind, Lin Jiang returned home alone, glancing at the small sand sculpture in his spirit beast bag as usual, then entered his house to cultivate. Now, Lin Jiang's cultivation speed is much faster than before. After all, he has invested more. The spirit gathering formation and high-grade pills cost so much money that they must be useful. Otherwise, Lin Jiang feels he wouldn't reach the 9th layer of qi refinement in 30 to 50 years. Outside Lin Jiang's door, someone watched for half an hour before finally leaving. He had figured out Lin Jiang's daily routine and knew that after returning home, he rarely went out again. He made his way to a certain courtyard and said to a middle-aged man, Master, Jiang Lin has returned home. Does he still have no intention of leaving the city? No. Through my observations, this person is extremely introverted, doesn't form deep connections, and rarely goes out. I've secretly inquired. And this person has been in Cloud City for many years and has always been this way. Indeed, this person is completely inscrutable to me. Master, does Jiang Lin really possess a treasure? The middle-aged man chuckled. As far as I know, Jiang Lin has quite a bit of wealth. He has rented a place in the South City for nearly 20 years, with an annual rent of 4,000 spirit stones, which is not something an ordinary person can afford. Plus, considering his other expenses, even the scion of a large family wouldn't have much more. Master, continue to keep an eye on him. After so many years of waiting, what's a little more time? If we take this target down, the 2 of us won't have to worry about cultivation resources for 20 years. Yes, master. The young man readily agreed, excited. They had done such things more than once. His master had a special identity and knew many wealthy people in Cloud City, allowing them to target these wealthy individuals. Of course, they didn't act recklessly. They had to investigate thoroughly, especially those with wealth, but without significant background or power, as they were seen as easy prey. Taking down such easy prey could yield terrifying profits, far exceeding their usual income over several years. This time, their target was considered a super fat sheep, one that could provide 20 years worth of cultivation resources. Chapter 40. The Fish Gang. There are 2 theories regarding the origin of the name Cloud City. The first theory is that it is composed of one character from the names of the Yunjian sect and the Zhonghang sect, hence the name Cloud City. The second theory is that Cloud City is located in the mid-lower reaches of the Yuntuo River, not too far down, nearing the middle reaches, thus named Cloud City. Both sects have not explained this and let the lower-level cultivators speculate, as it does not affect the interests of the two sections. However, regardless of the reason, it is a fact that Cloud City is close to the Yuntuo River, only 800 miles away. In fact, at the time of the city's construction, Cloud City was only 30 miles from the Yuntuo River. Due to long-standing flooding, the experts from both sects altered the river's course, moving it away from its original position. After more than 1,000 years of erosion, the Yuntuo River has moved further away from Cloud City, now 800 miles distant. The Yuntuo River is a massive river that runs through most of Yunzhou. It is said to be over 1,000 miles wide at its widest point and at least 50 to 60 miles wide at its narrowest, serving as a vital transportation artery for Yunzhou. The scale of Cloud City today owes much to the Yuntuo River. Originally, the Yuntuo River was home to numerous water-dwelling demon tribes, with their demon king possessing transformation abilities, causing trouble for the cultivators on both banks. Later, the three major sects, the Zhonghang sect, Yunjian sect, and Wuxing sect, arose. The three sects joined forces to eliminate the transformation-level demon king and slaughter all high-level demon beasts. Although there are still occasional demon beasts in the Yuntuo River, they no longer pose a threat. Whenever a powerful demon beast appears, it quickly appears on the bounty board in Cloud City, with many willing to hunt demons. In this environment, the Yuntuo River has spawned countless fishermen who are extremely enthusiastic, with some even guarding the river for several months to catch fish demons. Taoist Lin. One day, Lin Jiang arrived at the East City Market, where some familiar vendors greeted him. What's going on? Why are there so many people gathered? Lin Jiang pointed to another stall, saying, that stall was previously run by Wen Xing, but it has changed owners multiple times since then. This is quite common. Some change trades, while others may die. It's considered long for a stall to remain under the same owner for more than 3 years. The new fisherman has caught a lot of demon fish. They say he even got a dragon whisker fish. Wow, that is a huge profit. A dragon whisker fish is worth at least 3,000 spirit stones. Dragon whisker fish? That is really a good thing. Lin Jiang nodded. There is a high-end restaurant in Cloud City called the 100 Flavor Pavilion, which specializes in high-end spirit cuisine. They have a classic dish called Three Rivers Fire, with dragon whisker fish as the main ingredient. This dish is worth over 10,000 spirit stones and is legendary among low-level cultivators. It's a good thing, but we can't afford it. That is true. Lin Jiang nodded. The cost-effectiveness of high-end spirit cuisine is not high. The spiritual energy they contain is even less than that of ordinary spirit cuisine. It's just that some people hype it up. Of course, dishes like Three Rivers Fire do taste excellent. However, for low-level cultivators, spending over 10,000 spirit stones on a single dish is foolish. Such dishes are exclusive to those in the golden core stage and above. Upon reaching his stall, Lin Jiang caught a strong fishy smell. And the neighboring stall was clearly insufficient as some demon fish were extremely large, weighing several thousand to tens of thousands of pounds. Even though he had rented 3 stalls, it was still the case. However, his business was excellent. Some demon fish indeed tasted much better than ordinary demon beast meat. Little sand sculpture. You two aren't going to get any good food today, Lin Jiang thought to himself, as they were still asleep. If they woke up, Lin Jiang would definitely change their diet. After more than an hour, the neighboring vendors seemed to have sold out of fish. The stall owner approached with an apologetic expression, saying, this fellow Taoist, greetings. I am Lu Hui. I apologize for the disturbance today. No need to worry, this is inevitable. Lu's cultivator Lin Yu is grateful for your courtesy. Ah, it's Taoist Lin. To show my apology, here is a small token, please accept it. Lu Hui handed Lin Jiang 2 fish, which Lin Jiang glanced at. They were ordinary first-grade demon fish, comparable to the silver arrow fish he had raised before. Dao friend, you're being polite. I can't accept this gift. Dao friend, we've rented this stall for a year. In the future, it's nothing. I haven't been setting up my stall for long. Lin Jiang shook his head, not wanting to say much. Lu Hui felt a bit awkward, but didn't insist any further. Lu Hui wanted to give gifts not just to Lin Jiang, but also to several nearby stall owners, and everyone accepted except for Lin Jiang. After being unique for so long, others had gotten used to it. After all, Lin Jiang was the only one who set up his stall for less than 2 hours each day. Dao friend Lin, how much are you selling this talisman for? A voice came from the side after a while. Lin Jiang turned around to see a rather delicate-looking female cultivator, who was also from the neighboring stall and bore some resemblance to Lu Hui. It was unclear whether she was his sister or daughter. 10 spirit stones for 10 offensive talismans, 12 spirit stones for defensive ones, and 9 spirit stones for other auxiliary talismans, Lin Jiang replied. Different talismans had different prices. Not all talismans were priced the same. Overall, offensive talismans sold the best, and Lin Jiang made the most of those. If I buy a few more defensive talismans, can you give me a discount? For 5 or more, I'll give you 1 spirit stone off. Can I exchange it with monster fish? No. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes, thinking, what is she thinking? He wasn't particularly fond of fish. After eating at Lingtao Mountain Villa for decades, he had grown a bit tired of it. In Yincheng City, he had eaten a fair amount as well, and he was somewhat bored with most of the monster fish available on the market. Alright, then I'll buy 6 defensive talismans. That'll be 66 spirit stones. Lin Jiang laid out all the defensive talismans. They weren't easy to sell, and he still had some stock left. So he let her choose for herself. After spending half a month together, Lin Jiang gradually learned some things about the neighboring stall. The middle-aged man was Lu Hui, and the one who bought talismans from Lin Jiang was Lu Yuan. He also had a daughter named Lu Siyu, who was exceptionally beautiful, but she rarely showed up. When she did, it would attract a lot of attention, and there were even reckless individuals who directly sought Lu Hui's approval to court her. So he generally didn't let his daughter appear. For a poor family to have a beautiful daughter wasn't necessarily a good thing. The reasons need not be elaborated. Of course, Lu Hui had some background. He was a member of the Sancha fish gang outside the city, and all his family members were part of this gang. His grandfather was even an elder in the foundation establishment stage. From them, Lin Jiang also learned a lot about the situation outside the city. Many cultivators in Yuncheng City and nearby survived by relying on the Yunta River. However, due to the immense profits involved, many gangs had formed, each controlling a large stretch of the river and monopolizing all the catches within their territory. However, they couldn't completely wipe out ordinary fishermen. Regular fishing was allowed, and how many fish one could catch depended on their own skill, but net fishing and operating fishing boats were strictly prohibited. Otherwise, they would face attacks from the fish gangs. These fish gangs acted as henchmen for the 2 major sects, essentially their white gloves. The fish gangs were despised for doing the dirty work for the 2 major sects, who took all the real profits for themselves. Everyone understood this, but no one would dare to say it openly. Fights and killings often broke out between the various fish gangs, with disputes over catches being normal. It was a rare occurrence if no one died in a year. The Sancha fish gang, where Lu Hui's family belonged, was one of the stronger fish gangs outside the city, yet Lu Hui's family had lost 7 or 8 members in the gang conflicts, including 2 of his sons. Cultivating immortality is not easy. Lin Jiang, knowing these things, could only sigh and reflect on how difficult it was to cultivate immortality. However, a plan gradually emerged in Lin Jiang's mind, one that would be enough to lure out those who were secretly monitoring him. Chapter 41. Killing Foundation Establishment Again. Boom. 2 young men were sent flying, and the 1,000-tangle array shattered. The middle-aged man, witnessing this scene, was somewhat shocked but quickly calmed down. A flying sword slowly materialized in front of him. Shirtong, aren't you going to say a few more words? Dao friend Jiang is indeed clever. You've guessed it was me. Few people can mention my old name. Only a handful remain. And as for knowing I have money, now it's just you. Lin Jiang said. After changing his name, he had severed all ties with his past life, except for the benefits from the Duobao Pavilion, which he couldn't bear to give up. The only one who knew his name and that he had money was Shirtong, the manager at Duobao Pavilion who received him each time. Knowing it was him, Lin Jiang felt a mix of emotions. He had collaborated with Duobao Pavilion for decades, and their reputation was indeed very good. However, he didn't expect someone like Shirtong to turn out to be a scoundrel. If this matter were to spread, it would ruin the reputation Duobao Pavilion had built over hundreds of years, and they would not forgive Shirtong's entire family. Impressive. If you have more to say, you can continue. This is your last chance. When did you set your sights on me? The Qingyan Dan. Was it you who bid for it? That's right. Without the Qingyan Dan, I might not have been able to establish my foundation. Now I am quite old. Shirtong replied. He had bid for the Qingyan Dan and gifted it to his senior elder, receiving guidance that provided him with the opportunity to establish his foundation. I see. It seems I'm not the first person you've killed. Well, not the first, but not many either. Shirtong said. He had interacted with countless clients at Duobao Pavilion. If he killed everyone, he would have died long ago. He was very cautious in choosing his targets. Over decades, he had only killed 7 or 8 people, but each one had brought him a significant profit. Mo Lin is your person, right? That's right. The one with him is another disciple of mine. I'll answer your question, and you answer one of mine. Go ahead. Where did you get the Qingyan Dan? Why didn't you use it yourself? That's 2 questions. Hehe, because I have money. Not only do I have the Qingyan Dan, but I've also consumed the Gushi Dan. You know, mortals say that life is rare at 70. 1 Gushi Dan can extend life by 70 years. So you've known me for almost 30 years, and I'm still so young. Lin Jiang said to Shirtong, spinning lies with ease and without a hint of shame. But Shirtong believed him. He had known Lin Jiang for many years, and Lin Jiang had always maintained a youthful appearance. He thought Lin Jiang must have taken a longevity treasure since he didn't even keep the Qingyan Dan and chose to sell it instead. Shirtong believed Lin Jiang had more secrets, but those were impossible to extract, so Shirtong made his move. A sword chi was unleashed from his flying sword, shooting towards Lin Jiang. Explode Yuan technique. Lin Jiang shouted, also summoning his flying sword. Boom. The flying sword collided with the sword chi, dissipating it. But Lin Jiang's flying sword shattered into pieces. Just then, 2 crisp sounds rang out, and 2 bright lights appeared on Lin Jiang's body, moving incredibly fast until they reached Shirtong's face. Sizzle. The large and small sand sculptures emerged. They had just awakened half a month ago and had reached early-stage second-tier strength, equivalent to early-stage foundation establishment. The large sand sculpture instantly broke through Shirtong's defenses, grabbing his shoulder and tearing away a large chunk of flesh, while the small sand sculpture was even more ferocious, pecking a dark hole in his chest. Extreme Light Falcon. You! Shi Tong screamed in horror. The Extreme Light Falcon had once been famous in Yuncheng City because He Yunwei, the young master of the He family, had died at the hands of two cultivators who had Extreme Light Falcon beasts as pets. In that moment, Shi Tong understood everything. Kill him, Lin Jiang said coldly. He didn't know if anyone else remembered the matter regarding the He family, but he didn't let the Aurora Falcon fly too high to avoid being seen by others. Chirp! The two sand sculptures lunged at Shi Tong once again, while Lin Jiang charged forward, determined to ensure Shi Tong would die in the second round. Exploding Origin Technique. Shi Tong's face changed drastically. The Imperial Dominance Technique was something he had given to Lin Jiang, so he naturally knew about the Exploding Origin Technique, but he had never practiced it. Now that he saw Lin Jiang use it, he felt an unbearable pain in his heart. If he died today, it would be because of his own actions. Shi Tong, severely injured, had devoted all his strength to defense. He summoned two shields to block the attacks from the sand sculptures while using his flying sword to intercept Lin Jiang's assault. Bang! The flying sword shattered once again. Magical tools were ultimately no match for spiritual tools. Lin Jiang didn't care and took out another flying sword. Lin Jiang didn't even consider using silver needles because those were also bought from the treasure pavilion, and Shi Tong would definitely be on guard. Lin Jiang aimed to crush Shi Tong head-on. Suddenly, the cries of the sand sculptures changed completely. Their voices became piercing and sharp. After hearing this, Shi Tong felt his consciousness blur for a moment, which still filled him with despair. The next moment, he sensed a chill around his neck. Puff! The flying sword sliced through Shi Tong's neck. He saw his headless body still standing there, filled with intense unwillingness, before ultimately losing all consciousness. Come in. Lin Jiang waved to the sand sculptures, signaling them to enter the spirit beast bag. The final blow to kill Shi Tong came from the awakened divine abilities of the sand sculptures. Their cries could shock the target spirit, causing a brief moment of distraction. The Aurora Falcon, being incredibly fast, could kill its prey in just a split second, but this time Lin Jiang struck first. After searching through the storage bags and belongings of the three, their corpses were thrown into the Yuntuo River. The river was filled with countless, which would devour them clean within a day, leaving no bones behind. What a pity for that fishing rod, Lin Jiang sighed. It was a fishing rod made of thousands of spirit stones, and now it was gone. Lin Dao friend. Not long after, members of the three-pronged fish gang appeared. Led by Lu Jia. Lin Dao friend, what happened here? Why are there signs of a Foundation establishment level battle? Unfamiliar strangers were fighting nearby, but they've already left. I just ran out and even lost my fishing rod. Lin Jiang acted again, putting on a look of lingering fear. There aren't many rules around Yuntuo River. There are countless fights here every day. Lu Jia and the others must have sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. But they would be foolish to come over just for Foundation establishment level fluctuations. They only came to check after the fluctuations stopped. Lu Jia looked at the ground and then at the river, realizing that Lin Jiang seemed to be lying. However, he didn't expose him. The survival skills of low-level cultivators were very adept. If one didn't want to die quickly, they had to speak less. Lin Dao friend lost his fishing rod. That's a small matter. I'll help you find it, Lu Jia said, then called over a few gang members skilled in water techniques to search the river. The three-pronged fish gang relied on the river for their livelihood and had gathered a lot of practitioners of water techniques. Some fierce individuals could even fight water monsters barehanded in Yuntuo River. They were very professional in this. About an hour later, 3 Chi refining stage gang members returned, dragging Lin Jiang's fishing rod back, along with the fish. It was the first time Lu Jia realized Lin Jiang's fishing rod was so expensive. Lin Jiang received his fishing rod back and gave the fish to them, also taking out 100 spirit stones as a thank you fee to treat them to drinks. Before returning to Yunzhong City. After erasing the soul imprint from Shi Tong's storage bag, Lin Jiang opened it. There were many items inside, with over 30,000 spirit stones alone, including over 10 mid-tier spirit stones. One mid-tier spirit stone was worth 100 low-tier spirit stones. The total value was not less than 50 or 60,000 spirit stones, wealthy for a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. The other 2 storage bags were much poorer, probably worth less than 5,000 spirit stones, but that was still good. This battle was a huge profit. Shi Tong also had a habit of keeping a diary, proving he was not a serious person. Lin Jiang found a notebook in Shi Tong's storage bag, not recorded on a jade slip, but on ordinary paper. Flipping through it, he saw Shi Tong's growth journey. Shi Tong came from a common background. When he was 12, the Yunjian sect came to their village to test children's spiritual roots. He had a 3-root talent and was taken into the sect, but only as an outer disciple. In the first 10 years of cultivation, Shi Tong had a lot of misfortune, often bullied by others, mostly due to his personality. Until one day, after suffering bullying, he had an epiphany and began learning how to curry favor with people. Eventually, he got the task of guarding the treasure pavilion in Yunzhong City. Things went smoothly at the treasure pavilion, but the income was still too low, so he developed the idea of robbing clients. However, Shi Tong was very cautious, having strict requirements for targets, wealthy, low profile, without strong backing, etc. He would only act if these conditions were met, and each time he would spend several years planning and setting up, so he had almost never failed. The only time he did fail was with Mo Lin, who was his confidant and a fellow villager. However, Mo Lin's aptitude was too poor. He wasn't accepted by the Yunjian sect and became a loose cultivator instead. It turned out it was the Qin Yin pill that made Tong decide to target me. It seems he has to give up his identity at the treasure pavilion as well. After reading Tong's diary, Lin Jiang understood where the problem lay. He had decided to completely abandon the identity of Jiang Lin. No matter how many benefits he could gain from the treasure pavilion, he no longer wanted it. Stability was the priority. Chapter 42. Refusal. Lin Jiang completely abandoned the identity of Jiang Lin. As long as he didn't go back to the treasure pavilion, it would be fine. He threw away the treasure pavilion's token and similar items and stopped contacting friends he had known before. With Tong dead, no one knew this identity anymore. Lin Jiang decided to live as Lin Yu for another 20 years before changing again. He could no longer stay in Yunzhong City, so he would change places. He now had basic self-defense abilities, and the sand sculptures had already reached the second tier. Even if he encountered a foundation establishment cultivator, he could still retreat safely. Lin Dao, friend, why aren't you fishing anymore? 2 months later, when Lu Yuan came to buy spiritual talismans, she asked Lin Jiang. Fishing is just for fun. It can't become an obsession. I need to take a break for a while and fish again later, Lin Jiang replied. Most of the fish he caught were not sold, as he couldn't eat them all. He had made over 10,000 pounds of dried fish, enough for the sand sculptures to eat for a while. He would consider fishing again after they finished eating. Of course, the main reason was that he had already caught the big fish, Tong, so fishing wasn't that important anymore. I really envy you, Lin Dao, friend, Lu Yuan said. Fishing was a leisure activity for Lin Jiang, but for her family, it was the basis of survival, which was no longer just a game. She envied Lin Jiang for that. It's not easy for loose cultivators. Don't think it's easy for me. I'm also quite miserable. I'm poor. Lin Jiang quickly lamented his poverty. He had already been targeted twice for showing off his wealth, so he had to keep a low profile in the future. There's nothing wrong with crying poor. It's good. Lu Jie chimed in. Lin Dao, friend, is right. It's not easy for us loose cultivators. So, Lin Dao, friend, are you interested in forming a marriage alliance with my Lu family? Marriage alliance? Yes, my sister Lu Yuan is 27 this year, has a cultivation level of 6 in Qi refinement, and possesses 4 spirit roots. Although her aptitude for cultivation is not very good, she is very diligent and usually helps me out. What are you talking about? Lu Yuan quickly interrupted Lu Hui when she heard this, her face turning red and feeling embarrassed as she stomped her feet. You go sell fish first. I will discuss with Taoist Lin. You're not young anymore. If you don't get married soon, you might not be able to marry at all. I don't want to get married. I want to cultivate and achieve immortality. Immortality? Among 1,000,000 cultivators in Yunzhong City, how many can reach the golden core stage? What are you thinking? Lu Hui shook his head. With 4 spirit roots, wanting to achieve immortality is impossible. Even among those with 4 spirit roots in the foundation establishment stage, there are very few. Only some big families can afford to cultivate 1 or 2 foundation establishment cultivators with 4 spirit roots. For ordinary people, the Qi refinement stage is the ceiling. When Lu Yuan heard this, her expression darkened instantly. Aptitude is the biggest obstacle for ordinary cultivators. With the same spirit pill, those with good aptitude can absorb 70 to 80% of its effects, while those with poor aptitude can only absorb 20 to 30%. How can they compete? Unfortunately, lower-tier cultivators are also very short on money and cannot afford many pills. Taoist Lin, what do you think? Our Lu family is actually not lacking. There are more than 30 of us in the Sancha Fish Gang. With our support, you won't have to worry about selling your spirit talismans in the future. We will find a way to help you establish your foundation. Taoist Lin, I have a 5 spirit root talent, Lin Jiang said with a smile. He wasn't worried about selling his spirit talismans and didn't need their help. Lin Jiang only needed a qualification. 5 spirit roots? Lu Hui was stunned. He found it hard to believe. Lin Jiang looked quite young, but had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Plus, he had good talisman skills. In his opinion, he should at least have 3 spirit roots. Only then would he consider marrying his sister to this person, as he wanted to find another helper for the Lu family. A foundation establishment cultivator might be able to protect their family for 100 years. Yes, it's 5 spirit roots, so there's no need to discuss this further. Thank you for your kind intentions, Lu Taoist. I was being presumptuous. Lu Hui breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid Lin Jiang would agree. If among 100 foundation establishment cultivators, there might be 3 or 5 with 3 spirit roots, then the probability of having 5 spirit roots was almost 0. He certainly didn't want his sister to marry someone without any future. Lin Jiang smiled and didn't say much more, and Lu Hui soon returned to his stall. The Gathering Star Tower is another top-notch business in Yunzhong City, on par with the Treasure Pavilion, and their business scope is the same, making them competitors. The Treasure Pavilion is backed by the Yunjian sect, while the Gathering Star Tower is backed by the Zhonghang sect. Since the incident with Tong, Lin Jiang hadn't been to the Treasure Pavilion. However, he didn't trust other businesses either, so he had to trade at the Gathering Star Tower. The Treasure Pavilion lost a high-quality customer. After all, customers like Lin Jiang were never too many for the Treasure Pavilion. Over the years, Lin Jiang's trading volume at the Treasure Pavilion had long exceeded 200,000, with a single Qinyan Dan costing over 100,000. The Gathering Star Tower also has similar consumption points. The more points you have, the higher your privileges and the greater the discounts. Lin Jiang reached the preliminary VIP level in half a year, which qualified him to participate in the exchange meetings held by the Gathering Star Tower. However, the appeal of the Qi refinement stage exchange meetings had decreased significantly for Lin Jiang, so he rarely attended, mainly to buy high-quality items like the Gathering Spirit Dan and the Cultivation Nourishment Dan. Each time was quickly resolved, just as generous as before. After buying and returning home, Lin Jiang took out some demon fish jerky to entertain his two silly pets. After advancing, the two silly pets had grown much larger and could no longer stand on Lin Jiang's shoulder. Lin Jiang tossed the jerky, and the two silly pets jumped up to compete for it. The house was too small for them to fly, so they walked on the ground, moving with a completely unrecognizable gait. Truly silly. After entertaining the two silly pets, Lin Jiang took out a long sword and began practicing the sword-flying immortal technique. He had had this secret technique for many years, but had never been able to master it. Recently, however, he felt some signs of progress. So he seized the time and increased his investment. After practicing for an hour, Lin Jiang finally stopped and returned home, feeling the rich spiritual energy in the house. Since defeating Shirtong, Lin Jiang had added some spirit stones to the Gathering Spirit array, reaching 30 stones daily. This level of consumption Lin Jiang could still afford for now, and he hoped to reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. There is a saying in the cultivation world that the foundation establishment stage is where true cultivation begins. The Qi refinement stage is not much different from that of ordinary people. This is also based on evidence. Once reaching the foundation establishment stage, a cultivator's body undergoes significant changes from the inside out. For example, sleep. Foundation establishment cultivators can almost go without sleep, while Qi refinement cultivators still need it. Another example is food. Even if a foundation establishment cultivator does not eat anything, their body will not starve, which is not possible for Qi refinement cultivators. Additionally, there are qualitative transformations in aspects like spiritual strength. Compared to the Qi refinement stage, there is a fundamental change. From an ordinary person's perspective, foundation establishment cultivators and ordinary people are two different species. Furthermore, in practical terms, the foundation establishment stage and the Qi refinement stage are two different levels. The Qi refinement stage is as common in Yunzhong City as rice, while the foundation establishment stage is relatively rare, naturally holding a higher status. Many things that Qi refinement cultivators cannot participate in, foundation establishment cultivators are qualified for. Most importantly, the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator is much greater. Lin Jiang is a person who lacks a sense of security. He needs strong power to provide him with security, something that is completely unattainable in the Qi refinement stage. For all these reasons, Lin Jiang changed his previous attitude of lying flat and became much more proactive in his cultivation. If there were a model worker selection, Lin Jiang felt he would definitely be chosen. Chapter 43. The gang conflict. Time flew by once again, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Jiang was already 140 years old. This year, Lin Jiang finally reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. On the day of his breakthrough, Lin Jiang drank a whole jar of spirit wine alone to celebrate, and he did not disperse the effects of the alcohol with spiritual power, allowing himself to get thoroughly drunk. Third sister, Lin Ying, when can we go to pay respects to our mother? Drunk, Lin Jiang kept murmuring, but unfortunately, no one was there to listen, only the two silly pets sneaking bites of Lin Jiang's leftover food and spirit wine. Taoist Wu. It seems that Lu's family hasn't been around for a few days. One day, when Lin Jiang came to the market, he saw that the stall next to his was empty again and couldn't help but ask another vendor. Taoist Lin, don't you know? The Sancha Fish Gang and the Giant Wave Fish Gang have been at war these days. Lu Hui and his family are key members of the Sancha Fish Gang. So how could they be absent? Gang war. Yes, Taoist Lin should know that if you buy groceries and cook at home, the prices in the city have been skyrocketing these days. Not only have the prices of demon fish surged, but everything else has too. They've been fighting and have accidentally damaged many passing ships, and those running restaurants and inns are all complaining. The vendor explained that the fish gangs not only dominate the fishing in the Yuntuo River, but also control the waterways. The conflict between the two fish gangs has affected some shipping, causing disruptions in the supply of goods to Yunzhong City, directly leading to soaring prices. Aren't the Zhonghang sect and Yunjian sect doing anything? Lin Jiang was somewhat surprised. The conflict between these two gangs was affecting the stability of Yunzhong City. Shouldn't the two sects intervene? Taoist Lin, are you really foolish or just pretending? Without the nod from those two families, can they even fight? This is indeed the case. I didn't consider it thoroughly. I don't know how the situation is now or which side has a higher win rate. Anyway, I've heard that both factions are recruiting people for assistance. If Lin Daoyu has the heart, he could make some money. As for me, I'll pass. I don't like fighting. It's better to live a simple life. Lin Jiang shook his head. The leaders of the fish gang outside the city are all at the Golden Core level, and there are quite a few foundation establishment elders. He didn't want to get involved in this. The money isn't easy to earn. Then Lin Jiang inquired about the reasons for the conflict between the two factions. It is said that the trigger was due to cross-border fishing. Members of the Giant Wave Fish Gang chased a group of demon fish with fishing boats and crossed into the territory of the Trident Fish Gang, which sank their fishing boat, leading to the outbreak of war. The real reasons should be quite complex, involving the competition between two major sects, entanglements of mutual interests, and unresolved grudges. Under the stimulation of various conflicts, both sides are willing to go to great lengths to annihilate each other. It has been 5 or 6 days, and both sides suffered dozens of casualties daily, making it extremely brutal. It seems that they won't stop until one side is completely wiped out. This matter originally had nothing to do with Lin Jiang, but when he arrived at the big market the next day, Lu Yuan was already waiting for him. The moment Lin Jiang saw her, he immediately realized something and turned to run. Jiang Daoyu, Lu Yuan, now at the 9th level of qi refining, may not have great talent, but she is indeed a cultivation fanatic, spending all her time on cultivation except for necessary activities. Why are you stopping me, Lu Fairy? He asked. Then why are you running? She replied. I still have to cook at home, don't burn it. I'm not trying to recruit you into our Trident Fish gang, Lu Yuan said. With the two gangs fighting, they are trying to recruit members as quickly as possible, essentially hiring cannon fodder. There are indeed many impoverished loose cultivators in Cloud City willing to join. Most of those who died in recent days are such cannon fodder. Lu Yuan knows Lin Jiang's character, so she wouldn't say this. Then what do you want from me? Lin Jiang asked. To do business, to buy spirit talismans. That doesn't make sense. If you want to buy spirit talismans, shouldn't you look for a big merchant house? There are at least 100 talisman makers cooperating with the Treasure Pavilion and Star Gathering Building. If not, you could find a medium-sized merchant like the Four Seas Merchant House, which has 30 to 50 talisman makers, Lin Jiang said. These merchant houses have a certain number of alchemists and talisman makers, though not many, but they also have a large batch of cooperative talisman makers. Although the prices they sell to them are slightly lower, they are stable and convenient. As long as the spirit talismans are produced, they will buy them. So cooperating with them is quite desirable. Many merchant houses have approached Lin Jiang, but he refused because his life is too monotonous. He sets up his stall more to break the monotony. What you don't know, Jiang Daoyu, is that conflicts between the fish gang always have rules. Small-scale conflicts are ignored. But once the two gangs officially go to war, merchant houses in Cloud City will take a neutral stance and refuse to sell spirit talismans to both sides. This applies to any merchant house of a certain standard in Cloud City, including those within 3,000 miles outside of Cloud City. Is it because of the two sects? Yes, everyone knows that the fish gang is backed by two major sections. They don't want to get involved because they don't want to split. As small players, we can only grit our teeth and fight desperately. If we survive, we enjoy wealth and honor. If we lose, we die. How strange, Lin Jiang shook his head, finding these rules odd but understandable. This is the proxy war of the two sects. They will never get involved unless one side weakens. Jiang Daoyu, please help. The consumption of spirit talismans is very high right now. I want to take a neutral stance. I am willing to pay more. I don't want to get involved in your matters. I just want to live a simple life, Lin Jiang replied. You are very famous in the East City market. And if we don't seek you out, the giant wave fish gang will. Jiang Daoyu, if you want to remain neutral, please don't help them. I won't help. I won't help. However, if I set up my stall and someone wants to buy, I won't refuse, Lin Jiang said. Of course. I'm here to buy talismans from Jiang Daoyu. I will be stationed at the East City market for the next few days, Lu Yuan said. Loose cultivators have always been unmanageable by the major sects, so the rules of gang wars do not include loose cultivators. Now both factions have sent people to the market where loose cultivators gather to scout for all usable resources. Lin Jiang sighed. Lu Yuan's mind works quickly. It seems that unless he stops setting up his stall, it is unavoidable. In fact, not long after, a young man approached Lin Jiang directly, disregarding Lu Yuan's presence, and proposed a collaboration. If they cooperate, the giant wave fish gang will provide the materials for talisman making, and Lin Jiang only needs to focus on drawing talismans. They would buy every talisman he drew, and the price could be negotiated. If a certain quantity is reached, there could even be rewards of spirit stones. Jiang Daoyu. We at the Trident Fish Gang can also provide the conditions he mentioned. The price can be negotiated, Lu Yuan interjected, unable to hide her anger. But they couldn't fight here, so they started competing for battle supplies. The more resources one side could secure, the greater the chance of victory. Children make choices. Adults want everything. I'm currently drawing 8 talismans a day at the same price, and my stall hours won't change. You can buy if you want. Lin Jiang said directly. Both factions are going crazy, but he is unwilling to get involved. His stance is clear. He is a talisman seller. And anyone who wants to buy can buy. After Lin Jiang advanced to the 9th level of qi refining, his strength improved significantly. His spiritual power is extremely abundant. And after decades of practicing the spirit refining technique and taking spirit nourishing pills, his spiritual sense is also very strong. He can draw 8 high-quality first-tier spirit talismans daily, which is about twice the efficiency of other talisman makers. Moreover, Lin Jiang now has a 100 success rate with over 70 types of high-quality first-tier spirit talismans and has not wasted a single talisman, as he has been drawing high-quality first-tier spirit talismans for decades. His persistence for decades has made his talisman-making skills among the best in the same realm. This is also the reason why both sides sought him out first. Lin Jiang is indeed well known in the East City market, with quite a few regular customers. Seeing Lin Jiang's attitude, the two no longer said much and didn't threaten him, fearing it might push him to the other side. An excellent talisman maker may not sway the outcome of the battle, but if there are 100 or 80 of them, it could be entirely possible. And 100 or 80 talisman makers comprise individual talisman makers. The two then divided the spirit talismans Lin Jiang had brought, and he directly finished work and went home. He even felt the need to avoid this situation. He has always kept his distance from such troublesome matters. Chapter 44. The Carnival of Loose Cultivators. War is fought with money, and this principle holds true even in the realm of cultivation. Therefore, with most merchant houses restricted from participating, loose cultivators are reveling in this war, starting with recruitment. The Trident Fish Gang and the Giant Wave Fish Gang have relatively few members. Usually, they only have 200 to 300 core members, plus 400 to 500 peripheral members. It is very difficult to join their core ranks due to high requirements. However, once war broke out, in less than 7 days, both factions swelled to 4,000 to 5,000 members each, as they continuously spent money to recruit peripheral members. The cost for those in the chi refining stage ranges from 10 to 30 spirit stones a day, and there are rewards for accomplishments on the battlefield, attracting many impoverished loose cultivators from Cloud City. Secondly, the consumption of various resources is immense. There's no need to elaborate on clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The resources for combat and cultivation are also being consumed at a crazy rate. Although there are some small businesses participating secretly, the main force is the much larger number of loose cultivators, and even Lin Jiang, a transparent person, is benefiting from it. Various spirit talismans are selling like hotcakes. Just like the grand celebration in Yuncheng City a few years ago. I can't shake the feeling that the two major sects are deliberately clearing out the lower-end population in the city. Lin Jiang watched the bizarre happenings of the two warring factions and suspected that this was a tactic by the two major sects to clean up the population in Yuncheng City. With a population of 1,090,000 are loose cultivators in the chi refining stage, and these cultivators are extremely impoverished. Although the two sects have consistently applied high-pressure policies to maintain order in Yuncheng City, these rules are sometimes not very effective for the desperate cultivators. It's hard to say how many are willing to take risks for spirit stones. Thus, from the perspective of the two major sects, it is quite normal to periodically clear out a batch of low-end population. The war between the Fish Gang is a good means for this. They can recruit many loose cultivators at low prices, and inevitably, these will be the poor, belligerent, and aggressive individuals. Lu Yuan has disappeared. On the 27th day of the war between the two factions, Lu Yuan did not appear at the East City Market. Lin Jiang keenly sensed that something might have happened to the Sancha Fish Gang. Sure enough, within half an hour, a cultivator from the Jiulang Fish Gang responsible for resource procurement openly announced at the market that the Sancha Fish Gang had been destroyed. Yesterday, the Sancha Fish Gang and our Jiulang Fish Gang clashed at the mouth of the Yuntua River, and the Sancha Fish Gang leader, Song Yi, was killed by our leader, Lu Jian. Over 700 members of the Sancha Fish Gang were killed. Upon hearing this, the market erupted in uproar. The Sancha Fish Gang and the Jiulang Fish Gang were roughly equal in strength, and the cultivation levels of their leaders were similar. No one expected such a defeat, especially with most of the core members wiped out. The Sancha Fish Gang was effectively finished, and the celebration of the loose cultivators was about to end. By the afternoon, more news came in. The Sancha Fish Gang had indeed been destroyed. In the decisive battle yesterday, both sides deployed their core members, and during the fight, the originally only Foundation Establishment Stage Grand Elder of the Jiulang Fish Gang suddenly revealed golden core cultivation, teaming up with their leader Lu Jian to slay the leader of the Sancha Fish Gang, Song Yi. With the leader dead, the remaining members were no longer a threat. The Sancha Fish Gang had lost most of its core members, and the rest all fled. Now, the Jiulang Fish Gang should be taking over the territory of the Sancha Fish Gang. I won't eat the fish from Yuncheng City for a year. Lin Jiang learned the details of the battle and understood that most of the casualties from both sides had been pushed into the Yuntua River. He immediately felt nauseous. For a year, he wouldn't touch the demon fish from Yuncheng City. However, the next day, Lin Jiang unexpectedly saw Lu Hui's family at the East City Market. Lu Hui, Lu Yuan, Lu Xiu, and Lu Jie's son Lu Dong, a total of 4 people. They looked extremely disheveled. Lu Hui had even lost an arm, and Lu Yuan had a terrible wound on her face. They were surrounded by about 10 cultivators who continuously insulted and provoked them, but never took action, apparently members of the Jiulang Fish Gang. Friend Wu, what is going on? Friend Lin, you always come so late, you miss all the gossip. Haha, that's right. Friend Wu, do tell. What else could it be? The Sancha Fish Gang was defeated, most of them were killed, and Lu Hui's family has temporarily survived, hiding in Yuncheng City. The city prohibits fighting, so they can avoid danger for a while, but it's only a matter of time before they die. With money, perhaps they could live on indefinitely. As long as they don't leave the city. Friend Lin thinks too simply. They're not like you. They don't have the means to survive in the city. What will they do when the money runs out? Although Yuncheng City doesn't have a curfew, can they really just wander the streets forever? Don't they need to eat and sleep? After a few months, they'll go mad. Besides, can't the Jiulang Fish Gang hire a few assassins? A nearby vendor said that Yuncheng City could only provide them with a temporary refuge, and over time, it would definitely fail. Chi refining stage cultivators need food and sleep. Even compared to ordinary people, They can only last so long. Even if Lu Hui's family had enough money, it wouldn't work. The Jiulang fish gang isn't foolish. They could hire a few loose cultivators to fight them, as long as no one died. Yincheng City wouldn't kill anyone, but would drive them out. Once they were expelled outside the city, it would be lawless land, so Lu Hui's family was doomed. What a pity. Indeed, what a pity. Such a lovely young lady. Friend Wu looked at Lu Xiyu and said that after more than 10 years, Lu Xiyu was still so beautiful, even more charming than in her youth. Yes, beautiful women always make one feel pity. Friend Lin has money. Perhaps you could go and woo the beauty. What do you mean? Cut it out. There are plenty of streetwalkers outside the city. The men of the Sancha fish gang have died. The women will end up like that. In the end, if their meridians are damaged, their cultivation sealed, they'll be sold to brothels. With Lu Xiyu's looks, she could fetch several hundred spirit stones. That is true. Friend Lin, I see you have a good relationship with the Lu family. Let me give you a heads up. Lu Hui will definitely come to you for help. You can't be soft-hearted. If you take them in, the Jiulang fish gang will never let you go. The Lu family is a core member of the Sancha fish gang. I know. Lin Jiang nodded. The Jiulang fish gang is powerful, with 2 golden cores. At least a dozen foundation establishment and hundreds of members. Lin Jiang alone wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Friend Wu made a lot of sense. Lu Hui had already started begging at each stall, hoping someone could take them in. As long as they had a place to stay, they could survive for a long time in Yincheng City and perhaps change their fate. But the people from the Jiulang fish gang were watching nearby. Who would dare to help them? Friend Lin. Eventually, Lu Hui's family arrived at Lin Jiang's stall. Friend Lin, greetings. I'm just a loose cultivator. The people from the Jiulang fish gang also bowed to Lin Jiang, and the leader was the one who had come to procure resources before. He was already acquainted with Lin Jiang. Friend Lin is a smart person. We want to make things difficult for you. The Lu family is doomed. If you truly have a heart for the fair maiden, you can come to my Jiulang fish gang and take a look. Perhaps you can spend a little money to enjoy her company. The man pointed at Lu Xiyu, and many were eyeing her because of her beauty. The Jiulang fish gang was happy to see this. They could inflate the price and sell Lu Xiyu for a good price. All right, I'll go take a look later. But, my friend, the Lu family has been my neighbor for many years and has treated me well. Is it okay if I invite them for a bowl of rice? Friend Lin, don't make things difficult for me. Everyone here knows that my character is straightforward. I've never liked owing others favors. Previously, I went fishing outside the city, and they helped me a lot. Consider it a favor. You can decide. You're not afraid I'll cause any trouble, are you? Fine. Thank you, Friend Lin. The man bowed, as they were all watching anyway. And getting a free meal was also fine. Lin Jiang thanked him and then collected the spirit talismans, leading Lu Hui's family to a food vendor. Lu's family sat at one table, while the Jiulang fish gang members sat at 2 tables. Thank you, Friend Lin. Lu Hui was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that among all the friends on the street, only Lin Jiang was willing to help a little. Cultivation is not easy, as Lu Daoyu often says. I, Lin Yu, may not have great abilities, and I cannot save you all, but I can only repay Lu Daoyu's kindness with a meal. Lin Jiang said, his voice not loud, but everyone nearby could hear it. The members of the Giant Wave Fish Gang were also moved by his words. No one likes ungrateful people. And they appreciate those who remember even a small favor. After all, everyone could fall into hardship. And everyone hopes that someone will lend a helping hand when they are in trouble. Chapter 45. Sacrifice in the Night of Cloud City. The flow of people greatly decreased. Although cultivators are not afraid of darkness, most still follow the habits of ordinary people, eating when it's time to eat, and sleeping when it's time to sleep. Only a few places remained brightly lit. Lu Hui took out a cautious spirit stone and opened a room in the inn, while the people from the Giant Wave Fish Gang opened rooms on either side, monitoring them all day long. I have no money left. This is the last of my spirit stones. So tonight, we need to make a decision. Uncle, what should we do? How about we fight them? If we can take one person with us, it's worth it, Lu Dong said. Filled with hatred after his father Lu Jia was killed by the Giant Wave Fish Gang, consumed by thoughts of revenge. Foolish. What do you have to fight with? What else can we do? We have no money. Even if we don't eat, drink, or sleep, we can only last 10 days to half a month before we die anyway. So we need to make a decision. Little sister, are you afraid of dying? No. Lu Yuan replied. With over 30 members of the Lu family left, only the 4 of them remained. She was already unafraid of death, thinking just like Lu Dong. Only about revenge. Okay, then my little sister and I will go to our deaths, while Si and Xiaodong survive. Ah, Dad, you guys, shut up and listen to me. Now we are just fish on the chopping block in the hands of the Giant Wave Fish Gang. Uselessly struggling will not help. What I can do is to ensure your survival. Wait until midnight. We will go out. My little sister and I will attack the Giant Wave Fish Gang, while Si and Xiaodong run to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, will he help us? He will. This is what he told me, Lu Hui said. During the meal that Lin Yu treated them to, Lu Hui reached an agreement with Lin Yu, but the means were very secretive. Even the members of the Giant Wave Fish Gang did not know. Brother, is he really reliable? This is exchange for benefits. This is a treasure map. Not a particularly powerful treasure, but a distribution map of some spirit herbs at the bottom of the Yunta River. If you give it to him, he will let you stay, Lu Hui said, pulling out a map. The 3-pronged fish gang controls a long stretch of the Yunta River, which has spirit veins, demon beasts, and ores, naturally including spirit herbs. One of Lu's elders is an elder of the three-pronged fish gang. This is a secret kept by the Lu family, known only to him, Lin Jiang, and that elder. Now only he knows, and the spirit herbs below could be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Lu Yuan showed a different expression, but said nothing. Giving this treasure map to the giant wave fish gang would not save them. But giving it to that Dao Yulin might give them a chance. Uncle, no need to say more. You are the only remaining members of the Lu family. If you want to take revenge for us, then work hard to survive, cultivate, and improve your cultivation. One day, if you can reach the golden core stage, you can take action. If you can't reach the golden core stage, then leave Cloud City and take root elsewhere, Lu Hui said. Sacrificing himself and Lu Yuan to save Lu Si and Lu Dong was the only thing he could do, hoping this plan would work. In the second half of the night, the four of them left the inn. The members of the giant wave fish gang moved upon hearing the sound, merely following them. Their task was to keep an eye on Lu Hui and the others until they could no longer survive in Cloud City. Once they left the city, they would kill them. Lu Hui remained unfazed, leading the four of them until they reached a brightly lit area. This area was where the inns, brothels, and gambling houses gathered, essentially an entertainment district. At night, business was booming, and this was also the area that the city guards focused on monitoring at night, as it was the most prone to disturbances. Kid, come here, Lu Hui shouted, pointing at the members of the giant wave fish gang. Old man, what do you want? He not coming? There are so many people here. If we rush into a brothel, do you dare to follow us in? Lu Hui sneered. The fish gang was an external power, but those who could open brothels in the city were certainly not weak, and could even be stronger than the fish gang, as the brothels in Cloud City might be more profitable than the fish gang. What do you want to do? Go. Lu Hui led the charge toward a brothel, and the members of the giant wave fish gang immediately panicked. The brothel was indeed the easiest place for them to escape. But would Lu Hui and the others dare to cause trouble inside? Kill. At that moment, Lu Hui and Lu Yuan acted, suddenly turning to attack the members of the giant wave fish gang, while Lu Dong and Lu Si quickly ran forward. They're ambushing us, retreat. The members of the giant wave fish gang were extremely terrified. They wanted to run, but how could they escape? Lu Hui's flying sword was already upon them, and they could only defend themselves. To dare to act in Cloud City, you must be tired of living. Not far away, a team of guards saw the fighting involving Lu Hui and the others and immediately became furious. A group quickly charged over, but Lu Hui remained undeterred and continued attacking. Revenge, does he not want it? The Lu family has dozens of members who have all perished. His hatred has no outlet. There, Lin Jiang saw Lu Si and Lu Dong and waved to them, quickly hiding inside his home. As soon as the two entered Lin Jiang's house, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. But once they calmed down, they began to cry, knowing that Lu Hui and Lu Yuan had already died. Cry it out. My home has a soundproof array. No matter how loud you cry, the neighbors won't hear it, Lin Jiang said. He did not try to comfort them. At this moment, any words would be useless. It was better to let them cry it out, as the neighbors couldn't hear, and they were safe. They cried for 2 to 3 hours before finally stopping. Lu Dong stood up, bowed to Lin Jiang, and said, "Thank you for saving us, Dao Yulin. No need. I just acted out of kindness." Lin Jiang shook his head. He truly acted out of kindness, but after speaking with Lu Hui, he regretted it. Now, he could only grit his teeth and endure. The reason for his kindness was that he thought of Lin Dai and Lin Ying and felt pity for them. No matter what, thank you again, Dao Yulin. This is what my uncle promised to Dao Yulin. Lu Dong took out the map he had initially intended to hide, planning to keep it for a future opportunity. But ultimately, he chose to prioritize survival. All right, there are 3 small rooms here. You can choose for yourselves. Don't enter my room, and I won't interfere with the others. It's best if you don't go out either, understand my meaning? Lin Jiang said. Most houses in Cloud City are like shared rentals, with small courtyards divided into several rooms for workers to rent. It is rare for someone like Lin Jiang to have a small courtyard to himself. The next morning, Lin Jiang prepared to go out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw members of the giant wave fish gang. Is there something you need? Dao Yulin, are the people from the 3-pronged fish gang sheltered by you? Do you have evidence? No, but they did indeed run in this direction. How about you come and search my house? I'm not afraid. The person from the giant wave fish gang quickly said. Even the guards of Cloud City wouldn't dare to search the home of a cultivator without permission from higher-ups. Many cultivators have their own secrets. If they were to barge in like that, it could lead to a deadly feud. The power of the giant wave fish gang wasn't enough for such arrogance. Well then, I'll be going out to set up a stall. Make way, Lin Jiang said bluntly. Walking away, leaving a few members of the giant wave fish gang looking at each other, unsure of what to do. For the next half-month, Lin Jiang was treated like a member of the Lu family. The giant wave fish gang watched him all day long, but Lin Jiang was not worried. As long as Lu Siyu and the others didn't go out, he wouldn't have any problems. After half a month, the giant wave fish gang withdrew. Not only because they couldn't find any evidence against Lin Jiang, but also because the Trident Fish Gang had completely fallen apart. Most of the remaining members of the Trident Fish Gang had been exterminated. Even a few that escaped couldn't change the situation. The focus of the giant wave fish gang shifted to how to absorb and digest the territory of the Trident Fish Gang. rather than pursuing the remnants. The giant wave fish gang has relaxed their pursuit of you, but I hope you still don't go out. The storm hasn't completely passed. Staying here. You have food and drink, and you can focus on your cultivation, Lin Jiang said to Lu Xiyu and Lu Dong. It had been less than a month since the fall of the Trident Fish Gang. Escaping now would be unwise, so it was best to stay a little longer. Lin Jiang only took care of their food and drink, not their cultivation resources, which wouldn't cost much. The two had no objections, or rather, they had no opinions of their own. Although they were not young, they had always been under the protection of their family and had not experienced much, so they could only follow Lin Jiang's advice. Chapter 46. Time to leave again, sir, you're back. As Lin Jiang stepped into his home, Lu Xiyu greeted him and handed him a cup of tea. Lin Jiang nodded without much expression, walking into the house where a table of dishes was already prepared. These dishes were made by Lu Xiyu. Lin Jiang rarely cooked before, usually buying food from outside, but with 2 more people in the house. Buying food based on the number of people might leak their secrets, so he decided to buy groceries and cook himself. Lu Xiyu felt embarrassed to eat and drink for free, so she took on the responsibility of cooking. In fact, compared to cultivating, Lu Xiyu preferred to do domestic chores. And her cooking skills were quite good. She used to cook for the whole family. What about Lu Dong? Is he still cultivating? Not eating? Lin Jiang asked. Probably. Lu Xiyu replied. Then let's not worry about him, Lin Jiang said. Lu Dong had a heavy sense of revenge and had entered a state of bitter cultivation after coming to Lin Jiang's side, practicing for 7 or 8 hours a day. Lin Jiang was afraid he would go too far, but he couldn't persuade him, so he left him alone. They were all adults and should be responsible for their own actions. After dinner, Lin Jiang played with the 2 little sand sculptures. Initially, he didn't want to expose this matter, but the little sand sculptures were unhappy. Without the sky to soar in, could they not even wander around the small courtyard? They protested strongly against Lin Jiang, thinking that he had already offended the giant wave fish gang by taking them in. Lin Jiang didn't care about this small matter anymore and continued to let them roam in the courtyard. Lu Xiyu and Lu Dong were quite shocked that Lin Jiang actually had 2 second-tier beast pets, as second-tier beasts had foundational strength, which obviously not just anyone could afford. Being young, they didn't know about He Yunwei's incident back then, otherwise, they would have definitely connected the dots. After setting up his stall in the morning, Lin Jiang rarely went out. Most of his time was spent on cultivation, drawing talismans, and practicing secret techniques. His daily life was very regular and fulfilling. One night, after finishing his talisman drawing and getting ready to sleep, Lin Jiang suddenly heard some movement outside the door. Using his spiritual sense, he realized it was Lu Xiyu. So he walked over and opened the door. Sir, Lu Xiyu's voice was as small as a mosquito's, and she kept her head down. What is it? Lin Jiang asked. The term sir was something Lu Xiyu had changed to herself. Calling him Dao friend seemed a bit off. Lu Xiyu shyly stepped into Lin Jiang's room and seemed to muster a lot of courage. She turned around, pulled at her waist, and her outer garment slipped off, revealing her snow-white skin. Stop! What are you trying to do? Lin Jiang exclaimed, quickly turning around to check if Lu Dong was there, as he suspected that the brother and sister were trying to pull a trick on him. Sir, do you want me? Lu Xiyu asked, her voice trembling. My parents are both gone. I have no family, no one to rely on. I want to serve you for a lifetime. Lu Xiyu slowly said this, and by now, it had been half a year since the fall of the Trident Fish Gang. During this time, she had thought about many things. The fall of the Trident Fish Gang was a fact, and her family had perished, which was also a fact. She didn't have the courage for revenge. She was just a little girl. So, she wanted to find someone to rely on. And that person was Lin Jiang. After spending half a year with him, she knew Lin Jiang was a capable man. Anyone who could afford to raise 2 second-tier beast pets certainly had some skills. Much more than Lu Hui and the others had judged Lin Jiang to possess back then. So, she wanted to offer herself to Lin Jiang, hoping that he wouldn't abandon them and could even support Lu Dong. During this half year, Lu Dong had been cultivating hard, but due to lack of resources, the results were not good. She had thought about it for a long time and had given Lin Jiang some hints in the past. But whether Lin Jiang didn't understand or was just not responding, she decided to go all out tonight. Lin Jiang looked at Lu Xiyu and had to admit that she was very beautiful, an absolute stunner. In her 30s, but time seemed to have left no marks on her face. She was still as stunning as when he first saw her. He couldn't tell if it was her beauty regimen or some kind of elixir. For such a beauty to take the initiative, if Lin Jiang didn't feel a little moved, that would be pure boasting. He was not a sage after all. However, Lin Jiang remained extremely calm. He simply closed the door and said, that's enough. There was no need for half-heartedness, but Lin Jiang thought that if he accepted Lu Xiyu, it would mean having 2 burdens, and with Lu Dong's heavy desire for revenge, he would eventually seek out the giant wave fish gang for retribution. The giant wave fish gang was too powerful. Lin Jiang was not their match. Moreover, there was the secret he carried. Lin Jiang didn't even want to tell his own sister Lin Ying, let alone an outsider. On this point, Lin Jiang was unwilling to trust anyone. See you don't have to do this. My relationship with Lu Hui is just a matter of mutual benefit. But I have already fallen in love with you, sir. I'm not worthy of your love. I'm not a good man. You know I go to the spring courtyard several times a month. Isn't it normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Lu Xiyu was a bit confused. If going to the spring courtyard makes you a bad man, Then what about those with 3 wives and 4 concubines? Aren't all men in this world like that? Even my father had a few wives after my mother died. Lin Jiang was speechless. He almost forgot the traditions of this world. Going to the spring courtyard was indeed not a sign of a bad man. There was no such notion at all. I was friends with your father. I consider myself your elder, so it wouldn't be appropriate. Sir, what kind of propriety is this? Lin Jiang was a bit dumbfounded. Was it really this hard to reject a woman? Are you dissatisfied with Siyu, sir? Actually, I'm still a virgin. I didn't mean that. Then why did you refuse? I regard you as a niece. I don't have those feelings for you. Lin Jiang thought for a moment and found another excuse. He couldn't just mention the benefits involved. That would be too hurtful and make things awkward for everyone. Sir, you don't have to say more. Just rest well. Lin Jiang hurriedly interrupted her. Let's not drag this out. If we do, it will only get more complicated. He turned to leave. Where are you going, sir? I ate too much at dinner. I'm going out for a walk. Lin Jiang left with that remark and quickly slipped away. Half an hour later, Lin Jiang arrived at Yingshun Tower. Going out for a walk was a pretense. He was really going out to relieve some stress. Come, tonight we will fight to the death. Light injuries won't keep us off the battlefield. Lin Jiang said to a female cultivator who bore a 5-point resemblance to Lu Siyu. He knew that they wouldn't back down until they had fought at least 300 rounds tonight. After that night, Lu Siyu didn't give up on the idea of serving Lin Jiang. She firmly believed in one saying, a man chases a woman, there's a mountain in between. A woman chases a man, there's only a thin veil. Lin Jiang didn't agree, and he felt that Lu Siyu still had concerns, so she needed to dispel those. So after that night, Lu Siyu quickly changed her mindset and began managing the household like a hostess. Cooking and cleaning were a given. And she even took the initiative to care for the 2 sand sculptures, attending to Lin Jiang's needs meticulously. She often showcased her impressive assets, believing that with her figure and looks, she could win over Lin Jiang. This overwhelmed Lin Jiang. He was the type who preferred gentle approaches. When someone was tough with him, he would become tougher in return, but faced with such gentleness, he was at a loss and could only frequent Yingshun Tower. The rising fire had to be extinguished. As a result, his storage bag was also feeling the strain. He was spending more than he was earning. Soft surroundings lead to a hero's tomb. I can't indulge in softness. I need to escape. For this reason, Lin Jiang immediately thought of running away. If Lu Siyu didn't have the giant wave fish helping with these messy affairs, he would definitely lose control. However, with these matters at hand, it only made Lin Jiang extremely calm. The main point was that he couldn't truly be a scumbag, taking everything and running away without a care. So he could only directly flee. After all, he had been using the identity of Lin Yu for many years, even without this incident. He would have to abandon this identity in a few years anyway, so he might as well do it a bit earlier this time. A month passed, and on this day, Lu Siyu waited and waited but did not see Lin Jiang return home. Anxious, she thought of going out to search for him, only to find that she couldn't unlock the formation around the courtyard. Ultimately, she returned to Lin Jiang's room, where she saw a storage bag and a letter on the desk. Lu Siyu trembled, seemingly realizing something, and then she shakily picked up the letter and opened it. Siyu, Lu Dong, I've left. I have already departed from Yinchong City and will likely never return in this lifetime. My heart is set on the great path, with no desire for familial ties. Do not seek me, nor miss me. Just consider me a passerby in your lives. I have paid 3 years' rent for this house, and there are enough supplies in the kitchen for you to last 3 months. The formation in the house will automatically disappear after 3 months. You will need to address that yourselves. Inside the storage bag are a few spirit talismans for your protection, and a book of my insights on drawing talismans for Lu Dong. Lu Dong has gone mad in his quest for revenge, and I cannot dispel the obsession in his heart, so I leave behind a technique called Imperial Chart Dominance Formula. This technique is extremely powerful, but the cost is equally great, and the book contains detailed descriptions. After you read it, Siyu, you can decide whether to give it to Lu Dong. Lin Yu left. Sir, Lu Siyu exclaimed. Her mind blank. She couldn't understand how it had come to this. Was she to become that lonely, helpless person again? Chapter 47. Lin Yang Daoist Lin. This is your stall. For the next 5 years, this stall belongs to you. However, if you do not open your stall for 3 consecutive months, we will come to visit you. If you are still absent, we will reclaim this stall, and no refunds will be given. At the West City Grand Market, the personnel in charge of managing the vendors in Yinchong City said to Lin Jiang, who was now named Lin Yang. After all, there were quite a few people with the surname Lin in Yinchong City, so he wasn't worried about being exposed. I understand. Although I'm new to Yinchong City, I've already inquired about things, Lin Jiang said with a smile. He had completely abandoned the identity of Lin Yu, and the same went for the Gathering Star Tower. This was to prevent any mishaps. With a new rented house and a new stall, Lin Jiang prepared to return to his old profession. In fact, aside from drawing talismans, he didn't really have many other skills. His cooking was quite good, but as a chi refining stage cultivator, he couldn't work in a high-end restaurant. Selling from a stall would be too low-priced, and many items were calculated using spirit pearls. How much would he need to sell to make a spirit stone? After finishing the handover with the management staff, Lin Jiang immediately took out his spirit talismans to sell, but there weren't many customers. Among the 3 major markets in Yinchong City, the West City Grand Market was the smallest, with only over 1,000 stalls, so naturally, it had the fewest customers. However, Lin Jiang wasn't worried about business. Good wine needs no bush. His talisman drawing skills were among the top 10 among cultivators of the same level. And with a little more time, he would surely stand out. Lin Jiang's talisman drawing skills had already reached an extraordinary level. He could draw over 30 types of first-tier high-quality spirit talismans, with a success rate exceeding 90%, almost achieving a 100% success rate. After 2 hours, Lin Jiang packed up and left. He still had money in his storage bag and wasn't in a hurry to recoup his costs with the talismans. When he returned home, the two sand sculptures rushed over. They were starving and chattered excitedly around Lin Jiang, eager for him to feed them. Lin Jiang took out some jerky and tossed it to them. After advancing to the second tier, the two sand sculptures' appetites had increased again. They couldn't be satisfied without at least 50 to 60 pounds of jerky each day, which was starting to strain Lin Jiang. Originally, letting them go out to hunt was the most cost-effective option, but after what happened with He Yunwei, Lin Jiang couldn't be at ease. The He family was still thriving in Yincheng City. Who knew if they remembered that incident? So Lin Jiang's first task upon arriving in the West City was to get food for the two sand sculptures. Sticking to his old profession, Lin Jiang went fishing in the Yuntuo River. Now, he had 3 storage bags filled with fish jerky, totaling over 100,000 pounds. Enough for the two sand sculptures to consume for a while. However, fishing was really just a cover. Lin Jiang's true purpose was treasure hunting. He didn't save Lu Xiyu and Lu Dong purely out of goodwill. It was also because Lu Hui mentioned the Lu family's hidden treasures. Later, Lin Jiang left without notice, but had also paid 3 years' rent for Lu Xiyu and the others, along with other expenses, totaling around 12 or 13,000 spirit stones. He couldn't afford to take a loss. A while ago, Lin Jiang used fishing as an excuse and followed the map Lu Hui provided, finding quite a few spirit herbs. These spirit herbs were not cultivated by the Lu family, but were wild ones they discovered. They just hadn't reported them to the Sancha fish gang, but kept them for personal use, planning to harvest them when needed. The Lu family had been doing this for decades, gradually harvesting numerous spirit herbs, but even more were left behind, mainly because many herbs didn't meet the age requirements. Picking them early would significantly reduce their value. Lin Jiang was the same. He picked over 10 spirit herbs, with a total value not exceeding 3,000. But as long as the remaining herbs weren't picked by others first, recouping his costs would be simple. My greatest advantage is time. If I had a fixed residence and planted high-grade spiritual herbs there, after a few hundred or thousand years, I could also earn a fortune. Unfortunately, the housing prices in Yunzhong City are too high. Lin Jiang sighed. He even considered settling in the Yunzhong Mountains and building a cave dwelling for himself so he could continue farming. But after thinking it over, he ultimately rejected the idea. The Yunzhong Mountains are too dangerous, with many loose cultivators gathering there. Every day, countless people die in fights over territory, making it impossible to last. Going to the Yunzhong Mountains would easily expose his secret. In the blink of an eye, it has almost been 50 years since I came to Yunzhong City. I really want to go out and explore. Sometimes Lin Jiang thinks about going out for a walk. This world is so vast and wonderful, filled with countless stories and landscapes waiting for him to experience. Unfortunately, his strength is too low, and the risks of going out are too great. So he has to give up. Lin Yang, my friend. One day, Lin Jiang once again visited the stall, and an old man from the neighboring stall greeted him. Su Daoyu, you're here really early. I come early to make a deal. Do you want a basket of buns, Lin Yang? The old man said. His stall selling buns that had been in his family for hundreds of years. Sure, but not with fish or meat. I want buns made with monster meat. Any kind will do. Then how about the Golden Horn Bull? My family's Golden Horn Bull meat buns are the most famous. Okay, and also give me a portion of beef soup. Thank you, Su Daoyu. Lin Jiang expressed his gratitude. The old man, named Su Wei, had a grandson beside him, around 17 or 18 years old, who was at the second layer of qi refining and was helping to make the buns. The Su family could be considered natives of Yunzhong City, having arrived over 300 years ago and passed down through 7 or 8 generations, so calling them natives is absolutely correct. The Su family has never produced a significant figure. For 7 or 8 generations, none have reached the foundation establishment stage, all being at the qi refining stage. However, there is one inspiring thing about the Su family. They have accumulated wealth over generations to buy a house in Yunzhong City. Lin Jiang knew how high the housing prices in Yunzhong City are. Achieving this is already quite remarkable. Having a house allows them to establish a foothold in Yunzhong City, which is particularly beneficial for the family's development. However, the Su family's luck has been somewhat unfortunate. Su Wei originally had a son with exceptional talent who had entered the Zhonghong sect for cultivation, but unexpectedly, he perished a few years ago during a mission, abruptly interrupting the Su family's development. The skin is thin, the filling is large, and the taste is still so good. The Su family's century-old reputation is well-deserved. Lin Jiang said after taking a bite of the bun, praising Su Wei. The Su family's buns are well-known and their business is thriving, and the taste is indeed excellent. I'm glad you like it, Lin Daoyu. From now on, I'll leave your breakfast to you. Of course, whatever flavor you like, I'll save it for you. Just no fish or vegetable fillings, only meat. Please save me 20 every morning, Lin Jiang said. The war between the Sancha fish gang and the Giant Wave fish gang had ended less than a year ago, and he dared not eat the monster fish from the Yuntuo River. He also didn't like eating vegetarian buns. Being a man, he he preferred meat. Thank you for taking care of this old man's business, Lin Daoyu, Su Wei said happily. This was a big customer. Most of the vendors in the bustling market are loose cultivators with little money and wouldn't spend so much on buns. His buns cost 5 spirit pearls each. So 20 buns would equal 1 spirit stone. Over a month, that would amount to 30 spirit stones, which is quite a sum. Lin Jiang felt indifferent about it. Spending 1 spirit stone was nothing to him. Ever since he started using the spirit gathering array for cultivation, he became enamored with this environment rich in spiritual energy and could no longer adapt to days without the spirit gathering array. It's difficult to go from luxury to frugality, so he had to spend 30 spirit stones daily on the spirit gathering array. Now, Lin Jiang's daily expenses were approaching 100 spirit stones. Even though his talisman-making ability had improved significantly, he was still at a deficit, relying solely on his savings to support himself. Lin Daoyu, aren't you eating anymore? Su Wei noticed Lin Jiang had stopped after eating 8 buns and was a bit surprised. I'm saving them for later. I'm too lazy to cook, Lin Jiang said with a smile. Su Wei's buns were larger than a grown man's fist, and eating 8 in one sitting was already a lot. Of course, if he finished and immediately refined them, he could eat dozens more, but no one would do that. With that money, it would be better to have a proper spiritual meal. The buns he left were for his 2 pet sand sculptures, to improve their diet. They had been friends for 100 years, and he couldn't treat them poorly. I see, Su Wei said, somewhat worried that this big customer would lose interest. With this eating habit, he would get tired of it in less than 3 months. It seemed he needed to spend more time researching bun fillings. The Su family had been in the West City market for many years, and there were many regular customers. As people came in to eat buns, some who saw Lin Jiang's unfamiliar face would also strike up conversations. Lin Jiang's social anxiety wasn't too severe. He also hoped to make some friends. Soon he got to know a group of new friends, all vendors in the market, and all at a decent level of cultivation. Being in the later stage of qi refining, this is a matter of circles. Lin Jiang, with his 9th layer of qi refining cultivation and his talisman-making skills, was considered a quality candidate in both the matchmaking and friendship markets. Thus, those people quickly accepted him. If Lin Jiang's cultivation level were low, it would be impossible for him to integrate into their circle, as they wouldn't even play with him. Among these friends, many had been in Yunzhong City for generations and could be considered half-natives, but none of them had property in the city like the Su family. Most cultivators are like this. The vast majority of their income is invested in their cultivation. If they succeed, that is fine, but if they fail, it's all for nothing. Moreover, cultivation is not a matter of how much you invest. Many end up with nothing to show for it. Sometimes I think, we cultivators are not as happy as ordinary people. Ordinary people live their whole lives, marry, have children, and enjoy their grandchildren. Their lives are much more comfortable. Unlike us, who hustle for a bit of resources, only to end up with nothing. We qi refining cultivators and ordinary people really aren't much different. The only difference is that our bodies are healthier, we don't get sick, and aging is more comfortable. I also regret stepping onto the path of immortality. During casual chats, many people expressed doubts about the identity of cultivators. Why do they cultivate at all? Qi refining cultivators are not much different from ordinary people. They don't live past 100 years, but their lives are much more burdensome than ordinary people's. This isn't just about material things. It's about spiritual well-being. Ordinary people have fewer pursuits, and thus are often happier. Hope is what cultivators seek. The hope of breaking through to foundation establishment, extending their lifespan, and standing at a higher vantage point to observe the myriad of beings. Lin Jiang said, he often laments the lives of ordinary cultivators. Out of 100 qi refining cultivators, perhaps only one can break through to foundation establishment, while most are just throwing water into a basket. But after all, hope remains, doesn't it? If living is only for basic needs like eating, drinking, and sleeping, then life would be too dull. It would be no different from being a salted fish. Lin Jiang can live for countless years, but he doesn't want his life to be limited to one city or village. He hopes to see the mountains and rivers of the entire cultivation world. To live freely, without anyone threatening him. That is his greatest motivation for cultivation. Chapter 48, Family Affairs System Name, Lifespan Sign-In System Host, Lin Jiang Lifespan, 14, 248. 553 on the Yuntuo River, Lin Jiang was fishing while also checking in. With over 40,000 years of lifespan remaining, he would soon surpass 50,000 years. Lin Jiang couldn't imagine anyone in the cultivation world with a lifespan to match his, not even the long-lived demon clan. If only I had the cultivation of the transformation stage now, I could go anywhere in the world, Lin Jiang sighed. His cultivation was his only weakness. It was too low. After practicing for 130 years, he was only at the 9th level of qi refinement. Compared to those talented cultivators, he was far behind. Many cultivators could reach his level by their 30s or 40s. Just as he finished his lament, he felt a powerful tug on his fishing rod. Lin Jiang was delighted. A big fish had taken the bait, and he began to reel it in. The demon fish in the Yuntuo River varied greatly in size. Some weighed only 30 to 50 pounds, but had high realms and were quite fierce, while others weighed thousands of pounds, but were merely strong and gentle, becoming prey to other demon fish. After half an hour, Lin Jiang pulled up a demon fish that weighed over 1,000 pounds. After a thorough physical exorcism, he stored it in his storage bag. Too bad. It can't fit anymore. Lin Jiang glanced at his storage bag, which had little space left. He couldn't fit another fish. So he threw the remaining fish bait into the Yuntuo River and then went home. On the way, he bought several hundred pounds of charcoal. Once home, he began roasting the fish, cutting the large fish open and placing them on racks to dry. In his yard, he hung dozens of lines with fish meat drying on them. Chirp chirp. The two sand sculptures nearby kept making noise, seemingly protesting. They had been eating fish meat for years and probably found it boring by now. Don't be picky, okay? Your appetite is so big if I don't fish for you. I really can't afford it. Do you know how much demon beast meat costs per pound? Lin Jiang complained. A single sand sculpture needed 70 to 80 pounds of dried meat every day, and they had to eat it daily, which was quite a hefty expense. Lin Jiang still had 2/3 of the demon cores left, but he didn't dare to feed them, fearing that the sand sculptures would advance again. If they reached the mid-stage of the second rank, their appetite would increase, and Lin Jiang would truly go bankrupt feeding them. Chirp chirp, fine, we'll take turns eating. One day we'll have something else, and the next day we'll have dried fish. That should work, right? Seeing the sand sculptures still protesting, Lin Jiang compromised. Agreeing to diversify their diet, Lin Jiang returned to the bustling market, where Su Wei was already busy. Lin Jiang greeted him, and Su Wei quickly offered him a plate of buns. Try my new buns, with a different filling. Not bad. It has the taste of the 7-colored demon chicken. Lin Daoyu is impressive. I finally managed to buy this 7-colored demon chicken. This is the first time I've made it, Su Wei said. The 7-colored demon chicken had a hint of phoenix bloodline and was quite famous in Yunzhong City. Lin Jiang acknowledged that it was a feat for Su Wei to acquire it. However, the so-called phoenix bloodline was just a gimmick. Who knew how far removed it was? Otherwise, the 7-colored demon chicken would definitely be a world-renowned demon beast, not something a chi refinement cultivator could buy. Coincidentally, the Wu family in Sanjiang town outside the city raised hundreds of 7-colored demon chickens, but for some reason, they all died and were sold cheaply. The restaurants didn't want them, so they sold them to me at a bargain. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang found the buns in his mouth suddenly unappetizing. What a scam, using such ingredients for meat filling. How could he eat it? Why aren't you eating, Lin Daoyu? I'm not very hungry. Just pack up the buns. As there aren't many 7-colored demon chickens left, let the other friends try some. Just return to the previous filling. Lin Jiang smiled lightly. He was joking. He was worried about food poisoning. The few buns remaining would be taken back to feed the sand sculptures. Being second-rank demon beasts, they probably wouldn't be afraid of poisoning. Lin Jiang noticed that there was now a woman helping at Su Wei's stall. Curious, he asked someone at the neighboring stall, who laughed and replied, Lin Daoyu, just watch. Su Daoyu's family is about to get lively. How so? They're fighting over inheritance. Su Daoyu has one son and one daughter. His son and daughter-in-law have died, leaving only a grandson, but his grandson has 5 spiritual roots and low cultivation. His daughter married another loose cultivator and had several sons. One of her sons has good potential and is now an outer disciple of the Zhongxing sect. Their family wants to support this son to reach the foundation establishment stage. But without money, how can they do it? Su Daoyu doesn't have much time left. Haha. Is it that intense? Won't the other Su family members have objections? Lin Jiang chuckled. This kind of family drama was quite interesting, and he enjoyed listening to it. The other Su family members had long since split off, and Su Daoyu was the only one left in his generation. However, who knew? Su Daoyu's house had been accumulated over generations. It would be interesting to watch. A house worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones would attract many people to jump in. Money stirs the heart, especially hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Now there's definitely a good show to watch. Yes, just wait for the show. Lin Jiang and the others held a mindset of watching the spectacle. Lin Jiang wasn't afraid of being called vulgar. He was just an ordinary person, a rather unbearable one at that. Lin Jiang glanced at Su Wei's daughter, who appeared to be in her 30s, with low cultivation at only the 4th level of chi refinement. She was very capable and had a rather fierce personality. She was directing operations at Su Wei's stall. Not only Su Wei's grandson, but even Su Wei himself seemed to be under her command, as if she were the stall owner. Lin Jiang shook his head and went to sell his own talismans. When the time was up, he would leave. He couldn't delay his own affairs just to watch a show. However, because of this, Lin Jiang missed a good show. The next day, when he returned, he found that Su Wei hadn't set up his stall. The people nearby told Lin Jiang that he had missed the excitement yesterday. They got into a fight. It started on the first day. Why did they fight? Who was fighting? Su Wei's daughter, Su Jiao, first got into a scuffle with Su Wei's grandson, Su Dongyang. The reason was that after packing up yesterday, Su Jiao wanted to take the money, but Su Dongyang wouldn't allow it. And then they started arguing. As the argument escalated, they ended up fighting, and Su Wei tried to intervene, but ended up getting accidentally injured. Isn't Su Wei at the 7th level of chi refinement? How could he get accidentally injured? Lin Daoyu, cultivation level is not everything. Su Wei has been setting up his stall here for decades. While he has cultivation, he lacks techniques. I suspect he hasn't even fought anyone before. Even someone at the 4th level of chi refinement could win against him. That's true, but won't the guard team intervene? Lin Jiang nodded. Cultivators at the lower levels were not much different from ordinary people. Su Wei probably hadn't left the city many times in his life and hadn't fought anyone. So his cultivation was built up over time, which made it normal that he wouldn't know how to fight. Who cares? The guard team doesn't get involved in family matters. They're just here to watch the show like us. As long as no one dies, they won't intervene. Lin Daoyu, let me show you how they argued yesterday. Su Jiao started like this. A bystander eagerly imitated the argument and fighting process from the previous day. Yesterday, Su Wei was preparing to pack up and count his earnings when Su Jiao demanded half of the spirit stones, claiming she had worked hard all day. But Su Dongyang was unhappy, arguing that no one had asked her to help. She had come on her own, and moreover, during the process, Su Jiao had taken away dozens of buns to take home for her son and his friends. Su Jiao was immediately displeased and scolded Su Dongyang for being ungrateful, then brought up past events, talking about how good she had been to him when he was young, and how her family had helped with his parents' funeral after they died. Su Dongyang was no match for Su Jiao, so he decided not to argue and firmly resolved not to give her any money, saying that a married daughter is like water thrown out. Su Wei, standing by, tried to mediate but was powerless, watching helplessly as the furious Su Jiao attacked. Su Dongyang was not a match for her in arguments or fights, and he was directly held down and beaten. Su Wei tried to intervene and was sent flying by Su Jiao's slap, and after the fight, he had to take Su Wei home to nurse his wounds. 2 days later, Su Wei set up his stall again, but the family drama of the Su family was far from over. It had just begun. Su Jiao came with her husband and son, claiming they were there to help because Su Wei was busy with his thriving business. They were not entirely there to cause trouble. They did offer genuine help, but they were also there to demand money. Su Jiao confidently told Su Wei that Su Dongyang was young, had low cultivation, and poor aptitude, and if Su Wei died, Su Dongyang would surely be unable to keep the family business. She could help, ensuring that Su Dongyang would never have to worry about food and clothing. But Su Dongyang would not agree. The house and the food stall were his foundation for survival, yet he couldn't win a fight or even an argument, leaving him in a panic. Ultimately, Su Dongyang gritted his teeth and called in relatives from the Su family, including several cousins. With a large number of relatives, they were now evenly matched against Su Jiao. With more people involved, the guards could no longer ignore the situation, warning them multiple times not to engage in violence, or they would all be expelled from Yunzhong City. Thus, in the following days, it became common to see two groups shouting at each other at Su Wei's stall. The most direct result was that Su Wei's business plummeted, going from the hottest stall in the West City market to one that was ignored, all in the span of a month, leaving many people shaking their heads in disbelief. For several months, the farce of the Su family continued. Business had already fallen drastically, and Su Wei simply decided to sublease the stall, abandoning the business that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Many people lamented this loss, especially those cultivators who grew up in the West City, as Su Wei's buns were definitely one of their childhood memories. Many returned as adults to buy and taste them, but whether they would still be available in the future was uncertain. In the following days, Lin Jiang often heard gossip about the Su family because the vendors at the market were neighbors with the Su family, and their commotion was so loud that it was impossible not to notice. After a while, Lin Jiang happened to see Su Wei drinking at a street stall, and he was shocked by Su Wei's appearance. In such a short time, Su Wei looked much older, resembling a man in his 70s or 80s. Although Su Wei was indeed of that age, he had taken an age-preserving elixir, so on the surface, he looked around 50. Lin Daoyu? Su Daoyu? What are you doing here? Feeling troubled, came out for a drink. Would you like to join me for a drink? Sure. Lin Jiang glanced at the street stall and finally didn't mind. This was the lowest grade spirit food in Yunzhong City, with the pot cooking various beast offal or scraps. Even their spirit wine was of very poor quality, likely a mix of 1 pound of ordinary spirit wine with 3 pounds of regular wine. This vendor had only one characteristic. It was cheap, with a single spirit stone enough for a hearty meal. Primarily catering to the lowest levels of qi refining stage practitioners in Yunzhong City. Lin Jiang had never eaten at such a stall before, and Su Wei likely had seldom done so either, as his family wealth was considerable, not just the house, but also his thriving business with decent income. After Lin Jiang sat down, he found it hard to get used to the spirit wine here and had the owner fetch him a barrel of slightly better spirit wine. How extravagant. Thank you, Lin Daoyu. We've been neighbors for over a year, and I've never treated you to a drink before. Today is my treat. Lin Jiang said with a smile, not taking it too seriously. His relationship with the vendors at the market was not deep, and he could only consider them ordinary friends, rarely going out to eat or drink with them. Good. Su Wei had already drunk quite a bit. Unless qi refining stage cultivators deliberately used spiritual power to dispel the effects of alcohol, they would still get drunk. Su Wei was feeling tipsy. Lin Daoyu, are you all watching the jokes about my family? No, Su Daoyu, you've misunderstood. Every family has its own difficulties. It's only natural. Yes, every family has its own difficulties, but why does it have to be like this in my family? Don't think too much about it. Su Wei suddenly started crying, making Lin Jiang feel awkward. This was not a situation for someone with social anxiety to handle. Lin Jiang regretted sitting down. Su Wei was not just crying. He was sobbing while recounting the current situation. His daughter Su Jiao was just waiting for him to die so she could fight for the family property. This made him very heartbroken. He had pampered this daughter a lot, Before she got married, he never made her do anything, and when she married, he gave her a substantial dowry. Without that dowry, how could she be so strong in her husband's family? But Su Wei didn't dare to drive Su Jiao away. First, she was his daughter, and secondly, he knew that several of his cousins were also plotting to take his house. This house was the accumulation of generations, with contributions from their ancestors, making it complicated. If he drove Su Jiao away, then Su Dongyang would be left alone and vulnerable. Su Dongyang was young, had low cultivation, and poor aptitude. His future was bleak, and he was certainly no match for the Su family's relatives. Su Wei's initial thought was to have Su Jiao and Su Dongyang team up to balance out those relatives, but he underestimated his daughter's greed. Su Jiao's son had joined the Zhonghong sect and had a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Their family was willing to pay any price to support this son, even sacrificing the father-daughter relationship. Lin Jiang sighed deeply upon hearing this. Perhaps this was the reality of life. Everyone had their own interests and choices, and in the face of self-interest, familial affection seemed unreliable. Lin Jiang also thought about the Lin family, which was very united under Lin Baishan's leadership. The first-generation patriarch was like a founding emperor, with great prestige. But that was no longer the case. He didn't know how long Lin Batian could live, and after he died, would the Lin family also fall into such disputes, leading to the family's collapse? Grandpa, Lin Jiang didn't know how long he had been drinking until it was completely dark when Su Dongyang appeared, silently greeting Lin Jiang before helping the drunken Su Wei leave. Lin Jiang had a pretty good impression of Su Dongyang. This child was quiet, but not lazy, worked hard, and was smart, but his cultivation aptitude was too low. In the cultivation world, lacking cultivation was a very frightening thing, especially since he might inherit a large fortune. Lin Jiang had no intention of intervening. A clean official cannot resolve family matters, let alone him. If he intervened, how would others perceive it? The first reaction would likely be that Lin Jiang was also coveting that fortune, bringing him unnecessary trouble. With Su Wei gone, Lin Jiang naturally didn't want to drink anymore. He wasn't much of a drinker anyway. He only sat down to listen to gossip after encountering Su Wei. I am but a passerby in this world. Who is right and who is wrong has nothing to do with me. The worldly troubles are endless, and getting involved brings disaster. Lin Jiang took out spirit stones to pay the bill, then stood up to head home, repeatedly reminding himself that the people around him and the matters of the world were merely entertainment, like gossip to spice up life. But he must never get entangled, lest he brings unnecessary trouble upon himself. Living low-key is the way to go. Chapter 50. Old friends. The family ethics tragedy of Su Wei's family officially unfolded 6 months later because Su Wei had died, melancholic and alone. He was already old, with little time left, and often drowned his sorrows in alcohol due to the chaotic matters at home. Coupled with his melancholy, he passed away at around 80. Once Su Wei died, the battle for his inheritance began immediately. It was not just Su Jiao who emerged, there were also Su Wei's relatives. They all descended from the same ancestor and had contributed significantly during the stage of saving money to buy a house, all claiming they had a share in that house. The disputes provided ample fodder for the loose cultivators in the West City, and even if Lin Jiang did not actively pay attention, he often heard stories about the Su family. Chaos ensued. Everything was in disarray. Members of the Zhonghong sect emerged, including Su Dongyang's father's former fellow apprentices, holding a pile of IOUs, claiming that Su Dongyang's father had borrowed spirit stones from them, amounting to 70 or 80,000 spirit stones, demanding repayment from the Su family. More than 10 years after his death, these claims surfaced. They said he had gone traveling and on missions and had just returned. Truly, all sorts of demons and monsters were coming out. Lin Jiang was shocked into silence upon hearing that disciples from the Zhonghong sect had also gotten involved. Could it be true that IOUs from someone who died over a decade ago were valid? Were the disciples of the Zhonghong sect really so wealthy that they casually lent out 70 or 80,000 spirit stones? Even if Lin Jiang thought with his toes, he knew this was a scheme aimed at the Su family's house. The subsequent developments were as everyone imagined. The Su family initially refused to acknowledge the IOUs, but the Zhonghong sect applied for authentication, and a specialized appraiser verified their authenticity. Naturally, the results were true. Not only was the handwriting genuine, but the sole imprint beneath the IOUs was also authentic. Everything was true, and the Su family had no ability to refuse to pay, so they had no choice but to repay the debt. However, the Su family's liquid assets were minimal. Most of their wealth relied on this house, so they had to sell it. Moreover, upon learning of the Su family's situation, buyers also pressured them to lower the price, selling for nearly 20% below the usual market price. After repaying the debt, there was hardly anything left, and Su Dongyang ended up with only about 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. Su Dongyang was in danger. Holding a few tens of thousands of spirit stones as a second-layer qi cultivator was akin to courting death. Many asserted that Su Dongyang was doomed. A child holding gold in the market was the most dangerous situation. After the Su family sold the house, Lin Jiang saw Su Dongyang a few more times. But then there was no news of him. No one knew whether he had left the city to seek a living or had died. Senior, do you want to buy charms? One day, a foundation establishment female cultivator stood in front of Lin Jiang's stall, staring at him for a long time. Lin Jiang asked, "Do I know you? I feel like I recognize you." You look like someone I know. Is it someone from the senior's past? Yes, a former neighbor, like you. Also sold charms. That's a coincidence. If the senior treats me as an old friend, please support my business. Lin Jiang smiled and said. He indeed felt the person in front of him was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was at that moment. What is your name? Lin Yang. Lin? How old are you? Just tell me, and I will buy all your charms. Okay, I'm 33 this year. Lin Jiang replied immediately. This was his third year at the West City Market. When he first came, he claimed to be 30 years old. This time, he didn't tell anyone his spiritual root. And others still thought he was a very talented loose cultivator. A 30-year-old at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation was rare, but not unheard of. So it wasn't too surprising. 33? That doesn't match. Maybe I just look like the senior's old friend. I have a common face. Just the other day, someone said I resembled his relative. Senior, wanna buy charms? The person nodded and seemed about to leave. Lin Jiang shouted, what a scammer. You promised to buy all my charms. Keep the charms for yourself. The person casually tossed a spirit stone over, leaving behind a remark, then left gracefully. What kind of person is this, not keeping their word, and still a foundation establishment cultivator? Lin Jiang muttered, forget it, they are powerful, I can't pick a fight. Lin Dao friend, getting a spirit stone for free is good enough. They are a foundation establishment cultivator, and it's already generous of them to give you a spirit stone. Yeah, I just got a spirit stone for free. The surrounding vendors advised. It was better to avoid a foundation establishment cultivator. Getting a spirit stone was already good enough. Lin Jiang naturally wouldn't actually pursue anything. He was just playing up the persona. This person felt very familiar, and he suspected he had encountered an old friend. He acted this way to avoid revealing his identity. Besides, his charms were selling well enough that he didn't need to chase after customers. As time passed, Lin Jiang packed up to go home. Coincidentally, he encountered that person again at his doorstep, and their eyes met. The other person seemed a bit off. Are you following me? Senior is joking. I live here. If you don't believe me, please take a look. Lin Jiang hurriedly cast a spell to reveal the array of his residence, and he could clearly see the other person relaxing their guard. Have you ever stayed in the South City? I've only been there a few times, never for long. Why not go to the South City? The large market there is the biggest in Yunzhong City. It's too far. It's a hassle to travel back and forth, and living there is too expensive. Lin Jiang answered immediately. He had repeated this explanation many times before. Someone had asked him previously. The South City's large market was indeed the largest, gathering the most loose cultivators and vendors, but the rent was the most expensive. The West City was relatively much cheaper. The other person fell silent and did not speak again. Lin Jiang found this person's demeanor quite strange and did not plan to engage further, immediately walking into his home. The little sand sculptures rushed over again, which had become their ritual to welcome Lin Jiang home. Of course, their goal was to beg for food. Can you not bump into me in the future? You are second-tier demon beasts. If my body were a bit weaker, you would have knocked me to death. And then you would starve too, understand? Lin Jiang took out some dried fish to feed them. They swallowed the 2 to 3 gene of dried fish in one bite, without chewing, and still wanted more. I've given you all I have. After you finish eating, we'll go out of the city to fish tomorrow. Lin Jiang took out all the dried fish from his storage bag to feed them. Their appetite was enormous. The two of them together needed almost 200 gene of meat a day. Every couple of months, Lin Jiang had to go out of the city to replenish fish supplies, and he needed to return fully loaded. Otherwise, he would have to spend money to buy more. Year after year, he was running at a loss, and his spirit stone reserves had dwindled to just over 40,000 spirit stones. Lin Jiang rummaged through his storage bag. He had been in the red every year, spending a few thousand spirit stones more than he earned, and his savings continued to decline. He needed to find an opportunity to visit the black market outside the city and clean out the spoils in his storage bag. Lin Jiang looked at the spoils in his storage bag and planned to sell them. Since Lin Jiang had taken down quite a few cultivators. He hadn't touched most of their belongings, except for spirit stones without identifiers, fearing that he would leak secrets. But now that he was short on money, he could only look for opportunities to sell them. The next day, after selling a few charms, Lin Jiang headed straight outside the city. With his increased cultivation, he had been going outside the city more often, which provided a certain level of safety. Previously occupied fishing spots were taken, but Lin Jiang was not annoyed. He found other fishing spots where there weren't many anglers, as it was difficult to make a living primarily from fishing. Most of the people involved were net fishers. The location where Lin Jiang was now belonged to the Giant Wave Fish Gang, which had become the strongest fish gang near Cloud City after absorbing the Trident Fish Gang. However, they did not continue to expand, possibly due to the unwillingness of the sect behind them to allow it. The fishery resources of the Yuntuo River were very rich. Over hundreds or thousands of years, countless demon fish had been caught. Yet there were still countless demon fish remaining. In the afternoon, Lin Jiang saw a fishing boat passing in front of him, dragging a fish that was larger than the boat itself, weighing at least 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. This was a second-tier arrow-toothed fish, the fiercest type of demon fish in the Yuntuo River. It looked to be of high second-tier quality, and he heard that the Giant Wave Fish Gang had been tracking it for half a month before finally killing it. A fellow angler nearby explained that many people were discussing the matter of this fish, which had been in the Yuntuo River for many years, having capsized several boats, and had finally made it onto the bounty list of Cloud City. The Yuntuo River allowed the existence of demon fish, but did not permit formidable ones. Once they became too powerful, they would be hunted down by the cultivation world. If a chi refinement stage was insufficient, they would escalate to the foundation establishment stage. If that was still not enough, Cloud City had plenty of golden core and nascent soul stage cultivators. As dusk approached, Lin Jiang had not caught much, so he decided to buy the fish from other anglers before leaving the riverbank for a village town called Sanjiankou. There were numerous cultivation villages and towns outside Cloud City, controlled by different factions, engaging in various trades, including black markets. Among these, the black market at Sanjiankou was the largest and most reputable. For safety reasons, Lin Jiang chose to go to the Sanjiankou black market. When Lin Jiang arrived, the gates of Sanjiankou had just closed. Most villages and towns outside the city had a curfew. Once it got dark, they would close their gates and activate formations. The black market in Sanjiankou was almost an open secret. Lin Jiang merely stayed at an inn and received specific information before heading to the black market. The Sanjiankou black market was not much different from the fake black market within the city. Lin Jiang spent 10 spirit stones to buy a cloak and entered the black market. The black market outside the city was a chaotic mix. Many things prohibited in Cloud City were allowed here. It was a place where people acted without restraint. Lin Jiang saw some things that he found perverse and decided not to engage with them. He just wanted to sell his items and leave. After an hour, Lin Jiang finished clearing out all his miscellaneous goods and was preparing to leave the black market to get some sleep when he suddenly heard a crisp sound, followed by a body dropping in front of him. At that moment, Lin Jiang was stunned. Chapter 51. Black Market Assassin. It was said that the black market outside the city was very dangerous, but Lin Jiang had never believed it until now. Seeing the body made him step back quickly, and then the black market's guard team appeared. Uncle Tao. It's Uncle Tao. Who killed Uncle Tao? It was you. A group of people surrounded Lin Jiang instantly. Fellow Taoist, you might be very upset right now, but please don't accuse me. As a chi refinement stage cultivator, how could I kill your sex foundation establishment stage uncle? Upon confirming that Lin Jiang was indeed at the chi refinement stage, more than a dozen divine senses locked onto him, leaving the group confused. Boom. At that moment, a loud noise erupted from the black market, followed by the sounds of battle. The murderer is here, pursue him. A deep voice rang out, and the guards' expressions changed dramatically as they rushed into the depths of the black market. The commotion was massive, and people started to run outside. Lin Jiang also ran with them, but some tried to rush out of Sanjiankou. However, the formations were tightly closed, preventing anyone from escaping. Fearing the murderer would mix in with the crowd, Lin Jiang had anticipated this outcome, so he headed directly back to the inn. Upon arrival, the inn was also on lockdown, requiring identity verification for entry and exit. Guests returning from the black market were not going back to their rooms, but gathering in the inn's lobby to discuss what had just happened, with all sorts of opinions being voiced. Some said it was a rival trying to cause trouble, others claimed it was an enemy seeking revenge, and some suggested it was a hired killing by an assassin organization. Amidst the discussions, more people returned to the inn. Lin Jiang looked up and was taken aback. What a coincidence to see his neighbor here too. She noticed Lin Jiang, but didn't say much and went straight upstairs. Many people were going upstairs at this time, and Lin Jiang followed. Another coincidence occurred. It was his neighbor again. Unable to hold back, Lin Jiang sent her a message, urging her to run as the inn staff were going to report her. Upon hearing Lin Jiang's message, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and coldly stared at him. Lin Jiang pointed at her sleeve, saying, "Silly girl, your sleeve is still stained with blood. Someone else already seen it. Didn't you notice the inn staff sneaking away?" Boom. The next moment, the neighbor shot up into the sky, smashing through the inn's roof, startling a large group of people. Lin Jiang nearly cursed it out loud, thinking, I was helping you out of kindness, and you broke the roof. How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Where is she? Where is she? The innkeeper rushed up with a few people, all members of the Sanjiankou guard. Fellow Taoist, where is she? You can tell by looking at the roof, innkeeper. How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Lin Jiang pointed at the roof and then at his room, which had lost half its roof, lamenting that he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I'll arrange for you to switch rooms, the innkeeper said. Outside the inn, the sounds of fighting continued, and everyone inside felt a sense of impending doom. No one would be able to sleep peacefully that night. Lin Jiang felt the same way. Even though he switched rooms, who would dare to sleep soundly? Who knew what was happening outside? If the attackers came knocking, he wouldn't even know how he died. Thus, he spent a sleepless night. The next morning, a large number of cultivators fled Sanjiankou, and no one could stop them. Sanjiankou had no choice but to let them go. They still needed to conduct business and didn't want to offend anyone too much. As Lin Jiang and his group returned to Cloud City, news of the attack on Sanjiankou spread. By the afternoon, Lin Jiang learned some details of the previous night's events. The assailants who attacked Sanjiankou were part of an assassin organization called Dark Knight, which had only been established in the last 200 years. They had committed many crimes before, mostly targeting individuals, primarily rogue cultivators, and were not very well known. Last night marked their debut, as they not only killed the person Lin Jiang saw, but assassinated a total of 5 individuals, 1 golden core and 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators. They were discovered by the guards of Sanjiankou and engaged in a chaotic fight for over an hour before successfully escaping. Sanjiankou was one of the most powerful towns outside the city, but after last night's turmoil, it had been severely weakened. The impact was significant, and even Cloud City was alarmed. The city placed the Dark Knight organization on the must-kill bounty list, listing all known assassins on the bounty board within the city, over 30 people, including Chi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core stages. This is unfortunate. I rarely leave the city, and when I do, I encounter such trouble. I won't go out again. After returning to Yincheng City, Lin Jiang was also questioned, which made him very angry. His luck seemed to be quite bad, so he decided to stay low in the city for now. Staying low is the way to go. Just a moment. One day, after returning from the big market, Lin Jiang heard a low voice at the door. Turning around, he saw that his neighbor had returned. Is there something wrong? Thank you for that day. No need, we are neighbors. Lin Jiang forced a smile. Whether they were neighbors or not didn't matter much. What mattered was that she had foundation building cultivation. Lin Jiang felt it would be good to have a few friends in the foundation building stage to expand his social circle. I don't owe you any favors. What do you want? What do you mean? Techniques, secret arts, pills, spirit stones, just name it. Is it necessary to be so formal? You owe me a favor. Can't you help me out in the future? That works too. Take this talisman. If you need me to do something, just activate the talisman, and I'll come to your house. At that time, I can help you with something not too excessive, like killing someone. Thank you. Lin Jiang took the talisman. It was a supportive type, and he could draw it as well. Hey, I still don't know your name. After giving the talisman, the neighbor turned to leave, and Lin Jiang hurriedly said. The neighbor paused and then said, my name is Zhang Ruifeng. Upon hearing this name, Lin Jiang was stunned. He finally remembered that Zhang Ruifeng was Zhang Ruifeng's sister, that talkative sister. Lin Jiang tried hard to recall the details of his interactions with Zhang Ruifeng, but in the end, he realized that they didn't really have any past. Although they had been neighbors for many years, Zhang Ruifeng was too quiet. Lin Jiang only remembered inviting her out for snacks from the big market, and they probably exchanged very few words, less than 10 in a year. In contrast, he had talked much more with her brother Zhang Ruifeng. Even if Zhang Ruifeng said 10 sentences, Lin Jiang would reply only once, which was already a lot. What happened to the Zhang family? Aren't they quite well off? How did Zhang Ruifeng end up as an assassin? Lin Jiang returned home, pondering this matter. He remembered that many people from the Zhang family were disciples of the Zhongxing sect, and even if they were outer disciples, their foundation should be stronger than those loose cultivators like himself. Moreover, being an assassin was definitely not a good profession in the cultivation world. Major sects and families abhorred it, and they would almost always hunt down assassin organizations. So something must have happened to the Zhang family. Should I go back and take a look? No, I can't go back. Since I severed all ties before, I can't go back now. Zhang Ruifeng already suspects that I am the former Lin Jiang. If I go back and she sees me, I might expose my secret. We are not related by blood. Lin Jiang quickly dismissed the idea of going back for a look. He and Zhang Ruifeng were just ordinary neighbors. Once the secret was exposed, it could lead to trouble, and Lin Jiang did not want to take that risk. Fanger, how are you? As Zhang Ruifeng entered the house, a man approached her softly and asked. I gave him a communication talisman, owe him a favor, and will repay it later. I mean, are you sure he is the Lin Jiang from back then? No, it shouldn't be him. But my instincts won't be wrong. Even if it is him, so what? Everyone has their own secrets. He didn't bully your mother back then. In fact, he helped her quite a bit. You should be grateful, not want to kill him. Zhang Ruifeng looked at the man in front of her, who was named Chao Yang, her husband, and the one who led her into the organization. He also had another identity. He was the son of Liu Baixue, who had a stall at the South City Market back then. I never thought of killing him. I just want to know his secret. A person who can live in Yincheng City for so many years must be quite wealthy, right? Fanger, we need money and resources so we can become stronger. To avenge my mother and your brother. I will avenge my brother myself. You don't need to worry about that. It's difficult. This time, in the battle at Sanjiankou, the organization was fully exposed, and many high-level members died. The Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect have acted. The organization has ordered us to remain silent and hidden. For several years, we won't be able to earn money. What about cultivation? What about revenge? Chao Yang said. The Dark Knight organization also suffered heavy losses in the battle at Sanjiankou. The losses were not just from Sanjiankou, but also from the Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect taking action. Many high-level members were killed, and the organization was severely crippled. Moreover, they became a thorn in the eyes of the two sects, and the organization had decided to lie low and would not conduct business for several years, losing their biggest source of income. Chao Yang, I don't want you to be a person who disregards right and wrong for the sake of hatred. Jiang Lin took care of your mother back then. Even if he lives next door, you can't act against him. Zhang Ruifeng said to Chao Yang with a serious expression. Chao Yang knew Zhang Ruifeng was serious and immediately cooled down, no longer discussing the matter. All right, I won't go after him. But tell me how Jiang Lin helped my mother back then. Well, back then. Zhang Ruifeng nodded, reminiscing about the past. Those years at the South City Market were her happiest moments. Her brother was by her side. Everything at home was peaceful, and they made a little profit every day. Life was simple yet fulfilling. Even that Jiang Lin, although he seemed distant, was actually very kind to her. He bought her many delicious snacks. At that time, their family had a very low income, and the snacks her brother was reluctant to buy were all bought by Jiang Lin. The little details of life. Perhaps others had forgotten, but she remembered them clearly and would never forget them for a lifetime. Chapter 52. Dark Knight Organization West City Market. When Lin Jiang arrived here, he found many people gathered together, watching the spectacle with a gossiping attitude. Lin Jiang also went over to see what was happening and discovered that the Yuncheng city guards were escorting 3 cultivators, both men and women. From the conversations of the people nearby, Lin Jiang learned that these 3 were assassins from the Dark Knight organization who had been captured by Yuncheng City and were about to be executed. People in the cultivation world also love to watch executions. Lin Jiang looked at the crowd surrounding the scene and couldn't help but sigh. He then continued to watch, showing no intention of moving away. Hey, why aren't they doing anything yet? They're fishing. Fishing? Yes. There are still many people from the Dark Knight organization that haven't been caught. They're waiting for someone from the Dark Knight organization to come and rescue them. I heard the other 2 big markets are doing the same. The people from the Dark Knight organization can't be that foolish, right? Who knows? Lin Jiang overheard someone discussing the reason for the delay and found their reasoning somewhat convincing, but he believed the people from the Dark Knight organization wouldn't be that foolish. Yuncheng City has been under the protection of a nascent soul ancestor for years. If the nascent soul ancestor is unavailable, the 2 major sects have their transformation stage ancestors waiting. With the strength of the transformation stage ancestors, it would take just a blink of an eye to rush over from the mountain gates of the 2 sections. As Lin Jiang expected, the Yuncheng City guards waited for more than an hour without anyone coming to rescue the scene. Knowing that no one was coming, they took action. Good. The executioner raised his knife, and the onlookers cheered loudly. There was no occurrence of bloody bonds, as cultivators are not superstitious. Lin Jiang followed the crowd dispersing and vaguely thought he saw Zhang Ruifang's figure, but he wasn't sure and didn't want to interact with her much. Returning to his stall, Lin Jiang began selling talismans. In these past few days, Lin Jiang's talisman skills had improved, and he could now draw 10 first-tier high-quality talismans in a day. This is not an unbelievable matter. Lin Jiang has been able to draw first-grade high-grade talismans for decades. With decades of experience at this level, his talisman-making skills have become exceptionally proficient. Coupled with his decades of practicing the spirit refinement technique and taking spirit-nourishing pills, his spiritual awareness is significantly stronger than that of an average 9th-layer Qi practitioner, making improvements in talisman techniques a natural progression. This is Lin Jiang's unique advantage. Consider other cultivators. Those with good talent can break through the foundation establishment stage by their 30s. However, how long can they stay in the late Qi refinement stage? The time spent there is primarily focused on cultivation. For those with poor talent, if they linger too long, by the time they reach 60, their vitality starts to decline. Forget about making further progress. Maintaining their current state is already commendable. Only Lin Jiang has consistently maintained his peak state, and with the passage of time, his talisman-making skills have continually improved, leading to such achievements. Selling 10 talismans a day can help him achieve a balance between income and expenses. Lin Jiang estimates that if all the talismans sell out, his net profit for the day would be around 90, which is a solid income among Qi practitioners. Almost reaching a balance between income and expenses. If he saves a little more, he could even have some savings each year. Yuncheng City does not have a planned living market. All the stalls are in the large marketplace where resources for cultivation such as pills, talismans, and artifacts are found, as well as fruits, vegetables, and food stalls. Lin Jiang often sees Zhang Ruifang in the large marketplace ever since he helped her once at Sanjiankou. Though she appears to lack any killer aura, rather, she resembles a homemaker, shopping for groceries every day. Look at that foundation establishment senior. She also buys groceries and cooks daily. Isn't the foundation establishment stage supposed to be beyond the mundane? Shouldn't they be somewhat ethereal, not resembling a housewife? Lin Jiang asked someone nearby. What's strange about that? Cultivators are still humans. Although one can theoretically go without food for half a year in the foundation establishment stage. Everyone has been eating for decades. Who wants to gnaw on spirit-nourishing pills every day? Moreover, spiritual food can enhance spiritual energy without causing pill toxicity. If fellow Taoist Lin goes to a restaurant, you'll find many foundation establishment practitioners there. I see. Thank you for the advice. You're welcome. But it is a bit strange for that senior to be wandering around every day without making money. A vendor nearby said. Foundation establishment practitioners among loose cultivators are also poor. Those loose cultivators in Yuncheng City are also busy every day trying to find ways to gather spirit stones for resources. Seeing that the person beside him was suspicious, Lin Jiang quickly changed the subject. Continuing to delve deeper might lead to trouble, but as they chatted, the topic turned back to the assassin organizations. According to them, there have been many assassin organizations in Yuncheng City over the past few centuries, most of which are small and temporary, capable of conducting contract killings. Compared to the Dark Knight organization, these assassins are quite amateurish. The Dark Knight is much more professional. Their assassins are meticulously trained, focusing on killing techniques, and they excel in various skills, making it possible for even a Qi practitioner to be assassinated by a foundation establishment practitioner. Therefore, the two major sects are vehemently opposed to assassin organizations, eliminating one whenever they find it. Recently, the Dark Knight faced a siege from the two major sections. After the battle at Sanjiankou, the two sects took action, and the Dark Knight organization suffered heavy losses, becoming silent. Perhaps it has already disbanded. Lin Jiang could not deny this. He felt that Zhang Ruifang was lurking, as the Dark Knight would not simply disband. Forget it, forget it. It's best not to get involved. Staying safe is the priority. Finally, Lin Jiang shook his head, thinking he couldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. The more he meddled, the quicker he would meet his end. He just needed to live his own little life well. As time passed, Lin Jiang's spiritual power continued to grow more robust without stopping, which was very good because on the path of cultivation, one might encounter a very frustrating issue, the bottleneck. A bottleneck is a peculiar phenomenon where, no matter how much you cultivate, your spiritual power does not increase, and the refined spiritual energy seems to vanish. Resolving a bottleneck is also quite difficult. Some rely on pills, such as the famous breaking barrier pill, but it is not only expensive but also not effective for everyone. Others go out to train, theorizing that a bottleneck arises from issues with one's mindset. So traveling to different places and experiencing various matters can break the bottleneck. Some people endure, hoping the bottleneck will naturally resolve itself over time, though the most likely outcome is simply dying of old age. Lin Jiang currently showed no signs of a bottleneck, which he considered relatively lucky. Of course, many others also had no bottlenecks, such as Lin's father and Lin Ying, who established their foundations early on and couldn't have bottlenecks during the qi refinement stage. The foundation establishment stage was another matter. Having been at the 9th layer of qi refinement for nearly 4 years, Lin Jiang estimated that he could achieve full qi refinement in about 10 more years. After reaching full qi refinement, he would need to find a way to establish his foundation, though he wondered how many foundation establishment pills a talent like his would require. Lin Jiang pondered that some prodigies could force a breakthrough without foundation establishment pills, but clearly, he was not that kind of genius. He had already inquired and found that there are foundation establishment practitioners with 5 spirit roots. But he had never heard of loose cultivators with 5 spirit roots managing to establish their foundation, as they cannot afford to buy foundation establishment pills in bulk. Not even a single one. Despite the foundation establishment pill costing only 20 to 30,000 spirit stones, for a qi practitioner, that is already an astronomical price. Common people cultivate from the age of 12, and by 60, their vitality starts to decline, hence the saying of a critical period at 60. This implies that ordinary people only have 48 years in the qi refinement stage. To advance through all 10 layers of qi refinement in those 48 years requires a significant investment of resources, not to mention the costs of daily living. Accumulating 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones is exceedingly difficult. This is also why loose cultivators envy sects and families. They not only have territories that can generate continuous income each year, but also gather manpower to pool resources for major endeavors, which is far beyond what loose cultivators can achieve alone. Getting sidetracked again, back to the point. How many foundation establishment pills should he prepare? Lin Jiang quickly pulled back his wandering thoughts. It was time to focus on planning how to establish his foundation properly. According to the information Lin Jiang had gathered, those with 5 spirit roots from prominent families preparing to establish their foundations typically prepare at least 2 foundation establishment pills, along with some auxiliary pills, a rich spiritual environment, and skilled protectors to ensure a stable setting. If Lin Jiang were to prepare under these conditions, the consumption of spirit stones would exceed 100,000, or even more. If he prepared for 4 foundation establishment pills, plus additional auxiliary pills and environmental needs, it would require at least 10,000 spirit stones. Doing the math, it would take 100 years to accumulate enough spirit stones at a rate of 1,000 a year. Indeed, the hope for low-level cultivators lies in mutations. Lin Jiang calculated that the expenses were too great. If low-level cultivators do not have good talent, there is truly no hope for breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 53. Another big scoop: flowers bloom and wither. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jiang is already 148 years old. One day, Lin Jiang arrived at the West City Grand Marketplace and saw a group of vendors gathered together chatting. Seeing that it was still early, he joined them. Fellow Taoists, is there anything new and interesting today? Lin Taoist, you always arrive late for the gossip. Yes, Lin Taoist, you can't keep getting free snacks every time. All right, I'll cover today's tea expenses. Lin Jiang laughed heartily. He indeed always arrived later than the others. Most of the vendors were dedicated, coming early and leaving late, while he was the last to arrive and the first to leave. Then thank you, Lin Taoist. Today's gossip is quite interesting. Do you know about the incident a few years ago in Yunzhong City, where the outer sect's grand elder of the Zhongxing sect, Nalin Yan from the Nalin family, was abducted by a loose cultivator? I've heard about it. The Nalin family also lost a very important treasure, the 5 elements golden fruit. Because of this, the Nalin family even offered a bounty for the capture of that loose cultivator. So is there an update? Lin Jiang immediately responded. How could he not know about what Wenxing did? He witnessed it firsthand. Yes, that loose cultivator has returned recently. His name is Wenxing. Is it true? Is that loose cultivator really that powerful? Is Zhongxing sect not afraid anymore? Not afraid anymore. He has climbed to greater heights. Lin Taoist, have you heard of Dan Wang Li Ruoxu? Brother, I'm not completely oblivious to the outside world. How could I not know about Dan Wang Li Ruoxu? He's the pride of loose cultivators. Lin Jiang said, somewhat dissatisfied. Did they really think he was a shut-in who knew nothing? Dan Wang Li Ruoxu is famous in Yunzhong City, and even throughout the entire Yunzhou, with his nascent soul cultivation and alchemy skills that overshadow many sects. He has earned the title of Dan Wang. The most important point is that he is a loose cultivator, without a family or a sect, relying solely on his own strength to reach the nascent soul stage. This has inspired countless loose cultivators, earning him the title of the Light of Loose Cultivators. Yes, that's the old man. Dan Wang is truly formidable. It's not easy for us loose cultivators. There aren't many at the foundation establishment stage, let alone. Ahem. I digress. Speaking of Wenxing, what is his relationship with Dan Wang? I got sidetracked. This Wenxing is quite something. After fleeing Yunzhong City for a few years, somehow he has latched onto Dan Wang Li Ruoxu's leg and is now his direct disciple. Even Zhongxing sect has to treat him with respect, let alone a mere outer sect grand elder. In Zhongxing sect, the outer sect grand elder is only at the golden core stage. He doesn't count as a real elder. I'm more interested in knowing about Lin Jiang. I don't know about that. Anyway, Wenxing didn't bring her along. Now we are all guessing what the Lin family will do. Exactly, Lin Daoist. Do you want to place a bet? Someone has already opened a betting pool on whether the Lin family will take action against Wenxing. I bet they won't take action. The title of Dan Wang isn't just for show. Can Dan Wang compare to Zhongxing sect? I bet the Lin family will definitely take action. When has the Lin family ever represented Zhongxing sect? I believe they won't. Soon, the topic changed again, starting a debate on whether the Lin family would take action against Wenxing, as some had placed bets on this issue, and many were wagering. Lin Daoist. Aren't you placing a bet? Sorry, Lin, have a lifelong aversion to gambling and drugs, Lin Jiang said seriously. What kind of decent person would place a bet? Isn't it simpler just to enjoy the gossip? The Zhaixing Tower is one of the top inns in Yunzhong City, with 7 floors and a vast area. There's no need to say much about such an establishment. It's either owned by Zhongxing sect or Yunjian sect. At this moment, in a room of Zhaixing Tower, Wenxing was gazing out the window. From this position, he could see most of Yunzhong City, and the view was excellent. Xing'er, what are you looking at so intently? A middle-aged man walked over to Wenxing and asked him, I'm watching the millions of lives in Yunzhong City. Don't you find it interesting, master? It is quite interesting. When I was young, I also lived in Yunzhong City. If I hadn't learned alchemy, I might have been just like them, struggling to make a living. Or perhaps I would have turned to dust long ago. Yes, master. I was also thinking that if I hadn't met you, I might have already died. The Lin family is truly ruthless. Haha, it seems you still don't want to let the Lin family off the hook. Master, it's the Lin family that doesn't want to let me go. I didn't steal the 5 elements golden fruit, and Yinner didn't take it either. They framed me, Wenxing said, his face filled with anger when mentioning this. He indeed took Lin Yin away back then, or more accurately, it was Lin Yin who took him away. When his affair of being involved with 2 women was exposed, the Lin family was furious, feeling that Wenxing had slapped their face and wanted to send someone to kill him. After learning about this, Lin Yin secretly came to inform him. Because the situation was urgent and he had offended too many people, he couldn't easily leave the city. In the end, it was Lin Yin who took him away. At that time, Lin Yin brought many spirit stones and resources from the Lin family, but definitely not the 5 elements golden fruit. After that, the Lin family relentlessly pursued him, and he lost contact with Lin Yin. Eventually, he met Li Ruoxu, which allowed him to shake off his pursuers and ultimately become Li Ruoxu's disciple. All of this made Wenxing hate the Lin family deeply. This time he returned with the intention of slapping them in the face. The Lin family's petty matters are probably just the dirty tricks of that big house. Their pattern is just like that, Li Ruoxu said. Although he didn't know the specifics, he could guess that someone from the Lin family was likely involved in internal theft, and then framed Wenxing while also killing to silence him, covering it all up. What you said is right. I think the same. All right, then how do you plan to take revenge on the Lin family? The Lin family is backed by Zhongxing sect, and I don't want to trouble you too much, master. I just want to know the life or death of Yinner and to get my Yinner back. I will help you retrieve Lin Yin. As long as she is alive, I will definitely deliver her to you. But you must not let my daughter down. Master, Wenxing, may be sentimental, but I am definitely not frivolous. I had no choice before, but now that I have walked onto the broad path, I will not repeat my past mistakes. My feelings for Yinner are clear for all to see, Wenxing quickly said. The reason he could become Li Ruoxu's disciple was not only due to his talent in alchemy, but also because Li Ruoxu's only daughter fell in love with him. Without this relationship, how could he have become a disciple? Over the years, Li Ruoxu had seen many talented individuals. Initially, Li Ruoxu did not agree, as Wenxing's past was indeed too colorful. Therefore, Li Ruoxu made things difficult for Wenxing at first. But Wenxing managed to withstand all of Li Ruoxu's challenges and was eventually accepted. That's good to know. From now on, focus on your cultivation. Once your cultivation improves, the Lin family won't be anything. Li Ruoxu nodded. He didn't expect Wenxing to only have his daughter as a woman. The rules of this world are such. A powerful man can have many women, and a powerful woman can have many men. It's all equal, depending on one's strength. He only needed to ensure his daughter's happiness, as his daughter was so infatuated with Wenxing. He couldn't do anything about it. You all tell me, what is going on? Who took the 5 elements golden fruit? In the Zhongxing sect, Nailand spoke to 2 elders of the Nailand family. As soon as Wenxing appeared in Yunzhong City, they knew immediately and were aware of Wenxing's current identity. Therefore, they didn't dare to confront him directly, but sent someone to inquire. Wenxing's response was that he didn't take the 5 elements golden fruit. And Nailand didn't take it either. Nailand couldn't determine whether what Wenxing said was true or false, so he could only return to investigate whether there was indeed a traitor within the family. Old ancestor, the loss of the 5 elements gold fruit is indeed a fact. As for whether it was taken by Wenxing or Nailand Yin, I don't know. Old ancestor, if it was Wenxing, he cannot be trusted. The 5 elements gold fruit is such a precious item. Can we just believe him when he says he didn't take it? You make a valid point. So go and bring Wenxing back. At this, the person was left speechless. It's easy to capture Wenxing, even though he is now in the foundation establishment stage. He is still no match for the Nailand family. However, he cannot afford to offend Wenxing's master, a master alchemist who can befriend countless powerful figures. I must get to the bottom of this matter, as it not only concerns the face of the Nailand family, but also the issue of internal betrayal. It's hard to guard against family thieves. If the Nailand family has a traitor and is unaware, it would lead to our downfall. Recently, don't engage in other activities. Just clarify the current situation for me. First, who exactly stole the 5 elements gold fruit? Second, where has Nailand Yin gone? Is she alive or dead? If we don't clarify this matter, no one will have a good life in the future. Nailand coldly glanced at the 2. Feeling that the Nailand family had truly lost face this time, with countless people from the Zhongxing sect laughing at them. Therefore, the best remedy now is to uncover the truth. Who exactly stole the 5 elements gold fruit? And where is Nailand Yin? Is she dead or alive? Yes, old ancestor. The 2 elders replied in unison. After Nailand left, the 2 exchanged glances. Nailand Xiong, who do you think stole the 5 elements gold fruit? Nailand Shi, what do you mean? Are you implying that I stole it? The 5 elements gold fruit was being watched by your people at that time. Then Nailand Shi, you should explain clearly why Nailand Yin ran away and why the soul lamp in the ancestral hall is also missing. Who helped Nailand Yin escape? Who was the last person to see her? Is it possible that someone is killing to silence her? He will see. Nailand Shi suddenly found it hard to explain. There were too many doubts in this matter. Nailand Yin had fled, yet her soul lamp was also missing, which was quite unusual. We'll see. Nailand Xiong said coldly, looking at Nailand Shi's back, lost in thought. Who exactly did this? Chapter 54. The assassin. What does the customer want to buy? In a small shop in the west city of Yunzhong City, Chao Yang looked at the unfamiliar face that entered and said, after lurking for several years, he also had to make a living, so he opened a weapon refining shop in the city. However, his skills were not great, and he could only forge some low to mid-level magical tools to barely make ends meet. I want to forge a flying sword, 3 feet long. No problem. Such a flying sword will only require 120 spirit stones. This is the deposit. The person was very straightforward, leaving a box containing spirit stones in front of Chao Yang, and then said a few words before leaving. Chao Yang picked up the spirit stones in the box and saw a piece of paper underneath. He also picked it up and went into the shop. After reading the content of the paper, his expression changed. Chao Yang pondered for a moment, closed the shop, and headed home. Upon arriving home, a little girl rushed to him with joyful shouts, hugging his leg and mumbling "Daddy, Daddy." Seeing the little girl, Chao Yang smiled, picked her up and spun her around, making her giggle. He then took out some snacks, making the child even happier. You keep giving her sweets. All her teeth are going to rot away. If they rot, they rot. Later, I'll buy some pills to grow them back. Why are you back so early today? I haven't cooked yet, Zhang Ruifeng said. During the day, Chao Yang watched the shop and usually returned only at night. Coming back during the day, did he want to do something else? The organization has a new mission. What? Zhang Ruifeng was instantly shocked. They had been lurking for years without any news from the organization, and they even wondered if the organization had ceased to exist. But now, there was suddenly news. This time, the mission is to assassinate a foundation establishment cultivator named Wenxing, with a 6-month deadline and a commission of 50,000 spirit stones. In 3 days, 10,000 spirit stones will be sent as a deposit. Wenxing, he is a disciple of the Dan Wang. Zhang Ruifeng's face turned pale instantly. This was a mission that was tantamount to seeking death. He was a disciple of the Dan Wang. Is he that easy to kill? Even if they succeeded, it would be hard to escape. I know, but the organization's mission cannot be refused. If we refuse, we will die. Chao Yang, let's not do it. Let's leave. Yunzhou is so big, no one can find us. At worst, we can leave Yunzhou and live in another state. Xiaofeng, do you think we can escape? You know how deep the organization's waters are. Even the organization is not as strong as Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect. Their reach does not extend to other states. Forget about the organization. Chao Yang, think about the child. What will happen to the child if we die? We are no longer alone, Zhang Ruifeng said. And at that moment, she was completely different from years ago. Without a child, she was a cold-blooded killer, but now she was a mother. Her child was only 2 years old. If they died, the child would surely die as well. It is precisely because of the child that we must do this mission well. 50,000 spirit stones is not a small amount. It is several times what we received for previous tasks. Xiao Yang said. He was unwilling to escape. The two of them actually had no skills. Their skills in alchemy, talismans, and formations were very poor, and that refining shop could hardly earn any money, just enough to eat. But they were cultivators. They needed more than just food. They needed to cultivate. Cultivation requires a significant investment, and now that he had a son, he hoped his son would become a powerful cultivator in the future, and resources would be necessary. Xiao Yang, have you thought about what will happen to the child if we die? I have thought about it. But I am more concerned about what will happen to the child if we have no money. What about you and me? Do you really want to live this bland life forever? What about your brother's revenge, my mother's revenge? Revenge, revenge. All you think about is revenge. Do you know who your enemy is? After so many years of investigation, have you found out who your enemy is? Zhang Ruifeng exploded, shouting angrily at Xiao Yang. And he fell into silence. Zhang Ruifeng was right. He did not know who the enemy was. Years ago, his mother Lu Baixue and Zhang Ruifeng's brother had set up a stall in the market, but were later misled by other loose cultivators to explore the Yunzhong mountain range in search of former cultivators. And they never returned. At that time, Xiao Yang was still at home cultivating and had never seen those people, while Zhang Ruifeng had seen them, but could not find those loose cultivators. The mobility of loose cultivators in Yunzhong City was very high, and it was very likely that their enemies had long since died. Afterward, Xiao Yang went to the Yunzhong mountain range to search for his mother, encountered danger, and met the Dark Knight organization, which took him in. Later, he met Zhang Ruifeng, and they realized there was such a connection. Xiao Feng, don't get worked up. How can I not get worked up? You are my husband. If you die, what will I do? What about the child? But Xiao Yang was at a loss for words. A significant reason he was willing to take on this mission was that he did not want to live such a mundane life. Cultivators really need resources. Only with resources can they improve their cultivation and live a good life. These years of mundane life had made him very depressed, and their savings were running low. If they did not take on missions, in a couple of years, they would not be able to afford food, given the high cost of living in Yunzhong City. Seeing Zhang Ruifeng so excited, Xiao Yang also didn't plan to express these inner thoughts. He was a man, since he was someone else's husband and father. He would bear all of this. Senior Wen, do you want to buy some talismans? Lin Jiang said to the person in front of him, Wen Xing, at the West City Grand Market. You know me? Wen Xing raised an eyebrow, staring at the cultivator selling talismans. Senior Wen is the disciple of Dan Wang Li Ruoxu. Li Ruoxu is a guiding light for us loose cultivators on the path of cultivation. I wonder how many loose cultivators in Yunzhong City don't know Senior. Lin Jiang replied. It was not surprising to know him. It would be strange not to. As a small, obscure loose cultivator, this was the correct response. What's your name? Lin Yang. Lin Yang, do you know Lin Yu? I know several people named Lin Yu, but I don't know which one you mean. Like you. Someone who draws and sells talismans, probably around 50 or 60 years old, maybe even in the foundation establishment stage. Then I don't know him. The Lin Yu I know are all at the Qi refining stage, haven't seen them in a long time, and I don't know if they're alive or dead. I don't know why Senior is looking for this Lin Yu. Fortune does not return home, like a brocade robe in the night. This child teased me back then. So of course, I must take revenge, Wen Xing said. He already knew that it was that Lin Yu who, back then, had called several of his romantic interests to the grand market, leading to his failure in pursuing them. If it hadn't caused such a big uproar, he estimated he wouldn't be in this situation now. Of course, his revenge was not to kill, but to humiliate this person severely. Do you regret not helping me back then? If you had helped me, you would now have a friend in the foundation establishment stage. Maybe you could even have clung to Li Ruox's thigh. Revenge? Then I won't dare to get involved. I'm just a talisman seller, doing a small business, Lin Jiang replied, rolling his eyes internally. Little brat, you still hold grudges. Do you know how many people you've offended? How many goddesses have you ruined? If you weren't currently on Li Ruox's list, you'd have been killed long ago. Don't talisman sellers know how to chat? Senior, please don't involve us small figures in your high-level matters. We can't afford it. How boring. Senior, won't you buy a few talismans? Get lost. All right then. Lin Jiang shut up and watched Wen Xing go to other talisman stalls to chat. Lin Jiang touched his face, relieved that he had specifically practiced disguise techniques. Otherwise, he would have easily been exposed. He thought to himself that he needed to learn more about disguise techniques. After living for so long, it was inevitable to offend a few people, and sometimes one had to be cautious. For someone like him, who constantly changed identities, disguise techniques were crucial. After returning, he would continue to study disguise techniques, aiming to reach a level where no one could recognize him. Chapter 55. Xiao Yang after returning from the grand market. Lin Jiang saw someone standing at the door. The person, upon seeing Lin Jiang return, immediately squeezed out a smile and approached, saying, Daoist Lin, you're back. Liao Daoist. Is there something wrong? Ah, it's my third brother again. Today, while practicing spells in the courtyard, he almost broke your house's defensive formation. I'm here to apologize. Again? Lin Jiang's face darkened. The person in front of him was named Liao Wengui, and he had two brothers, Liao Lianggui and Liao Fugui. The three brothers shared a courtyard next to Lin Jiang's house. In Yunzhong City, small family units like theirs were quite common, compared to outsiders. It felt safer to rely on family. Liao's third brother was a fanatic for cultivation, spending all day either cultivating or practicing. He even set a record of 5 years without eating. only surviving on energy recovery pills. In a martial arts world, that would be considered a martial fanatic. But Lin Jiang preferred to call him the king of cultivation. This guy was just too intense about cultivation. Lin Jiang had seen countless diligent cultivators over the years, but he had never seen anyone so driven. I'm sorry, Taoist Lin. A small token of my appreciation, please don't refuse. Liao Lianggui took out a box of pastries he had made himself. He made a living from selling these pastries at the grand market, and his business was quite good. No need. Just let him be careful in the future and not play like this again. Not everyone is as good-tempered as I am. If he encounters someone with a bad temper, the guard team might just expel him. Lin Jiang's expression turned cold as he did not accept the pastries. He was not one to easily take things from others. Moreover, the actions of Liao's third brother were quite dangerous, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. Repeatedly touching someone else's defensive formation could be seen as an act of aggression and could be reported to the guard team, leading to possible expulsion. Yes. I will definitely educate him well. Thank you, Taoist Lin. Also, one more thing. If he makes a mistake in the future, let your brother come to apologize personally, instead of you, the older brother, coming each time. Lin Jiang said, then walked into his house. He wasn't familiar with the Liao family. They had moved in 6 months ago. He only knew them because Liao Fugui occasionally practiced spells that would attack his house. At night, Lin Jiang was drawing talismans. The rising living expenses also required him to speed up his earning pace, so every night he would work a little extra to draw a couple of talismans before sleeping. Suddenly, Lin Jiang sensed unusual movements outside the door, making him immediately alert. Cultivators' homes did not have cockroaches or mice, as even if they did, they would be detected under the cultivator's divine sense and directly exterminated. Lin Jiang checked himself, wearing all his inner armor, which made him feel much more secure. He then adjusted the position of his storage bag and spirit beast bag, put down his talisman pen, and waited for the guest to arrive. But after an hour, there was still no movement outside, making Lin Jiang a bit restless. Was it just an illusion? You're quite alert. That's good. Just as Lin Jiang was hesitating whether to check outside, a voice came from behind him. Lin Jiang quickly turned around and saw a person standing in front of him. Lin Jiang broke into a cold sweat. Was this the strength of an assassin? If the other party wanted to kill him, he might have already been finished. Chao Yang. It's quite impolite to suddenly barge into my home. It is indeed quite impolite. My wife is very displeased with this. Are you here to kill me? A few years ago, I wanted to kill you, but now I've changed my mind. After all, you saved my wife. My family owes you a favor, Chao Yang said. A few years ago, he had a strong intent to kill Lin Jiang. One reason was that he knew Lin Jiang had money, and the other was that he suspected Lin Jiang was the Jiang Lin from back then. During that time, his mother was doing business at the grand market and had to resort to underhanded tactics due to being alone and helpless, which was a very humiliating situation for someone as proud as Chao Yang. He had punished everyone who had taken advantage of his mother. So what are you here for? You didn't have a fight with your wife and come to hide here, did you? Haha, you're quite interesting. Did I guess right? Wrong. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Chao Yang rolled his eyes, wondering what kind of person this was, thinking of such mundane family matters, without any ambition. You said you would help me with everything, and you know my identity, right? Yes, otherwise how could I save your wife? Well, I am a killer from the Night Organization. I recently took on a big job. If I fail, I will die. Even if I succeed, I have a 50% chance of dying. If I survive, I will have to run away. You wouldn't want to entrust your wife and child to me, would you? Smart. But that might not be possible. Lin Jiang said, young man, are you really not afraid of me doing something treacherous? Is that how you do business? It has to be done, and besides, I won't let you suffer. I will save you once. What do you mean? A family moved in next door 6 months ago. Right? The Liao family, what about them? The Liao family is in cahoots with me. They are also members of the Night Organization, just younger members. Our organization has been lurking for many years, and they are so poor that they are resorting to robbery, planning to kill you. The third son of the Liao family, Liao Fugui, is indeed a cultivation fanatic, but he is not a fool. He pretends to practice secret techniques to test your family's defense formation, while also getting the people around used to the commotion. Chao Yang watched as Lin Jiang slowly spoke, and Lin Jiang's face turned completely ugly. A surge of anger erupted in his heart. After all these years, he has been low-key and kind to others, and yet someone is still targeting him. It's simply outrageous. TSK, such strong killing intent. Not bad, not bad. You have some guts. Thank you. No need. I will help you deal with the Liao family. You should take care of your own matters and seek revenge yourself. Haha, that's also my business. Their other task is to monitor me. So helping you is just a side task. No need to thank me too much. I have one more question. You, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, are entrusting your family to me, a chi refining stage cultivator. Are you really at ease? Your wife is even more powerful than I am. Haha, Lin Yang. Guess how many times I have been to your house? You. Lin Jiang was stunned. How could he have forgotten this? This guy must know quite a few of his secrets, such as the big and small sand sculptures. What's the rush? I'm not exposing you. You're ruthless. I'm a straightforward person. My wife is no longer as decisive as before. Having a child changes everything. No matter whether I run or die. You must take good care of them. Otherwise, the He family will get the news, and you will die. Chao Yang said, revealing Lin Jiang's identity. The Aurora falcon is very special. Very few people in Yuncheng City would raise them, and raising two is even rarer. A little investigation would reveal that He Yunwei, the young master of the He family, was killed years ago. All right, I promise you this. I guarantee that if it's a foundation establishment stage cultivator, even in the later stages, I have the ability to protect myself in a direct confrontation. Lin Jiang immediately said, but this statement was also ambiguous. What does direct confrontation mean? What does self-protection mean? No explanation. Then it's settled. I will leave first. Wait a minute. Is there anything else? I want to ask. How did you break through my family's defense formation? My control token didn't respond. Does the Liao family have this capability? There is a very special spirit tool called the array breaking cone, which requires very special materials and refining techniques. This array breaking cone can cut a small hole in formations below the second grade high quality, and as long as the time is short, the formation won't react. How is it refined? What materials are needed? I don't know. I got it by accident. The Liao family doesn't have this capability, so don't worry. They're just small fry. Thank you. Lin Jiang cupped his hands in thanks, noting down this name. He would need to get one when he had the chance. It is an essential tool for home defense and travel. Xiao Yang smiled, then walked out of the room. He drew a line on the formation, and indeed, a gap appeared. Xiao Yang jumped through the gap into the next door. The Liao family really thinks I am a soft persimmon that anyone can target? Lin Jiang looked at the left side, coldly saying in his heart. He hated this feeling of being targeted. Someone had been watching him for so long that he had not dared to relax for years, always keeping his nerves tight, and now it was happening again? Sand sculptures. Come out for dinner. Lin Jiang summoned the big and small sand sculptures, feeding them the fragments of demon cores. He hadn't fed them before because he was afraid they would advance again and he wouldn't be able to afford to raise them. Now, however, he needed them to increase their strength for self-protection. Demon cores have a fatal attraction for demon beasts, and the big and small sand sculptures devoured them one by one, swallowing them in an instant. Lin Jiang waited for half an hour, but did not see them fall asleep, feeling relieved. He was really afraid they would fall into a deep sleep again. If they slept for a few years, the food would be cold, and the grass on his grave would probably be several feet high. However, the next day, Lin Jiang discovered that the big and small sand sculptures could no longer eat. He guessed that the energy of the demon cores was too strong and had filled them up. This was also good, as it could save him some food expenses. Chapter 56, Assassination Friend, please hold on. One day, just as Lin Jiang stepped out, he heard a voice coming from behind, startling him so much that he not only didn't stop, but quickened his pace. Friend, please hold on. This phrase was too frightening. Friend, friend. The person behind called several times, hurriedly catching up and blocking Lin Jiang. This friend, may I ask what business you have? Hello, my name is Jiang Jingzhou, and I am the landlord of this number 18 courtyard. I wonder if you have seen the tenants of number 18? I come and go at odd hours, so I rarely see them. Are you looking for them for something? Lin Jiang sized up the person in front of him. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, a rare fat man in the cultivation world, appearing quite honest, or rather, he looked wealthy. I am their landlord. We agreed that they would pay the rent 2 days ago, but I didn't see anyone yesterday or today. It's troubling. Did you knock on the door? I've almost knocked the door down. No one responded. I don't know if they ran away. Sigh, there are rules in the city. Even if the rent is overdue for half a month, the landlord cannot break in. Otherwise, I might be losing half a month of rent for free. Jiang Jingzhong said with distress. Cultivators often enter closed-door training, and when they do, they truly lose touch with the outside world. In the past, there have been cases where tenants entered closed-door training and missed the rent deadline, leading landlords to break in and causing the tenants to go berserk. Therefore, Yuncheng City specifically established rules that even when the rent is due, landlords cannot break in within half a month. Otherwise, they take full responsibility for the consequences. If half a month passes and the tenant still does not appear, landlords have the right to break in and reclaim the house. At that point, even if there are losses, the tenant is responsible. Friend Jiang, renting out houses in the city is also respectable. It's just half a month. You can let them make it up later. Lin Jiang casually said, but his heart was stirred. He carefully recalled that there had indeed been no movement from next door in the past 2 days, and Xiao Yang had come to find him 3 days ago. Does that mean that Xiao Yang killed them all the same night? But Lin Jiang didn't hear any commotion at all. Just how strong is Xiao Yang? You say it's simple, but being a landlord is tough. I have 3 wives, 8 concubines, and 18 children relying on this rent to survive. What can I do? Cough. Cough. Friend, I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave. As soon as Lin Jiang heard this, his scalp went numb. Wow. There are also people showing off wealth in Yuncheng City. You don't even give 50 for a meal. Why should I give you the opportunity to show off? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Hey friend, don't go. I haven't even mentioned my pet yet. Jiang Jingzhong shouted from behind Lin Jiang. What kind of person are you? So rude. Not even waiting for someone to finish speaking. How would you know how rich I am if I don't finish? The Bank of China and the Cloud Sword sect each occupy one end of the Yunzhong mountain range, and the mountain gates of the sects naturally occupy the best land. Surrounding the mountain gates are the affiliated forces of each sect. These affiliates have intricate relationships with the 2 major sects, mostly created by disciples of the sects. And the Nalan family is one such example. At this moment, at the Nalan family's mountain gate, Nalanda and several high-ranking members of the Nalan family are respectfully seeing off Li Ruoxu, and Wenxing Li Ruoxu, known as the Dan King, is unmatched in alchemy throughout the entire Yunzhou, so the Bank of China also treats him as a guest of honor, and the Nalan family cannot afford to offend him. There's no need for you to see me off, Elder Nalan. I can walk to the mountain gate myself, Li Ruoxu said with a smile. While Nalanda wore a face of discomfort. Today, Li Ruoxu came to embarrass them. He claimed to be visiting the Nalan family, but brought Wenxing along. Wenxing was the one who had abducted Nalan family women and stolen their treasures, and the bounty the Nalan family had placed on him had only recently been lifted. But what could Lin Jiang do? Even the ancestor of the Bank of China had to treat Li Ruoxu with politeness, hoping that Li Ruoxu could refine the elixirs needed for the transformation stage. Since Senior Li has given an order, then I will no longer see you off. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit the Nalan family, Nalanda said. Haha, I will definitely come, Li Ruoxu laughed. After a brief exchange, Li Ruoxu left with Wenxing. How was it? Did you win enough today? On the way, Li Ruoxu asked Wenxing. He was extremely good to Wenxing. And theoretically, the Nalan family was not weak. Nalanda was very likely to break through to the nascent soul stage and become a powerful elder of the Bank of China. He would not casually offend such a person, but for Wenxing, he had deliberately come to annoy them. If the Nalan family's strength had been even a bit stronger, there would have been a fight today. I feel comfortable, but Yenner is still missing, and there's no news about the 5 elements gold fruit. The stigma on me has not been washed away, Wenxing replied. I truly have no way around this. We've looked for Nalan Yin for a long time, and I have even asked many friends for help, but there has been no news. They all knew in their hearts that Nalan Yin was likely in grave danger. Despite being a little genius of the Nalan family, she had zero experience in the martial world, making her a prime target for bandits. Once killed, her body could be tossed into any valley, and no one would find her. I know it's difficult for you, Master. Let us just forget about this and turn the page, Wenxing said. He accurately gauged Li Ruoxu's feelings. Although Li Ruoxu would grant him any request, he knew he could not go too far and decided to hold back. That's good. With the grievances of Yunzhou City settled, it's time for you to return to your training. You also need to marry Sienner, Li Ruoxu said. This time, he brought Wenxing back to Yunzhou City to settle Wenxing's worldly desires and to bring closure to the past. Wenxing agreed that after completing these matters, he would marry Li Ruoxu's daughter, Li Sienner, and inherit Li Ruoxu's teachings. What Master says is true. I still have a few small matters to take care of before I go with you, Wenxing replied. What matters? I have a few old acquaintances living in the Yunzhou mountain range that I want to visit. Don't tell me they are those past romantic interests of yours. Master, a good horse never turns back to eat the grass behind it. Those women are merely superficial. How could I go looking for them again? While I was in Yunzhou City, I did have a few close friends who took care of me. Now that I have some abilities, I naturally want to give back a little, Wenxing said. In fact, he was wrongly suspected. He was not going to look for past romantic interests, as he knew Li Ruoxu's bottom line and would never do such foolish things again. He did have a few friends from when he was weak, who did not look down on him, and he wanted to visit and support them, as they might be useful in the future. All right. Do you want your master to accompany you? No need. There are no Golden Dan stage cultivators in the Yunzhou mountain range, and ordinary foundation establishment cultivators are not my match, Wenxing replied. The spiritual veins in the Yunzhou mountain range were not high level. Golden Dan stage cultivators looked down on living there. Most were in Yunzhou City or outside of it, making it a gathering place for foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators. With his current abilities, as long as he did not encounter multiple late foundation establishment cultivators attacking him at once, he would be fine. Good. I will wait for you in Yunzhou City and give you 2 days' time, Li Ruoxu nodded. He had given Wenxing many treasures and elixirs, and there were indeed not many people in the foundation establishment stage who could threaten him. The two then parted ways, with Li Ruoxu returning to Yunzhou City, while Wenxing flew towards the middle section of the Yunzhou mountain range, where he saw many cultivator caves along the way. Looking at these caves, Wenxing recalled that his past dream was to occupy a piece of land here, marry 10 or 8 wives, and live a small life. It's impossible to go back now, Wenxing finally sighed. The past was like smoke, and he could not return. He had chosen Li Ruoxu, and it was not without cost. For instance, his daughter, who was of average looks but had a big temper, would be his only woman in the future. For the sake of a single tree, he had already given up the entire forest. Wenxing had contacted his friends a few days ago, and had even had drinks in Yunzhou City, promising to visit their home. And he had a general idea of their location. Brother Zhou, I'm here. After a moment, Wenxing landed in front of a valley and called out loudly. Before long, a ripple appeared in the valley, and a large man walked out from a light circle. Brother, when you've come in quickly. Haha, I definitely came as promised. Brother Zhou, it looks like you're living well. Wenxing walked into the valley, which looked completely different from the outside world. The entire valley had been cultivated. The hills were covered with flowers and grasses, and groups of bees were collecting honey. On the flat ground of the valley, there were some spiritual grains planted, but not many. More were low-level spiritual herbs. This is how lower-level loose cultivators are. They try every means to make and save money. The spiritual grains are for their own consumption, while the spiritual herbs and honey are sold for resources. If that is still not enough, They have to go out and risk their lives to earn money. What is the value of these? It would be better if Brother Wen refined a furnace of pills for me. By the way, can you help me get a foundation establishment pill? The foundation establishment pills in Yunzhong City are really expensive. I'm already 52 this year, and if I don't break through soon, I might not have another chance. The foundation establishment pill is a second-tier high-quality elixir, and I still can't refine it. I also don't want to trouble my master too much. However, I can promise you this matter, and at that time, I will ask my senior brother to help. I will only charge you the cost price, Wen Xing said. He had a high talent for alchemy, but had not yet reached the level of refining second-tier high-quality elixirs. However, Li Ruoxu had more than one disciple. He also had senior brothers. Thank you so much, Brother Wen. Quickly, bring out the food and the good wine I've hidden. Upon hearing this, the loose cultivator named Zhou was overjoyed and shouted into the house. Soon, someone inside responded. Outside, there was a stone table, and a woman brought out dishes, which were quite sumptuous. The spiritual wine that Zhou had hidden was also brought out. It was not high-end spiritual wine, but it was quite tasty. Wen Xing had no airs about him, and the two sat down to eat and drink while reminiscing about their past in Yunzhong City, which was quite nostalgic. Who could have thought that a loose cultivator would have come this far? Not only had he survived the pursuit of the Nalen family, but he had also established his foundation and gained a powerful backing, making others envious. After more than 2 hours of eating and drinking, Wen Xing used his magic to disperse the alcohol in his system, stood up to take his leave, as he still had other friends to visit. The Zhou surname loose cultivator did not insist on keeping him, sending Wen Xing out of the valley. Wen Xing also left behind a storage bag, containing a gift he had given to the Zhou surname loose cultivator. Under the reluctant gaze of the Zhou surname loose cultivator, Wen Xing flew away on his sword, and a moment later, arrived at a cave dwelling more than 10 miles away. Wen Xing called out a few names of friends, but what greeted him was a flash of cold light. Chapter 57. Wen Xing is stabbed. Professional assassins and part-time assassins are completely different. In Yunzhong City, there are many part-time assassins who may be a clerk at a certain business during the day or a loose cultivator selling goods by the roadside, taking on temporary jobs. On the other hand, professional assassins train their skills and secret techniques specifically for assassination, focusing on stealth and speed, aiming for a one-hit kill. Chao Yang is one of the strongest assassins at the Foundation Establishment stage in the Dark Knight organization, with no fewer than 20 Foundation Establishment targets killed by his hand. And his assassination techniques are extremely skilled. He knows that Wen Xing has climbed up the ranks and must have protective treasures on him. So he deliberately came to lie in wait, launching a full-force attack the moment he strikes. Wen Xing's reaction was already extremely fast, but ultimately he was a step too slow. As the cold light flew towards him, he wanted to dodge, but the cold light appeared before his throat. At the moment the dagger was about to touch his throat, a red light burst forth from Wen Xing, forming a protective shield. Although the dagger pierced the shield, it lost most of its power, and the angle was already off, causing the blade to cut through Wen Xing's neck. Instinctively, Wen Xing used a fist technique, hitting the assassin, and using that force, he retreated more than 10 steps, pulling out a powder from his storage bag and applying it to his neck. At this time, blood was already spurting from his neck, but as the powder was applied, the bleeding immediately reduced, while the assassin Chao Yang had already disappeared from sight. What a powerful concealment technique! Wen Xing expanded his divine sense, searching the surroundings inch by inch, but did not find the assassin's hiding place. He couldn't help but gasp. Realizing he had encountered a tough opponent today, Wen Xing dared not move at all, not even to grab a weapon, fearing that any movement would reveal a flaw, inviting another deadly strike from the assassin. Time seemed to freeze here. Each passing second felt extremely difficult. Wen Xing's divine sense had already touched the storage bag, but he did not dare to move, only keeping his nerves taut as he watched everything around him. Suddenly, the assassin Chao Yang launched another attack. A fire dragon appeared in the air, spitting towards Wen Xing. Faced with the incoming fire dragon, Wen Xing's expression changed drastically, and he immediately moved to the left. At that moment, the cold light appeared on his right side, cutting through his arm. Taking this opportunity, he pulled out his flying sword and shield, channeling his spiritual energy, causing the shield to multiply into 4, protecting him from all sides. My friend, I don't know who one has offended, for you to strike so fiercely. Wen Xing sighed in relief as the shield protected him, speaking to the empty surroundings, but received no response. My friend must also be seeking wealth. Why not negotiate? I can pay for my life. Name your price. How about 30,000 spirit stones? 50,000? 100,000? Seeing that the other party remained silent, Wen Xing gradually raised the price, knowing that 100,000 was certainly not a small sum. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator earns about that much in a year, and without any industry or skills in alchemy, talismans, or formations, it's only about 10,000 spirit stones. Chao Yang, hidden in the darkness, remained unmoved by Wen Xing's offer. As a professional assassin, he had been trained for this type of situation. If his will could be easily shaken, he would have already died rather than become an outstanding assassin in the Dark Knight organization. Chao Yang was like a hunting cheetah, waiting for his prey to reveal a flaw, and any slight negligence could become an opening in his eyes. Seeing that the assassin was unmoved, Wen Xing cursed inwardly. His storage bag actually contained a lot of treasures, which was why he had previously told Li Ruoxu that he was not afraid of late Foundation establishment cultivators. But now he had treasures without the opportunity to use them. He did not know where the enemy was, but he could feel the sharp killing intent, making him afraid to make any rash movements. As time passed, the wound on his neck had scabbed over and healed significantly. The pills made by Pill King Li Ruoxu were not just for show, but the wound on his arm was still bleeding, dripping onto the ground and forming a small puddle. Wenxing felt his entire arm growing numb. Desperate, realizing that continuing to stalemate would only be increasingly disadvantageous for him, Wenxing suddenly steeled his heart. He connected his divine sense to the storage bag and quickly drew out dozens of first-grade high-level talismans, activating them in all directions. Boom. 7 or 8 types of talismans had different attack methods, and at that moment, Chao Yang also moved. He activated a golden light talisman, using the golden light produced by the talisman to conceal his figure, quietly approaching Wenxing's side. Bang! The dagger in his hand directly pierced through Wenxing's shield, then plunged into Wenxing's chest. He succeeded. Chao Yang felt a surge of joy. The sensation of the dagger piercing flesh was unmistakable. However, in the next second, a feeling of dread rose within him. His face changed drastically as he hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy, trying to retreat quickly. But it was too late. Wenxing let out a sinister laugh and shouted, "Heart-prompting Thunder Talisman." Boom. The second-grade high-level heart-prompting Thunder Talisman hit Chao Yang solidly, sending him flying like a cannonball, landing heavily on the ground about 70 to 80 meters away. But at the moment he landed, Chao Yang still managed to roll over and jump up, then shot straight away into the distance. Trying to run? No way. Wenxing endured the excruciating pain, activating his flying sword, slashing out with it. And the flying sword transformed into a beam of sword light, directly cutting Chao Yang down from the air. Puffed. Chao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Having already been heavily injured by the heart-prompting Thunder Talisman, he had been using secret methods to suppress his injuries. Now, with the sword light slash, he could no longer contain his injuries, feeling a chill throughout his body, reminiscent of that winter when he was 7 years old. That year, his father was gravely injured, and the family lost their income. His mother had to go out and hustle, leaving him at home to take care of his father. But the weather suddenly changed, and snow began to fall from the clear sky. By the time his mother returned, he had nearly frozen to death. That feeling of cold was something he would never forget. "Who are you?" Wenxing walked over to Chao Yang's side, removing the mask from his face. Wenxing did not recognize him. At this point, Chao Yang was breathing more out than in, wanting to speak, but only black blood was spewing out. "With an alchemist present, you won't die," Wenxing sneered, pulling out a pill from his storage bag and stuffing it into Chao Yang's mouth, using some spiritual energy to guide the pill into his stomach. This pill is called 5 Spirit Restoration Pill, a third-grade high-level pill worth 80,000 spirit stones. "You won't die so easily. Consider yourself lucky," Wenxing said to Chao Yang. He did not know who the assassin was, but he knew that this person was definitely skilled among assassins. He wanted to capture him and interrogate him slowly to find out the mastermind behind it all. Since there were enemies, they had to be eliminated completely, leaving no future troubles. Chao Yang's injuries began to stabilize, and his gaze fell on Wenxing's chest, filled with disbelief. How could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, even with a heart injury, still survive? As far as he knew, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't last long if their heart was destroyed. Wenxing followed Chao Yang's gaze to his own chest, smiled, and then used magic to pull out the dagger. Without the dagger, blood did not gush out. Instead, a white light appeared. Amidst the spreading white light, Wenxing's wound rapidly healed. "You probably haven't seen it, and I haven't either. My master said that the pill inside me is called the Everlasting Life Pill, a 6th-grade pill. As long as I am not torn apart by 5 horses, I won't die." Even the Yuan Ing ancestors of the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect came to seek this pill, but he didn't give it away. Wenxing said with a smile. Li Ruoxu was truly willing to invest heavily in him. Such a 6th-grade pill is invaluable, and even Yuan Ing cultivators would covet it. Yet he kept it for himself. Huh. Chao Yang looked desperate. Even if Wenxing had a little bit of a powerful backer, he would have been doomed today. But who would have thought he was supported by the pill king Li Ruoxu? Such a pill shouldn't even be in the hands of someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Now, all he could do was to die and protect his family. As long as he was dead, the Dark Knight organization wouldn't trouble his family, and Wenxing wouldn't know his identity. Wanting to die isn't that easy. Chao Yang sneered. He knew the assassin wanted to shatter his meridians to commit suicide. But being seriously injured, he couldn't muster even a bit of spiritual power. Chao Yang still didn't feel reassured and personally sealed his Dantian meridians. After a short rest, the wounds on Chao Yang's body were no longer visible. Although not fully healed, they were mostly okay, and he carried Chao Yang as he flew towards Yunzhong City. Wenxing was also relieved that there was only one assassin. If another had come, he might have been in trouble. This place was not far from Yunzhong City. In less than half an hour, Wenxing arrived outside the city. Carrying such a bloody person, the city guards naturally wouldn't let him in. Chao Yang didn't force his way in either. Even if the 2 major sects gave his master face, they couldn't break the established rules. He had already sent a message, and Li Ruoxu would come out. Soon, Li Ruoxu came out, and Wenxing immediately said, "Master, I was attacked and fortunately captured the assassin. Please help your disciple. Wen Xing's voice was filled with a sob, making Li Ruoxu both heartbroken and pained. This disciple really knew how to get into trouble. But when Li Ruoxu's divine sense swept over the assassin, he frowned. Wen Xing also saw Li Ruoxu's expression and realized something was wrong. He quickly lifted the assassin, only to be stunned. The assassin was already dead. How could this be? I gave him the 5-spirit recovery pill, and I sealed his meridians. Wen Xing shouted. How could he die? The pill isn't given for free, right? My master wouldn't give me fake goods, would he? He's a man, Li Ruoxu sighed, reaching out to reveal the assassin's clothing, exposing a gruesome abdomen, with his internal organs shattered. This. Wen Xing instantly understood what had happened. His Thunderheart talismans had struck the assassin's abdomen, but they definitely hadn't shattered his internal organs. It was during the return journey that the assassin had reached in through the abdominal wound and crushed his own internal organs, and he hadn't made a sound throughout the process. Chapter 58. Orphan and Widow in the southern city of Yunzhong. Lin Jiang knocked on a door, and Zhang Ruifang welcomed him inside. Upon seeing Lin Jiang's expression, Zhang Ruifang's face fell. It seems you have guessed the result. Yes, can you help me with something? I can't. I know what you want to do. If I help, everything we've done before will be in vain, Lin Jiang said. He knew Zhang Ruifang wanted him to help collect Chao Yang's corpse. Today, Lin Jiang had received news in the market that Wen Xing, the disciple of Pill King Li Ruoxu, had been attacked in the Yunzhong mountain range. Wen Xing had been injured but managed to kill the assassin, who was Chao Yang. A few days ago, Lin Jiang had moved Zhang Ruifang and her daughter to the southern city. Thus on the surface, they had no connection. At most, they were just ordinary neighbors. If Lin Jiang helped collect the corpse, the suspicion would be significant. I can't bear for him to be left to rot in the wilderness. There are specialized corpse collecting teams in the city. I will help you keep an eye on it. In a few months, we can collect the corpse. If we go now, everyone will die, Lin Jiang said. Many people died daily in Yunzhong City, and there was a mass grave outside the city where unclaimed bodies were dumped. Chao Yang's assassination of Wen Xing was a significant matter. It would be easy to investigate later. I understand. Thank you. No need. Chao Yang helped me. This is just returning a favor, Lin Jiang said. He was already certain that the entire Liao family had been killed by Chao Yang. After Jiang Jingzhong disappeared from the Liao family for half a month, he broke in to find chaos inside, bloodstains, signs of a struggle, but no corpses. They must have been destroyed. This was indeed a debt Lin Jiang owed Chao Yang. If it weren't for Chao Yang's reminder, Lin Jiang's situation would have been perilous. Once the Liao family took action, life or death would be uncertain. I also owe you a favor. You can repay it slowly. I've bought you supplies for 3 months. Don't go out during this time. Stay at home. And if you need anything, send me a message talisman. Let's avoid this trouble for now. I know. You need to be careful too. Your beast pet can't be used in the city. Be wary of the Dark Knight organization. Is your organization still after you? Lin Jiang frowned. Shouldn't they be guarding against Wen Xing's revenge? Why did they also have to guard against the Dark Knight organization? I am one with Chao Yang. Assassinations and such are all together. After I gave birth to the child, I didn't want to be an assassin anymore and intended to withdraw from the Dark Knight organization. But they won't let me go. Every assassin is someone they have invested heavily in training. They are sold to the organization until death. Therefore, the Dark Knight organization won't let me go, and even my child may be taken by them. If they have spiritual roots, they will become the next generation of assassins. Why would you join such a heartless organization? Lin Jiang asked. This Dark Knight organization is truly despicable. Even capitalists would weep at the thought of it. They spend money to train assassins, only to have them work to death, and even the children of the assassins must become theirs. No capitalist can compare to them. It's dark, really dark. If it weren't for a lack of options, who would join such a one-way organization? After Chao Yang's mother died, their family assets were seized, and his father died as a result, leaving them homeless. After my brother died, I still had a home, but my family was like a fierce tiger, wanting to devour people. My family has many mouths to feed, and resources must be provided to those with good qualifications for cultivation. For every spirit stone I earn, they take one, and in the end, they want to sell me off just because I have spiritual roots, marrying me off to other cultivators to easily give birth to children with spiritual roots. I want to find my brother to collect his corpse, but they are unwilling. They fear that if I go, I will die, losing the money for nothing. When we joined the Dark Knight organization, we knew the consequences, but we had no choice. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? This has nothing to do with you. It reminds you of painful memories. All that is in the past. A few years ago, I might have been sad or angry, but now that I have a child, I have hope. You don't understand this feeling unless you are a parent. I really don't understand. So live well for your child. With your cultivation level, avoid this trouble, go to remote places, far from big cities. And it will be enough for you and your child to live worry-free for a lifetime, Lin Jiang said. In Yunzhong City, someone at the foundation establishment stage is nothing, but in remote areas, like where the Lin family used to be, someone at the foundation establishment stage is a considerable expert. Occupying a piece of spiritual mountain, managing it well, though becoming incredibly wealthy is impossible, at least they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for their entire lives. Let's survive first. The Dark Knight organization's waters run deep, and there are powerful figures backing them. Okay, Lin Jiang said, feeling very down. Not only had he heard about Zhang Ruifang's tragic past, but he was also involved in this matter and might face very powerful enemies. This is something Lin Jiang doesn't want to encounter. He just wants to quietly cultivate and not offend anyone. Is anyone there? In the West City, at Lin Jiang's residence. Someone is knocking at the door, just as Lin Jiang returns from the bustling market. Oh, it's you, Senior Wen. Lin Jiang sees Wen Xing standing at his door, forcing a smile and saying, "You live here?" "Yes, Senior." "Do you know the people living next door?" "Yes, a family of 3. "Do you know where they are now?" "I don't know. I'm not very familiar with them. Just acquaintances. We only meet once every 3 to 5 days. May I ask if Senior has something to discuss?" "I feel like you're lying to me," Wen Xing said. He also doesn't believe in such coincidences. The talisman vendor he met at the bustling market lives next to the assassin who tried to kill him. "Senior, I have no grievances with you. Why would I lie? There is no benefit in it." "That's true. Then tell me, what do they usually do?" "How would I know? I only see them once every 3 to 5 days. I just know the woman next door often goes to the bustling market to buy groceries. She's a married woman. I can't just strike up a conversation with her." "Is that so?" Wen Xing felt a bit displeased, sensing that this person was implying something about him, which he used to enjoy doing. "Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'm hungry and need to cook," Lin Jiang said, lifting the things in his hand. He helped Zhang Ruifang buy supplies. And if he didn't bring something home, it would look strange. Wen Xing glanced at it and was about to let Lin Jiang go, but at that moment, Li Ruoxu's voice appeared in his ear, saying, "Disciple, this person has disguised himself. Be careful." "Wait." Wen Xing immediately shouted. "Senior, is there something else? Why don't you dare show your true face?" "Senior, what does this mean? I don't understand. Still playing dumb? Don't think I wouldn't know just because you disguised yourself. You're an assassin too, right? What does it matter to you whether I've disguised myself? Just saying I'm an assassin doesn't make me one. Do you have evidence?" "Humph, what evidence do I need?" Wen Xing said arrogantly. This time, when he was ambushed in the Yunzhong mountain range, he almost died. If it weren't for Li Ruoxu giving him treasures, he would already be dead. Therefore, he would never let this matter go easily, even if it meant offending someone. "You." Lin Jiang felt extremely displeased with Wen Xing's domineering attitude, staring coldly at him. If Wen Xing were to make a move, he would also go all out, without using his sand sculptures. He could still defend himself against someone in the foundation establishment stage. "Little brother, I am Li Ruoxu. Why not give me some face?" At this moment, Li Ruoxu's voice echoed in both their ears, and Lin Jiang felt an extremely powerful divine sense locking onto him, making him extremely alarmed. Just a single divine sense made Lin Jiang feel overwhelmed. "Senior Dan Wang, I wonder what guidance you have?" Lin Jiang desperately suppressed the impulse to kneel and worship. Even though the other party was Dan Wang, he was unwilling to submit. "Let my disciple take a look at your true face to avoid conflict. If it comes to a fight, you will be the one to suffer," Li Ruoxu said. Though he did not appear, he was teaching Wen Xing how to conduct himself. In Yunzhong City, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Doing things requires skill. "All right," Lin Jiang agreed. Then Lin Jiang cast a spell, restoring his original appearance. He wasn't afraid of Wen Xing recognizing him because when they first met, he went by Lin Yu, and his appearance was also disguised. Now he was restoring himself to Lin Jiang's likeness. If Zhang Ruifang were here, she would be able to recognize him. "So young, no wonder you had to disguise yourself." Wen Xing looked at Lin Jiang, who still retained the appearance of a 17-year-old, and thought he looked quite young. Given Lin Jiang's cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refining, Wen Xing felt there was a reason for Lin Jiang to disguise himself. "I offended someone outside and had to disguise myself. I hope Senior can understand. Let him go. He is not one of the Dark Knight people." Li Ruoxu's voice came again. In this brief moment, he had already sketched Lin Jiang's appearance. He had high-ranking members of Yunzhong City confirm that he was not from the Dark Knight organization. "You can leave now." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Jiang cupped his hands and then walked into his home, closing the door and sealing the formation, his face dark with gloom. Dan Wang, Li Ruoxu, Wen Xing. "I will remember this debt. Right now, my cultivation is not as good as yours, but 100 years from now, I will definitely dance on your graves." Lin Jiang cursed in his heart. Being stopped in the street and forcibly required to reveal his appearance was the most typical humiliation. Most people would consider it a great disgrace, especially Lin Jiang. Right now, he was not their match, but 100 years from now, he would definitely seek to reclaim his dignity. Chapter 59. Not everyone can bully me. In the west city of Yunzhong City, after venting his anger, Lin Jiang gradually calmed down. Without strength, anger is just futile rage. He had passed the first hurdle with Wen Xing and Li Ruoxu. They wouldn't suspect him again in the short term unless there was solid evidence. The second hurdle was the Dark Knight organization. The Dark Knight organization is not so easy to fool. The key is that they don't care about evidence. They will act as long as they feel something is off. Lin Jiang analyzed carefully. For now, he didn't need to worry about Wen Xing. He was safe. But the Dark Knight organization, that was an unpredictable group. They wouldn't listen to your nonsense. Lin Jiang was worried that the Dark Knight organization would send out experts. According to Zhang Ruifang, the Dark Knight's waters run deep, with several Golden Core ancestors. Golden Core ancestors are not that cheap. Using Golden Core to deal with someone in the Qi refinement stage is overkill. Besides, With two major sects watching, they wouldn't have the guts to show their faces recklessly. If I really end up that unlucky, what can I do? Lin Jiang finally comforted himself. If he were really that unlucky, what could he do? He couldn't fight back or escape. In the West City, at a small tea stall, Han Chunming was extremely angry. He had drunk a belly full of tea, but his target still hadn't shown up. Damn it. Is this kid not cut out for business? Why isn't he out yet? Han Chunming thought to himself. Across from him lived a loose cultivator named Lin Jiang, who was the target of his current task. However, he wasn't there to kill, he was there to investigate. Lin Yang's neighbors on both sides were members of their Dark Knight organization. The family on the left, surnamed Liao, suddenly disappeared, their lives or deaths unknown. The organization was very angry. It was better if they were dead rather than having escaped. Otherwise, if caught, it would mean death. The couple on his right were also members of their organization. The man, named Chao Yang, was one of the Dark Knight organization's most outstanding assassins in nearly 20 years. Since the beginning of his qi refining stage, he had never missed a target. But now he had. His wife was also a very capable assassin, ranking among the top 10 in Chao Yang's cohort. After Chao Yang's death, his wife also vanished. The organization despises deserters. It takes a lot of time, energy, and spirit stones to train an assassin. If an assassin doesn't earn back for the organization, how can the organization survive? They would go bankrupt. Moreover, if everyone behaved like that and fled at the slightest provocation, the organization wouldn't be able to survive. The organization is ruthless towards deserters. With incidents happening to their members on both sides, they must investigate. Hence, Lin Jiang entered the organization's sights, and they dispatched him to investigate. After lying in wait for several days, Han Chunming was filled with anger. In his view, Lin Jiang was just a recluse, going out only to sell a few talismans and refusing to leave his house, making it impossible for him to take action. Finally, he came out. Han Chunming saw the formation around the target's residence flickering and his heart stirred. He casually tossed a few spirit beads and quickly made his way to the front of the target's residence. Don't move. As soon as Lin Jiang stepped out, a person appeared beside him. Lin Jiang felt something sharp pressed against his waist, and thinking of his own safety, he chose to stay still. Who are you? Kidnapping someone in Yuncheng City is a death penalty. Less nonsense, get inside. All right, but take it easy, don't hurt my kidneys. Lin Jiang nodded and retreated back inside, with Han Chunming following him in. He then closed the door, sealing the formation. Friend, if it's for money, take my storage bag. If it's for something else, I'm not good looking. If you take the spirit stones, turn left to Ingchun Tower, right to Baiwa Tower. The fairies inside are very pretty and enticing. You. Han Chunming was so angry, he almost laughed. What kind of person was this? Unfortunately, he had a mission, or else he would have loved to discuss whether the fairies from Ingchun Tower were more enticing or the ones from Baiwa Tower were more delicate. What? Aren't you here to rob me? You, a qi refinement stage cultivator. How many spirit stones can you have? Less nonsense. I ask, you answer. If I get the answer I want, I'll let you go. If you try to be slippery, I'll take your life. Han Chunming glanced at Lin Jiang, pausing for 2 seconds on his storage bag. First, he would do his task, then he could rob him later. After all, it would all belong to him. Ask away. I will definitely speak without reservation. Do you know where the person next door went? Left, right, or behind? First, let's talk about the left. You mean Liao Daoyou's family? I don't know. His landlord has been urging him for a long time, but hasn't he seen him? In the end, they broke the door, but didn't find him. Probably couldn't he afford the rent and ran away. Ran away? I'm not sure. The landlord next door said he was very angry, saying he hadn't received the rent and couldn't support his 3 wives, 8 concubines, 18 children, and over 20. Stop. What nonsense. Han Chunming was furious. I asked you where the person next door went. Why are you talking about the landlord? In Yuncheng City, 9 out of 10 landlords are not to be messed with. They are all connected to the 2 major sections. Fine, I won't say more. Do you have any other questions? What about your neighbor on the right? I don't know. You've been neighbors for years, and you don't know anything? I really don't know. I don't go out every day. What do you do at home all day? Eat, sleep, and play with beans. Play with beans? What the hell? Be honest with me. I'm being honest. Aren't I? Whatever you ask, I answer. I really don't know where the neighbors went. They have nothing to do with me, and they didn't pay me. Damn it, what a useless person. Han Chunming was furious. After lying in wait for several days, he ended up with such a useless person? Have you finished asking, senior? I'm done. Hand over the storage bag. All right, but can I ask you for a favor? Kid, if you want me to spare you, stop with the nonsense. I'm someone who kills without blinking. No, I want to borrow something from you. Uft, are you out of your mind? What could I possibly lend you? Just your head, so people know I'm not someone to mess with. Don't think anyone can come and bully me. Lin Jiang answered honestly. But his hands were not idle. Before he finished speaking, Lin Jiang had already taken action. With a thought, the spirit beast bag opened, and the 2 sand sculptures transformed into a white light, rushing towards the man in front of him. Lin Jiang himself also struck out with a palm. Using the exploding yuan technique, a massive palm print crashing towards the opponent. Han Chunming's expression changed drastically, and he thrust his dagger out, but halfway through, he felt a pain in his hand, and the dagger fell to the ground. Boom. The palm print sent him flying, slamming against the wall, nearly stuck there. while the two sand sculptures moved in to deliver the final blow, creating a gaping hole. Han Chunming never expected that a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator could unleash a palm print with the power of an early foundation establishment stage. Along with two mid-second tier beast pets. I told you, I'm not someone to bully. Still don't believe it? Just wanted to borrow your head. Lin Jiang shook his head and directly decapitated him, placing his head in the center of the house. Coincidentally, today was his moving day. He could no longer use Lin Yang's identity and had rented a new place under another alias. What a pity, this house still had half a year's rent left. In the end, Lin Jiang left with a heavy heart, thinking about the wasted half a year's rent. That was a lot of spirit stones. The Dark Knight organization truly deserved to be cursed. Chapter 60, The Path of Survival. Boom. A large hole appeared in the wall under Lin Jiang's punch, merging the two courtyards, making it look much more spacious. Lin Jiang walked out through the hole, and Zhang Ruifang's daughter, Chao Ying, saw him and smiled, opening her arms for a hug. She really liked this Uncle Lin Jiang because he always brought her delicious food. Lin Jiang picked up Chao Ying, played with her for a while, and gave her some jerky to nibble on. Zhang Ruifang also came out from inside the room. Are you really planning not to go out for a year? Zhang Ruifang asked Lin Jiang. He had just moved next door yesterday and told her he planned to stay indoors for the next year to avoid trouble. Zhang Ruifang found it hard to believe. Qi refinement stage cultivators were similar to ordinary people. Could someone really stay home for a year without going out? I won't go out. It's too dangerous outside. Better to hide for a year. I have enough to eat and drink, so it doesn't matter. What about your income? It's fine. I can still draw talismans and sell them later. I've paid rent for 3 years, so I'll plan again after a year. Lin Jiang said. It was too dangerous outside. The Dark Knight organization had come looking for him, so he could only lie low for now. Survival was key. As for income, Lin Jiang thought it didn't matter. His biggest expense for a year would be just over 20,000, and if he saved a bit, avoided using the Gathering Spirit Array, and minimized pill consumption, a few thousand spirit stones would suffice. His savings could last him for several years. Moreover, he had bought a large amount of talisman paper and drawing materials, so he could continue making talismans and sell them slowly later. If it really came to it, he could sell them to a merchant, at least making a little profit, ensuring he wouldn't go bankrupt or starve. I'm sorry to involve you in this. Don't say that. It's a debt I owe to Chao Yang, so consider it repaid. You also don't go out. If there's anything, call me. The kids can visit each other to have a bigger activity space. I know, I want to go out, Zhang Ruifang said. With the current situation being so tense, she wouldn't go out for the sake of her child as well. Lin Jiang nodded, saying no more. He put the child down, tidied up the bricks, and headed home. Big Bird, I want to ride the Big Bird, go. Half a year later, Chao Ying chased after the two sand sculptures in the yard. The big sand sculpture ran ahead, and she chased behind it. When she caught one, she would climb onto its back, wrapping her arms around its neck, pretending she was riding a horse. Chirp. This time, the big sand sculpture was caught by Chao Ying. It came to Lin Jiang's door, calling out repeatedly with an expression of dissatisfaction, as if saying, hurry up and manage your child, or I'll throw her off. I'll give you a piece of jerky, just don't disturb me. Lin Jiang didn't even turn around, tossing a piece of jerky. The big sand sculpture caught it in its mouth, but Chao Ying also reached out, trying to snatch the food from the bird's beak, scaring the big sand sculpture into swallowing it whole. The big sand sculpture misses the old days when it could eat jerky every day without finishing it. And there were various other foods to change the taste. However, for the past 6 months, its staple food has been the fasting pill. And jerky has become just a flavor adjustment, leading to a sharp decline in living standards, which is too miserable. The bad big bird won't let me eat meat. Chao Ying, unable to grab any jerky, angrily went to pull the feathers of the big sand sculpture. But the feathers of a second-tier monster are not so easy to pluck. She tried her best, but it didn't budge at all. Chao Ying, come here quickly. It's time to learn characters. Zhang Ruifang, next door, saw Chao Ying and immediately used her lion's roar. She knew her daughter well, at just over 3 years old. It was the age when children are most unmanageable, playful, and cannot be beaten, as they are too young. Both the big and small sand sculptures often got so angry they would jump up and down. At first, Chao Ying was afraid the big bird would hurt her. But later she learned that the big bird was sensible and knew that Lin Jiang had given a death order forbidding any harm to Chao Ying. So she became bolder and even wanted to drag the big and small sand sculptures back to her room to sleep together. While Chao Ying was messing with the big and small sand sculptures, Zhang Ruifang was also busy with Chao Ying, making her start learning to read. If she couldn't learn, she would have to face punishment by standing. From time to time, the mother and daughter would create quite a ruckus. Big Bird, run quickly, take me to fly? Upon hearing Zhang Ruifang's words, Chao Ying immediately stopped pulling feathers and pleaded with the big sand sculpture. The big sand sculpture raised its head and walked towards Zhang Ruifang with a dismissive gait, thinking it was impossible to take her flying, but could take her home. Big Bird, I don't want to go back. Chao Ying was stunned and hugged the big sand sculpture's neck, screaming that she didn't want to learn characters. Didn't want to go home, and just wanted to play with the big bird. Get back here. Zhang Ruifang stepped forward, pinched the back of Chao Ying's clothes, and directly lifted her up. Let the fellow Taoist try the pastries made today. Zhang Ruifang turned to the big sand sculpture and said, then took out 3 plates of pastries, one for the big sand sculpture, one for the small sand sculpture and one for Lin Jiang. The big sand sculpture's eyes lit up, and at that moment, the small sand sculpture also rushed over from the corner. And the two brothers almost started fighting for the pastries. However, they didn't dare to swallow Lin Jiang's share. The master-servant relationship was still very clear. Stealing from a brother was no problem, but stealing from the master was courting death. Lin Jiang took back a plate of pastries from the sand sculptures, tasted one, and then gave all of it to the sand sculptures. A hand that holds a sword is not suited to hold a spatula, Lin Jiang sighed, praising Zhang Ruifang's skills. But he felt that her hands were more suited for holding a sword. This was also the reason why Lin Jiang never went to eat at Zhang Ruifang's place. No matter how many times she called, it was the same. First, to avoid suspicion, and second, her cooking was really not that great. He preferred to cook for himself. It had been 6 months, and he still didn't know what was happening outside. Lin Jiang put down the talisman brush, blew on the talismans in his hand, and noted that there weren't many blank talisman papers left. He had been somewhat diligent this past half year, completing 8 months' worth of work in just 6 months. Mainly, this world had no phones or computers, no games, and with nothing to do, other than cultivation, he spent his time drawing talismans, achieving high work efficiency. It was hard to even be lazy. Forget it, let us endure for another 6 months. After much consideration, Lin Jiang ultimately decided to endure for another 6 months. Compared to his life, this bit of dullness and loneliness was nothing. A year passed quickly, and Lin Jiang disguised himself again before quietly going out. He first found a shop and sold 200 talismans to fill his empty storage bag. After exchanging for money, Lin Jiang found a nice restaurant and had a big meal. After satisfying his hunger, it was time to do something else. Don't think too much. Lin Jiang just wanted to go to the Yingchun Tower or the Baiwa Tower to discuss the true meaning of life and the great matters of the world with the little fairies. It wasn't until 2 days later that Lin Jiang walked out of the Yingchun Tower, supporting his waist. And couldn't he help but curse that the stools in the Yingchun Tower were too hard, making his back hurt. He vowed never to come back again. Lin Jiang strolled around the South City Market, but he didn't see many familiar faces. However, he still didn't have the intention to set up a stall for now. His characteristics were too obvious. And he only set up a stall for less than 2 hours each day, fearing being remembered. After buying some meat and snacks, Lin Jiang returned home. He gave the meat to the big and small sand sculptures, who had suffered this past year. Not only had they not eaten anything good, but they had also been tormented by Chowing. The snacks were for Chowing. The little one had grown quite a bit over the year and had become more lively and active. The closed environment hadn't affected her personality at all. What is it like outside? He hadn't been in contact with his old acquaintances, and for a while, he hadn't managed to gather any news. Are you still going to set up a stall? Not for now. Let's just keep it low-key. Later, I'll supply the shops. If you're looking for shops, I know a few with good reputations. They've been run by several generations. I can introduce them to you. Sure, reliability is the most important. Half of the small shops in Yinchong City are black shops, Lin Jiang said. Life for the low-level cultivators was too hard, pushing them towards the wrong paths. At least half of the shops were probably engaged in illegal activities. I know, the few I'll introduce won't be like that. They have a very good reputation. That is good. What about you? What will you do in the future? I want to look for Chao Yang. Leave this to me. I'll give him a proper burial. Thank you. What will happen next? Lin Jiang asked again, as there were some things he couldn't say directly. It would seem selfish because he wanted to distance himself from Zhang Ruifang and her daughter. He had no ulterior motives towards them. And he had also promised Chao Yang that staying with him would become a burden for Lin Jiang and might provoke the Dark Knight organization again. The Dark Knight organization had lost a foundation-building cultivator at his hands, so perhaps next time, a powerful expert would come. I don't know, but I should leave Yinchong City. The activities of the Dark Knight organization are near Yinchong City, and I don't want to provoke them anymore, Zhang Ruifang said. If she was found by the Dark Knight organization, she would definitely die, and her daughter would also suffer greatly. She would be adopted by the Dark Knight organization. If she had no spiritual root, she would be disposed of. If she had a spiritual root, her future was destined to be tragic. Let us hide for a while longer. I'll gather some information for you. Once you decide where to go, I'll take you with me. The Aurora Falcon is extremely fast. No ordinary foundation-building cultivator can catch up, Lin Jiang said. The Aurora Falcon was a mid-second-tier beast, unless someone cultivated a special movement technique. It was likely that no one within the foundation-building stage could catch up, as the Aurora Falcon was renowned for its speed. Okay, I will consider it carefully, Zhang Ruifang said. With the help of the Aurora Falcon, it would be much easier. The speed would allow her to escape Yinchong City quickly. Chapter 61. Ruyang Mountain. Lin Jiang once again led a secluded life, not setting up stalls at the big market. His outings had decreased again. He would only go out every 3 to 5 days to sell talismans at the shop and buy some cultivation resources and daily necessities. The shop was introduced by Zhang Ruifang. It was a small shop called Yunlai Pavilion, which had been operating in Yinchong City for 5 generations and had a consistent good reputation. Lin Jiang's talismans were of high quality, and Yunlai Pavilion offered him the same prices as their regular customers, which were about 10% less than what he would get at the big market stalls. Yunlai Pavilion operated on a low-profit, high-volume model, and Lin Jiang could accept this price, making them both happy after several collaborations. Lin Jiang specifically collected maps of Yunzhou and handed them over to Zhang Ruifang. After studying for several days, Zhang Ruifang finally decided to go to a place called Ruyang Mountain to hide. Ruyang Mountain was located next to one of the three major sects of Yunzhou, the Five Elements sect, and had an excellent location. It used to be a high-level spiritual mountain, but later, due to certain reasons, the spiritual vein was broken, and it was abandoned by the Five Elements sect, becoming a paradise for loose cultivators, somewhat similar to the middle section of the Yunzhou mountain range. About 100 years ago, 3 golden core loose cultivators emerged from Ruyang Mountain. These 3 established a stronghold on Ruyang Mountain, recruited loose cultivators, and formed an organization similar to a loose cultivator alliance, receiving protection from the Five Elements sect. Over the years, many loose cultivators have gone to Ruyang Mountain to make a living. Zhang Ruifang, with her foundation establishment cultivation, would likely receive some support if she went to Ruyang Mountain. At the very least, her status wouldn't be too low. Moreover, Ruyang Mountain is not as chaotic as the Yunzhou mountain range, making it more suitable for her to settle down. Zhang Ruifang made her decision, and Lin Jiang supported her, finding the time to repair the wall between their 2 homes and subletting Zhang Ruifang's house. This is the grave of Chao Yang. When I arrived, he was left with only bones. Before leaving, Lin Jiang took Zhang Ruifang and her daughter to pay their respects to Chao Yang. It wasn't difficult for him to find Chao Yang's remains. It only cost a few spiritual stones. He then cut down a giant tree to serve as a coffin and gathered Chao Yang's bones. However, Lin Jiang has yet to tell Zhang Ruifang how Chao Yang died. His death was quite heroic, akin to suicide, and that act earned him great admiration from the people of Yunzhou City. Stories about Chao Yang are still circulating to this day. Ingzi, kneel down and bow to your father. Mom, is Dad sleeping inside? Shut up. Just bow when I tell you to. Zhang Ruifang appeared more irritable than usual. Chaoing pouted, reluctantly bowing. At not yet 4 years old, Chaoing clearly didn't understand the meaning of life and death. Let's go, that's enough. Lin Jiang looked around. It was eerie here, and this mass grave must have buried countless bones, making the atmosphere very heavy with Yin energy. It is said that there are occasional reports of zombies rising from their graves, but even if such zombies did appear, they wouldn't pose any real threat. A golden core or nascent soul cultivator from Yunzhou City could slice a zombie into 18 pieces without missing a single segment. Zhang Ruifang picked up Chaoing, and the 2 flew hundreds of miles on their swords. Only after that did Lin Jiang summon the Aurora Falcon, and the 2 of them rode the falcon towards Ruyang Mountain. Big bird fly fly, so high, so much fun. Chaoing finally sat on the Aurora Falcon, not just walking around in the yard, but truly soaring in the sky. The Aurora Falcon also seemed very happy. They are eagles of the sky, destined to soar high, not to be confined to the yard, taking steps that disregard kinship. After so many years, they finally got to fly. Shut up. Zhang Ruifang was already in a bad mood, and Chao Ying's incessant chatter angered her, causing her to unleash her protective aura, sending a gust of wind into Chao Ying's mouth. Lin Jiang couldn't bear to watch, fearing that Zhang Ruifang might, in a fit of anger, throw her away. He hurriedly took Chao Ying to his side. Ruyang Mountain is over 10,000 miles away from Yunzhou City, located in the northwest of Yunzhou. Even the Aurora Falcon took a whole day to arrive, but since it flew at a high altitude, they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Upon reaching Ruyang Mountain, they landed, and Lin Jiang put away the Aurora Falcon, looking for an inn to stay in the market at the foot of the mountain. Lin Jiang went out to gather some information and returned to tell Zhang Ruifang that they were late. Ruyang Mountain had stopped directly accepting people over 10 years ago. Now, to join Ruyang Mountain, one must first settle in the area and take on tasks issued by Ruyang Mountain to accumulate a certain number of merit points before they can join. I've looked at the tasks they posted. They are all ordinary things, like finding spiritual herbs, minerals, and trading some resources with them, as well as hunting down some traitors and evildoers. Don't pick difficult ones. Spend 3 to 5 years, and you will definitely manage. Ruyang Mountain set up a stronghold and attracted many loose cultivators, but it only took a few years to recruit enough people. Those who came later found no spots available. So Ruyang Mountain established many conditions to filter out most people. However, Zhang Ruifang should have no problem since she is already at the foundation establishment stage. I also found out that the prices in Ruyang Mountain are much lower than those in Yunzhou City. I still have a bit of money on me, which is enough to get by. That's good. What are your plans next? Hunt demons. I don't know anything else, and I don't want to kill anymore, Zhang Ruifang said. She had spent many years in the Dark Night, learning only how to kill. She didn't know how to do business or farm. Now that she had no desire to kill, she could only hunt demons. How will you hunt demons with a child? I'll leave her at home, set up a formation, and make sure she doesn't run around. Although Ruyang Mountain has strict rules, it isn't entirely safe. What good method can there be? Forget it. I'll stay for a while to help you stabilize your life. Lin Jiang sighed. He was still too kind. He had intended to leave, but seeing Zhang Ruifang alone with her child, he couldn't bear to just walk away. In the following days, Lin Jiang and Zhang Ruifang went to rent a house together. The rent here is nothing like Yunzhou City. They rented a house of several hundred square feet for only 800 spiritual stones a year. Zhang Ruifang bought a defensive formation and applied it to the house. while Lin Jiang busied himself running around to help purchase some daily necessities. He also accompanied Zhang Ruifang to check the task board of Ruiyang Mountain to see if there were any suitable tasks and inquired about the situation with the nearby demon beasts. The area surrounding Ruiyang Mountain is primarily composed of primitive forests, but the number of demon beasts is extremely low, having long been hunted down by cultivators. Only a few remain hidden in the deep mountains and forests. To find a place with more demon beasts, one would have to go to the wilderness, which is several thousand miles from Ruiyang Mountain. A normal foundation establishment cultivator would take nearly a day for a round trip. After a few weeks of this, Lin Jiang noticed that Zhang Ruifang had adapted to life here, and he wanted to propose his departure. Daoist Lin, how do you find it here? Zhang Ruifang suddenly asked him one day. She could tell that Lin Jiang wanted to leave, but she felt a bit reluctant. She wasn't a strong person in life, and even had a somewhat timid personality. Years ago at the big market, she had been very introverted. Although she was fierce as an assassin, that was due to being forced into a corner. The many years of life in Yincheng City had worn away her sharpness, and she had grown accustomed to having something to rely on in life. Moreover, she could see that Chao Ying liked Lin Jiang very much, and Lin Jiang was very gentle with Chao Ying, much like Chao Yang. This was also why Chao Ying, despite losing her father, didn't seem very sad. Another man had taken on the role of her father. This life here is quite good, but it's not suitable for me. Lin Jiang shook his head. Zhang Ruifang's implied meaning was not lost on him. He just didn't fit in here. Ruiyang Mountain was too small. If he stayed here for more than 30 years, he would expose his secrets. He would still have to leave. Only a big city like Yincheng could have a high population turnover, which would help conceal his secrets. Indeed, Ruiyang Mountain was too small and unsuitable for Daoist Lin to spread his wings. Zhang Ruifang felt somewhat disappointed, but she didn't insist on keeping him. If his heart wasn't in it, staying would be pointless. Well, I will come to see you in the future, Lin Jiang said, resolutely. Once he abandoned the identity of Lin Yang, he would sever ties with everything. Zhang Ruifang said no more, silently lowering her head to eat. Chao Ying, not understanding anything, clung to Lin Jiang, wanting to play with the little sand sculpture, but Lin Jiang refused and took out snacks to coax her. The next morning, Lin Jiang didn't follow Zhang Ruifang around, but instead contemplated how to leave. If he left without saying goodbye, what if Chao Ying cried? He couldn't stand to see a girl cry, especially a cute little girl. Lin Jiang was very conflicted. Leaving without a word seemed inappropriate, but a formal farewell would feel too sentimental. He feared that if he didn't harden his heart, he might end up staying on a whim. Forget it. Let's buy some snacks and fruits for Chao Ying first. Lin Jiang thought for a long time, not knowing what to do, and finally decided to buy some things to cheer Chao Ying up. He really liked cute little kids. They were a lot of fun. After buying a whole bunch of stuff, Lin Jiang walked back to the house rented by Zhang Ruifang, but just at the door, he suddenly sensed something was off. Someone was watching them. At that moment, Lin Jiang was really taken aback. They had just arrived. Who would be watching them? Was it the Dark Knight organization or local forces from Ruiyang Mountain? Lin Jiang suppressed the anger in his heart, quickly opened the door, and walked into the house. Chao Ying came over to him, insisting on playing with the big and small sand sculptures. Chao Ying, the big birds can't fly here. Let's go play outside. Lin Jiang said, gritting his teeth. No matter who was watching, he had decided to take them out today. He wanted to see which friend was so blind. Chapter 62. Explosive kill outside. Chao Ying's attention was quickly diverted by Lin Jiang. There were so many fun things outside. Rabbits, sparrows, grasshoppers, fish, all kinds of things. Wasn't that more fun than the big birds? Lin Jiang played with Chao Ying while 3 people slowly approached from behind, 1 at the foundation establishment stage and 2 at the chi refinement stage. Watching Lin Jiang and Chao Ying from a distance. Sir, should we make a move? One of them asked. You 2 slowly approach him. If you can catch him, do so. If not, just kill him. We need to keep the child. We can use her to threaten Chao Yang's wife, said the man at foundation establishment. Their previous investigation by the organization was indeed correct. Chao Yang's neighbor was in cahoots with him, but they had underestimated the strength of Chao Yang's wife, which had led to Han Chunming's unnecessary death. He naturally believed that Han Chunming was killed by Zhang Ruifang. An explosive kill from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage only existed among the talented disciples of great sects. When did loose cultivators gain such strength? Chao Ying, come here. Lin Jiang sensed someone approaching and waved to Chao Ying. She bounced over, and Lin Jiang covered her eyes with his hand. Uncle is playing hide and seek with you. You can't open your eyes, okay? Okay, Uncle, but you have to hide well. You definitely won't find me. Lin Jiang said with a smile, then cast a spell to block Chao Ying's sight and hearing. It's better for kids not to see too much bloodshed. Kill them. Lin Jiang released the big and small sand sculptures and pointed them in the right direction. The big and small sand sculptures let out a sharp cry, and the 2 people hiding suddenly felt their souls shake, their figures exposed. Polar Aurora Falcon, someone exclaimed, trying to escape, but it was too late. The Polar Aurora Falcon dove down from dozens of meters high, faster than an arrow, sweeping past the 2 men, its claws tearing through their protective aura and their heads. How is this possible? The man at foundation establishment, still far away, saw the Polar Aurora Falcon and his expression froze. This was a second-tier Polar Aurora Falcon. Where did a Qi refinement stage cultivator get a second-tier beast companion, let alone 2? Who are you? Lin Jiang stood in front of the Foundation establishment stage man. The two sand sculptures already starting to circle above. I say this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Do you think I believe you? All right. We are not here to target you. Just hand over the child in your hands, and we'll pretend this never happened. Where do you get your confidence to think I would hand her over? Just a mere polar aurora falcon is not my opponent. Is that so? I say it is. Before the man at Foundation establishment could finish speaking, he was already moving. He knew the characteristics of the polar aurora falcon. Once it ran, it was certain death. His speed could not compete with the polar aurora falcon. Therefore, his only hope was to kill or capture Lin Jiang. And Lin Jiang just happened to walk right in front of him. At such a short distance, he was definitely faster than the polar aurora falcon. Flying sword, celestial ascension, explosive yuan technique. Lin Jiang was already prepared, waiting for the moment. As soon as the opponent made a move, he immediately activated the explosive yuan technique and then unleashed the flying sword, a move he had practiced for many years and had finally mastered. The flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing towards the opponent. The Foundation establishment stage man looked down on it. Thinking that a chi refinement stage technique couldn't have much power, he casually shot out a spiritual light to deflect Lin Jiang's flying sword. However, the flying sword pierced through the spiritual light like it was breaking through a window, its momentum unabated, continuing forward. The Foundation establishment man's face changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned a protective shield. Boom. The flying sword struck the shield, sending both the man and the shield flying out. It's over. The man internally screamed, realizing he had miscalculated. This child was terrifying. A chi refinement stage cultivator had actually unleashed the power of a Foundation establishment stage. At that moment, he wasn't even injured, but his plot had failed, and he had lost the initiative. The two sand sculptures saw that the enemy made a move and immediately swooped down. The man hurriedly used his shield to defend. But the big sand sculpture flew past him, its wings crashing against the shield, sending him flying again. Meanwhile, the small sand sculpture seized the Foundation establishment stage man in midair, quickly ascended, and then let go, dropping him down. Steady. The Foundation establishment stage man unleashed his spiritual power. Those at the Foundation establishment stage could achieve flight with their physical bodies, so this move wasn't very effective against him. However, just then, the big sand sculpture let out another sharp and piercing cry. The Foundation establishment man felt a moment of dizziness, his spiritual power output interrupted, and he began to fall again. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, dazed and confused. Before he could react, the big and small sand sculptures attacked again, landing beside the Foundation establishment man and pecking at him. Bang! Bang! In just a few moments, the shield in his hand was directly pecked apart. The hard parts of the big and small sand sculptures were their claws and beaks. Lin Jiang had tested this. Even high-grade magical tools couldn't withstand a few pecks from them. Without the shield, the Foundation establishment man was like a fish on the chopping block. And the big and small sand sculptures each made a hole in him. After screaming in agony several times, he was left bloodied and unrecognizable. Lin Jiang quickly collected their storage bags and flying swords, then jumped onto the back of the big sand sculpture. He instructed them, go find Zhang Ruifang. She's to the west. Lin Jiang didn't know where Zhang Ruifang had gone, only that she had headed west. Before long, they found Zhang Ruifang. As the people from the Dark Knight organization had already started fighting with her, making a huge commotion and drawing attention. Lin Daoist, run. Zhang Ruifang shouted upon seeing the polar aurora falcon approaching. Failed. A man at the later stage of Foundation establishment frowned upon seeing the approaching polar aurora falcon. Too late. Lin Jiang had already jumped off the polar aurora falcon, letting it circle high in the air. Lin Daoist, you take Xiao Ying and go, Zhang Ruifang said. At this moment, there were still 9 people from the Dark Knight organization, 4 of whom were at the Foundation establishment stage, and 1 was at the later stage of Foundation establishment. The difference in strength was too great. Too late. Prepare to kill. Lin Jiang shook his head. As soon as he landed, the people from the Dark Knight organization immediately surrounded them, making it hard to break out. Cover me as I charge into that forest over there, then you come in too. In the open, I can't exert my assassin abilities. Zhang Ruifang said to Lin Jiang. She had been forced out of the forest and had already taken down 2 people. All right. Lin Jiang took out a piece of clothing from his storage bag and strapped Chowing onto his back, then pulled out a large stack of spiritual talismans. Don't let them into the forest, kill them, commanded the man at the later stage of Foundation establishment, knowing Zhang Ruifang's level. Although she wasn't as strong as the previous Chao Yang, she was still a skilled fighter. The more complex the environment, the more advantageous it was for an assassin. In the Dark Knight, among 9 people, 8 moved into action. 3 Foundation establishment stage cultivators were dealing with Zhang Ruifang, while 5 Chi refinement stage cultivators targeted Lin Jiang. The late Foundation establishment stage cultivator faced off against the 2 sand sculptures. The sand sculptures sensed the opponent's strength and kept screeching, appearing extremely cautious. Boom boom. As Lin Jiang made his move, he unleashed a flurry of spirit talismans. Having hidden for a year, Lin Jiang had drawn over 1,000 spirit talismans, sold most of them, and kept a few hundred on him. This extravagant strategy made the assassins uncomfortable. The average price of a first-grade upper-tier spirit talisman was 10 spirit stones, and the more aggressive ones were even pricier. Lin Jiang threw out more than 10 at once, which amounted to over 100 spirit stones. Most of the assassins were poor, with only one set of flying swords, daggers, and shields. If they were destroyed, they would be gone. Thus, faced with Lin Jiang's extravagant tactics, the 5 Qi refinement stage assassins primarily focused on evasion, appearing restrained, and in terms of momentum, Lin Jiang gained the upper hand. One assassin couldn't hold back anymore, retracted his shield, and activated a concealment talisman, constantly changing positions to try to get closer to Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang's spiritual sense was far superior to theirs. Years of practicing the spirit refinement technique had not been in vain, and he quickly saw through the assassin's traces the moment he approached. With a sword strike, Lin Jiang executed Flying Immortal Sword, and the flying sword transformed into a stream of light, piercing through the assassin. This move exposed Lin Jiang's vulnerability to the remaining 4, who immediately surged forward. Lin Jiang controlled the flying sword to return while activating more talismans in his hands, without even needing to use the exploding yuan technique. Lin Jiang's strength was already comparable to theirs, successfully repelling them. Be careful, it's the Qiankei crossbow. In the next moment, Lin Jiang shot out a crossbow bolt, prompting someone to shout. The Qiankei crossbow was quite powerful within the Qi refinement stage, with bolts capable of penetrating armor, making it difficult for ordinary shields to withstand. Bang! The crossbow bolt was blocked by a magical shield, but the silver needle hidden within the bolt found its mark, piercing through one assassin's temple, causing him to collapse limply. The remaining 3 looked at Lin Jiang in horror. They had initially thought he was a harmless sheep, but upon engaging, they realized he was a fierce tiger. And his methods were even more ruthless than theirs, resembling an assassin himself. Push him into the forest. One of the remaining 3 shouted. They didn't want Zhang Ruifang to enter the forest because she was stronger than them and a more capable assassin. If she got in, they would be doomed. However, Lin Jiang wasn't an assassin. If they entered the forest, it would be Lin Jiang who would face the danger. The 3 immediately changed their tactics, attacking together to force Lin Jiang back, gradually pushing him toward the forest. The 2 sand sculptures were also getting restless, circling in the sky and emitting sharp cries, adopting an aggressive posture. But the late Foundation Establishment Stage assassin was completely unfazed by the sand sculptures, showing no sign of being affected. Beasts are just beasts. The late Foundation Establishment Stage assassin scoffed. Seeing the Aurora Falcon ready to attack him, he took the initiative, sending his flying sword along with 2 talismans soaring into the sky. Once the talismans activated, 2 fire dragons appeared. The Aurora Falcon saw the flames coming and panicked, quickly ascending to avoid the pursuing flying swords. The Aurora Falcon became increasingly anxious, its calls turning chaotic. Lin Jiang quickly secretively calmed them down, instructing them not to rush and to keep a close watch on the late Foundation Establishment Stage assassin, which was already a significant contribution. As Lin Jiang stepped into the forest, the 3 assassins instantly disappeared, using the environment to conceal themselves, which was their basic skill. Lin Jiang took out a helmet from his storage bag and put it on. This helmet protected his neck as well. Ever since he learned that assassins like to target the neck, he had bought this item, and this was his first time using it. Suddenly, one assassin could no longer hold back and jumped down from a tree. Seeing Lin Jiang wearing the helmet that protected his neck, he thrust his dagger into Lin Jiang's chest. But as soon as he did, he realized something was off. The dagger hadn't penetrated fully. Lin Jiang swiftly pierced the assassin's neck with his sword and kicked him away. After feeling his chest and pulling out the dagger, he noted that he was wearing 3 layers of spirit silkworm silk clothing and 2 layers of inner armor, making it not so easy to penetrate. For self-preservation, Lin Jiang considered himself first-rate. Chapter 63. Assassin Showdown. Lin Jiang had lured away all the Qi refinement stage cultivators, leaving Zhang Ruifang facing 3 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators, all at the early Foundation Establishment level like her. In a 1-on-3 situation, Zhang Ruifang held no advantage, focusing solely on self-preservation. Eager to enter the forest to unleash her assassin skills, seeing Lin Jiang being pushed into the forest, Zhang Ruifang grew increasingly anxious, wanting even more to enter the forest. However, the opponents did not give her the chance. Whenever she moved towards the forest, they would force her back, with a determined bite of her teeth. Zhang Ruifang scattered the last dozen spirit talismans she had left, causing various attack methods to rain down. Be careful, she wants to enter the forest. The 3 assassins, also being assassins, understood what Zhang Ruifang intended. One disregarded the talisman attacks and flew towards her with his sword, attempting to stop her. The attack missed, and she fled into the forest. Should we pursue? The 3 were suddenly panicked. They were in the dark night and were of average strength. The more powerful assassins were already gone, having lost a batch during the battle at the Sanjiankou a few years ago, and then another batch under the siege of the 2 major sections. The remaining assassins were of ordinary level, and in recent years they had been lurking without much income. So they lacked the funds to cultivate new top assassins. This was also why only Chao Yang had gone to assassinate Wen Xing earlier. If it had been before, the Night Organization would have dispatched at least 2 or 3 people for the mission. Get in there, kill her. She must die? The leader, a late Foundation Establishment Stage assassin, spoke up. Zhang Ruifang had to die. If the organization's painstakingly trained assassin fled without punishment, It would be difficult to lead the team in the future. The three exchanged glances and flew towards the nearest forest. But just then, Zhang Ruifang's figure appeared behind them. Holding a dagger, she stabbed one of them in the waist, twisting the blade and pulling it out before swiftly retreating. It turned out Zhang Ruifang hadn't really run away. She had used talismans to interfere with their line of sight and utilized her escape technique to burrow into the ground. The wounded assassin let out a scream. This injury was not fatal for a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, but it required high-grade healing pills starting from the 3rd tier. Unfortunately, he had none. At this moment, Zhang Ruifang had truly burrowed into the forest. Once inside, her figure completely vanished, while the remaining two cautiously tracked her into the forest, their spiritual senses searching the surroundings inch by inch, yet finding no trace. Stick together, don't split up. The two were very in sync. They didn't plan to separate, preventing Zhang Ruifang from picking them off one by one. At this point, Zhang Ruifang was about 100 meters away from them. The spiritual sense range of Foundation Establishment cultivators could exceed 100 meters, but the farther the distance, the weaker the sense became. At 100 meters, it was no longer possible for Foundation Establishment cultivators to scan carefully. Seeing that the two wouldn't separate, Zhang Ruifang immediately took action. She maintained a distance of about 100 meters, moving at high speed and creating various noises. The two could naturally hear these sounds and began to chase after her. But every time they reached a location, they found nothing. This made them feel as if Zhang Ruifang was like a ghost, existing everywhere. A quarter of an hour later, several miles outside, the last Qi refining period cultivator met a tragic end at the hands of Zhang Ruifang. The previous commotion was merely a diversion. Her true aim was to assist Lin Jiang in eliminating his rivals. You should leave quickly. The person outside is called Chun Jianhong, and his assassination skills are on par with Chao Yang's. He is one of the top experts in the Dark Night, Zhang Ruifang said to Lin Jiang, noting that Chun Jianhong's cultivation level was even higher than Chao Yang's, making him even more formidable. Zhang Ruifang had no confidence in facing him. I can't escape. The Aurora Falcon has been targeted by him. In terms of speed, I can't match him, so I can only take them out, Lin Jiang replied. In addition to that, he also needed to silence them. After silencing them, his identity in Yunzhong City could remain confidential. Otherwise, he would eventually be discovered. We are not their match. Not necessarily. If we deal with the remaining two Foundation Establishment cultivators, the three of us, including the Aurora Falcon, will have the strength of Foundation Establishment. You. Zhang Ruifang was somewhat surprised. She knew Lin Jiang had used a secret technique that allowed him to compete with Foundation Establishment experts for a short period. But the cost of such techniques was usually exorbitant. Could he sustain its use? Trust me, Lin Jiang said calmly. He glanced at the system. With over 40,000 years of lifespan, he could afford to squander it. The maximum consumption for the exploding yuan technique was just 100 years, which he could completely bear. All right, come closer. Here's the plan, Zhang Ruifang said, biting her teeth and agreeing. She whispered the details in Lin Jiang's ear. And then they hid Chao Ying, who had been knocked out by Lin Jiang's spell, in a large tree. No more noise. They won't run away, right? There's a possibility. What should we do? We can't explain. At this point, the two assassins could no longer locate Zhang Ruifang, and they heard no sounds, causing them to panic. If they lost their target, the organization would definitely punish them severely. In fact, once they entered the forest, they lost the initiative. Whether it was an ambush or a retreat, Zhang Ruifang called the shots. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from 100 meters away, making the two assassins' scalps tingle. Even though they suspected it could be a trap, they had to check it out. A dense thicket lay 100 meters away, capable of hiding 3 to 5 people. The two approached silently. Upon getting closer, they exchanged glances, and one of them took out a spirit talisman and threw it into the thicket. Thud! This was a golden light talisman. After activating the talisman, dozens of golden lights shot into the thicket, but apart from the sound of hitting the ground, there was no other noise. Realizing they had missed, the two were about to retreat when they suddenly heard a sound of something slicing through the air from behind. Lin Jiang had activated the talismans again. Activating 20 at once was the limit of his spirit. He deliberately chose 7 different types of talismans to activate, creating a dazzling array of attacks as the best cover. Flying Sword of Immortality. Exploding Yuan Technique. After activating the talismans, Lin Jiang once again used his secret technique. To deal with Foundation Establishment experts, the 1000K crossbow and silver needles were ineffective. Only the Exploding Yuan Technique, which consumed lifespan, could pose a threat to Foundation Establishment cultivators. I'll block. Kill. The two coordinated perfectly. One summoned a magic shield to defend and used a flying sword to sweep away the talisman attacks, while the other launched a side attack to kill the opponent. Boom. Lin Jiang's flying sword of immortality first collided with the opponent's shield, and then he quickly advanced to continue the assault. Meanwhile, the assassin targeting Lin Jiang was intercepted by Zhang Ruifang. Neither of them used flying swords. Instead, they fought fiercely with daggers, each trying to stab the other, relying on speed and endurance. Clang. Moments later, both landed simultaneously, but Zhang Ruifang stood while the other lay on the ground, clutching his neck, his eyes filled with despair. The person who faced Lin Jiang was also not optimistic. Every strike from Lin Jiang was on par with his own. and he was thoroughly entangled until Zhang Ruifang appeared behind him and ended the fight with a single knife strike. You're injured. Lin Jiang stepped forward and noticed the strong smell of blood on Zhang Ruifang. He saw at least 3 wounds. I'm fine, Zhang Ruifang replied, feeling somewhat frustrated. Over the years, she had become too complacent. If it were her peak period, she wouldn't have been hit even once, but now, she had taken 5 hits. Although she avoided critical areas, it would definitely impact the upcoming battle. I have healing medicine. Keep it. I have some as well. Zhang Ruifang shook her head, took out a pill, swallowed one, and then crushed another to apply to her wounds. Let's go out. Once we take down the last person, we can go home. To another place. Lin Jiang picked up their storage bags and divided 2 for Zhang Ruifang, stuffing a few into his own. All right. Zhang Ruifang nodded, intentionally falling behind Lin Jiang and then swallowing another pill. At this moment, Chun Jianhong was still entangled with the large and small sand sculptures. Although the sand sculptures were no match for him, their speed and altitude made it difficult for Chun Jianhong to deal with them. He had only managed to lure them down a couple of times without success, as expected of an excellent assassin trained by the organization. When Chun Jianhong saw Lin Jiang and Zhang Ruifang emerge, he realized that all his subordinates had been killed. However, he didn't care. Those people were from the organization, not his subordinates. Their deaths had nothing to do with him. As long as he killed Zhang Ruifang, he would complete his mission. Chun Jianhong, my husband Chao Yang helped you several times in the past. Why must you go to such extremes? Chao Yang was indeed quite good and helped me. But you know the organization's rules. You shouldn't have run. If you did, it's a death sentence. If you don't die, I will. Chun Jianhong replied. He held Chao Yang in high regard. They had fought side by side before, and Chao Yang had helped him. However, that little bit of kindness was not enough for him to die for Chao Yang's wife and children. Then there's nothing more to say. We must fight to the death? Zhang Ruifang, you don't really think you can win against me with just these 2 beasts, do you? Why not give it a try? Haha. If your husband Chao Yang were here, perhaps I would be wary of him. But as for you, TSK. Chun Jianhong shook his head. Zhang Ruifang ranked decently within their organization, slightly above average, but compared to him, there was a significant gap. Such rankings could mean the difference between life and death. It seems I still have no sense of presence at all. Lin Jiang touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chun Jianhong had completely ignored him, making him feel even less significant than the large and small sand sculptures, which made him very angry. Chapter 64. Killing even late Foundation establishment when both sides have irreconcilable conflicts. All words are futile. After the small talk, Chun Jianhong directly launched an attack. He didn't use assassin techniques because they were ineffective in this open terrain. If he went into the forest, his opponents wouldn't play along, and they would be more than happy to escape. Thus, Chun Jianhong chose a frontal assault, wielding a flying sword straight at Zhang Ruifang. In his view, the only threat to him was Zhang Ruifang. Lin Jiang, a mere chi refining cultivator, was not worth worrying about. He could be killed with a single slap. And the Aurora Falcon was not his opponent either. Clang. Zhang Ruifang also summoned her flying sword, and their swords clashed in the air, resulting in a fierce and indecisive battle. I underestimated you. Chun Jianhong looked at Zhang Ruifang with surprise, sensing something was off. Zhang Ruifang shouldn't be this strong. Lin, keep him occupied and create an opportunity for the Aurora Falcon. Okay. Lin Jiang nodded and took out a stack of spirit talismans again, activating them and throwing them at Chun Jianhong. Chun Jianhong looked down on this, thinking that a first-tier spirit talisman posed no threat to him. He waved his hand, and a powerful aura emerged, sweeping away all the attacks from the spirit talisman. The big and small sand sculptures received Lin Jiang's command and began to adjust their positions, preparing to dive. Diving from a high altitude was the specialty of the big and small sand sculptures and one of their strongest tactics. The high-speed claws could kill countless enemies. Just waiting for you. Chun Jianhong laughed heartily and soared into the sky, preparing to intercept the Aurora Falcon. Once the Aurora Falcon began its dive, it would be difficult to change its posture in the air, making this the best opportunity to kill them. Flying Sword of Immortality. Exploding Yuan Technique. At this moment, Lin Jiang made his move. Chun Jianhong, with his rich combat experience, found that the Aurora Falcon was truly not his opponent. So Lin Jiang needed to hold him back. Get lost. Chun Jianhong casually shot out a streak of spiritual light, intending to knock Lin Jiang's flying sword away. However, Chun Jianhong's spiritual light was instantly shattered, and the flying sword continued towards him. Chun Jianhong was extremely furious. He didn't dare to engage Lin Jiang in a mutually destructive battle. If he ignored it, he could suffer serious injuries. So he had no choice but to abandon the Aurora Falcon and summon a shield to block Lin Jiang's flying sword. Lin Jiang's flying sword shattered into pieces, and he took out another flying sword. Killing enemies across ranks was exhausting on weapons. If only he could use a spiritual weapon, he would consider buying one. Chun Jianhong's attack rhythm was disrupted, and the Aurora Falcon immediately launched an offensive. The big and small sand sculptures continued to emit piercing cries in an attempt to disturb his spirit, while Zhang Ruifang had also escaped from Chun Jianhong's flying sword and engaged him in close combat. The two moved at incredible speeds, stabbing at each other with daggers. Moments later, Zhang Ruifang was kicked away by Chun Jianhong, and Lin Jiang caught her midair. Zhang Ruifang had several new wounds, While Chun Jinhong looked grimly at the 2 wounds on himself, he had actually been injured. Lin Jiang immediately commanded the big and small sand sculptures to stop Chun Jinhong from continuing his assault. The big and small sand sculptures began their dive. One to the left and one to the right, moving at breakneck speed, and suddenly appeared beside Chun Jinhong. Bang! But the result was that the big sand sculpture was sent flying away. It was knocked back, and the small sand sculpture failed to touch its opponent. Chun Jinhong was simply too formidable. The big and small sand sculptures were incredibly fast, yet he managed to block them, which left Lin Jiang feeling somewhat desperate. Again, Zhang Ruifang took a breath and charged at Chun Jinhong once more. She used her movement technique, shifting like a ghost, appearing to the left and right, while Chun Jinhong did the same, both engaging in a contest of movement techniques. Boom. Moments later, Zhang Ruifang was sent flying again. Flying Sword of Immortality, Exploding Yuan Technique. Lin Jiang immediately followed up, covering Zhang Ruifang. Otherwise, if Chun Jinhong landed a finishing blow, Zhang Ruifang would be in danger. How did you do that? Chun Jinhong looked at Lin Jiang in surprise. It was indeed possible for someone in the Qi refinement stage to briefly contend with someone in the foundation establishment stage using certain secret techniques. But those techniques often came with significant costs. Logically, the side effects of the secret techniques should have rendered Lin Jiang incapacitated, yet he seemed unscathed. You'll find out if you kill yourself, Lin Jiang replied with a smirk. This time, Chun Jinhong set his sights on Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang's secret techniques posed no real threat to him, but they were annoying, like a fly, and he decided to deal with the fly first. Filled with murderous intent, Chun Jinhong's presence was immediately sensed by Lin Jiang, who promptly took off running, calling over the small sand sculpture, quickly climbing onto its back and ascending into the air. Chun Jinhong was furious and prepared to engage in aerial combat, but Zhang Ruifang charged at him once more. Bang! Lin Jiang noticed the advantage of being high in the air manifesting immediately, and he took out the 1,000 quill crossbow, shooting an arrow at Chun Jinhong. Although the 1,000 quill crossbow's power couldn't break through defenses, it was enough to distract Chun Jinhong, as he couldn't guarantee that the next attack wouldn't come from the 1,000 quill crossbow. Circle around him and look for opportunities. Lin Jiang commanded the small sand sculpture, which began to circle at an altitude of about 100 meters, occasionally adopting a diving attack posture, its combat awareness even stronger than Lin Jiang's. Chun Jinhong and Zhang Ruifang clashed violently again, and Zhang Ruifang was once more sent flying, getting up covered in blood, looking extremely fearsome, while Chun Jinhong sustained another injury. This greatly enraged Chun Jinhong, who turned his attention to Zhang Ruifang, determined to eliminate her in one go, even if it cost him something. However, just as Chun Jinhong was about to make his move, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He wiped the blood from his wound, which had turned black and emitted a foul smell. "You vile woman, how dare you poison me?" Zhang Ruifang arrogantly replied. "I'm the worst at mixing poisons in Master Jia's Poison Master class, but I'm among the top 3 in using poison. In the cultivation world, poisons were far behind the development of elixirs, so even assassin organizations weren't very keen on them. After all, no matter how potent the poison, it couldn't compare to the antidotes. However, for higher-level cultivators like those in the foundation establishment stage, what kind of powerful antidote could they afford? Using poison was a strategy Zhang Ruifang had long considered. She had coated her dagger with poison, and this was her only chance to kill Chun Jinhong. "You vile woman." Chun Jinhong cursed loudly, hurriedly searching for an antidote. He always carried a regular antidote with him, not knowing if it would work, but at least it could suppress the toxicity for a while. Charge. At this moment, who would given the chance to take medicine? Lin Jiang immediately ordered the small sand sculpture to dive, and Zhang Ruifang was the first to attack. "Even if I'm poisoned, you still can't kill me. You're not worthy." Chun Jinhong roared, channeling his energy to suppress the poison, and once again engaged Zhang Ruifang in a fierce fight, but the poison still left him weak. Zhang Ruifang had already gained the upper hand. Flying Sword of Immortality, Exploding Yuan Technique. Lin Jiang had also arrived. Previously, he posed no threat, but now that Chun Jinhong was poisoned, Lin Jiang's presence made a difference. The small sand sculpture was the first to score a hit, scratching his face. It had aimed for his eyes, but missed the vital spot. Injured, Chun Jinhong went berserk again, catching Zhang Ruifang, and they both stabbed fiercely, using no techniques. 5 elements technique, Iron Thorns. Lin Jiang retreated and shouted, throwing out a dozen iron thorn seeds. With a surge of spiritual energy, the iron thorns swelled in the wind and quickly wrapped around Chun Jinhong's hands and feet. This 5 elements technique was a basic spell of cultivators, which normally had no effect in combat, because cultivators wouldn't give you time to entangle them. But now, it became the last straw that broke Chun Jinhong's back. Just as he was about to break free from the iron thorns, Zhang Ruifang found her opportunity, delivering a sword strike to his throat. Chun Jinhong clutched his throat, unwillingly falling down. "Hurry, take the medicine." Lin Jiang rushed to Zhang Ruifang's side. She was already swaying unsteadily. "Don't waste it." Zhang Ruifang said, "Are you stupid? If I die, what will happen to Chowing? I've already used the medicine. It's useless. I took the extreme yang pill. Even if I don't die today, I only have a month left to live at most." Zhang Ruifang shook her head. She was simply no match for Chun Jinhong. The gap between them was immense. The reason she could fight him several times was that she had used the Extreme Yang pill, a very domineering elixir, which could greatly burn her lifespan to enhance her power. The pill was sent to her by the Night Organization for a specific mission, but she learned in advance about the effects of the Extreme Yang pill and resisted the urge to consume it. Instead, she sought other ways to deal with her opponent, later claiming she sold the pill to fund the mission. There was no need. He could be worn down. At this moment, Lin Jiang's feelings were extremely complex. He didn't know how to express his current emotions. Zhang Ruifang shook her head, stating that if she didn't fight hard, she couldn't possibly wear down Qin Jianhong and would only end up being crushed by him. She felt Lin Jiang didn't understand the gap between the foundation establishment stage and the qi refining stage. I'll go bring Qiaoying back so you can see her one last time. No, don't let her see me like this, Zhang Ruifang exclaimed. Knowing how she looked, disheveled and terrifying, she had always been fierce with Qiaoying, and she didn't want to leave her with a bad impression in her final moments. Chapter 65. Dependent on each other, Lin Jiang agreed to Zhang Ruifang's request and did not bring Qiaoying over. He quickly tidied up the battlefield and took Zhang Ruifang deep into the forest, setting up a defensive formation. He also brought a basin of clean water to help wipe her face. Lin Daoyu, I'm going to die. I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead. Are you Jiang Lin from the South City Marketplace years ago? No, don't lie to me. Qiao Yang has a sharp intuition. His talent in this area is strong. He saw you a few times, and when he first met you in the West City, he judged you to be Jiang Lin. Moreover, it was just validated that you used the explosive Yuan technique from the Imperial Diagram Dominance True formula to exert foundation establishment stage power in the qi refining stage. One must explode 100 years of lifespan. Just now, you at least consumed 300 years of lifespan. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. Everyone has their own. It's just that as I near death, I wanted to ask you. You guessed right. I am Jiang Lin. I'm sorry. I have my reasons for keeping secrets from you. Lin Jiang said, seeing that Zhang Ruifang had figured it out. He no longer hid the truth. Moreover, Zhang Ruifang's aura was growing weaker. She was beyond saving. That's great. I'm envious of you for living so long, Zhang Ruifang said. Knowing Lin Jiang had lived for over 20 years in the South City Marketplace, and nearly 30 more since then, making him nearly 100 years old, yet still so young. Living long comes with its troubles. Lin Jiang replied, his trouble being the need to constantly change identities. Fearing recognition. After all, Qiao Yang had that damned intuition. He would need to be doubly cautious in the future. Such an enviable trouble. Lin Daoyu, can I ask you one more thing? Speak. Please take care of Qiaoying. She has no family left. Over the past year, she has grown very fond of you. Why not leave her with Qiao Yang or your family? No, there is no family left on Qiao Yang's side. What remains are just some ambitious wolves. And if Qiaoying is handed over to them, it will be a disaster. All right, I promise, Lin Jiang said, planning to change his identity again after returning. He had always been alone, and this persona was somewhat similar to before. Having a little girl by his side could help create a fuller identity, making it seem more real. Thank you, Lin Daoyu. You are a good person. Don't say that. In my hometown, calling someone a good person is an insult. Lin Jiang waved his hand, not wanting to receive the good person card, as it sounded derogatory. Zhang Ruifang didn't understand what he meant and continued, after I die. Just find a random place to bury me. Don't tell Qiaoying. Let her have fewer worries in this world. In my storage bag, there are documents about the Night Organization, lists I organized with Qiao Yang, meeting codes, and some strongholds. These may all become obsolete. I don't know. Take these. Be careful of the Night Organization in the future. Its waters run deep. We've encountered many Golden Core ancestors. This is not the power a mere assassin organization possesses. I don't know who is behind it, but if your secrets are exposed, the Night Organization will not let you go. Zhang Ruifang rambled on about many things, her voice growing weaker until it eventually faded away. Lin Jiang let out a long sigh, found a scenic hilltop, and buried Zhang Ruifang. He then went to bring back Qiaoying without waking her and directly flew away on the large sand sculpture, leaving the rented house at the foot of Ruiyang Mountain behind. On the way, he checked the injuries of the large sand sculpture, which had been hit on the wing by Qin Jianhong, causing it to break. Lin Jiang helped it set the bone and bandaged it, estimating it would need some time to heal. Upon returning to Yunzhong City, Lin Jiang went into seclusion, closing his door and not going out, choosing to hide for a while longer. After a day of sorting through his spoils, Lin Jiang found he had obtained 10 storage bags in total, 9 from Night Organization assassins and 1 from Zhang Ruifang. The assassins in the qi refining stage were all poor. The 5 storage bags combined only yielded less than 9,000 spirit stones, along with some flying swords, and the total value barely exceeded 20,000. The storage bags from the foundation establishment stage were much richer. Qin Jianhong's bag contained over 30,000 spirit stones, and combined, the spirit stones exceeded 70,000, with other items valued at over 120,000. Zhang Ruifang's storage bag had little money left, with less than 2,000 spirit stones, but it was filled with many miscellaneous items, especially the daggers they used, which were of very high quality, all top-grade spiritual weapons. 80,000 spirit stones. A pile of miscellaneous items, and just the spiritual weapons used in the foundation establishment stage amounted to over 10. Lin Jiang looked at the heap of items with some worry. He couldn't use them himself right now, but if he sold them on the black market, he He felt it was unsafe. As a chi refining stage practitioner, he could explain selling 1 or 2 spiritual weapons as ancestral heirlooms, but with over 10, anyone would see there was an issue. These items were destined to gather dust in Lin Jiang's storage bag. He wouldn't sell them until he absolutely needed money, which left him feeling regretful. Big Bird, do you know where my mother is? Big Bird, you definitely know, right? Tell me where my mother is, okay? A month later, Chowing tugged at the feathers of the large sand sculpture, gently asking it by its ear. The large sand sculpture ignored her, lying on the ground sunbathing. Its injury was almost healed, and once it was better, it only wanted to soar in the sky. Lin Jiang watched Chowing from inside the house, his face filled with heartache. In the first 10 days after returning, Chowing was noisy and cried every day. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't comfort her. When she cried and fussed herself to exhaustion, she would fall asleep, only to wake up and cry again. Lin Jiang had no choice but to let her be. He truly had no way to handle it. Having lived nearly 200 years across 2 lives, he had never had children and had no experience in raising them. Fortunately, Chowing was almost 4 years old and didn't need diapering. Otherwise, Lin Jiang would have gone mad himself. Chowing, come eat. Lin Jiang called Chowing over for dinner after watching her for a while. When he was alone, meals were simple. Either he ate out or had some jerky, occasionally munching on fasting pills when in a good mood. But Chowing was too young. Lin Jiang couldn't bear to let her eat fasting pills. Jerky and other dried foods were fine as snacks, but they couldn't be eaten often. So Lin Jiang tried various ways to cook for her. Good food served to soothe Chao Ying's young heart. Uncle, when will you take me to find my mother? When you grow as tall as uncle, I will take you to find your mother. Your mother is working far away. She needs to earn money to buy you meat to eat and nice clothes to wear. Then I won't eat meat or wear nice clothes. Can mother come back right away? No, Xiaoying has to be good, eat enough every day, and can't cry anymore. Only then can she grow tall. Once she grows tall, her mother will come back. Lin Jiang continued his kind lie. It was too cruel for a child under 4 to accept the concept of being orphaned. So Lin Jiang decided to deceive her. Xiaoying couldn't accept this explanation. But she was helpless. No matter how much she cried or made a fuss, her mother never appeared, and she had no way out. After finishing her meal, Lin Jiang told her to go play with the big sand eagle. As he had things to do, he needed to draw talismans and show the life of an ordinary loose cultivator. However, Lin Jiang no longer set up a stall. Instead, he sold the talismans to small shops, not just 1, but 3 different shops, changing identities each time to avoid suspicion about his production. For now, he wasn't lacking in spirit stones, and his identity was temporarily safe. Next, he aimed to reach the peak of chi refining and then find a way to establish a foundation. In the cultivation world, not establishing a foundation meant lacking basic rights. When he had time, Lin Jiang planned his life again. The chi refining stage was indeed too difficult. Being at the bottom of the cultivation society was troublesome. But once he established a foundation, it wouldn't be so complicated. In the foundation establishment stage, he could live for 200 years and could falsely claim to be a genius who established a foundation in his 30s or 40s. This way, he wouldn't need to change identities for over 100 years. Moreover, with stronger abilities in the foundation establishment stage, he wouldn't be so passive either. He could move around most places in Yunzhou, no longer having to remain cooped up in Yunzhou City. After living there for decades, he would naturally want to go out and see the world. Chapter 66. The genius Chao Ying. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Jiang was already 160 years old, yet his cultivation was still at the 9th level of chi refining. This left Lin Jiang feeling quite helpless. The quality of this body was simply too poor. He wished he could traverse again, not asking for much. A dual spiritual route or a triple spiritual route would be fine. 2 years, at most 2 years, and I will break through. Lin Jiang set a small goal for himself. He was just 1 step away from the peak of chi refining, and he was sure he could achieve it in 2 years. Uncle, come help me. The big sand eagle is bullying me again. A sharp scream came from outside the door. Lin Jiang shook his head helplessly and stood up. When he walked outside, he saw Chao Ying cornered by the big sand eagle, which was flapping its wings angrily, stirring up a strong wind that sent sand and stones flying towards Chao Ying. What did you provoke the big sand eagle for? Lin Jiang walked over, grasped the big sand eagle by the neck, and pulled it away. It was clear without looking that it was Chao Ying who had provoked the big sand eagle. Lin Jiang had started teaching her martial arts when she was 5, and with her limited skills, she had become somewhat overconfident, often sparring with the big sand eagle. The big sand eagle had a good temper, but could sometimes get annoyed by Chao Ying. Once it got serious about dealing with her, she would start begging for help, and the cycle would repeat, much to their amusement. I didn't provoke it. I just wanted to pull out a feather to make a shuttlecock. It has so many feathers. What's wrong with pulling one out? Lin Jiang sighed. It seems I have spoiled you. If that's the case, I won't interfere. Let the big sand eagle beat you. Don't, uncle. I was just joking. You're already a big girl. Can you stop acting like a child? Lin Jiang rolled his eyes. Chao Ying was already 12 this year. In this world, she was considered a big girl. If she were immortal, she would be getting married in a couple of years. In some places, even at 13. They would be marrying off girls. I'm still young, uncle. All right, you're still a child. Uncle, is the cake ready? Today is my birthday, and I want to eat a whole cake. Not yet, let's talk about it tonight. Lin Jiang waved his hand, his mind occupied with other matters. Over the years, he had treated Chao Ying very well, truly regarding her as his own daughter. He never deprived her materially, and she lived much better than most children of loose cultivators in Yunzhong City. Spiritually, he tried his best to enrich her, teaching her to read and write, buying her a lot of books, and teaching her martial arts to strengthen her body. These various efforts helped Chao Ying slowly forget her parents. After turning 6, she hardly mentioned them and lived a simple, happy, and joyful life. Seeing Chao Ying's cheerful demeanor, Lin Jiang hesitated. He hesitated about whether or not to let her cultivate. This world was one of cultivators. Without cultivation, it was inevitably unsafe. Life was uncertain, and one could easily die from various accidents, such as the aftermath of cultivators' battles. Ordinary people couldn't withstand even a casual attack. However, the world of cultivators wasn't as good as it seemed. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, they had to bear countless burdens. Cultivation required resources, which meant struggling, working hard, running around, and even killing. If one wasn't talented, even after decades or centuries of effort, the outcome might be the same as an ordinary person. Lin Jiang had heard many cultivators regret their choices as they aged. In pursuit of cultivation, they abandoned many things, neglected their families, and ultimately found it all meaningless. Uncle, what are you thinking? You look unhappy. Chao Ying, come sit down. I want to discuss something with you. Uncle, what is it? Do you want to cultivate? I do. Why do you want to cultivate? Because I want to fly? The big sand eagle and the little sand eagle are so stingy. They don't take me flying even once a year. If I can cultivate, I can fly by myself. And I won't have to ask them anymore. Chao Ying said resentfully, casting a disdainful look at the big and little sand eagles, which wouldn't even take her flying once. Is it just because you want to fly? Do you know that cultivation is very hard and tedious? All day long. You either earn spirit stones or meditate and practice. I'm not afraid of hardship. Besides, I don't want to drag you down, uncle. I'm grown up now, Chao Ying said. Over the years, their life had returned to that of an ordinary loose cultivator. Many people still sought Lin Jiang for work, acting as guards, hunting monsters, or exploring. But Lin Jiang had refused, citing the need to take care of Chao Ying as an excuse. Chao Ying felt she was a burden to Lin Jiang, so she wanted to cultivate too, believing it would relieve him of the burden and perhaps even allow her to help. Uncle doesn't want you to cultivate because it is very hard, tiring, and dangerous. But since this is your life, I think you should consider it yourself. Therefore, I respect your choice. I will give you a month. After a month, I will ask you again. If you still want to cultivate, I will make arrangements for you. After Lin Jiang thought it over, he said, Chao Ying was not his biological daughter, so he felt he had no right to decide for her. Thus, Lin Jiang planned to spend this month explaining the world of cultivators to Chao Ying, showing her both the good and the bad, the light and the dark, presenting it to her fairly and justly. If she still wanted to pursue it, Lin Jiang would support her. Are you sure you want to cultivate? A month later, Lin Jiang asked Chao Ying once again if she wanted to cultivate, and received a positive response. Uncle Lin, please let me cultivate. Everyone in Yunzhong City cultivates. I want to cultivate too, Chao Ying replied, unable to understand why Lin Jiang seemed to subtly discourage her from cultivating. Wasn't cultivation a natural thing? In Yunzhong City, aside from children, everyone was a cultivator. All right, you're not a child anymore. I respect your choice, but I hope you won't regret it in the future. I promise I won't regret it. Come on, I will test your spiritual roots. If you don't have spiritual roots, then there's nothing we can do. Lin Jiang nodded and took out a spiritual root testing stone from his storage bag. This item cost 100 spirit stones each and could determine whether a child had spiritual roots. It was one of the standard tools in the cultivation world. It is said that some powerful factions have even more advanced spirit testing platforms that can more accurately assess the quality of a child's spiritual root. However, these spirit testing platforms belong to the treasure level and cost tens of thousands of spirit stones, so not everyone can afford them. Lin Jiang took out the spirit testing stone, pricked Chao Ying's finger again, and let a drop of blood fall onto it. Soon, the spirit testing stone reacted and emitted a glow. Lin Jiang sighed. This was within his expectations. Both of Chao Ying's parents were foundation-building stage cultivators, so her probability of having a spiritual root was over 70%. What remained to be seen was how good her spiritual root quality was. He hoped she wouldn't be like him, a useless 5 spiritual roots. After the spirit testing stone came into contact with Chao Ying's blood, it first burst into light, then 5 colors fluctuated continuously, representing 5 types of spiritual roots. But soon, only one color remained, flickering red. Lin Jiang was taken aback. One color? A single spiritual root genius? Lin Jiang exclaimed. A single spiritual root, also known as a heavenly spiritual root, is an extremely rare talent in the cultivation world. Among ordinary people, if both parents and grandparents are ordinary, the probability of having a spiritual root is about 1 in 10,000. Even if one has a spiritual root, it is mostly 4 or 5 spiritual roots. The fewer the roots, the rarer and more talented one is. Uncle, you say I'm a genius? Oh yeah, I'm a genius. Don't be anxious, let's do it again. No more, uncle, it hurts so much. Be good, Chao Ying, let's try again. Lin Jiang coaxed Chao Ying to squeeze out another drop of blood and test again. But the result was the same. Only one red color, representing a fire spiritual root. Chao Ying, how about we try once more? No more, uncle. Xiaoying directly refused, hiding her hand behind her back. If they tried a few more times, she would refuse to cultivate altogether. Who would want to cultivate with such pain? All right, a fire spiritual root it is then, Lin Jiang replied. However, since Xiaoying was a single spiritual root genius, he could not keep her by his side. He didn't want to ruin a genius. Lin Jiang knew his own abilities well. He was somewhat capable, but his talent in drawing talismans was merely average, relying entirely on time and accumulation. If it came to overall quality, he wasn't much stronger than other loose cultivators. Having Xiaoying follow him would be like a pearl covered in dust, a total waste. He needed to find her a renowned master. Since it was about apprenticeship, it would be better to go directly to a large sect. Those famous loose cultivators might not have many advantages. Lin Jiang decided to find a large sect for Xiaoying. With her qualifications, she could enter any sect in Yunzhou, and they would even fight to take her in. A sect must have a continuous influx of talented disciples to remain strong. Once they become extinct, their enemies won't give them a chance. And the competition between sects is fierce. The top choices for large sects would be the Zhonghong sect, the Yunjian sect, and the Wuxing sect. These three sects are the leaders in Yunzhou, and the other sects are not worth mentioning in front of them. Uncle? Xiaoying saw Lin Jiang's expression change rapidly and asked with concern, "You're not going to prick my finger again, are you?" "Xiaoying, I approve of your cultivation. I'll take good care of your health these days," Lin Jiang said. He dared not teach Xiaoying cultivation in advance, fearing that some sects would dislike her. They wanted a disciple as pure as paper. However, Lin Jiang could help her nourish her body by having her eat spiritual meals, nurturing her body, and using spiritual herbs for medicinal baths to strengthen her meridians. These were all foundational matters. In the past, few in the Lin family among Lin Jiang's generation received this treatment, but Lin Jiang's third and fourth generations, as well as the later-born second generation, all enjoyed this privilege because the Lin family had become wealthy by then. The benefits of this were also evident. Lin Jiang's younger generations progressed much faster in their cultivation, which would benefit them for a lifetime. Lin Jiang was not short on money now, so he was naturally willing to spend it on Xiaoying, which could also be considered repaying the kindness of her parents. During this time, Lin Jiang also needed to investigate which sect would be best for Xiaoying. The three major sects each had their own characteristics and advantages, so he had to be cautious. Chapter 67. Apprenticeship at Zhonghong sect. Lin Jiang had been in Yunqing for many years, but he didn't really understand the three major sects because he felt these giants were too far from him and didn't see the need to study them seriously. Now, for Xiaoying's sake, Lin Jiang made a serious inquiry. These were not secrets, and the three major sects even intentionally promoted their characteristics, making it easy to understand the situation. Firstly, all three major sects had outstanding overall strength with no shortcomings, only stronger advantages in certain areas. For example, the Yunjian sect's strongest point is its Shijian Peak, where all disciples are sword cultivators. In the cultivation world, sword cultivators have the strongest offensive capabilities, and Shijian Peak represents the Yunjian sect's highest combat power, likely also the highest in Yunzhou. However, the strength of other peaks in the Yunjian sect should not be underestimated. Any one of them could easily overpower ordinary small and medium sections. The Wuxing sect is the most balanced, and their strengths lie in their mastery of five-element spells and spiritual planting. The Wuxing sect has many marvelous spells that are highly renowned. Zhonghong sect, on the other hand, is strongest in formations, and another strong point is alchemy, boasting the strongest alchemist team in Yunzhou. However, in recent years, Zhonghong sect's alchemy has been overshadowed by the Dan King Li Ruoxu, so they have been less vocal about it. Li Ruoxu's success was purely accidental. Normally, a loose cultivator's alchemy skills should not surpass those of a major sect because alchemy requires not just talent, but also experience. What is experience? It is long-term practice and a large amount of practice, which consumes resources. Can a loose cultivator's personal resources compare to those of a major sect? But the fact is that Li Ruoxu's alchemy skills have indeed surpassed those of Zhonghong's sect, which is why Zhonghong's sect has been shy to emphasize their alchemy superiority in recent years. Nevertheless, Zhonghong's sect's alchemy skills are still strong. No matter how good Li Ruoxu is, he is just one person, while Zhonghong's sect has a whole team of alchemists with varying levels of expertise. Xiaoying, being a fire element single spiritual root talent, immediately ruled out the Yunjian sect. That left Zhonghong sect and Wuxing sect. The fire spells of the Wuxing sect are also quite formidable, while Zhonghong sect has deep research into fire techniques due to their alchemy focus. Which of these two sects is better? Lin Jiang looked at the information on the two sects, feeling somewhat troubled. After considering for a long time, he still couldn't make a decision. Uncle, I'm done with my bath. While Lin Jiang was in a quandary, Xiaoying had already run out of the bathroom. During this time, Lin Jiang had bought a lot of spiritual herbs to prepare medicinal baths for her. Put on a coat, don't catch a cold. I've put it on. Uncle, when are we having dinner? I'm so hungry. Xiaoying pouted, saying that after every medicinal bath, she felt very hungry and could eat 3 big bowls of spirit rice. It's ready, it's on the table. Come and eat, Lin Jiang said, putting away the materials and taking Xiaoying to eat. Uncle, you've been frowning a lot lately. Isn't it because I'm worried about your future? I never worried this much when I filled out my college entrance examination applications. What is the college entrance examination? Is it barbecue? Is it delicious? Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. You're really driving your old father crazy. Aren't you my uncle? Why are you turning into my dad again? Eat a bit more. Please close your mouth. Thank you. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes. Chao Ying's personality was nothing like her parents. Both of her parents were quiet and reserved, while she was quite talkative, resembling her uncle Zhang Ruifeng. Is this what they mean by a nephew resembling an uncle? Chao Ying, do you want to go to the Five Elements sect or the Central Action sect? Where is the Five Elements sect, and where is the Central Action sect? Our current Yunzhong city is the territory of the Central Action sect, while the Five Elements sect is quite far away. Uncle would take a day to fly there, even on a big sand sculpture. Then I will go to the Central Action sect. It's closer to Uncle, and I can come back to see him often. I knew you would say that. So let's toss the Spirit Stone. Heads for the Central Action sect, tails for the Five Elements sect. You toss it. Lin Jiang took out a Spirit Stone and used magic to shape it into a coin, writing A on one side and A on the other, then handed it to Chao Ying. Oh yeah, it's the Central Action sect. Chao Ying tossed it casually, and it landed heads up. She was so happy she almost jumped up. Not counting. Let's do it again. Uncle, you're cheating. No nonsense. Hurry up and toss it, or you'll be eating jerky for dinner, nothing else. Humph. Chao Ying immediately compromised. After being bombarded with delicious food by Lin Jiang, her taste buds had been spoiled. She couldn't eat plain jerky anymore. Unlike those two silly sand sculptures who have been eating jerky for decades without getting tired of it. Uncle, look, it's heads again. Do it again. Uncle, this isn't fair. Last time. Humph. Chao Ying was getting unhappy, but she tossed it again, and this time Lin Jiang was dumbfounded. It was still heads. Chao Ying, honestly tell me. Are you a gambling god? Otherwise, with a 50% chance, it shouldn't land heads 3 times in a row. Uncle, what's a gambling god? Is it a deity? Forget it. I'll toss it myself. Lin Jiang took the Spirit Stone coin and tossed it casually. What the hell? Lin Jiang looked at the Spirit Stone coin, utterly speechless. It was still heads. It seems fate has decided, and Lin Jiang had no choice but to choose the Central Action sect for Chao Ying. However, before they left, Lin Jiang still reminded Chao Ying of many things, such as not mentioning the matters regarding the 2 sand sculptures to outsiders. It had been decades since Lin Jiang killed He Yunwei, but the He family still existed. Many people remembered this matter. Although Lin Jiang could find excuses to cover the past, what if someone didn't adhere to the rules of martial virtue? Ignoring your explanation. They could decide to kill first and ask questions later. After preparing for half a month, Lin Jiang finally took Chao Ying to the gate of the Central Action sect. Such large sects like the Central Action sect recruit disciples all year round, but they usually have high requirements for new disciples. At least 3 spirit roots or some other displayed talents. Only when the number of outer disciples or servant disciples is insufficient do they conduct large-scale tests for the spirit roots of ordinary people in nearby villages and towns. Such large-scale recruitment happens very rarely, typically once every 50 to 60 years. This pattern is because when the previous batch of outer disciples or servant disciples grows old and dies, leading to a shortage of labor, they begin to recruit. Are you here to test her spirit roots? Yes, but she is not my daughter. She is the daughter of my deceased friend. Her parents have both passed away, and I am now raising her. You are very righteous, admirable. Upon hearing this, the outer manager responsible for recruiting disciples at the Central Action sect immediately held Lin Jiang in high regard. It is tough for loose cultivators. And someone willing to take in a burden is indeed a good person. I am just fulfilling a promise. This is my identification. Lin Jiang took out a document. The Central Action sect doesn't accept just anyone. The most important requirement is a clear background, not affiliated with any evil sects or undercover agents from other sects. So an identification document is needed. This identification is quite simple. It certifies that Lin Jiang has lived in Yunzhong City for over 10 years, is not an evil sect member, nor affiliated with other sects, and is traceable. If Chao Ying can enter the inner sect, or even become a direct disciple, they will need to verify what is stated above. If she is only an outer disciple or servant disciple, this document is merely a piece of waste paper. As they wouldn't have access to the core secrets of the Central Action sect, then please, let the little girl in to test her spirit roots. Chao Ying, come in. Lin Jiang waved to Chao Ying, then followed the manager into a room. Inside, there was something resembling a stone platform with a bagua compass on top. The manager instructed Lin Jiang to prick Chao Ying's finger, let her blood cover her palm, and then press it on the stone platform. Ouch! Chao Ying was about to cry. Last time it was just a few drops of blood, but this time it was a lot. Fire-type single spirit root. No. There are accompanying spirit roots, wind-type. The manager stared at the light emitted by the stone platform, completely stunned, then suddenly looked very happy. Congratulations, my friend, congratulations. Manager. What about the accompanying spirit root? Good news, good news. Fire follows wind. This is great news. The manager explained to Lin Jiang in detail, telling him that actually everyone possesses all 5 types of spirit roots. The reason for the term single or double spirit roots is because some spirit roots are very prominent, completely overshadowing the existence of others. 5 spirit roots mean that all 5 types are very prominent, meaning there are no so-called accompanying spirit roots. Besides the 5 elemental spirit roots, there are also 3 types of wind, thunder, and ice. If these 3 are also very prominent, Their talent is on par with single spirit roots, also considered as genius by sections. While the manager was speaking, he already sent out a sound transmission talisman. And in a short while, a powerful aura descended. I've met Elder Nalen. The manager was somewhat surprised. The outer elder of the Central Action Sect, Nalanda, actually came out personally. Lin Jiang also looked at Nalanda. He had been a bystander in the matter of Wenxing, and he had heard about the Nalan family many times, but this was the first time he met such a big shot. No need for too much courtesy. Where's the new disciple? Elder, this is the new disciple, named Chaoing. A girl, very good. Has her spirit roots been confirmed? Elder, we tested once. She has a fire-type single spirit root with an accompanying wind type. Let's test again, to ensure there are no mistakes. Nalanda said. The spirit testing platform is not 100 accurate and may occasionally have 1 or 2 errors. Again? Upon hearing this, Chaoing exploded. She didn't want to come back. She wanted to go home. It hurt so much. Chaoing, be good. Just once more. Your hand is already hurt. No need to cut again. I'll make you something delicious when we get home. Lin Jiang felt a bit awkward and hurried to comfort Chaoing, finally managing to get her to agree to test again. Okay. Nalanda saw the testing result and immediately burst out laughing. Lin Jiang knew this matter was settled. Manager, what do you think of this? My friend, this matter is mostly settled. I have a few more questions for you. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the entry procedures. Sure, please ask, manager. Next, the manager asked Lin Jiang many detailed questions, such as whether Chaoing could read. If not, they would need to arrange for someone to provide her with basic education and whether she had practiced any techniques. Lin Jiang answered most of them truthfully, only concealing the situation of Chao Ying's parents, saying they were ordinary loose cultivators who died in an accident, which they didn't question further. It is normal for loose cultivators to die in accidents. Uncle, when are we going home? Chaoing, you are now a disciple of the Central Action Sect. You can't go home with Uncle. Uncle, you don't want me anymore. It's not that I don't want you. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. Chaoing started crying loudly, making Lin Jiang feel very awkward. He had mild social anxiety. However, the manager was not surprised at all and even took out some snacks to comfort her, but unfortunately, it had no effect. Lin Jiang gritted his teeth and directly subdued Chaoing, saying, Manager, Elder Nalen, when Xiaoying was little, her parents died unexpectedly. She has followed me for nearly 10 years, and we have a father-daughter bond. I have indeed spoiled her at home, but I know that without training, Xiaoying won't become talented. I will let her go to your esteemed sect. You are a rational and intelligent person. This child will not have her talents buried in my Zhongxing sect. Don't worry. I will send someone to comfort her well. Don't come to Zhongxing sect to see her for the next 6 months. Come back after 6 months. Elder Nalen looked at Lin Jiang approvingly. Some elders overly pamper their juniors. Even if their talent is exceptional, they can still be spoiled. Thank you, Elder Nalen. Manager, give him 10 times the settlement fee. I will take her away first. Yes, Elder Nalen. The manager quickly agreed. Lin Jiang watched as the tearful Chaoing was taken away by Nalanda, and in that moment, he felt an immense pain, as if he had returned to the feelings he had when he left the Lin family. Chapter 68. Outside the gate of Zhongxing sect. Lin Jiang held 3,000 spirit stones, walking with his head turning back 3 times. Zhongxing sect had a tradition of providing settlement fees for disciples' families. For miscellaneous disciples, it was only a few spirit stones. If their family had no cultivators, they might not even get spirit stones, only some gold or silver, or food to casually dismiss them. For outer disciples' families, they would receive about 30 to 50 spirit stones, while inner disciples would get up to 100 spirit stones. For top-tier talents among inner disciples, it could go up to 300 spirit stones. As for why Lin Jiang received 10 times the settlement fee, he guessed it was due to their identities. Lin Jiang had inquired that among the disciples recruited by large sects, half of the spots came from vassal powers, similar to the members of the Nalen family's main clan. Such disciples come with their own factions, no matter how talented they are. They cannot join the rival faction of the Nalen family, while Lin Jiang, who had no background, was different. Talented disciples could join any sect. So Nalanda deliberately created a personal favor in advance. 3,000 spirit stones were quite a sum for a loose cultivator. In the future, if Chaoing joined Nalanda's faction, it would be a good thing. Even if she joined another faction, it would still be a good connection. Anyway, the settlement fee didn't come out of his pocket. It was the sect's money, so why not benefit from it? Enough. I must remember. I am just a passerby in this world. I must not get too deeply involved. In the end, Lin Jiang sighed and reminded himself that everyone has their own fate. Chaoing also has her own life, and Zhongxing sect will be her best home. He should be happy for that. Taoist Lin, good morning. A month later, Lin Jiang walked on the streets of Yancheng City. The patrolling guard saw him and greeted him warmly, and Lin Jiang smiled in response. A few days ago, the news that Chaoing had joined the inner sect of Zhongxing sect spread out, first among the disciples of Zhongxing sect in Yancheng City. And then Lin Jiang began to receive enthusiastic attention. When he walked down the street, disciples from Zhongxing sect would greet him warmly. Lin Jiang could only express helplessness. He did not want to accept such attention. However, he could not control the will of others, so he could only reduce his outings. Anyway, he did not go out much on ordinary days. Upon arriving at Yunlai Pavilion, the shopkeeper immediately came out to greet him. Lin Jiang took out the spirit symbols for him to count. About every 10 days, Lin Jiang would come to Yunlai Pavilion to sell spirit symbols. Usually 30 at a time, at the level of a mid-stage Qi refinement talisman maker. For the additional spirit symbols, Lin Jiang would secretly sell them to other businesses. Still in disguise. Shopkeeper Zhang, you've given too many spirit stones. After counting, the shopkeeper of Yunlai Pavilion paid him, but Lin Jiang found that he had been given more. It's not a mistake. Taoist Lin is already a long-time customer of our Yunlai Pavilion, and your spirit symbols are of high quality, with abundant spiritual energy and great power, as well as stability. Some old customers specifically request your spirit symbols, so we decided to give you a higher price. Then you won't make any money. Lin Jiang said. The business only made about 10% profit when they bought spirit symbols from them. Now, if they bought at retail price, they would be losing money. Since there were also costs like rent and labor. Taoist Lin, it seems we won't lose money, but we won't make a lot either. This shop is ours, so we don't need to pay rent. Business needs to be done every day, and there are no labor costs. Moreover, your spirit symbols are of good quality, which helps us retain other old customers. Overall, we still make a profit, just a little less. Shopkeeper Zhang, we've been dealing with each other for nearly 10 years. There's no need for this. Lin Jiang smiled bitterly. Shopkeeper Zhang was really like him, making excuses so casually. Haha. Shopkeeper Zhang laughed awkwardly, then said, Taoist Lin, you seem to have not received the news. What news? Your niece started cultivating on the 5th day after entering the sect. In one night, she drew in spiritual energy. And 3 days ago, she was already at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. What? Lin Jiang's body shook. He rubbed his ears, thinking he must have heard wrong. In one night, she drew in spiritual energy, and in less than a month, she reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement? It must be a lie. Thinking back, it seemed like the original Lin Jiang took 8 months to successfully draw in spiritual energy. How many years did it take to go from the 1st to the 2nd level of Qi refinement? He felt embarrassed to even recall it. Taoist Lin, you didn't hear wrong. In one night, she drew in spiritual energy, and in 24 days, she reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. It is said that it has already attracted the attention of the Yuan Ying ancestors of Zhongxing sect. At least 3 or more Yuan Ying level elders from Zhongxing sect want to take her as a disciple, and they have argued about it several times. This joke isn't funny. Taoist Lin, what reaction is that? Shouldn't you be happy? Mainly, I know what level my little Ying is at. She's not particularly clever. She's just an ordinary person. Lin Jiang said. Over the years, he had taught Chao Ying to read and write and martial arts, but he never found her to be a genius. I have a great-uncle who is the manager of the inner sect of Zhongxing sect. My great-uncle's brother-in-law is responsible for the learning hall of the inner sect of Zhongxing sect, which is where they teach newly entered disciples. Shopkeeper Zhang said that this matter had already caused a sensation in Zhongxing sect. Zhongxing sect did not lack talented individuals, but it lacked top-tier talents. Undoubtedly, Chao Ying was now a top-tier talent. Her spiritual root quality was one aspect, and her comprehension was another. The cultivation world is not short of those with superior spiritual roots, but poor comprehension. Their potential is also limited. However, Chao Ying, with superior spiritual roots and excellent comprehension, as long as she is not harmed midway, her foundation period is just the beginning, and her potential is limitless. Even Yuan Ying and Hua Shun are possible. I still don't believe it. Lin Jiang said, thinking that Chao Ying and Zhang Ruifeng were not top-tier geniuses either. Their qualifications were just slightly better than his. Maybe they were even comparable. Why could their daughter be so impressive? It didn't make sense. Taoist Lin, am I still able to deceive you? You will become rich in the future. Shopkeeper Zhang said, Chao Ying is still young, and her value hasn't been realized yet. Once she establishes her foundation and forms her core, it will be truly impressive. With connections, making money in Yinchong City will be easy. And buying a house here won't be a problem. If it's true, then I really can't accept your spirit stones. Shopkeeper Zhang, I'm sorry. Taoist Lin, we have been friends for more than 10 years. Not yet 10 years. Cough, cough. Shopkeeper Zhang's face turned green. What does this mean? Is he rejecting their small business? Not even giving them a chance to curry favor? Zhang Zhangwei, don't misunderstand. Business is business, and friends are friends. Since Xiao Ying is so outstanding, as her uncle, I shouldn't hold her back, right? Lin Daoyu, I didn't mean that. I know. Our old Lin relies on his skills to make a living, not on connections. How about this? I'll draw a few more talismans every month. You can profit, and I can profit too. How does that sound? All right, then Lin Daoyu should come often. That's natural. I'm a person who values old friendships, and our cooperation with Zhang Zhangwei has been very pleasant, so I will definitely come often in the future. Lin Jiang said, as he truly did not want to hold Chao Ying back. This money was hard to come by. Whatever others gave you, you would have to give back double or even more in the future. Lin Jiang took out the excess spirit stones, chatted idly with Zhang Zhangwei for a while, and then left. In the following days, news gradually spread that the Zhonghong sect had recruited a genius disciple, and all loose cultivators were envious. The rules of the cultivation world are such that when one person achieves the Tao, their family and pets ascend to heaven. For wealthy people in Yunzhong City, who doesn't he have someone in the 2 major sects? Many people mention Lin Jiang, but he became increasingly reclusive, and not many knew his identity. However, within the Zhonghong sect system, Lin Jiang was not a secret anymore. When When he went out and encountered disciples from the Zhonghong sect, people would greet him and come forward to befriend him. When he went to the Zhonghong sect's shops to buy things, he would also receive significant discounts and benefits. Of course, this was limited to the Zhonghong sect. The Yunjian sect wouldn't care, as he wasn't their disciple, at most just exchanging pleasantries with Lin Jiang. But even so, it brought Lin Jiang a lot of trouble. He had too many secrets, and such high attention would bring him great trouble. The most typical example was the Dark Knight assassins. Lin Jiang had taken out about 10 of them. And although Zhang Ruifeng rarely went out with Chao Ying at the beginning, who knew if the Dark Knight would know Chao Ying's name? Lin Jiang had long abandoned the identity of Lin Yang, but some characteristics were fixed. For example, as a talisman master. If someone found Lin Jiang's previous spirit talismans for comparison, it would be obvious, as many habits of talisman masters are fixed. It's time to move. Once things are stable with Xiao Ying, I'll find an excuse to say I'm going out for travel, and then find an excuse to move. Lin Jiang once again made up his mind. He couldn't continue using this identity. Once things with Chao Ying stabilized, he would continue to change his identity. Otherwise, disaster would eventually strike. Chapter 69. The hot commodity in the blink of an eye. It had been a year since Chao Ying entered the Zhonghong sect, and Lin Jiang came to visit her again. After several layers of notification, Lin Jiang was allowed to enter the Zhonghong sect. It was Lin Jiang's first time visiting the Zhonghong sect, and he continuously observed the surroundings. When he was investigating materials about the Zhonghong sect earlier, the information indicated that the mountain gate covered approximately 500 miles, but it wasn't just a single mountain. The entire range of mountains was part of the Zhonghong sect's territory. The influence of the Zhonghong sect was even broader, at least covering tens of thousands of miles. Otherwise, how could it be called one of the overlords of Yinzhou? All Lin Jiang could see were spirit fields, with tens of thousands of spirit grains planted. And some areas were shrouded in mist, making it unclear what was being grown there. After walking for about 2 hours, Lin Jiang finally arrived at the Shanshu Hall in the inner sect. Chao Ying was still a disciple in the Shanshu Hall, just a beginner, still learning the basic knowledge of the cultivation world. Uncle, Chao Ying saw Lin Jiang and jumped up 3 feet high, rushing over to hang on Lin Jiang. Get down. Get down. What kind of behavior is this? Lin Jiang hurriedly pulled her down. Now Lin Jiang could feel at least 100 pairs of eyes on them, and his spiritual sense exceeded 3 digits. Who knows how many people were paying attention to them? Uncle, why did it take you so long to see me? Didn't you say you could visit every 6 months? Isn't it to make sure you don't slack off? I want you to learn a bit more here. I'm not slacking off. I'm the first in Shanshu Hall. Really? Yes. They're so stupid. Some have been in Shanshu Hall for a year and are still at the first level of qi refining, but I'm already at the 3rd level. My master even asked me to slow down and build a solid foundation. Otherwise, I might have reached the 4th level of qi refining by now. I could fly. What your master said is right. You need to build a solid foundation and not rush. Lin Jiang quickly said, feeling quite sour. A year, and she was already at the 3rd level of qi refining. Was there any justice? The gap between people was indeed larger than that between people and demon beasts. I know. I've already decided to break through in 3 months, no rush. Chao Ying said with a grin. She had already heard that once she reached the 4th level of qi refining, she wouldn't be able to stay in Shanshu Hall anymore. Once she left Shanshu Hall, there would be many things to do, which would be annoying. She wanted to stay a little longer. How are you doing here? Is anyone bullying you? No. The senior brothers and sisters and masters are all very good to me. That is good. Lin Jiang nodded. When you are strong, the whole world is kind to you. He was very clear about this. Chao Ying was not strong yet, but she had great potential. Very few would dare to offend Chao Ying unless they were sure they could take her down in one go. Uncle, I missed you. Missing my food, right? Oh. You found out. Let us find a place to rest. I brought you food. Yay. Chao Ying took Lin Jiang to her residence. The special treatment for geniuses allowed her to have a complete courtyard all to herself, while others had to share dormitories for people to a small yard. Lin Jiang prepared Chao Ying's favorite dishes, quickly filling the table. Chao Ying rapidly devoured the food. Before she began cultivating, she could only take a bite of each dish, otherwise, her body couldn't handle it. Now that she was at the 3rd level of qi refining, she could eat with confidence. I can't take it anymore, too much spiritual energy. Uncle, wait for me for an hour. I'll go meditate and refine the spiritual energy. After finishing the meal, Chao Ying couldn't hold on any longer. She left the sentence and immediately rushed back to her room to meditate. Lin Jiang saw that even in such a rushed environment, she could still seal the formation in her room, and he nodded with satisfaction. It seemed Chao Ying's self-protection awareness was quite strong. Lin Daoyu, may we have a word? Just as Chao Ying left, a whisper reached Lin Jiang's ears. Where's the senior? Right next door. Just turn left when you go out. Okay. Lin Jiang nodded, then went out, turned left, and saw a young man in his 20s waiting for him, looking quite handsome. Junior Lin Jiang, greetings to the senior. We are from the same family. I am Lin Shuzi. Lin Xianbei, how are you? Looks like you don't recognize me. Forgive me, senior. I rarely go out, and am a bit reclusive, so I do not know your esteemed name. I am currently at the mid-stage of Golden Core. My master is Xiao Dingsheng, ranked 5th among the 13 elders of the Zhonghong sect. My master wants to take your niece as a disciple, and you can help persuade her. Lin Shuzi said, but although he phrased it as asking for help, his tone carried an ordering tone, looking down at Lin Jiang. which made Lin Jiang quite displeased. Your master is a nascent soul ancestor. Why would you need a small qi refining person like me to help? As long as you treat Chowing sincerely, she will naturally agree. It seems Lin Daoyu does not wish to help with this. Lin Shixiang is bullying the weak. If this gets out, it would be quite embarrassing. Just as Lin Jiang was about to respond, another voice came. Lin Jiang turned around and saw another handsome young man approaching, but Lin Jiang did not dare to underestimate him, estimating he was also a golden core big shot. It's lively here. What are the two senior brothers doing? As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged beauty walked over, smiling at Lin Shuzi. Qin Yan, Li Yincheng. What are you doing here? Look at what senior brother Lin said. Why can't I come to the Shanshu Hall? Yeah, if someone as busy as senior brother Lin, who oversees the transmission hall, can come, what is wrong with me taking a stroll here? Seems reasonable, right? The middle-aged beauty was named Qin Yan, and the handsome young man was named Li Yincheng. Their banter made Lin Shuzi's expression turn ugly. Lin Jiang wanted to use an invisibility technique to hide himself. With these golden core big shots fighting, he didn't want to get involved. He couldn't afford it. Even a sneeze might be fatal for him. Lin Daoyu, the junior is here. Senior Su wants to take a disciple, but I also want to. What should we do? Qin Yan smiled at Lin Jiang, who glanced at her and instantly felt dizzy, realizing something was wrong. This woman was using tricks on him. Those who often went to the Yingshun Tower to chat with the little fairies knew that some of them had charming techniques that could easily drain even strong men, leaving their storage bags and their essence empty. Lin Jiang was also a well-experienced warrior from Yingshun Tower, but at this moment, he had no resistance. His willpower was rapidly crumbling. Ahem. At this moment, a cough sounded. Lin Jiang trembled all over and instantly regained clarity. Sister Qin, your illusion technique is strong enough to deal with golden core great perfection. Isn't it a bit much to use it to bully a mere qi refining cultivator? Humph. What if I like him? I have no objection to liking him, but if you like his niece, I'll have objections. What if I like you? Qin Yan said to Li Yincheng, her eyes suddenly shining. This was not a charming technique. That was low-level stuff. What she used was an illusion technique. A very powerful one. However, Li Yincheng turned his head immediately, refusing to meet her gaze, breaking her spell. Lin Daoyu, I'm a straightforward person. To be blunt, the three of us are here for your niece. Lin Shuzi's master was Xiao Dingsheng, the fifth elder. Qin Yan's master was Ouyang Qing, the 13th elder of our Zhonghong sect, and my master is Qi Yunjiao, the third elder of Zhonghong sect. Our masters have all set their sights on your niece's talent and want to take her as a direct disciple. What do you think? Senior Li, I'm afraid I can't make that decision. Not being able to make a decision won't do either, because we asked Chao Ying, and she said the elder was present and didn't dare make a decision, using you as a scapegoat. You have to make the decision for Chao Ying. Lin Jiang was speechless. He really wanted the three of them to leave for a bit, so he could properly teach Chao Ying a lesson. Wasn't this just throwing the blame onto him? Is there such an uncle-killing situation? Three seniors. What Chao Ying said should be due to her young age and fearfulness, not daring to agree rashly. As for me, I'm completely in the dark about the situation in Zhonghong sect. Asking me to decide now is irresponsible to everyone. How about I have a good chat with Chao Ying first and see what she thinks? Lin Daoyu makes a good point. I'll wait for your good news then. Qin Yan cheerfully agreed, and, as she turned to leave, didn't he forget to whisper a string of secret words in Lin Jiang's ear? Li Yuncheng and Lin Shuzi did the same. The promises they made to Lin Jiang offered him substantial benefits. Is the competition for talent within Zhonghong sect really that brutal? Lin Jiang thought as the three left. He was now uncertain whether sending Chao Ying to Zhonghong sect was the right choice. If the internal strife in Zhonghong sect was severe, Chao Ying could very well become cannon fodder. Filled with worry, Lin Jiang waited for Chao Ying to come out again and then asked her about the apprenticeship. Uncle, I'm worried too. They treat me so well. Can I have everyone as my master? As soon as Chao Ying heard this, she immediately exchanged glances with Lin Jiang and kept talking, and Lin Jiang understood that now wasn't the time to discuss this. The eavesdropping crowd laughed at these words. Little brat, dreaming of having so many masters at the same time? If it weren't for your exceptional talent, you wouldn't even qualify to be their errand boy. Lin Jiang took the opportunity to educate Chao Ying a bit, telling her about the seriousness of direct disciples and not to be unrealistic. But soon, he shifted the topic and asked about her life in Zhonghong sect. Speaking of this, Chao Ying became animated, chattering away. Besides not mentioning the first 5 days when she cried every day, she wanted to share everything else with Lin Jiang. Chapter 70. Chao Ying's apprenticeship. Chao Ying rambled on about her happy life in Zhonghong sect. She was the most outstanding among the new group in the Shanshu Hall, far ahead of the second place, and was being noticed by the big shots of Zhonghong sect, practically becoming a little princess, living a life of unparalleled joy. Lin Jiang initially thought of educating her not to take these things for granted, but when he remembered that Chao Ying was only 13 this year, he held back. Let it be. Perhaps she wouldn't have such happiness in the future, so enjoying it for a day was a day. Their chat continued until nightfall, and Lin Jiang was arranged to stay in the guest quarters of Zhonghong sect. The next morning, Chao Ying came to find Lin Jiang early to show him around Zhonghong sect. What do you think about the apprenticeship? Lin Jiang asked about the apprenticeship. Now that no one should be eavesdropping. Even if those golden core ancestors were eavesdropping, Lin Jiang wouldn't notice. He couldn't care less. I don't know. The better they treat me, the more scared I get. Why scared? Because they aren't related to me. Uncle treats me well because he is my uncle. But they aren't. That makes sense. How much do you know about the three ancestors, Xiao Dingxing, Ouyang Qing, and Qi Yinzhao? What are their reputations like? I've only been in the door for a year. How would I know so much? I've only heard people say they are good. Got it, here, take this. Lin Jiang nodded, and then took out the spirit stone coin he had from back then. Uncle, what is this for? Just like when we chose our sect for apprenticeship. You just toss this spirit stone. 3 people, you first choose 2, toss it 3 times, and whichever appears twice, eliminate the other. Then proceed to the next one. Whomever you choose is whom you choose. This is called fate. You're so smart, uncle. Let us do it this way. Chowing laughed, realizing she had forgotten about this. Meanwhile, Lin Shuzi and the other 2 watching everything in the dark were quite speechless. Such an important matter as apprenticeship was being treated so lightly. It seemed that Chowing's uncle wasn't very reliable either. Chowing, you should practice well in Zhonghong's sect. In a couple of years, your uncle will go out traveling. Uncle, where are you going? I don't know. The world is so big, I want to see it. Don't run around. It's dangerous outside. Once I establish my foundation, I'll take you. At that time, I'll protect you. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll wait for you to protect me then. Lin Jiang laughed heartily, feeling a bit unsatisfied inside because this might actually happen. With Chowing's talent and Zhonghong's sect's training, it was normal for her to establish her foundation before him, which made his 100 years of cultivation feel wasted when compared to a child in her teens. Lin Jiang didn't stay for a second night in Zhonghong's sect. That was enough. By the afternoon, he left Zhonghong's sect and returned to Yunqing. Time flew by, and at the age of 162, Lin Jiang finally broke through to the great perfection of qi refining, marking a total of 150 years of cultivation. Lin Jiang couldn't help but sigh. While others could achieve what they wanted in 10 or 20 years, he had spent 150 years. If it weren't for some sort of cheat, he wouldn't even know how tall the grass on his grave would be. At the Gathering Star Tower, Lin Jiang received a high-standard reception, with a core formation stage manager personally attending to him. This was because, just over 6 months ago, Chowing had become a disciple of the 13th elder of the Central Bank sect, Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing was the last Yuan-ing ancestor of the Central Bank sect, but her strength was not to be underestimated. She had 2 prominent characteristics that allowed her to stand out in the Central Bank sect. The first was her youth. She was just over 300 years old, with a lifespan of 1,000 years for a Yuan-ing, as long as she didn't fall midway. She still had 700 years to live. Living long was an asset, and she had enough time to support her own people. The second was that her partner, Chun Mingyang, was the 8th elder of the Central Bank sect and also the master of the alchemy hall. Chun Mingyang was the best alchemist in the Central Bank sect. And although he had recently been overshadowed by Li Ruoxu in the past, if anyone in Yunzhong City were to ask who the top alchemist was, it would undoubtedly be Chun Mingyang. By becoming Ouyang Qing's disciple, Chowing was essentially holding onto the thighs of 2 Yuan-ing stage experts. As long as nothing unfortunate happened to her, the chances of her advancing to Golden Core were extremely high, especially since she lacked neither talent nor resources. Everyone knew that Chao Ying's future achievements would not be low, and as a result, Lin Jiang also benefited from it once again. Is Taoist Lin here for the foundation establishment pill? Yes, after years of hard cultivation, I finally reached the peak of qi refinement. I must make one last push. Lin Jiang replied. After returning from Ru Mountain, he had changed his name to Lin Sheng and publicly announced his age as 35. Now, 10 years had passed, and he was considered 45 externally, making it entirely reasonable for him to strive for foundation establishment. Taoist Lin, technically, I can't sell you this foundation establishment pill directly. I know the rules. Senior, just inform me when to attend the auction. Lin Jiang nodded. Foundation establishment pills were rarely sold directly in Yunzhong City. Most were auctioned. At first, Lin Jiang didn't understand why, but some older brothers from the market explained it to him. Firstly, auctions could earn more spirit stones. The normal auction price for a foundation establishment pill was around 20 to 30,000 spirit stones, but there were often irregular situations. For instance, if bidders competed fiercely or multiple bidders urgently needed the foundation establishment pill, the price could rise to 40 or 50,000 spirit stones. The foundation establishment pill was used to harvest wealth. Secondly, it was to limit the strength of rogue cultivators. There were many rogue cultivators with varying qualifications and talents, but with a large base, there were also capable individuals among them. Major sects didn't want to see too many rogue cultivators successfully establish their foundations, so they restricted the production of foundation establishment pills, releasing them bit by bit through auctions. This was even more severe during the Golden Core stage. Major sects had scoured the wilds for items that could promote Golden Core formation. Only they planted spirit herbs similar to the 5 elements golden fruit in their sects, almost monopolizing Golden Core treasures. However, they would occasionally release some Golden Core treasures every few decades or centuries. For example, during the last grand celebration in Yunzhong City, there was an auction for 5 elements pills at an extremely high price. Those at the peak of foundation establishment wanting to acquire it would have to resort to robbing other rogue cultivators, not only harvesting their wealth, but also significantly reducing their numbers. Whenever Golden Core treasures appeared, foundation establishment rogue cultivators would disappear in batches. mostly killed by those at the peak of Foundation establishment, as they needed to gather spirit stones to buy treasures. Taoist Lin is reasonable. I admire you. When the Foundation establishment pill is auctioned, I will send someone to inform you. Thank you, senior. Lin Jiang nodded. He was unwilling to overconsume Chao Ying's goodwill. If he could spend money to buy it, he preferred that route since there was no urgency. However, Lin Jiang's plan to change his identity had to be delayed. Alternatively, if he could establish his foundation within the next 15 years, he wouldn't need to change his identity. With Chao Ying's connection, the Knight Organization might not dare to act against him. In recent years, the Knight Organization had suffered significant losses at the hands of the Central Bank sect and the Yun Sword sect, forcing them into hiding without daring to show their teeth. After leaving the Gathering Star Tower, Lin Jiang headed straight home. He didn't go to the Treasure Pavilion, as the Gathering Star Tower treated him well because of Chao Ying. But the Treasure Pavilion wouldn't give him any face. Back home, Lin Jiang took out blank talisman paper to draw talismans, entering the peak of Qi refinement. His spiritual power and soul once again saw a significant increase, allowing him to increase his daily talisman drawing to 12. Additionally, his daily expenses had significantly decreased. Now that he had entered the peak of Qi refinement, he no longer needed to consume spirit gathering pills, nor did he require the spirit gathering array. He only needed to practice daily to stabilize his cultivation. After a period of consolidation, when his cultivation completely stopped growing, he could start establishing his foundation, including rent. His daily expenses were under 30 spirit stones, allowing him to save money every day, which felt great. His storage bag was going to get fuller again. Lin Jiang took stock of his assets. Previously, on Ru Mountain, he had obtained 80,000 spirit stones, and with his previous savings, he had over 120,000. After nearly 10 years, he still had over 80,000 spirit stones left, along with various items worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. He didn't plan to sell everything because he was about to establish his foundation and would need some items for himself. Only those that might expose his identity would need to be dealt with later. Before establishing his foundation, he needed to find a way to improve the strength of his 2 sand sculptures. Lin Jiang looked again at the spirit beast bag. Since they reached the mid-second stage, their strength had been growing very slowly. Despite consuming a large amount of spirit meat daily, their cultivation had barely increased, merely filling their stomachs. The remaining demon core fragments had allowed them to gain some cultivation, but they hadn't reached the late second stage yet. He didn't know what cultivation level their father was, but their mother had been at the mid-second stage. Logically, they could definitely reach the late second stage. The third stage would require opportunity. But if he was willing to invest heavily, the third stage wasn't out of reach. The Aurora Falcon had a high rank, and Yunzhou had once produced a fourth stage late Aurora Falcon. Lin Jiang recalled the beast taming knowledge he had read. The Aurora Falcon had great growth potential. Yunzhou had once produced a fourth stage late Aurora Falcon Demon King that dominated the area, but it was ultimately killed by cultivators. To enhance the Aurora Falcon's strength, he had to invest heavily. Over the past 100 years, Lin Jiang had poured in an immeasurable amount of resources, but having invested this far, stopping losses was no longer an option. He had to continue investing. If he could really cultivate it to the third stage, he would be able to walk sideways at the foundation establishment level in the future. Chapter 71, Mutual Benefit Central Bank Sect, Flying Peak. Flying Peak was the residence of the 8th elder of the Central Bank Sect, Chun Mingyang. Likewise, his partner, Ouyang Qing, also lived here, along with their disciples. Chun Mingyang and Ouyang Qing had not many direct disciples, just over 10 combined, but Chun Mingyang had an abundance of registered disciples. Unfortunately, the status of registered disciples was low and could not be compared to that of direct disciples. Chao Ying had been under Ouyang Qing for over a year, and her cultivation had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. It wasn't that she couldn't progress faster. It was just that Ouyang Qing had always required her to suppress her cultivation growth. Growing too fast in cultivation wasn't necessarily a good thing. It could sometimes lead to a weak foundation. There were many spells and techniques in the Qi refinement stage, along with a lot of other knowledge. If one ended their Qi refinement life too early, they often overlooked these aspects, which could pose risks in the future. That's why Ouyang Qing required Chao Ying to slow down her cultivation pace. Chao Ying's comprehension is also evident. She has reduced her cultivation time and moved on to learn other things, such as spells, and she learns exceptionally quickly. While it takes others several years to master a spell from the beginner stage to proficiency, Chao Ying can reach proficiency in just 1 or 2 months, which is truly exceptional. Under the halo of this genius, Chao Ying has received much affection from many senior brothers and sisters at Feilai Peak. Additionally, Chao Ying herself is not arrogant, but rather lively and lovely, making her even more endearing. Master, are you there? One day, Chao Ying arrived outside Chun Mingyang's alchemy room, calling out loudly, "Junior sister, the master is busy refining pills. What do you need from him?" A disciple of Chun Mingyang opened the door and spoke to Chao Ying in a gentle tone. If someone else were to disturb Chun Mingyang while he was refining pills, it would be mild to get scolded. When will the master finish refining? I have something to discuss with him. It will take a while, about half an hour. What do you need from my master? I won't tell you, he. Junior sister, my master is very busy and may not see you. If he doesn't see me, I'll complain to my master and have him deal with you. Chao Ying placed her hands on her hips, looking quite arrogant. The disciple of Chen Mingyang was left speechless. This junior sister is impressive, having only been here for a little over a year and already grasping her master's weakness. Xiaoying, come in. A voice came from the alchemy room, and Xiaoying smiled, immediately walking in. Junior sister, don't go into the inner room. There's strange fire in there, and you won't be able to withstand it at your qi refining stage. Don't get hurt, just wait here. The disciple of Chen Mingyang stopped Xiaoying, as the temperature inside the alchemy room was extremely high. Only after establishing his foundation was he allowed to enter, and he still had to maintain his protective aura to avoid being harmed. If Xiaoying, at the qi refining stage, went in, she might not even make it to the front before being burned away. Xiaoying did not barge in. She waited until Chen Mingyang finished refining before seeing him. Chen Mingyang appeared to be in his 40s, disheveled, with messy hair and beard, and his wrinkled clothes did not match at all with the stunningly beautiful Ouyang Qing standing beside him. However, Chen Mingyang did not care about his appearance. He was obsessed with alchemy, and as long as it did not interfere with his pill refining, nothing else mattered. Master, I made delicious food for you. You have to try it. When Xiaoying saw Chen Mingyang, she immediately pulled out several baskets from her storage ring, filled with steaming hot dishes that were colorful and fragrant. Xiaoying, it's not shameful not to know how to cook, but don't try to fool me. These are clearly the specialties of the chefs from the inner sect dining hall. When did they become your own cooking? Chen Mingyang sat down to eat, but did not forget to expose Xiao Ying's little trick. After all, he had been eating the specialties from the dining hall for decades. Master, I spent spirit stones on this. I bought it, so it's mine, no difference. Xiaoying was not embarrassed at all when her trick was exposed. Instead, she argued confidently that since she spent money on it, it belonged to her. All right, it's yours. I can feel your filial piety. But since you're being so kind today, do you have something to ask of me? Master, you're really smart. I want to ask for some foundation building pills. Just 10 or 8 will do. Are you planning to eat foundation building pills as meals? 10 or 8. 3 or 5 would be fine too. With this meal, you can't even trade for a single foundation building pills residue, and you still want 3 or 5. Oh, master, just help me out. In the future, I will praise you more in front of my master. Do I need your praise? Chen Mingyang raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. He, Chen Mingyang, was illustrious and unparalleled in alchemy. Did he need others to praise him? Is that so? Then who was kicked out of the room by my master last month? Cough. That's an adult matter. You children shouldn't meddle in it. Master. Xiaoying, unable to succeed with one tactic, tried another and directly switched to acute mode, circling behind Chen Mingyang to massage his shoulders and legs. No, I can't take this. Just tell me, what do you need foundation building pills for? Chen Mingyang was indeed swayed by this tactic. He and Ouyang Qing did not have children, not because they did not want to, but because they were afraid. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the more difficult it is to have children, as infants need to absorb nutrients from their mothers, and cultivators' bodies instinctively reject this. By the Yuanying stage, female cultivators must pay a heavy price to give birth. Not only must their cultivation stagnate, but it may even regress. Therefore, female cultivators above the Yuanying stage rarely give birth unless it is an extraordinary love. In fact, even female cultivators at the Jindan stage have fewer children. Because they had no children, both Chen Mingyang and Ouyang Qing were very fond of children, especially the younger and cuter ones. Xiaoying had a bit of both qualities. She was lively and cute, and being only 14, she was still quite young, resembling an infant in front of these centuries-old ancestors. In the cultivation world, the status of a direct disciple is very serious. When a disciple bows to their master, they should treat their master as a parent. The saying once a teacher, always a father is not empty. For example, the relationship between Xiaoying and her previous teachers at the Shanshu Academy was that of ordinary students and ordinary teachers. However, here, a direct disciple is treated as a successor. In special cases, the status of a direct disciple can even surpass that of their own children. Chen Mingyang and his wife treated Xiaoying as their own daughter. Seeing Xiaoying starting to act cute, Chen Mingyang's heart softened. Master, a few days ago, I heard Uncle Jiang say that my uncle is looking to buy foundation-building pills everywhere. You know I've grown up without parents. My uncle raised me with great difficulty. I still remember when I was 8 years old. Xiaoying immediately started her performance, cruelly pinching her thigh to squeeze out a few drops of tears. Starting to cry. Stop. Where did you learn this? Who taught you these nonsense? Master, I haven't finished my act yet. No, I haven't said everything. First, tell me who taught you this, or I'll have to break his legs. I read it in books. Stop reading those nonsensical books. If you run out of books, come to my room. I have the most comprehensive alchemy basics in Yunzhou, along with my years of alchemy insights. Chen Mingyang rolled his eyes. It was clear that the Zhongxing sect did not have such nonsensical books. Xiaoying probably read them randomly when she was in Yunqing, and it was likely that her uncle bought those books, so he couldn't blame her uncle. Okay, master, then the foundation building pills. For just a few foundation building pills, do you need to be so hard on yourself? Go ask your senior brothers, they must have extra. Chen Mingyang said. As his several disciples were all key alchemists of the Zhongxing sect, even if they were placed outside, they would still be advanced alchemists. A few foundation building pills were beneath their notice. Yay, that's great. Then master, goodbye. Not going to give me another shoulder massage? That was just a few times. I'll go back and tell my master to give you a shoulder massage. I'm off. Chowing ran away without looking back, leaving Chun Mingyang with a dark face. If Ouyang Qing were to give him a shoulder massage, she could probably turn him into a ball. Even if he had 3 guts, he wouldn't dare. 35,000. 35,000 spirit stones. Is there any fellow Taoist willing to raise the bid? No one raised their bid. This foundation building pill was sold to this fellow Taoist. In the auction hall of the Gathering Star Tower, Lin Jiang, wearing a cloak, sat among the crowd, watching the foundation building pill rise from 20,000 to 35,000. He did not raise his bid again. It's not that he can't afford the price, but he doesn't want to be the fool. The auction price plus the handling fee is nearly 40,000 spirit stones, which exceeds Lin Jiang's psychological bottom line. Congratulations to friend number 74 for winning this foundation establishment pill. Please proceed to the backstage for the handover. Now we'll proceed to the next auction item. After a while, the auctioneer saw that no one was raising the bid, so he put down the hammer and announced the end of this auction, with the foundation establishment pill being purchased by the cloaked figure number 74. After seeing the foundation establishment pill auction finish, Lin Jiang quietly left the venue. As the top merchant in Cloud City, the Gathering Stars Tower auctioned about 10 foundation establishment pills each year. If he didn't succeed this time, he could come back next time. He had plenty of time to spare. After returning the cloak, Lin Jiang quietly headed home. On the way, he took a glance at the small sand sculptures, which had already fallen asleep. A few days ago, Lin Jiang sneakily went to the fake black market in the city and bought a monster core, split it in half, and gave it to them. After eating, they fell into a deep sleep, and it was uncertain when they would wake up. Chapter 72. Unexpected surprise. Uncle, open the door quickly. It's me, Chowing. Early in the morning, Chowing appeared at Lin Jiang's door, knocking. Lin Jiang scanned outside with his divine sense and confirmed it was indeed Chowing. But there was someone with her, so he quickly put away the small sand sculptures. Chowing, why are you back? Senior Qin, you're here too? Lin Jiang opened the door and saw Qin Yan beside Chowing, quickly bowing in greeting. Little junior sister insisted on coming home to take a look. The master was worried and asked me to keep an eye on her. Thank you, Senior Ouyang. Please come in. Lin Jiang quickly invited the two inside. Chowing indeed needed someone to protect her, or with her talent and understanding, she would attract envy and might even be harmed. As Qin Yan entered Lin Jiang's home, she frowned slightly. So small and shabby. She was somewhat unaccustomed. In the Middle Journey sect, she had her own independent cave dwelling, and with her golden core cultivation, her cave could be as large as 10 acres. Here, it was at most 70 square meters, not any bigger. I apologize for the humble abode, Taoist friend Qin. You could move to the north of the city in the future. I will definitely go when I have the chance. Lin Jiang nodded. The north of Cloud City was the affluent area, where the buildings were much sparser compared to the other 3 areas, and the average residential area was much larger. So the prices were naturally much higher. However, Lin Jiang would definitely go there because he needed an environment rich in spiritual energy to break through to the foundation establishment stage. A spirit gathering array could solve this problem, but it required continuous installation of spirit stones. During his seclusion, he wouldn't be able to replace the spirit stones alone. So he had to rent a cave with sufficient spiritual energy, and the northern caves were his target. Uncle, I miss your cooking. Okay, I'll make it for you right away. Just a moment to entertain your senior sister. Lin Jiang said with a smile. He was quite fond of Chowing, after all. Being over 100 years old, he was generally fond of children. Lin Jiang tied on an apron, entered the kitchen, cooked a few dishes, and brought them out for Chowing to enjoy. Not bad. You could work in the cafeteria of the Middle Journey sect. Senior sister, can you get my uncle into the cafeteria? No, he is not a disciple of our sect. Can we ask the master for a favor? The master can't do that either. The cafeteria is a crucial place for the sect. Not just anyone can enter. Qin Yan shook her head. Many disciples in the Middle Journey sect still needed to eat, and if a bad person entered the cafeteria, it would be disastrous, potentially harming their low-level disciples. Therefore, the cafeteria must only allow those with a clean background, typically those whose families have been in the sect for several generations. Chowing, I don't want to go to the Middle Journey sect. I'm used to being a loose cultivator, living freely, so don't trouble the seniors. All right, uncle. I came back this time to bring you good things. What good things? Foundation establishment pills. Look. Chowing took out a jade bottle and poured out the foundation establishment pills. 5. Lin Jiang was shocked to see the foundation establishment pills. Yes, 5. My grandmaster Chun Mingyang is the head of the pill hall in the sect. He has 5 disciples, and I asked each of them for a foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, 2 of my grandmaster's disciples are not skilled enough to refine foundation establishment pills. Otherwise, I could have gotten 2 more. Chowing this. Lin Jiang was somewhat confused. Does Chowing have such a big backing? Aren't these foundation establishment pills quite expensive? Qin Yan, listening from the side, shook her head and said, Lin Taoist, just accept it. This is little junior sister's filial piety. But this is too precious. Not precious. You lose cultivators by a foundation establishment pill for 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. But for us, it's not the same. The total cost of a furnace of foundation establishment pills is only 20,000 spirit stones, and our few senior brothers are all quite skilled at alchemy, with at least 8 pills produced. Qin Yan explained that the retail price and the cost price are different. The retail price includes various expenses. and their alchemists can produce a foundation establishment pill for only 2 to 3,000 spirit stones. The disciples of Chen Mingyang are all at least at the late foundation establishment stage, so 2 to 3,000 spirit stones are nothing to them. I feel unworthy. Lin Jiang waved his hand, but his eyes couldn't leave the foundation establishment pills. After participating in several auctions, each foundation establishment pill had a final cost of around 40,000 spirit stones, and 5 of them would amount to nearly 200,000 spirit stones, which is a huge sum for loose cultivators. Lin Jiang could guarantee that over 95% of loose cultivators in Cloud City wouldn't earn 200,000 spirit stones in 20 years. Most were in dire poverty. Just looking at the housing situation around, it's common for 3 to 5 people to live in a 50 or 60 square meter house, and in extreme cases, 7 or 8 people share a space, making it feel like a labor camp rather than a place for cultivation. You raised little junior sister. This is her way of showing gratitude to you. How can you say you feel unworthy? Lin Daoist, just accept it. Don't waste little junior sister's kindness. Qin Yin knew Lin Jiang's intentions and was just being polite, quickly giving him an out. Yes, uncle, quickly take it. You need to successfully establish your foundation. I hope to eat the dishes you cook 100 years from now. All right, I also need foundation establishment pills, so I'll accept them. Lin Jiang said modestly, feeling a bit embarrassed at how much he wanted them. I haven't been to Cloud City in years. I'm going to take a stroll. You two stay at home. Don't let Xiaoying go out, understand? Got it, don't worry. Lin Jiang nodded gravely. Ouyang Qing had her reasons for sending Qin Yin to protect Xiaoying, and Lin Jiang wasn't that foolish. After Qin Yin left, Xiaoying could speak more freely with Lin Jiang. He reminded her that the Middle Journey sect wasn't the same as home. She should be cautious with her words and actions. It's fine to be sweet-spoken, but she shouldn't gossip. It's okay to take small losses in dealings, but once it concerns bottom lines and core interests, she must stand firm. Xiaoying didn't stay the night at Lin Jiang's home and left that same day. For new disciples like her who had just entered the sect for a few years, generally, leaving the sect was not allowed for their safety, but this time it was a special approval from Ouyang Qing. After Xiaoying left, Lin Jiang looked at the 5 foundation establishment pills, feeling excited for a long time. Living over 100 years, raising Xiaoying was his most rewarding investment. Just this time's foundation establishment pills made him a huge profit. He decided to treat himself well at the Welcome Spring building that night. After about 10 days, he still went to the Gathering Stars Towers auction, maintaining appearances and not wanting to seem too extravagant now that he had the foundation establishment pills. However, he wouldn't bid again if the price exceeded 30,000 spirit stones, merely running alongside the auction. After the auction, Lin Jiang went to the north of the city. Upon entering the northern part of the city, his senses immediately changed. The buildings here were no longer crowded, small, and dilapidated, but rather luxurious courtyards, some with 3, 5, or even 8 entrances. The pedestrians on the road also seemed to have a higher cultivation level. Very few were in the early stage of qi refining, while those in the foundation establishment stage were everywhere, and occasionally, he could even see figures in the golden core stage. Not only were the buildings in the north luxurious, but there were also mountains. Other areas used to have mountains, but they had long been flattened and turned into dense buildings. Maximizing resources was not a difficult task for cultivators. The mountains in the north were the source of the spiritual veins of Yincheng City and were not to be destroyed. However, Yincheng City had opened up various caves on the mountains for rent. Lin Jiang inquired and learned that the caves in the north were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The heaven-level caves could even be used by golden core ancestors for daily cultivation. And the golden core ancestors from the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect resided in the heaven-level caves. The earth-level caves were sufficient for golden core cultivators, and most of the high-ranking officials of Yincheng City lived in this area. The profound and yellow-level caves were suitable for foundation establishment cultivators for daily practice. The concentration of spiritual energy in the profound and yellow levels was similar, but the area and decoration inside differed, as did the prices. The rent for caves in the north was quite high. A yellow-level cave of less than 20 square meters had an annual rent of 5,000 spirit stones. With that price, one could rent a nearly 100-square-meter house in the most crowded southern city, and in the western city, one could rent a 150-square-meter house. Yet, even so, the caves in the north were still in high demand. There were no vacancies for yellow and profound-level caves, which made Lin Jiang sigh at the stark disparity between wealth and poverty in this world. Ordinary loose cultivators were still struggling on the poverty line, while the loose cultivators here were already quite wealthy. Lin Jiang left a deposit and reserved a cave that he would vacate in 8 months. Once he moved in 8 months later, he planned to officially begin his breakthrough. After returning home, Lin Jiang began to gather information about the breakthrough to foundation establishment. Previously, he had not paid attention because he was still far from foundation establishment, but now it was not too late to prepare. The most important thing for breaking through from qi refining to foundation establishment was to compress the spiritual energy inhaled into the dantian from a gaseous state to a liquid state. This process required the use of foundation establishment pills to provide strong spiritual pressure, which could potentially damage the meridians. So auxiliary pills for foundation establishment included some that protected the meridians. If conditions allowed, one could also seek help from an elder for protection if the meridians became chaotic. there would be a risk of going berserk. However, Lin Jiang could not find a reliable Foundation Establishment cultivator to act as a protector and could only prepare more pills. The Foundation Establishment pills sent by Chowing were a great help to Lin Jiang, saving him a large sum of spirit stones, allowing him to make ample preparations. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to gather more money. 8 months later, Lin Jiang celebrated his 163rd birthday and successfully moved into the Yellow Level Cave in the north, preparing for Foundation Establishment. Chapter 73, Foundation Establishment Yinchong City, Yellow Level Cave number 36 in the north. In front of Lin Jiang were 5 jade bottles lined up, each containing a Foundation Establishment pill, along with a row of auxiliary pills that were complementary to the Foundation Establishment pills. The cave's management personnel, seeing that Lin Jiang was at the great perfection stage of qi refining, guessed that he was about to break through and kindly reminded him to set up a spirit gathering array in the cave to ensure a sufficient concentration of spiritual energy. This was because there had been instances where golden core experts broke through, draining the surrounding spiritual energy and causing problems for other cultivators in the caves. The management would not take responsibility for such incidents. If one's cultivation was inferior, there was no way to seek justice. Therefore, after moving in, Lin Jiang immediately set up a spirit gathering array, preventing 30 spirit stones from being refined every hour until he had refined 1,500 spirit stones. At which point the spiritual energy in the cave became so dense it turned into mist. Foundation Establishment began. After everything was ready, Lin Jiang began the Foundation Establishment process. He swallowed a Foundation Establishment pill, and a powerful surge of spiritual power erupted from the pill, flowing into his dantian along the meridians without Lin Jiang needing to actively refine it. At this moment, Lin Jiang's dantian was already full, and the continuously incoming spiritual energy was being compressed. Lin Jiang used his divine sense to actively participate in and accelerate this compression process. Under the immense spiritual pressure, the dantian began to suffer damage. The dantian is the convergence point of the body's meridians. If it gets damaged, it would affect the meridians, leading to issues with the flow of spiritual energy. Most importantly, if the dantian could not be repaired in time, the spiritual pressure from the Foundation Establishment pill would leak, preventing the completion of liquidization, which is crucial for Foundation Establishment. Lin Jiang's divine sense moved, and a protective meridian pill flew into his mouth. He began to multitask, increasing the spiritual pressure while repairing the damage to his dantian. However, after 7 days, Lin Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood. The dantian had sustained damage without being repaired in time, causing the spiritual pressure to leak and impacting the meridians, resulting in a failed Foundation Establishment. I knew it. Lin Jiang sighed. With his 5-element root aptitude, if he succeeded in his first attempt at Foundation Establishment, that would be a miracle. Lin Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up to stretch, and then took out the prepared healing pills to begin his recovery. He rented this cave for 3 years, and he had plenty of Foundation Establishment pills, so he still had opportunities. 3 months later, Lin Jiang's meridian injuries healed, and after another half-month of rest, he attempted Foundation Establishment again. After 10 days, Lin Jiang's second attempt at Foundation Establishment failed, and this time the injuries were even more severe. But Lin Jiang's temper was also ignited. He refused to believe that he could not establish a foundation even after consuming 5 Foundation Establishment pills. After resting for 6 months and meditating for another month, Lin Jiang began his third attempt at Foundation Establishment. Damn it, I'm really fed up with myself. After the third failure, Lin Jiang was hit hard, and he finally accepted the reality. After a year of recovery, Lin Jiang attempted again. This time, he felt more confident. The experiences from the previous 3 failures had not been in vain. No amount of external knowledge could compare to his own practical experience. After 3 failures, Lin Jiang learned from each attempt, and his dantian and meridians had become significantly stronger through the repeated trials. Ordinary loose cultivators, or even disciples from sects or families, would lose their chance after a single failure. Most of the time, this was because they lacked the opportunity to obtain a second Foundation Establishment pill, or their age exceeded 60, leading to a decline in vitality and control over their bodies, thus reducing their success rates. Families and sects were often unwilling to invest further resources in them. Therefore, for those with special identities, as long as they were willing to invest significant resources, they could still achieve Foundation Establishment through sheer accumulation. Success. After 2 years of seclusion and the expenditure of 4 Foundation Establishment pills, Lin Jiang looked at the small drop of liquid spiritual power in his dantian, filled with satisfaction. A sense of fulfillment spread throughout his body. It had been incredibly difficult. 4 Foundation Establishment pills. How many loose cultivators couldn't he even obtain one? Yet he had spent 4. According to market prices, that was over 100,000 spirit stones. Adding in the spirit stones used for the spirit gathering array, rent, healing pills, and so on, he had spent around 170 to 80,000 spirit stones on his Foundation Establishment. If he calculated the losses incurred from not working over these 2 years, it would be astronomical. Such a challenging process naturally made Lin Jiang reflect with emotion. This sense of fulfillment would not be understood unless experienced firsthand. Press on. Strive for greater heights. After going out to buy wine and meat to celebrate, Lin Jiang once again immersed himself in cultivation. He had just broken through, and his realm was still unstable, requiring time to consolidate. This consolidation took a year. After a year, when the rent was due, the administrator came to ask Lin Jiang if he wanted to continue renting the cave. Lin Jiang declined, packed his things, and left. 2 days later, Lin Jiang appeared outside the gate of the Zhonghong sect, and soon after, Chaoing came rushing from the gate. "Uncle!" Chaoing exclaimed happily upon seeing Lin Jiang, jumping up with joy. Over the past 2 years, she had secretly visited Yincheng City to see Lin Jiang, but each time she failed to find him. Knowing that Lin Jiang was in seclusion, she didn't want to disturb him. "Chaoing, you've established your foundation?" Lin Jiang noticed Chaoing first by her cultivation level and was surprised to find that she had also established her foundation. "Yes, uncle. I just broke through 2 months ago. So fast. My master said I would be quick too." "How long did it take you to establish your foundation?" "I finished in half a month." Lin Jiang was left speechless, feeling choked. The satisfaction he had felt a year ago from just establishing his foundation vanished entirely. Comparing himself to others was truly infuriating. He had spent 2 years, while she had only taken half a month. "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Nothing. You've been cultivating for 5 years. Right? 5 years and 7 months. 5 years and 7 months? Lin Jiang thought about what state he was in after 5 years and 7 months of cultivation. Oh, the original owner had just fallen into a devilish path and died not long after, still stuck at Lingtao Mountain Villa. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He didn't dare to recall it. It was embarrassing. "Uncle, what did you come to find me for?" "To say goodbye. I told you a few years ago that the world is so big, I want to go see it. Later, due to my breakthrough, I was delayed. Now that I've also established my foundation, it's time for me to go out and take a look." "Uncle, where are you going?" "I don't know yet. Just looking around. But it's so dangerous outside." "It's fine. I have the ability to protect myself." Lin Jiang and Chaoing chatted idly like this. He had long wanted to abandon his current identity, as being associated with Chaoing was too eye-catching. Now that Chaoing had established her foundation before turning 18, it would surely attract more attention, making Lin Jiang's future actions more inconvenient. Lin Jiang didn't return to the Zhonghong sect. He just chatted with Chaoing outside the gate for a while, gave her some advice, and then flew away. However, he didn't go to another place, but flew into the break in the Yuncheng mountain range. The middle section of the Yuncheng mountain range spanned thousands of miles and was a paradise for loose cultivators. He didn't know what the Zhonghong sect and Yunjian sect were thinking. They didn't occupy this territory themselves, nor did they allow their subordinates to occupy it. Nor did they allow the powerful loose cultivators of Yuncheng City to take over, just letting numerous loose cultivators gather. The middle section of the Yuncheng mountain range was vast, with many loose cultivators, and it was extremely chaotic. Some of the better mountain peaks had changed hands multiple times. This wasn't a matter of buying and selling, but outright seizing. If you had the ability, you took it. If you didn't, others would take it. Lin Jiang wouldn't take the initiative to rob, so he didn't seize anyone's territory. He wandered for a few days and found an abandoned cave residence. The defensive array had already been broken, and the original owner probably died inside. In any case, Lin Jiang cleared out several skeletons. After laying down a new defensive array and tidying up the cave residence, he settled in as if it were a new home. The concentration of spiritual energy was a bit weak, just enough for Qi refining period cultivation. The gathering spirit array could gather enough spiritual energy for 1 day's cultivation in 3 days. Lin Jiang tried cultivating and found the spiritual energy concentration very weak. However, he could use the gathering spirit array to concentrate the spiritual energy, and with a bit of spirit stones, it would suffice. The genes of the flower family have erupted. This overgrown grass looks uncomfortable. The next morning, Lin Jiang woke up and looked at the patch of grass at his doorstep. The genes were acting up. He felt it was a waste not to plant something. So, Lin Jiang took another trip to Yuncheng City to buy another set of arrays, covering half of the mountain at his doorstep. After spending 2 days, he opened up over 100 acres of land, planting some vegetables, primarily some precious spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs required no management because Lin Jiang didn't expect a high yield. If a few survived, that would be fine. However, a few acres of vegetables needed care, aiming for self-sufficiency in the future. Big sand sculpture, little sand sculpture, you have guarded the cloud and seen the moonlight. Lin Jiang slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about the big and little sand sculptures. They had woken up after more than 2 years of sleep and successfully broke through to the late stage of the second level. Chirp! The big and little sand sculptures happily called out a few times and then soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! However, when they reached about 100 meters in altitude, they crashed into the barrier of the defensive array, nearly falling down. Angered, the big and little sand sculptures flapped their wings, wanting to attack the barrier. But Lin Jiang quickly stopped them. That's enough. Don't be greedy. Think about where you lived before. How big was that? Lin Jiang lectured them, explaining that the house in Yuncheng City was only so big, a few dozen square meters, and deducting the area of the house, it was just a small courtyard. They could barely walk a few steps before reaching the end. And now, the territory Lin Jiang had enclosed was at least around 1,000 acres. They could roll around as much as they wanted. As for soaring freely, that was out of the question. Lin Jiang wouldn't let them out. Chirp! The big and little sand sculptures angrily cursed, as if saying, "We are the overlords of the sky. How can we be stuck on this little mountain? Are you kidding me? Forget about you. Go play by yourselves, but don't attack the array, or I'll deal with you. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes at them. It was already good enough that they could do this, so they shouldn't be greedy. The next most important thing was to increase income. The expenses during the Foundation establishment period were not small. Lin Jiang pondered to himself that the elixir used during the Foundation establishment period was called True Spirit Pill, which sold for 30 spirit stones in Anhua City, but in Yuncheng City, the price soared to 50 spirit stones. However, the True Spirit Pill in Yuncheng City was of better quality, so it was worth the price. According to Lin Jiang's previous habit of cultivating for 2 hours daily, he would consume 1 True Spirit Pill every 2 days, plus 2 days of rest to expel the pill's toxins. In a month, he would need about 8 True Spirit Pills, which would cost 400 spirit stones. Adding in other miscellaneous expenses, he would need around 10,000 spirit stones in a year. Fortunately, Lin Jiang no longer lived in Yuncheng City, saving 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones in rent for the remaining year. Additionally, the necessary spirit tools had already been resolved. Otherwise, they would be even more expensive and could exhaust Lin Jiang's limited savings. Second-level talismans. I must master the technique for making second-level talismans. Lin Jiang set a goal for himself to master the technique for making second-level talismans within 3 years, with income exceeding expenses, to plan for the future. Chapter 74. News of the Lin family in the middle section of the Yuncheng mountain range, inside a cave residence of the Foundation establishment period. Lin Jiang and several Dao friends were discussing the Dao. Humans are social animals. This saying is absolutely true. Although Lin Jiang was reclusive, he still needed some social interaction. So when other Foundation establishment cultivators in the middle section of the Yuncheng mountain range took the initiative to befriend him, he didn't refuse. Gradually getting familiar with several cultivators. These exchange meetings were held regularly, once every 2 months, at the home of someone named Sun Man, who was a second-level alchemist capable of refining true yuan pills. He didn't want to sell his pills to the merchant firms, fearing exploitation, so he made many friends. And basically, his friends consumed his pills. Lin Jiang had bought from him a few times, but found that the quality of his pills was a bit inferior to those from the merchant firms in Yuncheng City. So he stopped buying, claiming he had an agreement with another alchemist. Each time he went, they mainly discussed cultivation matters while also obtaining information about the outside world. Today's discussion ends here. Let us chat and share what is new. I'll start with something. Do you know about the fishing gang by the Yuntua River? Yes. What about it? Several decades ago, I can't remember how many years, the Giant Wave fishing gang annexed the territory of the Sancha fishing gang. Then, starting last year, the Sancha fishing gang produced an extraordinary descendant who has been attacking members of the Giant Wave fishing gang everywhere. The Giant Wave fishing gang has already lost dozens of Qi refining stage members and 3 Foundation establishment stage members. After such a long time, someone can still emerge. The Sancha fishing gang has significant connections. Who knows? The Sancha fishing gang is crazily investigating and offering 50,000 spirit stones for information. 50,000 is quite a price. As soon as the price was mentioned, people began to waver. Qi refining stage cultivators are poor, but Foundation establishment stage cultivators also struggle. Generally, Foundation establishment stage income far exceeds that of Qi refining stage, but their expenses are also high, with various pills and equipment costing thousands to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Lin Jiang thought of Lu Dong, Lu Jia's son. He harbored intense hatred for the Giant Wave fishing gang. His entire family was killed by them. Before Lin Jiang left, he gave him the cultivation method of the Imperial Dominance True Art. It's been over 30 years. Normally, Lu Dong wouldn't have achieved much in that time. But considering the effects of the Imperial Dominance True Art, he might already be at the Golden Core stage. All of you should be cautious in your words and actions. The affairs of the fishing gangs are quite complicated and deep. It's not something we loose cultivators can provoke. Let us talk about something else, Sun Man hurriedly said. He actually didn't want these people to take risks. It would be difficult for him to recruit clients if they died. I have a piece of news too. From a bit further away from Yuncheng City. Oh, please share, we're just chatting anyway. I come from the southwest of Yunzhou, which borders the wilderness. The cultivation strength there is quite poor, but in recent years, a power has risen unexpectedly. I heard from a friend that the southwest city of Anhua is about to fall into the hands of this force. Friend, just say it all. Hiding things is not what we do. What force? Be clear. If it's a major power, we should avoid it in the future. Exactly, as loose cultivators. We need to be cautious to live long. This person speaks half and leaves half, which is frustrating. Loose cultivators live carefully, just like them. They never offend disciples of the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect, even if they're just in the Qi refining stage. Who knows if offending the small ones will bring the big ones down on them. It's not a major power yet. This force is called the Lin family. The head of the Lin family, Lin Batian, wields the Overlord spear to perfection. 100 years ago, he was at the Golden Core level and could fight 2 opponents of the same level. Now he has reached the nascent soul stage. And the nascent soul of Anhua City is about to pass away. Many are saying the Lin family is about to take over Anhua City. I know about Anhua City. Although it's not as good as Yuncheng City, it's still decent in Yunzhou. But I haven't heard of the Lin family. I haven't heard of them either. They should be a small family in the wilderness. But with a Golden Core Guardian, they're not a small family. They're quite decent even outside of Yuncheng City and can occupy a village or town. Everyone was discussing, and Lin Jiang's thoughts were completely piqued. He had been away from home for 70 or 80 years, and this was the first time he learned about the Lin family. He didn't expect his cheap old dad to have advanced to the nascent soul stage. Friend, could you elaborate? Lin Dao friend. Are you thinking of joining the Lin family? I also share the Lin surname. Perhaps we were all one family 500 years ago. If we really want to join, it wouldn't be impossible. Haha, Lin Dao friend is right. Since you share the surname Lin, perhaps there's a beautiful opportunity waiting for you. Oh, what is it? Lin Batian has many wives and children, and he has a pair of daughters known as the Lin sisters. They are not only beautiful, but also highly skilled. Already at the golden core stage. I heard Lin Batian is looking for a son-in-law. Since you share the Lin surname, if you become a son-in-law, your children would also bear the Lin name. Haha, Lin Dao friend, this matter is quite wonderful. I think you should give it a try. Exactly. If you align with a nascent soul family, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources. Just think about that when Xing. He was nothing before, but is now a talented youth after aligning with Pil King Li Ruoxu. Exactly, Lin Dao friend, being young, you have more prospects than us. We're old now, they wouldn't want us. A few foundation establishment stage cultivators turned the topic back to Lin Jiang. Among them, Lin Jiang was the youngest. His publicly stated age was 53, and he had settled in the Yuncheng mountain range only after successfully establishing his foundation 3 years ago. I'm someone with a good appetite. I prefer solid food and can't eat soft food. It's a pity, Lin Jiang said lightly. He was quite happy to learn that Lin Batian had broken through to the nascent soul stage, and that Lin Dai and Lin Ying had broken through to the golden core stage. This was the best news for him this year, meaning they could still live for a long time, and there might be opportunities to meet in the future. However, Lin Jiang didn't dare to return home now. His secret was too special. Longevity is something all cultivators strive for, and it's easily obtainable for him. No one can guarantee that Lin Batian wouldn't take action against him. Father and son harming each other is not unusual in the mortal world. It's even more common in the cultivation world. Such things often happen for the sake of resources. After chatting for a while, they moved on to the exchange environment. Sun Man took out pills, and others brought out things they didn't need to exchange for what they required. Lin Jiang took out second-tier spirit talismans. After more than 2 years of hard study, he had successfully drawn second-tier low-grade spirit talismans, but the success rate was still low and needed improvement. What he needed now was more second-tier spirit talisman runes. Lin Jiang's talisman technique was inherited from his mother, Zhuang Rong, who inherited it from Lin Jiang's grandfather. Although Lin Jiang's grandfather had decent talisman skills, they weren't top tier, and he didn't have many stored runes. Lin Jiang had already learned all of them and needed more runes to enrich his talisman drawing skills. However, this time Lin Jiang didn't gain much. The runes in these people's hands had long been exchanged by him, and none of them were professional talisman makers or would specifically collect runes. Lin Jiang didn't mind. His main focus was still on improving his talisman skills, not on expanding the types of talismans for now. He would take it slow. After the exchange environment ended, Sun Man and the others had many activities planned, usually involving eating and drinking together. Occasionally, they would go to the Welcome Spring Tower in Yuncheng City to spar. Lin Jiang didn't have that interest, so he returned home early. When the outer formation opened, what came into view was hundreds of acres of spiritual herbs, with exotic flowers and grasses blooming. Further ahead were several acres of vegetables and fruits, with over 20 varieties. The spiritual herbs and vegetables were isolated by different formations. On the hillside, there were also several acres of spiritual peaches, which were now in full blossom, looking very beautiful. Next to the cave, there were some spiritual bamboo, but they were still sparse and small, just planted by Lin Jiang this year. In the distance, there was more uncultivated land, overgrown with weeds. Lin Jiang had bought some spiritual grass seeds, which could be used to make talisman paper. However, Lin Jiang didn't plan to use them for that. He didn't know how to make talisman paper. These were meant for feeding poultry. Lin Jiang had bought more than 10 spiritual deer, as well as some rabbits, chickens, and ducks, all of which had been demonized and were free range. Inside the cave, only a dozen large trees were left. The rest had been cut down. At this time, the big sand sculpture and the small sand sculpture were standing on a big tree, staring at the leisurely spiritual deer, almost drooling. Big sand sculpture, small sand sculpture. If you dare to steal the spiritual deer again, I'll roast you for dinner tonight. Lin Jiang warned them every time he returned because, in the first few days after the spiritual deer was bought, they had stolen half of them. As punishment, Lin Jiang made them act as shepherd dogs to herd the deer. Chirp chirp, the little sand sculptures were bickering, looking coldly at Lin Jiang. They had already been beaten before and really didn't dare to steal food. Of course, it was also possible that they thought the current spiritual deer were too small and preferred to wait until they were fatter before eating. Chapter 75. I saw nothing on the banks of the Yunchuojiang River. Lin Jiang was fishing. Most of the catches along the Yunchuojiang were from the qi refining stage, while those at the foundation building stage generally didn't bother with this, as the return on investment was too low. It was more cost-effective to use a fishing boat. However, fishing from a boat required permission from the fishing guild and tribute to them, which Lin Jiang was not interested in. He fished for leisure and to provide food for the little sand sculptures. After breaking through to the late second stage, the little sand sculpture's appetite surged again. These first-stage demon fish needed to eat about 1 to 200 pounds daily, and eating like this did almost nothing to help their cultivation. To continue advancing, they had to be fed higher-grade spiritual meat or demon cores, but that would be even more expensive. Demon cores were only available from third-stage demon beasts and cost at least several thousand, which Lin Jiang couldn't afford, so he could only fish to earn their food. As for the little sand sculpture's advancement, Lin Jiang decided to leave it to time. They had long lifespans compared to cultivators, so there was no rush. Maintaining the current situation was good enough. The fish in the Yanchuojiang had also become smarter. The dumb ones had already been caught. Today, Lin Jiang's catch was poor. It had been over an hour without a bite, making him nostalgic for the feeling of catching fish in abundance before, which was very satisfying. The demon fish in the Yanchuojiang were much smarter than ordinary fish. Their memory lasted more than 7 seconds. If they ate too much of the same bait, they would remember it. That's why fishermen had to change baits frequently, or they would end up with nothing. Fishermen never go home empty-handed. If I can't catch fish, I'll stab them. Lin Jiang put away his fishing rod, took out a harpoon from his storage bag, smiled, and then jumped into the Yanchuojiang. The Yanchuojiang was very deep. It was said that the deepest part was several thousand meters, comparable to the sea. However, the ordinary sections were only tens of meters deep. Lin Jiang used spiritual power to enhance his eyesight and could see everything clearly at the bottom of the river. Puff! Lin Jiang saw a giant demon fish and immediately lunged forward to stab it. Blood gushed from the demon fish, but it didn't die. Instead, it charged at Lin Jiang fiercely. A battle began at the riverbed. Lin Jiang, armed with the harpoon, fought the demon fish. The demon fish mainly used charges and bites, and Lin Jiang's methods were largely restricted, but it was still no match for him. He summoned his flying sword and poked it a few times, causing the demon fish to flee in panic. Lin Jiang stabbed the harpoon into its body. The tail of the harpoon was tied with a rope, and he let the demon fish pull him along. Today, he was determined to catch this demon fish. The demon fish fled for half an hour before it could no longer move due to excessive blood loss. Lin Jiang mercifully ended its suffering with a physical exorcism and then dragged it ashore. Just as Lin Jiang pulled the several thousand-pound demon fish to the shore, he saw a scene that made him aware of too much. A figure in a black robe was inspecting corpses, and there were over 10 bodies lying beside him. Dressed like members of the giant wave fishing guild, the figure in the black robe turned around, completely enveloped in the robe except for a pair of eyes staring at Lin Jiang. I saw nothing. Lin Jiang turned to leave, but as soon as he did, the figure in the black robe appeared in front of him, blocking his way, and a powerful sense swept over Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang cursed his luck. This person was actually at the golden core stage. There weren't many golden core cultivators in Yincheng City, maybe just a few dozen, and he rarely encountered them. But today he had run into one. Who are you? Senior, I am Lin Wu, a loose cultivator from Yincheng City. A foundation-building cultivator is here to fish? It's not fishing, it's spear fishing. The fish in the Yanchuojiang are too cunning to catch. Is there a difference? Seems not. Why do you fish? To eat. I like eating fish. Buying fish doesn't cost much, does it? Bought fish isn't as tasty as caught fish, Lin Jiang said honestly. He really did enjoy eating fish, but since the three-pronged fishing guild and the giant wave fishing guild had a war and threw all the corpses into the Yanchuojiang, he hadn't eaten the river's fish until he moved into the Yuncheng mountain range, where he caught some fish in the streams and ponds. You can leave. Oh, you're letting me go just like that? Yes, what you just said reminded me of an old friend. I'll let you off today, but you should know what to do, right? Understood. I haven't been here, and I saw nothing. Lin Jiang nodded, aware of the rules. He was a rule-abiding person. The figure in the black robe ignored him and continued inspecting the corpses, then used a spell to throw all the bodies into the Yanchuojiang. The river surged, and within seconds, they disappeared. That was fast. Lin Jiang watched as the figure in the black robe quickly vanished, sighed, chopped the demon fish into several pieces, and stuffed them into his storage bag. I will never eat fish from the Yanchuojiang again, Lin Jiang secretly vowed. This Yanchuojiang was too terrifying. He didn't know how many corpses were thrown in daily. It reminded him of his third brother, who was truly formidable, even more so than him as a cultivator. Let us just dig a fish pond honestly. Back at his home in the Yuncheng mountain range, Lin Jiang looked at a low-lying piece of land and decided to dig a fish pond. Every day for 2 hours, Lin Jiang spent a month digging a fish pond over 10 acres in size, then filled it with stream water and bought fish fry from outside to put in the pond. Big sand sculpture, little sand sculpture, the fish in this pond are mine. You aren't allowed to steal or snatch them. Lin Jiang educated the little sand sculptures, explaining that the fish in this pond wouldn't grow large. At most 3 to 5 pounds, a whole pond wouldn't be enough for one of their meals. The fish were prepared for himself, while they could only eat from the Yanchuojiang. Chirp chirp. The little sand sculptures were excited to see the big fish Lin Jiang brought out. They didn't care about the river's status, it was all fish to them. With fish, chickens, ducks, and even deer, life was great. Lin Jiang looked at the home he had built with his own hands, very satisfied. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the big city, he preferred this pastoral scenery. When he lived in Yincheng City, Lin Jiang rarely went out for entertainment. The city's gossip wasn't limited to the ancient tower. Only those who liked to have fun knew how enjoyable it was, but Lin Jiang never went. Now, he found it nice to have some flowers and plants. Lin Jiang had been cultivating all along, but he was never in a hurry. Not to mention the entire cultivation world, even in Yincheng City. He was just a small fry. As long as he didn't cause trouble, how unlucky could he be to get killed just going out? Moreover, he rarely went out. A typical homebody. Another month passed, and Lin Jiang received a sound transmission talisman from Sun Man. The exchange meeting was starting again. He headed to Sun Man's cave, about 50 miles away, which was not far. At the flying speed of the foundation building stage, he arrived in no time. Daoist Lin, you're the first to arrive. Isn't it because I live nearby? Daoist Sun, what's on the agenda for this exchange meeting? It's the same as before. But I recently refined a batch of pills, the Sanhua Dan. Daoist Lin, are you interested in trying some? I'll pass. I still have over 100 years of lifespan left, no rush. Save it for the other Daoists. I think Daoist Zhang could really use it. Lin Jiang shook his head. The Sanhua Dan was a treasure that extended lifespan, but it only added 5 years, and it couldn't be reused. Eating a second one would be useless, so Lin Jiang found it to be of low cost effectiveness. Zhang Daoyu has left, he no longer needs it. He said he wants to go out and explore. It seems that some secret realm or something has appeared in the northern part of the Yunzong mountain range. I advised him, but he wouldn't listen. Sun Man quickly explained that left means literally left and not dead, so please don't misunderstand. Isn't the north a wasteland? How could there be a secret realm? Lin Jiang asked. The Yunzong mountain range is very large, with its main ridge stretching tens of thousands of miles from east to west. The Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect mainly operate in the southern part of the Yunzong mountain range. The north is occupied by several powerful demon kings, and the demon clan's strength is greater than that of cultivators. It's all a wasteland environment. Some cultivators enjoy living in wastelands and may settle deep within, possibly guarding some rare treasures. They would set up very strong formations, and these formations would create independent environments inside, which is what a secret realm is. Different from the secret realms of the major sections I see, I've learned something. However, Daoyu Lin is very capable. If there's a chance, he should still go out and explore. The wasteland is full of treasures. If he finds a high-level spiritual herb, he won't have to worry about resources for decades. Yes, what Daoist Sun said makes sense. If Daoyu Lin is interested, I can introduce him to some friends, all of whom are very capable and reliable, with a good reputation in Yunzong City. All he needs to do is agree that if he obtains spiritual herbs in the future, he will sell them to me first at the same price as outside, ensuring he won't suffer a loss. Let's talk about it when my cultivation is stronger. Lin Jiang replied. You're right about everything, but to ask me to take risks, I'm sorry, I won't go. The biggest advantage of taking risks is to become rich quickly. This is the fastest way for ordinary cultivators to transcend classes. But he doesn't want that. With infinite lifespan, he can slowly accumulate wealth. If 1 year doesn't work, then 10 years. If 10 years doesn't work, then 100 or 1,000. If he saves a few hundred spiritual stones in a year, in 100 years, that has several tens of thousands of spiritual stones, which is quite a lot. Before long, the people Sun Man invited arrived one after another. Some left this small circle, and Sun Man would supplement it with some newcomers, generally maintaining around 10 people. Lin Jiang had nothing to trade with them, but he quite enjoyed the discussion segment. His cultivation had always been solitary, without a mentor, so discussing cultivation matters was very helpful to him, which is why he usually wouldn't miss it. What is going on? What a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. Someone is fighting. My consciousness can't reach it. Could it be a golden core ancestor? At the end of the exchange meeting, everyone suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy, causing their expressions to change. Their consciousness couldn't reach it. At least hundreds of meters away, certainly not something a foundation establishment stage could create. Shall we go out and take a look? I think so too. We should go out and see rather than sit here and wait. No. If it's a golden core battle and we go out, what if we get caught in the crossfire? I think it's safer to stay at Daoist Sun's home. The group divided into two opinions. Some wanted to take a look, thinking it might be an opportunity. Even if it was a golden core battle, it's possible they could both suffer losses. However, more were thinking of not causing trouble and just staying quietly. Daoist Sun, how is the defensive formation at your place? It's acceptable. The outer layer is a second-tier low-grade San Kai Yulin formation, and the core here is a third-tier Ba Min Jinjia formation, plus a layer of third-tier Wu Xing Jingsha formation. However, the spiritual energy here is too thin. To activate the third-tier formation, it must be supported by spiritual stones. Sun Man said. His formations are quite advanced, but the spiritual energy is insufficient because he has planted a large number of high-level spiritual herbs around his cave, and a small portion of the spiritual energy is flowing into the herb garden. Daoist Sun is quite wealthy. I admire that. This was not something Lin Jiang said, but he felt the same. Alchemists are really quite rich. They truly deserve to be at the top of the 4 arts of cultivation. A third-tier formation easily starts at tens of thousands of spiritual stones, depending on specific needs. Sun Man's core area is also about 500 to 600 acres. According to Lin Jiang's understanding of the formation market, this set of third-tier Ba Min Jinjia formation would cost no less than 80,000 spiritual stones. Coupled with other formations, just for safety, Sun Man has invested over 130,000 spiritual stones. This level of financial strength is enough to make Lin Jiang and the others envious. Lin Jiang's family doesn't even have a third-tier formation, of course. The main issue on Lin Jiang's side is that the spiritual vein level is low, so a third-tier formation would be useless and couldn't be supported. Friends, please don't make fun of us. In the Yunzong mountain range, it's common for a few foundation establishment cultivators to die each year. Everyone knows that we alchemists are wealthy and have our eyes on us. If we don't invest, we might end up making clothes for others. Sun Man shook his head with a bitter smile. He felt pain to invest so much money, but there was no choice. Among loose cultivators, alchemists are the wealthiest and are seen as fat sheep. Countless bandits are watching them. If they don't improve their safety level, they will end up at the mercy of others. While others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. Others are my granary. It seems I need to pay more attention in the future. Rune masters are also seen as wealthy people in the eyes of others. Lin Jiang nodded secretly. The cultivation world has plenty of poor figures who have no survival skills, but are fearless because they make a living by killing and robbing. In their eyes, rune masters are also wealthy people. Daoist son, since you have a third-tier formation, why not activate it? We can ascend and see what is going on. If there is real danger, we should prepare early. Well, activating a third-tier formation requires a lot of spiritual stones. I'm afraid I will need some support from you all. Sun Man showed a difficult expression. The third-tier formation is not simple. Theoretically, it can withstand attacks from the golden core stage. But once activated, the consumption is huge, and he didn't want to be the only one to bear this cost. After all, everyone is seeking refuge. How could he alone bear the spiritual stones? Lin Jiang and the others immediately turned dark. This bastard Sun Man is too greedy. Hosting an exchange meeting at his place, and he doesn't want to spend even this little amount of money. But this was not the time to argue. After discussing for a moment, everyone contributed 500 spiritual stones each, gathering 7,000 spiritual stones for Sun Man. After receiving the spiritual stones, Sun Man immediately activated the third-tier formation. With the protection of the third-tier formation, everyone felt much more at ease. Even if facing an attack from a golden core, they could withstand it for a moment, so they ascended with confidence. Reaching a height of 100 meters, everyone cast their spells to look around. Some had specifically practiced eye techniques, easily seeing for dozens of miles, while Lin Jiang, who had not practiced eye techniques, could still see 3 to 4 miles with the enhancement of spiritual energy. Over there, I see it. It's the people from the giant wave fishing gang. Do you know them? I've seen them a few times. It's definitely the leader of the giant wave fishing gang, Lin Jiang. Indeed, it's Lin Jiang. I've seen him a few times as well. The one fighting alongside him is the grand elder of the giant wave fishing gang, Shenbo. I just don't know who that man in the black robe is. Everyone immediately began to discuss. Sun Man and the others were seasoned foundation establishment cultivators, over 100 years old, and were familiar faces in Yunzong City, recognizing two among them as Lin Jiang, the leader of the giant wave fishing gang, and Shenbo, the grand elder. Lin Jiang, on the other hand, recognized the black-robed man. Isn't he the one he saw before at Yuntua River, killing members of the giant wave fishing gang? Daoist son, don't you find that black-robed man's technique somewhat familiar? Indeed. The Emperor's dominance true art practiced by the man in the black robe is unexpected. There are indeed people who cultivate such sinister techniques. I heard before that descendants of the Trident fishing gang were attacking members of the giant wave fishing gang everywhere, so this person must be one of them. The Trident fishing gang and the giant wave fishing gang have a vendetta, and their descendants will undoubtedly stop at nothing to take revenge. That makes sense. It should be like this. The crowd began to discuss again, while Lin Jiang remained very calm. He confirmed that the black-robed man was undoubtedly Lu Dong. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe there could be a second person doing this. The Emperor's dominance true art, such a wicked technique, should have long been prohibited. Why hasn't it been? The central banking sect and the cloud sword sect have been destroying this technique, but the cultivation world has always been plagued with it. Many people secretly hoard this technique. I know this too. Many loose cultivators keep this technique as a weapon of mass destruction, thinking that if one day they are bullied, they can take it out to cultivate it and repay their blood feud. It's not that simple. Many people have died halfway due to the side effects of this technique. Lin Jiang listened to the discussions while observing the battle outside. The black-robed man Lu Dong was fighting 2 against 1, but was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he was dominating the fight, making Lu Jian and his partner very passive. Little brat from the Lu family, don't make things worse. The destruction of the Trident fishing gang is not our intention. You should know that if we don't take action, other fishing gangs will. Lu Jian shouted angrily at the black-robed man. The Emperor's dominance true art is a heavenly level technique, far surpassing the techniques they practiced, both in terms of the quantity and quality of spiritual power. They were truly no match. So what? You killed my people. If I don't kill you, how can I justify myself to the 30-plus members of the Lu family? Lu Dong said coldly. The conflict among the fishing gangs stems from the power struggles at the top. With the collapse of the Trident fishing gang's backing, they lost their support. They would either be swallowed by the giant wave fishing gang or by other fishing gangs. The truth is as such, but he doesn't care. He only knows that the 30-plus members of the Lu family died at the hands of the giant wave fishing gang, and that is enough. He is avenging them and has not targeted the wrong person. Shin Bo, when will the reinforcements arrive? I have already sent out 18 distress signal talismans. Don't wait anymore. Your backing is no longer in Cloud City. Just wait to die? Lu Dong laughed heartily. He had been discovered by Lu Jian and chased to this point. But due to his meticulous planning, the giant wave fishing gang's backing was currently in seclusion, unable to receive the distress signals at all. Join forces. Fish swallow the world. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian's face changed drastically, and he exchanged glances with Shun Bo, preparing to combine their powers to cast a spell. Haha. Without water, what can fish do? Lu Dong was not afraid at all. The giant wave fishing gang's secret technique, fish swallow the world, is indeed very strong. But it requires water as a prerequisite. In the Yun Tuo River, they are blessed by nature. But here, where's the water? Sure enough, after the two unleashed their secret technique, the nearby streams were quickly drained by them. The water transformed into a water dragon that surged toward Lu Dong. However, how much water was in the nearby streams? It was far from enough to sustain the consumption of the water dragon. After a few rounds of confrontation, the water dragon collapsed. At this moment, if someone from the giant wave fishing gang were to cast a water technique, they might have a chance of winning. Lin Jiang thought. There was no need for other spells. A single cloud and rain decision would suffice. But the prerequisite was that there had to be more people. A little bit was not enough. Unfortunately, no one from the giant wave fishing gang showed up. It was unclear whether they were afraid to come or were held up by other matters. Break for me. Seeing the water dragon collapse, Lu Dong immediately intensified his attack. He had not practiced many secret techniques. With a single large knife, he unleashed waves of knife energy. The knife energy surged, instantly cutting through Shun Bo's magical shield and striking him. Shun Bo let out a miserable scream and flew out. Upon seeing this, Lu Jian quickly turned to flee. If the two of them were not a match for Lu Dong, how could he alone withstand him? Lu Dong would not let him go and chased after him once more. Shin Bo seems to be done for. What to do? Save him or... The words could not continue. Someone in Sun Man's cave seemed to be stirring, not knowing what their intentions were. I don't know anything. Don't mind me. Lin Jiang was the first to land. Whether to save someone or to take advantage of the situation, he would not act. Prioritizing safety first and saying he would just wait it out. I don't know either. Me too. Several others quickly descended like Lin Jiang, feeling that this matter could not be interfered with. However, over half of the people still hadn't come down, including Sun Man. They all knew that a golden core ancestor was a rich target, especially the elder of the fishing gang, who was definitely a super big fat sheep. Saving him could yield a substantial reward, and as for killing him, haha. Chapter 77. Seeking wealth in danger. Sun Man had 14 foundation building loose cultivators at home, plus himself, making 15 people. At this moment, 5 people had come down, while 10 were still floating in the air. Fellow Taoists, be careful, they might silence us. As soon as Lin Jiang landed, he sensed that Sun Man and his group were communicating with each other through sound transmission, and he immediately transmitted to the other 4. If they decided to kill, then Lin Jiang and the others could potentially be wiped out together. As they dared not let the giant wave fishing gang know that they had acted, the expressions of the other 4 changed, and they quickly stood together, back to back, watching the sky. Sun Man and the others also seemed to have made a decision and turned to look at Lin Jiang and the others. Taoist son, today's exchange has ended. Why not open the formation and let us go home? I apologize for neglecting you, fellow Taoists. Why not take a moment to rest? No. Taoist son, I want to go home. Let go of the formation. The outside is fraught with danger. It's better to rest for a while. Taoist son, please think twice. I am a second-tier formation master. Your family's formation is hard to breach from the outside, but not so much from within. The 8 gates golden armor formation and the 5 elements killing formation must be activated simultaneously and require a complete 3rd-tier spiritual vein, spiritual stones 1T work. One person stepped forward and coldly said, Sun Man's formation had 3 layers in total, 2 layers for external defense and 1 layer for internal confinement, with immense power. However, since someone here was a formation master, it was different. They could see the weaknesses and flaws of the formation, making it not difficult to break. Taoist son, we know the rules of the path. We will leave first today. We are not aware of what happens afterward. Taoist son, think it through. When the cutting is not decisive, one will suffer the chaos. There are many loose cultivators around here. Do you really think you can clean them all up? If you really want to do it, finish it and run. Yunzhou is vast. Where can't one cultivate? Others spoke as well. The commotion of golden core battles was massive. And those targeting Shinbo were not just them. It would be impossible to keep it a secret. If they really acted, it was better to escape immediately after succeeding. Taoist Chin makes a good point. Taoist son, I must take my leave too. As soon as this was said, 3 more people descended beside Sun Man, standing next to Lin Jiang and the others, confronting Sun Man's group. Lin Jiang recognized that they were all settled in the Yunzhou mountain range, had families and homes, and were established, having no need to flee with their families for this incident. Since you fellow Taoists insist on leaving, then I dare not keep you. Please, fellow Taoists. Sun Man saw that Lin Jiang's side had more people and was suddenly in a dilemma, immediately choosing to let everyone go. Taoist Chun, thank you. Thank you, Brother Chen. Once out of Sun Man's cave, Everyone expressed their gratitude to Daoist Chun, who was a formation master and had just given Sun Man immense pressure. If it weren't for him, Sun Man might have taken action. Lin Jiang quickly flew home. After returning, he immediately sealed the formation and stored the large and small sand sculptures into the spirit beast bag, adding spirit stones to many formations in case of emergencies. Lin Jiang was not in the mood to cultivate. He sat waiting for the situation to develop, feeling that this matter was not so simple. Sure enough, an hour later, a powerful divine sense swept across Lin Jiang's cave abode. Lin Jiang immediately stood up and flew high into the air, seeing the black-robed man Lu Dong. You really are a smart person, Lu Dong said upon recognizing Lin Jiang, recalling their previous encounter by the Yuntuo River. I can still act as if I know nothing. That's what they said as well. Lu Dong casually waved his hand, and 7 heads fell to the ground, none other than Sun Man and his 6 companions. Do you really want to fight to the death? Lin Jiang asked. What can you do to compete with me? You killed Lu Jian and Shin Bo, but it must have come at a cost. The backer of the giant wave fishing gang is about to show up, isn't it? Lin Jiang's divine sense moved, and the large and small sand sculptures flew out, circling in the air and issuing mournful cries that were full of warning. A second-tier late-stage Aurora Falcon, you are quite lucky. Lu Dong's eyes brightened. But he was not the least bit intimidated by Lin Jiang. A large knife as a magical artifact appeared in his hand, and he swung it toward Lin Jiang. Boom. The formations in Lin Jiang's cave abode instantly shattered. Lin Jiang panicked and shouted, Lu Dong, do you want to repay kindness with enmity? What do you mean? Look at who I am. Lin Jiang immediately changed his appearance, restoring his former look as Lin Yu. You. It's me. Back then, I saved both you and Lu Yu. The royal map dominance technique was also given to you by me. It really is you, Uncle Lin. Lu Dong looked at Lin Jiang in shock, memories flooding back of their past interactions. Lu Dong first met Lin Jiang at his home, where his father Lu Jia had sought Lin Jiang's guidance on talismans. However, the greatest favor was after the destruction of the Trident fishing gang, when Lin Jiang risked his life to shelter him and Lu Yuan, even paying 3 years' rent to allow them to escape the initial ruthless pursuit of the giant wave fishing gang. It was me. Why did I leave without saying goodbye back then? I was only in the chi refining stage. How could I offend the giant wave fishing gang? Your father Lu Jia and your uncle Lu Hui helped me. That was all I could do. That is true. Let me in to rest for a bit. Okay. Lin Jiang opened the inner formation. He knew he couldn't win. Lu Jian and Shin Bo were both golden core cultivators who had died, and Sun Man and his 6 companions, all foundation establishment cultivators, had been easily cut down. He had no chance of winning and probably couldn't even escape. Or else he wouldn't have exposed his identity so willingly. Uncle Lin, how have you been these years? Very difficult. Loose cultivators struggle, as you know. I've spent an immense amount of effort just to barely establish my foundation. You seem younger than back then. Just took a youth-retaining pill. Quite well. Lu Dong nodded, knowing Lin Jiang was lying but choosing not to expose him. Every cultivator has their secrets. What about Lu Yu? She got married to a loose cultivator in Yunzhong City, like you, also a talisman master. They settled in the northern section of the Yunzhong mountain range, living in seclusion. She is probably about to have a grandchild now. That's good. It was worth saving you back then. Yes, it is. Uncle Lin, can I ask for a favor? What do you need? I am a dead man now. Here are 9 storage bags, all for you. Inside are at least over 100,000 spirit stones. Please send Lu Yu's family 5,000 spirit stones every 10 years for a total of 50,000. Along with some techniques and secrets to copy and send to them. The rest is for you. Aren't you afraid I'll keep it all? If you want to keep it all, that is fine. It's what I owe you. Lu Dong said. Lin Jiang had saved him at the chi refining stage, risking his life and paying 3 years' rent in Yunzhong City. This favor was no small matter. Okay, I agree. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Can I see what you look like after practicing the royal map dominance technique? I almost couldn't help but practice it back then. Better not. Lu Dong shook his head. He no longer wanted to show his true self. The royal map dominance technique was too terrifying. Lin Jiang said nothing more but noticed Lu Dong's hands, which were thin and old-looking, like those of a dying man. Even though he was not yet 100 years old and should have a lifespan of 500 years. Forget it, I'll leave. I want to kill the other foundation establishment loose cultivators. Uncle Lin, be careful. Lu Dong wanted to say something more, but ultimately kept silent, leaving the storage bags behind and taking the heads with him, disappearing quickly. Lin Jiang looked at the spot where Lu Dong had just stood, a pool of blood, and realized that he had been seriously injured. Forget it. Lin Jiang sighed, once again lamenting the hardships of loose cultivators. 7 foundation establishment cultivators had just perished, all in just a few hours. Lin Jiang quickly found the storage bags of Lu Jian and Shen Bo, using his divine sense to erase the marks within the bags. After opening them, he took the spirit stones and ordinary items, immediately putting back anything that could expose his identity. Then had the large sand sculpture carry them away and throw them far, at least several hundred miles away, as quickly as possible. After cleaning up the traces, when the large sand sculpture returned, Lin Jiang immediately left the Yunzhong mountain range, entering Yunzhong City and finding an inn to stay. Lin Jiang opened the storage bags one by one. Half a day later, Lin Jiang was faced with a terrifying fortune. Just the spirit stones alone exceeded 400,000. with Lu Jian and Shinbo's wealth being the richest, adding up to over 300,000 spirit stones. There were also some pills and techniques, and he discarded all the remaining items. Otherwise, their value would have been even higher. Sun Man and the others also had considerable wealth, as they were all veteran Foundation establishment cultivators. Sun Man was even a second-tier alchemist, but the most valuable items were still in his home. Sun Man's array control token was now in Lin Jiang's hands. The total value added up to over 5 to 60,000 spirit stones. Fortune favors the bold. The ancients truly did not deceive me, Lin Jiang sighed repeatedly. He could understand why Sun Man and the others took risks. The wealth of a golden core cultivator was too abundant. The spirit stones were just a small part. Equipment and such were worth much more. If Shunbo's wealth was combined with magical artifacts, the total value would not be less than 200,000. They could each get several tens of thousands, equivalent to their earnings for a year or two, and if they had succeeded, it would have been resolved in half an hour. Making a fortune in half an hour would tempt many to succumb to the allure. The things discarded were more than what I kept. I need to look for techniques that can erase special marks or find a powerful and reliable place to dispose of stolen goods. Afterwards, Lin Jiang thought about the things he had discarded and felt it was very regrettable. Their value exceeded what he had kept. If he had the ability to keep them, he would have made a huge profit. Chapter 78. The anger of a commoner at the edge of the Yun Tuo River. The headquarters of the giant wave fishing gang was now a scene of carnage. Inside the main hall of the headquarters, Lu Dong had changed into the attire of the former Trident fishing gang and was arranging offerings. In front of him were one after another memorial tablets. Some for those who had helped the Trident fishing gang and others for his Lu family members, totaling over 100. Leader, ancestors of the Lu family. Lu Dong is ashamed. I can only remember so many people. Perhaps there will be no chance to make amends. Lu Dong knelt before those memorial tablets, quietly murmuring something. Not knowing how long had passed when a shadow fell outside the hall, slowly walking toward Lu Dong, the elder of the Cloud Sword sect. Yet he dares not show his true face to others. I don't know what you're talking about. The person behind him sneered, cloaked in black, revealing only a pair of eyes, making it hard to see clearly. Forget it. If you don't want to admit it, then don't. Who doesn't know that the fishing gang is just the dogs of the two major sects? You were once a member of the fishing gang. Yes, I was once your dog, but as your dog, I gathered countless treasures for you. And how did you treat me? When the dog is no longer useful, you kill the dog and eat the meat. Isn't that just how it is? It seems that way, but do you know that we are not really dogs? We are people, flesh and blood, with families and homes. What difference does it make? You, Lu Dong, upon hearing this, was instantly furious, blood rushing to his head. Are you very angry? But this is the truth, an unchangeable fact. To those at the top, low-level cultivators are even worse than dogs. This is the great sect, the tyrant of Yunzhou. I can see it clearly now. And then, what's the point of seeing it clearly? Being angry, very angry, so what? A mere commoner's rage, blood spilling 5 steps. Haha, just based on you? The man in black laughed, saying, is the imperial diagram of dominance truly powerful? It's just an evil technique. Compared to real top-tier techniques, it's nothing but garbage. Moreover, it is suppressed by realms. A nascent soul will lose to a golden core. Unfortunately, I don't have the fortune of the senior of the imperial diagram. If I could advance to the transformation god stage, I would definitely destroy your Cloud Sword sect. Lu Dong looked at his own hands, withered and thin. There was no need to mention his face, which was a shadow of what a golden core should be at less than 100 years old. The imperial diagram of dominance has circulated in Yunzhou for thousands of years, and countless people have practiced this technique. Yet no one has reached the height of the senior of the imperial diagram. The drawbacks of this technique are truly terrifying. Have you finished speaking? If you are done, I can send you on your way. I've finished. Come on, let me appreciate the high skills of the Cloud Sword sect's sword cultivators. Lu Dong stood up and took out his treasured large knife. He had long known he wouldn't survive, even if no one were to kill him. He didn't have many years left, so he would rather die, giving a strike to the person behind the fishing gang. Sword technique, sky-piercing sword. Furious sea blade. Exploding yuan technique. The man in black executed the sword technique, while Lu Dong burned his last lifespan using the exploding yuan technique and unleashed his strongest strike. A fierce blade aura erupted from his treasured knife, transforming into a blade aura phantom several dozen meters long, slashing down at the man in black. Yet the flying sword of the man in black still appeared so ordinary. Boom. The blade aura collided with the flying sword, shattering the blade aura. The flying sword still pressed forward without losing momentum, slicing through Lu Dong's body, which exploded, blood and flesh spraying towards the man in black. But it was blocked by the man in black's protective aura, not touching him at all. Ants are just ants, yet they speak of blood spilling 5 steps. How ridiculous. The man in black coldly said, then retracted his flying sword and cast a spell to retrieve Lu Dong's storage bag, easily erasing the mark on the storage bag. The man in black dumped out its contents, thousands of spirit stones, a pile of miscellaneous items, and nothing else. Lu Dong still had remnants? The man in black immediately frowned. If you don't eliminate the roots, the spring wind will blow and they will grow again. Although these ants can't threaten him, they can still bring some trouble, like annoying flies buzzing around. With this in mind, The man in black took out a compass-like magical tool, and after casting a spell, a small insect flew out from the center of the compass, quickly flying away. The man in black glanced around, finding nothing else to deal with, and followed the insect as it flew. Eventually, the man in black arrived at a cave in the middle section of the Yunzhong Mountains. Scanning with his divine sense, he found 3 cultivators inside the cave, seemingly 3 brothers, all at the chi refinement stage, with a large number of items in front of them, even a flying sword of magical artifact level. The 3 were excitedly counting these items, and the sudden wealth had made them so happy that their mouths were crooked, fantasizing about what good lives they could have in the future. Bang! The man in black reached out, easily shattering the cave's defensive formation. The 3 were immediately startled, just about to take out the flying swords in their storage bags to confront him, only to find themselves unable to move at all. "Senior, spare us," I ask. "You say, honestly confess, and I will spare your lives." Yes, senior, we would never dare to hide anything. Where did these things come from? We picked them up. Uffed. As soon as that person answered, the man in black struck with a palm, and that person was blown to pieces. Where did they come from? Senior, it really was picked up. Today, an Aurora Falcon threw a storage bag into the valley ahead, and we went to look for it, and found the storage bag. Aurora Falcon? What level of Aurora Falcon? We don't know, but it must be 2nd tier. You're not lying to me? Really not, senior. We wouldn't dare lie to you. Come here. Yes. One of them trembled as he walked to the man in black. The man in black extended his hand, placing it on the person's head, then activated the soul-searching secret technique. In this person's memory, the man in black indeed saw an Aurora Falcon flying from the east. The 3 brothers saw the Aurora Falcon carrying a storage bag, so they went out to check and saw the Aurora Falcon drop the storage bag and leave. It should not be 3rd tier, but rather late 2nd tier. The man in black nodded, then released his hand, and the man who had been soul-searched had blank eyes, drooling at the corners of his mouth, turning into a fool. Eldest brother. The remaining man let out a mournful cry. Enough. The man in black waved his hand casually, and both died, their bodies appearing as if sliced open. The man in black collected the items from the storage bag, then took off into the air, flying eastward. His powerful divine sense swept across various caves without restraint, shocking the cultivators in different places, making them tremble in fear, yet they dared not voice any objections. Feeling anger, but unable to speak. In Yunzhong City, Lin Jiang had been staying at an inn for half a month, and finally, news about the giant wave fishing gang spread through the market. The giant wave fishing gang is finished, the gang leader and the elder are dead, and more than half of the Foundation establishment elders in the gang are also dead. The gang's main hall has been destroyed. What else is there to say? Oh, what a pity. Compared to other fishing gangs, the giant wave fishing gang was still relatively good. The exploitation wasn't so harsh. I wonder who will rise to power now. Who knows? Anyway, we don't rely on Yuntuo River for a living. It has nothing to do with us. That is true. But I heard many people got rich in the last few days. Do you know what happened? Isn't it just the incident with the giant wave fishing gang? Lu Dong, the descendant of the Trident fishing gang, first killed the gang leader Lu Jian and the elder Shin Bo, then slaughtered hundreds of people in the main hall. And after that, Lu Dong died. Those daring enough to loot bodies not only found a large number of storage bags, but also raided the giant wave fishing gang's warehouse. Really? What a loss. Why wasn't he outside the city? If you had gone, you might have been the one being looted. Haha, that is true. Who killed Lu Dong? Who knows? Anyway, the main hall was completely destroyed. I heard it was at least someone at the late Golden Core stage who acted. In an inn in Yunzhong City, Lin Jiang perked up his ears to listen to the conversations around him. In the past 2 days, the incident with the giant wave fishing gang had become the focus of discussion among the low-level cultivators in Yunzhong City. The grievances between the giant wave fishing gang and the Trident fishing gang from back then were all dug up, and Lu Dong's identity could not be hidden anymore. But no one cared. What everyone was interested in was just watching the drama unfold. Hide for a few more days, go home, and take a look. If everything is fine, then I'll occupy Sun Man's cave. His place is definitely much better than mine, Lin Jiang thought to himself. Although he had put a lot of effort into his cave over the past 3 years, it was simply incomparable to Sun Man's. Just the formations there were worth a lot, not to mention the high-level spiritual herbs that Sun Man had planted. Lin Jiang noticed that some of the spiritual herbs were already decades old, making them extremely valuable. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Jiang glanced at his storage bag, which contained hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This sum of wealth was an astronomical figure for someone in the Foundation establishment stage, if others knew about it. Countless heroes and talents would come to rob him. He decided to hide for a few more years before looking for Lu Xiyu, but he couldn't meet her directly. He could just give her something secretly. Lin Jiang calculated in his heart. He didn't plan to acknowledge Lu Xiyu. His previous meeting with Lu Dong was unavoidable. If he didn't clarify, Lu Dong would have killed him. Lin Jiang was also unsure whether the giant wave fishing gang or its backing could trace Lu Xiyu, so he did not dare to take risks. He felt it was already impressive to fulfill Lu Dong's request. If he were a bit more ruthless, he could have kept the money for himself. Lin Jiang hid in Cloud City for a few more days, preparing to return to the Cloud Mountain range when he saw a loose cultivator roaring at the Cloud City guard. It's ancestral. I told you. My family's Aurora Falcon is ancestral, yet you killed it. How will you compensate me? Upon hearing the words Aurora Falcon, Lin Jiang immediately stopped in his tracks and, like others, paused to watch. After observing for a while, Lin Jiang finally understood what was happening. The He family of Cloud Sword sect suddenly brought up the case of He Yunwei, the He family's young master, who was murdered decades ago, and increased the bounty on the original murderer. The murderer was characterized by having a mid to late second-tier Aurora Falcon. So this cultivator with an ancestral Aurora Falcon pet was mistakenly harmed. Lin Jiang's heart sank. The fact that an incident from decades ago was being brought up was clearly abnormal. What on earth happened? Lin Jiang was quite puzzled. He had been honest over the past few years and didn't think he had offended anyone. How did this matter come to light? Chapter 79. Switching to bigger guns. Senior Lin. It's Senior Lin. Boss, hurry out. Senior Lin is here. When Lin Jiang reappeared at the Star Gathering Tower with Lin Sheng's appearance, he was quickly recognized by the attendants. Soon, Lin Jiang entered the VIP room again, and the boss of the Star Gathering Tower personally came to greet him. Taoist Lin, it's been a few years since you last came. I've been wandering around these years. Not in Cloud City. I see. I envy you, Taoist Lin, for having the time to travel around. Unlike me, I'm tied down by mundane affairs. The boss, who managed the Star Gathering Tower, certainly made many people envious. Haha, it seems we are both envious of each other. So, what does Taoist Lin need this time at the Star Gathering Tower? I need to customize some spiritual weapons. The ones I have are worn out. It seems a big business has come to us. I wonder what level of spiritual weapons Taoist Lin needs to customize. Full set, top grade. If there are super top grade ones, that would be fine too, Lin Jiang said calmly. That morning, he saw the Cloud Sword sect re-mention the He family's young master's case, filling him with a sense of crisis. Coupled with the fact that the middle section of the Cloud Mountain range was a world of the survival of the fittest, Lin Jiang gritted his teeth and decided to equip himself with new gear. Spiritual weapons are generally divided into 4 categories: inferior, medium, superior, and top grade. Top grade represents the limit of spiritual weapons, but someone had invented the concept of super top grade. What is super top grade? It is when a material is forced to downgrade slightly under the influence of a higher level material, thus exceeding the limit of the lower level material. For example, using materials meant for crafting treasures to make spiritual weapons would yield weapons that surpass the standard of regular top-grade spiritual weapons, but are still below treasures, hence called super top grade. Such super top-grade spiritual weapons require expensive materials and a highly skilled craftsman to forge, and their overall price is often not lower than that of treasures, making them the highest-end spiritual weapons typically affordable only to a select few. Super top grade. It seems Taoist Lin has indeed made a fortune. Only after going out for a while did I realize the dangers of the cultivation world. Without life, nothing matters. So I'm just thinking about self-preservation. Taoist Lin is right. Please wait a moment. I'll invite the craftsman to discuss details with you. The boss realized he had misspoken. He shouldn't have said that, so he quickly changed the subject and went to invite the craftsman. I am Zheng Daki, a craftsman at the Star Gathering Tower. I've heard about you from the boss. You want to customize super top-grade spiritual weapons. What are your requirements? I want to customize 2 flying swords. One must be sharp and tough enough to cut through top-grade spiritual weapons with one strike, and the other should be fast and conserve spiritual power. I also want a set of flying needles with the ability to break through barriers and armor. They don't need to have both functions, but they must have the ability to shield spiritual awareness. I also want a set of armor. Lin Jiang listed his needs one by one. These were all items he commonly used, but he required them to be of high quality. Taoist Lin, why not consider my suggestions? Please, Zheng. I won't say much about the flying swords. As for the treasures, you won't be able to activate them, so we can go with your preferences. However, for the armor, that's unnecessary. I suggest using instead. Also, Zheng Daki provided Lin Jiang with suggestions based on his needs. Since it was customized, it needed to be tailored to the client's actual requirements, and this aspect was well handled by the Star Gathering Tower. Lin Jiang thought for a moment and decided to respect the technician's opinion, agreeing to follow his advice. Next came the discussion on materials. As different materials had different characteristics and prices, Lin Jiang's knowledge in this area was lacking. In the cultivation world, there are countless crafting materials, and it's hard for anyone to be all-knowing. Therefore, he needed the opinions of professionals. After half a day of discussions, Zheng Daki noted all of Lin Jiang's requirements, measured Lin Jiang's size and other data, and then handed the list to the boss. Taoist Lin, to fulfill your requirements, it will cost 250,000 spirit stones. Is there no discount? I'm an old customer of your Star Gathering Tower. This is already the discounted price, and it's the best offer. I won't cheat you on this. Everyone knows your relationship with our sect. Fine, 250,000 it is. I have one more small request. Please say, Taoist Lin. Don't make it too flashy. Keep it simple. Also, I request that my identity be kept confidential. I don't want others to know about this. Otherwise, I'll have Chowing report to your sect's elder. Rest assured, Taoist. The Star Gathering Tower values rules above all in Cloud City. I guarantee in the name of the Star Gathering Tower that this matter will be limited to 5 people, and the 6th person will never know. The boss nodded. Maintaining confidentiality for high-level clients was their basic requirement. Since Lin Jiang had mentioned it, he naturally had to raise the confidentiality level again. All right, let us proceed. Taoist Lin, Please pay a deposit of 50,000 spirit stones, and the rest can be paid on the day of delivery. How long will it take to refine? 3 months. Zheng Daqi said from the side. Some materials need to be sourced from other places, which will take time. Then 3 months it is. Lin Jiang did not request to shorten the time. He needed quality and reliability. Lin Jiang paid a deposit of 50,000 spirit stones, and then left the star-gathering tower. Zheng Gongfeng, you heard Lin Daoyu's words. This matter must be handled by you personally. Don't let your disciples mess it up. We can't afford to offend this person. Don't worry, I know him. He's Chao Ying's uncle. Zheng Daqi nodded. Chao Ying has been the most outstanding genius in the Zhonghong sect in recent years. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he is also favored by elders Chun Mingyang and Ouyang Qing. Who would dare to offend him? That's good to know. I won't say much more. If this matter is successful, you can take a larger commission. The shopkeeper nodded. No one wants to offend Chao Ying now. And since Lin Jiang is one of their major clients, they naturally need to serve him well. After leaving the Juxing building, Lin Jiang went directly to the northern part of the city. Fortunately, a cave dwelling in the north had just become available for rent. So Lin Jiang short-term rented it for 3 months. Upon entering the cave, Lin Jiang took out the true spirit pill to cultivate. After all these years, he had never been as diligent as he was now. There was no choice. Lin Jiang felt a sense of urgency and crisis. The matter concerning the He family's young master involved the Yunjian sect. If it really came to light, the Zhonghong sect would definitely not be able to protect him. After all, he was not a disciple of the Zhonghong sect, and his relationship with Chao Ying was not enough. Lin Jiang understood this interpersonal relationship very well. As long as it did not involve the core interests of the Zhonghong sect, everyone was willing to give him face. However, once core interests were involved, it would be awkward, and no one could save face. The relationship between the Zhonghong sect and the Yunjian sect was definitely a core interest. There was no doubt about that. 3 months later, Lin Jiang returned to the cave dwelling in the northern city. What embarrassed him was that after 3 months of hard cultivation, his cultivation had only increased slightly, still at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Lin Jiang once again felt the poor aptitude of this body. Once again arriving at the Juxing building, Zheng Daqi and the shopkeeper appeared again to display the items Lin Jiang had ordered. Lin Daoyu, this is an ultra-premium spirit weapon. It takes 3 to 5 years for someone to customize one at Juxing building. It's already worthy of a name. We didn't dare to name it hastily. How about you do it? I'll come back later to confirm, and then we can trade. Lin Jiang nodded. In fact, he didn't have much thought about naming the spirit weapon. An item is just an item. Cultivators shouldn't rely too much on them. Their own cultivation is the way to go. Using all his knowledge, Lin Jiang began to appraise the items. Of course, he couldn't discern much. He could only feel from the pressure of these items that they all possessed considerable power. The Juxing building had been a business for hundreds of years and wouldn't resort to selling inferior goods. The larger the business, the more they valued their credibility, which is an intangible asset. After completing the transaction for the spirit stones, Lin Jiang left. He stayed one more day in Yunzhong City and refined the various spirit weapons at the inn, imprinting them with his spiritual consciousness. Only then could he use them freely. For ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, having 1 or 2 top-tier spirit weapons is a luxury. How could one like me equip myself with this entire set? Relying on the advantage of my equipment, I am not afraid of threats from mid-foundation establishment. If I add the exploding yuan technique, I could even slay those in late foundation establishment. Lin Jiang thought to himself that if he encountered Chun Jianhong from back then, he wouldn't need Zhang Ruifang to sacrifice herself. He could defeat him himself. Early the next morning, Lin Jiang flew to the Yunzhong Mountains. It was time to take over Sun Man's cave dwelling. If he didn't act soon, it might become someone else's opportunity. Chapter 80, This is mine. In the middle section of the Yunzhong Mountains, in front of Sun Man's cave dwelling, boom, 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 a series of violent explosions echoed. Hu Buwei looked at the formation in front of him, feeling quite helpless. Leading more than 10 Qi refining cultivators, they had been attacking for over half a month. But the 8 Gates Golden Armor formation was indeed a third-tier formation, showing no signs of being broken. Senior, we are exhausted, one Qi refining cultivator said to Hu Buwei. Qi refining cultivators don't have enough spiritual energy. After half an hour of fighting, they need to rest and recover their energy. You all rest. Once your energy is restored, we will attack immediately. The wealth inside this formation is beyond your imagination. A little bit of soup would be enough for your expenses for 3 to 5 years. Hu Buwei once again painted a big picture for them. He didn't dare to find helpers at the foundation establishment stage, because if they succeeded, there would inevitably be infighting. But Qi refining cultivators were different. How much they would share would still be up to him. The leading Qi refining cultivator showed a pleased expression. They had previously attacked an outer layer of a second-tier formation, which only took them 3 days. After breaking the formation, they discovered 50 acres of spirit fields, all planted with spirit herbs, with each person receiving spirit herbs worth over 1,000 spirit stones. If they could break the inner formation, they would make a fortune. Someone is coming. Just as everyone sat down to rest, they sensed someone breaking through the air. More than 10 people immediately stood up, each taking out their magical tools to prepare, and Hu Buwei also took out his flying sword. Lin Daoyu. Seeing the newcomer, Hu Buwei let out a sigh of relief. They were all participants of Sun Man's exchange meeting, and he recognized them. They were merely Foundation Establishment cultivators. He was at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, so it was not a concern. Oh, it's Hu Daoyu. What are you doing? Lin Daoyu was unaware that Sun Daoyu had gone on a long journey and left the cave dwelling in his care. If Lin Daoyu had no business, it would be best to leave. Who has matters to attend to and cannot entertain Lin Daoyu. Is that so? But I received Sun Daoyu's instructions to help manage the cave dwelling, Lin Jiang said coldly. He was furious because after returning from Yunzhong City, he first went home, only to find that he had been robbed. The formation was broken, the spirit herbs in the spirit fields were all swept away. The spiritual fruits on the mountain were also picked clean, and even the spiritual bamboo at the entrance had been uprooted. Damn it. Even the fish fry in the pond were not spared. It was a complete and utter sweep, almost making Lin Jiang vomit blood. This was his home, which he had spent over 3 years managing, investing so many spirit stones and effort. He hadn't even enjoyed it yet, and now it all belonged to someone else. Moreover, it looked like it had been several days since it happened, and he had no way to investigate. How could he not be angry? It seems Lin Daoyu also knows that Sun Daoyu has encountered misfortune. Then I won't pretend anymore. Lin Daoyu, this place is mine now. You can leave, Hu Buwei said with a smile. The biggest opportunity in the middle section of the Yunzhong Mountains is someone else's cave dwelling. Many loose cultivators are watching various cave dwellings. If a cave dwelling has been inactive for more than a month, it will be targeted by others. They would judge whether the owner was dead, missing, or in closed-door cultivation, and then make their choice. If they guessed right, they would make a fortune. If wrong, they might lose their lives. However, every year, many people engage in this line of work, even leading to traps where people specifically hunt those loose cultivators. Many newly arrived loose cultivators in Yunzhong City, unaware of the dangers, have lost their lives here. Hu Buwei was also a member of the exchange meeting months ago. He had witnessed Lu Dong slay Lu Jian and Shen Bo. He was present at that time, having chosen to return home like Lin Jiang. After that, he never heard from Sun Man again, so he sent someone to watch. After nearly 3 months without seeing Sun Man, he realized something had happened, prompting him to gather a group to seize the cave dwelling. Lin Jiang was not the first to arrive. Several others had come before him, but they had all been driven away. This was how it was in the Yunzhong Mountains. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the strong are respected. Coincidentally, I have my eyes set on this place too. You can leave now. It seemed today was a day to learn from Lin Daoyu's skills. Come on. Lin Jiang summoned his flying sword, which was an ultra-premium spirit weapon, looking gray and unremarkable. Go. With a single sword, 2 flying swords rapidly collided in midair, 100 meters apart. With a crisp sound, Hu Buwei's flying sword instantly shattered, and this scene made people gasp, feeling heartbroken. This was a high-quality spiritual weapon flying sword that he had bought at a high price, and just like that, it was gone. Lin Jiang's flying sword continued unabated, striking directly at Hu Buwei's face. Hu Buwei immediately threw out a second-tier defensive talisman and took out a magic shield to defend himself. Bang! Lin Jiang's flying sword pierced through the protective barrier activated by the defensive talisman and then stabbed into Hu Buwei's magic shield. Hu Buwei felt a violent tremor from the magic shield in his hand, and his expression instantly changed. So strong. Again. Lin Jiang urged the flying sword to return and then flew out again. Golden light technique. Hu Buwei shouted. He only had one flying sword. Once it was used up, it would be gone. But he was unwilling to give up and hurriedly cast a spell, wanting to fight Lin Jiang again. There was no reason for a mid-foundation cultivator to lose to a cultivator. The golden light struck Lin Jiang's flying sword, but it was useless. The flying sword directly stabbed into the magic shield, immediately penetrating it and piercing Hu Buwei's arm, causing him to scream in pain. Uft! The scream abruptly stopped, and a blood point appeared on his temple, slowly growing larger. Hu Buwei collapsed to the ground. Lin Jiang retracted the flying sword and also retrieved the hidden flying needles. These flying needles were also top-grade spiritual weapons, using the tail needle of a certain third-tier demon bee as the main body, inscribed with formations through special means. Even a golden core cultivator would not notice them if they were not careful. Run. The remaining Qi refining stage cultivators saw Hu Buwei defeated and dead, and immediately scattered. Lin Jiang did not pursue them. There was no need. Lin Jiang stepped forward to take Hu Buwei's storage bag and then dug a pit on the spot to bury him. Lin Jiang was a principled person. While others only took care of killing, he also took care of burying. Taking out Sun Man's control token, Lin Jiang swaggered into Sun Man's cave dwelling. The control range of Sun Man's cave was larger than his own home, but the core area was only a few hundred acres, and the surrounding areas were devoid of spiritual herbs and such. Purple gold teeth, yellow-purple flowers, 3-leaf lotus, so many second-tier spiritual herbs, all of which were the main ingredients for the true essence pill. Lin Jiang glanced at the spiritual herb garden in the core area, where large-scale planting was mostly of second-tier spiritual herbs, which were used for the foundation establishment stage, most of which were the main ingredients for the true essence pill. Given Sun Man's identity as an alchemist, this was not surprising. However, this was not the most precious part. The most precious part was a patch of spiritual herb garden behind the cave, approximately 5 acres, with only 12 plants, each isolated by a separate formation. These were 4th-tier spiritual herbs, and each one was over 100 years old. Where did Sun Man get such good stuff? So many. He must have made a fortune. Lin Jiang was immediately delighted. Fourth-tier spiritual herbs were incredibly valuable, and their cultivation was also very difficult. If they matured, each plant could make an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator laugh awake in the middle of the night. It seemed that Sun Man had invested heavily in these 12 spiritual herbs. Lin Jiang discovered a pile of spiritual stone powder nearby, which was the result of spiritual stones being drained of spiritual energy. He estimated there were at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones. But thinking about it, Sun Man's cave did not have enough spiritual energy to support the growth of fourth-tier spiritual herbs. Even if he used a gathering formation to concentrate the spiritual energy from a few kilometers around, it would still not be enough because he had other spiritual herbs. And he needed to consume energy for his cultivation. Therefore, he had to use spiritual stones to make up for it. Taoist Sun Man, in the future, your investments. I will increase my holdings. Don't worry, I won't waste a single one of these 12 spiritual herbs, Lin Jiang silently vowed in his heart. Cultivating high-tier spiritual herbs was a long-term investment for cultivators, much like fixed investments. Investing some funds every year or even every month for several decades or hundreds of years could yield a huge return, possibly making one rich overnight. Seeing that Sun Man had put so much effort into this, Lin Jiang naturally could not let it go to waste. He also had to carry on the torch. Wealth does not disappear, it only shifts, just like a smile moving from your face to mine. Lin Jiang found the foundation of the spiritual herb garden, repositioned the spiritual stones, and then went around the core area. Next was a thorough cleanup, erasing all traces of Sun Man's life, and in the future, this cave would be renamed Lin. 2 days later, Lin Jiang made another trip to Yunzhong City, bought a set of second-tier formations, and incorporated Sun Man's original cave range into it, serving as the outer perimeter. He decided not to bother with things like spiritual bamboo, spiritual fruits, or fish ponds anymore. He didn't want to engage in those, as they took too much time and yielded little profit. He directly scattered a large number of spiritual herb seeds, emulating the methods of those black uncles, relying on nature, and whatever grew would grow. After all, management was impossible. In the following time, he felt he needed to become diligent, refusing to be a slacker, refusing to lie flat, starting with myself. Lin Jiang gave himself a thumbs up, moved by his own determination. Chapter 81, the 8th chapter of seclusion in the northern section of the Yunzhong mountain range. The Five Immortals sect was a small sect established less than 100 years ago, formed by 5 foundation establishment loose cultivators. Decades passed, and the original 5 cultivators had not achieved their lifelong dream of immortality. Instead, they had already passed away. However, the disciples they recruited inherited their legacy, and the Five Immortals sect was in a flourishing phase. Near the gate of the Five Immortals sect, there was a small market established under the sect's guidance. The market was not large, with few shops, but there was a fish shop that was quite famous. The husband and wife who ran it were skilled at preparing fish, and their reputation had spread to the surrounding areas, often attracting diners from afar. "Fish is here," the waiter called out, bringing a plate of dishes. By this time, there were already about 10 dishes on the table, all of them fish. The customers had ordered every type of fish preparation available in the shop: fried, deep-fried, boiled, steamed, sashimi, pickled fish, and everything in between. Another plate of fish sashimi and 2 different dipping sauces make one spicy. Lin Jiang picked up a slice of sashimi as thin as paper, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth, instantly feeling a burst of freshness, which was very pleasant. The cultivation world is great. No fear of parasites, haha. Lin Jiang thought to himself. Cultivators are not afraid of parasite infections. Their divine sense can see within themselves. If there are indeed parasites in the body, they can quickly discover them and force them out with their divine sense, or even directly eliminate them. Therefore, sashimi is also very popular near Yunzhong City. Lin Jiang devoured the entire table of dishes in a whirlwind. These fish were low-level demon fish of the first-tier inferior grade. After being consumed, they would be easily refined and gone. He could easily finish 3 to 5 more tables. "Waiter, come here. Senior, do you need anything else? Bring your boss and boss lady here. Just go." Lin Jiang revealed a bit of divine sense, and the waiter, who was only at the first level of qi refining, immediately turned pale and ran to call for them. In a short while, a couple came out. The man appeared rather old, looking to be in his 60s or 70s, while the woman had taken a beauty elixir, still retaining some charm. It was clear that she had been a beauty in her younger days. "Greetings, senior. I wonder what business you have with the younger generation. I have something to discuss. Let's find a quiet place." Lin Jiang casually tossed 2 spiritual stones to the nearby waiter. This kind of restaurant was not expensive. A table of dishes would probably cost just 1 spiritual stone. This was not Yunzhong City. Seeing Lin Jiang toss out spiritual stones, the couple felt a huge weight lift from their hearts. If he was willing to pay, then he probably wasn't here to cause trouble. Lin Jiang invited Lin Jiang to the backyard. Lin Jiang got straight to the point and said, "I am a friend of Lu Dong and have come to find you." The 2 people's expressions changed drastically after hearing this. Lu Xiyu directly said, "Senior, you must be joking. Who is Lu Dong? We don't know him. You are Lu Xiyu, Lu Dong's cousin. You are Lu Datong, a former disciple of the Sancha fishing gang in Yunzhong City, right?" Senior, if we really wanted to find trouble with you, why would we need evidence? Better to kill the wrong person than let one go. Haven't you heard that? That's true. I am Lu Xiyu. What happened to my brother Lu Dong? He died. What? Lu Xiyu trembled all over, her whole body shaking. Lu Datong quickly held his wife. Lu Dong nearly wiped out the entire giant wave fishing gang. The gang leader Lu Jian and the elder Shen Bo both died at his hands. He personally eliminated everyone in the main hall, killing no less than 200 members of the giant wave fishing gang. You could say he avenged your past grievances. That's true, Lu Datong hurriedly said. Actually, Lu Xiyu and I have long stopped thinking about revenge. The waters of the fishing gang are too deep for us, who are merely at the qi refining stage, to retaliate. That's good. Before Lu Dong died, he wanted me to see how you were doing now. We're doing well. Very well. Lu Datong quickly recounted their family's situation over the past few decades. They had lived comfortably and peacefully, especially after the original 5 foundation-building members of the 5 immortal sect gradually passed away. The new sect leader in the foundation-building stage is his older brother. Their sons may not have great talent, but they are hardworking. They currently have several large fish ponds contracted to supply fish to their fish shop, which has been doing very well, yielding a profit of 1 to 2,000 spirit stones each year. Among their grandchildren, a few have decent talent and have become disciples of the 5 immortal sect, showing great potential for the future. Knowing you are doing well is enough. This storage bag contains 50,000 spirit stones and several secret techniques that Lu Dong asked me to bring you. He initially intended to give them to you in several batches, but I found it troublesome, so I am giving them to you all at once. Lin Jiang took out the storage bag and said, at that time, Lu Dong underestimated Lu Jian and Shenbo's wealth, thinking that the 9 storage bags combined were only a little over 100,000 spirit stones. He didn't expect that Lu Jian alone was worth more than that. However, I didn't plan to give too much, especially since I spent a large portion myself. It is very dangerous for a child to carry gold in the bustling market. 50,000 spirit stones could bring them a certain level of danger. If I hadn't heard that the sect leader of the 5 immortal sect is Lu Datong's older brother, and that his grandson is now a direct disciple of the sect, I wouldn't have given them all at once. 50,000 spirit stones. Lu Xiyu and Lu Datong were stunned. Their entire family worked hard for a year and only earned 1 to 2,000 spirit stones. 50,000 would take them 20 years to earn. Senior, I have one request. Speak. Can we exchange these 50,000 spirit stones for a foundation building pill? Just one foundation building pill. A foundation building pill doesn't cost 50,000 spirit stones. In Yuncheng City, it only costs 40,000. We don't want more. It's a token of respect for you. Senior, what's the reason? Safety. Although the sect leader of the 5 immortal sect is our uncle, there are other foundation building cultivators in the sect. Spirit stones are too conspicuous. If someone discovers them, our whole family's lives would be in danger. Moreover, it's very difficult to buy foundation building pills around here. Even if we manage to buy one, we might not survive to use it. I want to secure a future for my grandson, Lu Xiyu explained. Holding spirit stones in hand requires expenditure. And if the expenses are high, even being cautious might lead to being discovered, potentially inviting disaster. That makes sense. Lin Jiang looked at Lu Xiyu with some surprise. Decades had passed, and Lu Xiyu had become surprisingly decisive. She would never have thought like this back in the day. Has the senior agreed? Agreed. Lin Jiang nodded, taking out the spirit stones from the storage bag, but he still gave them the copied secret techniques. He happened to have one foundation building pill left, which was equivalent to selling it, and he could sell it for an additional 10,000 spirit stones. Thank you, senior. I'm leaving. Wait, senior. We still don't know your name. Han Jiangguing, an old friend of the rivers and lakes. Why must we have known each other before meeting? Ha. Lin Jiang left a line and used his movement technique to quickly depart, disappearing before the two. Madam, who is the senior? I don't know either. Lu Xiyu shook her head, but her eyes flickered, and she recalled someone from the past. Could it be him? After leaving the territory of the 5 immortal sect, Lin Jiang wandered around. Living in Yuncheng City, he inevitably had to interact with Chao Ying and Zhong Hongzong using Lin Cheng's identity. He used the excuse of going out to experience the world. He couldn't remain in the Yuncheng mountain range all the time. If someone asked, it would be hard to avoid revealing the truth, so he needed to manage the details carefully. Of course, Lin Jiang also had a certain level of self-protection capability. As long as he didn't encounter particularly powerful foundation-building late-stage or golden core cultivators, he felt he wouldn't be afraid. Who knows who would win in a fight? The most prosperous place in the cultivation world of Yunzhou is the central region of Yuntua River, which is the area around Yuncheng City, based on 2 major sects, with a large number of cultivators present. Other places, only around the 5 Elements sect's mountain gate, are somewhat better. Otherwise, most areas are sparsely populated, with primitive scenery and beasts everywhere. However, the beasts are not strong, primarily at levels 1 and 2, with very few beasts above level 3, as most have been hunted by the cultivation world. After wandering around, Lin Jiang arrived near Anhua City. He lingered for a long time, but ultimately did not go in. It had been 70 to 80 years since he left the Lin family, and he was afraid of encountering Lin family members. He didn't know how to face them, nor could he explain, and he was also worried about exposing his secrets. Lin Dai and Lin Ying had already advanced to the golden core stage. Under normal circumstances, They could live for another 300 years, leaving time and opportunities. In Lin Jiang's mind, within the Lin family, he did not have many close people. Most had already died, and the only ones left were Lin Dai and Lin Ying. Even Lin Batian was not close to him. After he turned 17, they hardly spoke more than a few words each year. Now that Lin Dai and Lin Ying had advanced to the Golden Core stage, with a lifespan of 500 years, and they were still under 200 years old, there was still plenty of time. When Lin Jiang had enough self-protection strength and was not afraid of his secrets being exposed, he might consider returning. After wandering around, Lin Jiang returned to Yinchong City and bought a batch of true essence pills. He returned to his cave dwelling to cultivate. Lin Jiang decided to enter a period of seclusion to try to improve his cultivation level. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that he was invincible at the foundation building stage when using the explosive essence technique. Only then would he have some capital to navigate the rivers and lakes. Chapter 82.